This story is about a dude named Cheng Yan, an underpaid engineer who died from work stress. Then, boom, he wakes up reincarnated as a prince. In this new world, wizards with crazy supernatural powers are real, and he's planning to use his skills, tech know-how, and magic to climb the social ladder in this Stone Age vibe. His new life kicks off suddenly when someone calls him to wake up. Opening his eyes, he's sitting on a bench, totally lost in this weird scene. He looks around and spots girls dressed in some wild outfits. Looking ahead, he sees a whole town gathered around what looks like an execution platform. The poor guy's mind reels at this bizarre sight. Like, just a little while ago, he was crunching numbers or sketching designs, not dodging beheadings. Then some dude with a shaved head calls him Prince, telling him the execution's about to go down, and he's got to make the call. The kid's still stunned, clueless about what's going on, but when he focuses, memories from the body's former owner flood his mind. Turns out, he's the fourth prince of Great Castle, known as Roland Wimbledon. He recalls his dad gave each sibling a land to rule, promising that whoever runs it best after 5 years gets the crown. But the boy's got a major problem. He's just a regular guy, while his siblings are all total rock stars, giving them a huge edge in this race. The eldest bro's got insane fighting skills. The second one's a finance whiz. The third princess commands a powerful crew, and the fifth princess is super smart. Meanwhile, Roland, the fourth prince, seems like a total dud so far, with no real talents. To top it off, he's stuck in a sketchy border town, a place abandoned by the gods, where trash lines the streets and everything's falling apart. He's got to deal with the locals and somehow flip this dark dump into a thriving territory. Feeling sorry for himself, the old man reminds him to make a statement quickly. That's when the boy realizes today he's got to execute a witch. The crowd's buzzing, hyped to see the supposed witch's death. They believe she's the devil's spawn and totally deserves to die. The kid's shocked by their dumb insults and crestfallen at their savage behavior. That really ticks him off. Fed up, he snatches the paper from the old guy's hand and, annoyed, orders everyone to free the witch immediately. The crowd goes silent, clearly pissed by the prince's sudden move. After seeing the people's reaction, he sighs, worn out, saying he's drained and suggests postponing the trial. The old man tries to convince him otherwise. Then, Chief Knight Carter Lannis steps up, pushing him to reconsider, insisting they gotta kill the witch now to stop others from coming to her rescue. The prince can't help but laugh, seeing this beefy knight all scared of a witch. He casually points out that if more wizards show up, they can just deal with them all at once. The knight's totally clueless how to handle that. Then the scene shifts to the fourth prince's place in border town at the castle. Outside, the knight Carter waits while the prince slams the door on him. He sighs at first, but then suddenly freaks out because he's never been around so many people before. Even after dying for no good reason, he doesn't complain, thankful for the second shot at life, and he's dead set on fully stepping into Prince Roland's shoes and sorting out everything about the witch. Next, it cuts to the town jail where he's about to meet the witch. Despite warnings from the knights about the danger ahead, he just laughs it off, teasing the chief knight for being scared like a weakling in front of a girl. But the knight insists the witch is a devil's pawn. Unfazed, the prince just strides forward, finally coming face to face with the accused witch. She stands and says, "Step forward," and he blushes a bit at her beauty. But then the noisy knight jumps in, telling the prince to back off the witch. He just pats the knight on the shoulder to calm him down, then steps forward again and asks the girl her name. The chatty knight interrupts again before they can properly talk. Fed up with the knight's nonstop jabber, he taps the shiny armor guy's head lightly out of irritation and tells him to back off while he's talking. Quiet now, he turns back to the girl, asking if she's cool with sharing her name. She opens up, saying her dad got trapped in a mine collapse while working, and a greedy miner tried to rob him during the mess. She called the neighbors to help rescue her dad, but her uncle had to fight off the slick miner. Just when the bad guy was about to take down her uncle, she stepped in. She raised her hand and accidentally did something she never wanted to. The man burned up to ashes, leaving nothing but dust. That's the day the neighbors started calling her an evil witch, even though she begged them to keep her magic secret. The worst part is her own dad ratted her out. Then this old advisor showed up and suggested burning her before she does something crazier. But the guy told him to chill out since he's curious to see some magic in action. The girl was stunned someone actually wanted her to unleash her power, but he stayed relaxed, encouraging her to go ahead. She warns her powers locked by the necklace she wears and asks if he really wants her to take it off, cautioning that chaos might follow. He just grabs the necklace, snaps it with confidence, and tosses it aside like it's nothing. "Show us what you got, girl," he told her. Then sparks started crackling all around her. The wildfire dance had his eyes wide with total amazement, lighting up the entire cell so bright it freaked the prince out big time. Meanwhile, the woman casually stepped out, melting the prison bars right away, while the knight bolted the other way like his life depended on it. But our guy was soon overwhelmed by her blazing power. It finally clicked why the advisor said fire couldn't touch her, 'cause she basically times is times fire. As the flames died down, the engineer's side of him sparked a genius idea. He wasn't about to waste this epic magic without using it to flip the whole game. When she asked him to end his life because she showed him what he needed to see, he totally shocked her. He threw his cloak over her scorched outfit and said she was officially hired. Prince Ronald, tapping into knowledge from his past life, declared she was like a perpetual motion machine, able to conjure firepower out of thin air. But not everyone was vibing with the prince's forward-thinking mindset. The old advisor was seriously annoyed by Ronald's call. He snapped, reminding him the witch could wipe out anyone with just a gesture. Plus, he warned hiring her might draw the Wizard Guild's wrath, risking total annihilation for them. Ronald just brushed off the old guy's worries and told him to get the contract ready. Then he strode off, cool as ever, saying he was setting up a work deal with Witch Anna and even ordered the advisor to hook her up with a place to stay. Back at the border town castle's admin office, the old man reported he handled everything as told, but wasn't sold on sparing the witch's life. The prince cut him off, saying, "Don't second-guess your call. To you, she ain't a monster." But the old dude stayed unconvinced. That's when the prince got real, reminding him that border town was in chaos and he didn't have his brother's wealth or his sister's smarts, so winning here was a tough bet, and he had to try. Wild, out-of-the-box moves to pull off a win. The old guy was impressed by Ronald's drive and agreed to arrange a meeting with Anna. Meanwhile, Anna was getting cleaned up and sorted out. Looking sharp and fresh in her new outfit, she was led to meet the prince. The knight showed the main guy the small house where Anna would be crashing. The prince was pretty impressed, especially since it was put together super fast. Just then, the knight announced Anna had arrived. When the prince turned around, he saw Anna in a maid outfit looking absolutely stunning. He was caught off guard and totally amazed at how well the outfit fit her. He asked if she was comfy in the new gear, but instead of being happy, she got a bit mad, questioning why he'd give shelter to a killer like her, someone stained by evil and hated by everyone. The prince threw her for a loop by saying he didn't see it that way. He brushed off all talk about witches, evil, and demon powers like nonsense. He explained that people were just scared because they didn't get how important she was to society. He reached out and said he accepted her flaws. He promised to teach her how to use her power for good and make a positive impact on the world. Once inside the empty house, Anna immediately started training, unleashing her fiery power. But when the flames went wild, he realized teaching her magic control would be way tougher than expected. Plus, there was the issue that every time she used her power, her clothes got burned, leaving her embarrassed and practically naked. Both were awkward, but he was relieved because he had a bunch of spare outfits ready. Just then, the old man barged in with urgent news. Out of breath, he shocked everyone by saying patrols had spotted demon activity months earlier than usual this year. Of course, the prince had zero clues about those demon winds, and seeing everyone freak out only made him more curious. The old man spilled to the clueless prince that every winter after the first snow, when the sun sets, the gates of hell open up at Dragon Spin Mountain Range. The border town couldn't defend itself, so everyone fled to the Riverheart Fortress. But he reassured that keeping the prince safe was top priority. Curious, the boy asked if the old man had seen Hell's Gate himself. The answer was no. He explained it was impossible to see. Dragon Spin Mountains were not only impassable but gave off toxic gas affecting anyone who got too close, unless they'd fallen into demon hands, meaning only witches could explore the area and witness Hell's Gate. The prince asked if the old man had ever encountered a demon. Again, the answer was no. This was his first time at Grey Castle's center, and hardly anyone had faced a real demon. That seemed to explain why this place never got a booming economy, since everyone had to evacuate at year's end. The boy then made a smart point. If the Riverheart Fortress could hold off demons, then they weren't unbeatable. So in his mind, he constantly itched to take down those demons himself. The old man freaked out at that plan and explained the fortress had massive walls and elite soldiers of the Duke garrison there. They were no joke, and the border town sat on North Slop Mountains, acting as an early warning system for the Riverheart Fortress against incoming threats. But the prince stayed firm and told the old man to gather experienced local soldiers who'd fought demons before. Under the bright sunlight in that little pavilion, we see both munching on an afternoon snack. Meanwhile, the old man rounded up some local fighters who knew how to handle demon battles. Under the bright sun in that tiny shrine, we caught them both snacking in the afternoon. And while that was going down, the prince asked her to spill some tea about those demon winters. She didn't hesitate, her voice dropping low as she laid out the hellish reality of those winters. Unlike the high and mighty like him, The regular folks around here gotta face that nightmare every single year. She broke it down, saying her dad's a miner just like most in town, grinding every day just to stay alive. When the demon winters hit, the border townspeople send all their yearly mined stuff to Riverheart Fortress to trade for next year's rations plus a few gold coins. During that time, everyone bunked up inside Riverheart Fortress until winter finally passed. Some years, those demon winters dragged on for 4 brutal seasons straight. The fortress officials said the ore they dug up in the fall could only buy food for 3 months. The supplies for the 4th winter had to wait for fresh ore. But the demon winters stretched another whole month, trapping everyone inside the fortress. Worse yet, the rations from Riverheart got split evenly, which meant the strong thrived, while the weak just barely survived. The prince got fired up hearing her sad story, straight up promising no one would ever suffer through those demon winters again. Leaving the town hall, he asked to meet with his advisor to check on their plans. The scene switched to the border town's admin office, where Advisor Barov was already with 3 others. 2 were soldiers, heads of the border patrol and signal duties each year. The third was a hunter, claiming he'd faced demons and even taken down one. At first, one soldier stammered out nonsense in fear around the prince, so the prince pushed the other soldier to speak up. He explained the demons used to be normal forest critters, but some evil curse gas twisted them into beasts. They're strong but killable. When the demon winters end, Riverheart sends cavalry to clean up the stragglers. Then the hunter smacked the ground like he was bragging. Dude flexed that those monsters were as easy to slice as cucumbers with his blade, claiming he'd already taken down 2. The big guy then dropped to his knees before our prince. The advisor introduced the hunter as Iron A and said rumors say he's so huge because he's got blood from the giant monster tribe, the Min. The prince asked straight up if those rumors were true. Iron A nodded confidently, saying he'd slain a demon boar and a type of wolf. Iron A broke down how hunters classified demons. Like the guard said, these things were normal animals twisted mad by hell's toxic air, which is why they're such a pain. The wolf type creeps around and moves lightning fast, while the boar's back is so tough, even crossbows struggle to pierce it. The prince quickly realized these demons were basically animals with some serious buff traits. The hunter agreed, saying they weren't that scary. But he got serious when talking about hybrids, calling them the true nightmare creations from hell. He went on describing one hybrid. It's got the body and legs of a wild beast, but also huge wings for short flights. Plus, its senses are razor sharp, always tracking down prey no matter how well they hide. The hunter nearly died throwing himself into the Redwar River and blacking out. Looks like the prince can handle ground monsters with big walls, but he's clueless on how to deal with flying ones. So he asked the knight if these hybrid demons are rare. The knight nodded firmly, saying any demon winter usually spawns 2 or 3 of them, enough to give Riverheart Fortress a serious headache. Our guy finally connected the clues with a slam on the table. He declared he'd stay in the border town all winter long. Everyone was stunned by his decision, and the knight tried frantic to talk him out, saying they'd be crushed by the monsters. He fired back that they could build a wall stretching from North Slow Mountain down to Redwater River. But the knight just scoffed, calling it a pipe dream, saying it'd take a lifetime to finish. Our dude leaned back and told the knight to chill, promising if the wall couldn't go up fast, he'd pull back like everyone else, 'cause no way he planned to die here. The knight, hyped but finally calm, swore to protect him at all costs. Over at the buzzing clean water port in Grey Castle, we catch the 3rd princess. She commented on the chilly sea breeze signaling winter's coming, then turned to her knight Razin asking about the Black Barrel fleet's return. He assured her that if all goes well, they'd dock in 3 days. The princess said this was the final big expedition of the year and hoped it'd bring some nice surprises. In the palace, the knight wondered how she was already prepped for the sudden throne rivalry their dad dropped on them. She admitted she couldn't predict it, but figured it was all to pave the way for the king's favorite son to claim the throne. Still, she laughed it off, saying being a good manager doesn't mean automatic wins, so the second son's got a real shot. She told her knight to look deeper and understand why she sent the Black Sail fleet out on this big mission. After some thought, the knight realized her fleet wasn't just for hauling in cash, but locking down real influence and power. Since kicking off the Black Sail plan, she'd gathered top sailors, tough warriors, and key allies backing her move. This is Garia Wimbledon, the 3rd princess of Grey Castle. She's using smarts and strategy to secure her shot at the crown. The princess then asked about the plot to off their 4th prince. The knight sighed, saying no word from the border means the poison plan probably flopped and their spies vanished. She guessed her brother must have wiped out the spies as soon as they got caught. Looks like the poison really did its job killing the 4th prince, but somehow he's still alive. The princess then asked about their plan to take out the 4th prince. The knight sighed and said no news came from the border, meaning the poisoning scheme probably failed and the spies they sent vanished without a trace. She guessed that her brother must have handled those spies as soon as they got caught. Seems like the poison actually worked and killed the fourth prince, but he himself wasn't affected. So, basically, the poison didn't even get into their bodies. That's why they figured their whole plan to poison failed. Now, she's plotting to off the main dude once he bolts to the Riverheart Fortress, and she tells the knight to just wait for that moment. She even throws shade, saying the poison did nada. So that means that Snake NPC selling it totally lied about it being colorless and odorless. As a sort of punishment for tricking the third princess, she suggests the knight hang that lying dude right then and there. It's kinda hilarious she's about to punish the guy who supplied their reliable poison, even though the fourth prince legit died from that exact stuff. Next scene, we catch Anna chilling in some lush green scenery, and that's when we meet her teacher. You ask what she's reading today, poetry or church history or what? She greets her teacher, but before she can say a word, her innocent look totally shatters in front of him. Dude's eyeballs bulge in shock, and the next scene shows him facing a noisy crowd, accusing his student of witchcraft and being the devil incarnate. Seeing her hanging there, he covers his face with both hands, snapping awake in his office. When he finally regains composure, he gasps, haunted by the image of Anna swinging on the gallows. He believes that if even a pure girl like Anna can get branded a demon, then the greedy officials from Grey Castle are the real devils, straight out of hell's depths. He's pissed off, saying if they hadn't switched to cheap stone just to save a few hundred gold coins, the theater wouldn't have collapsed and innocent folks would still be alive. In his eyes, those corrupt jerks are the ones who deserve to be hanged for their monstrous crimes. It's tragic the country won't nail them right. Instead, the blame falls on innocent stonemasons, leading to heavy taxes and mad inequality. The laws are loose, and they even label a curious, kind-hearted girl as a devil and cruelly throw her on the gallows. He begs God to punish those wicked folks who deserve karma. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When he opens it, his young student Nana shows up, looking super scared and worried. She shyly asks if she's gonna end up like Anna hanging dead. The man quickly soothes her with a pat on the head, promising to guard her at all costs. As he strolls through town, his mind spins thinking about how the powerful treat the innocent like garbage while he just stands by. Determined, he vows to act this time. He swears no other girl will suffer Anna's fate. Then his focus shifts to a crowd gathered in the square, townsfolk huddled around the quest board. They're reading a notice issued by the fourth prince, calling out for workers for building projects along the border, quarry workers, masons, and more. The notice spells out everything applicants need to know. The teacher's eyes widen in shock, seeing the notice signed and sealed by that prince's name. That's when he thinks of the fourth prince. He's heard rumors about him being kinda a rebel, with ideas totally unlike anyone else's. The prince also doesn't seem too hot on the church. That gives the teacher a little hope. But right now, he's worried that backing Anna the so-called witch might get him tagged as an accomplice and hauled up on the gallows. He's betting that if the prince hates the church enough, maybe he hates their harsh laws too. That's the only shot the teacher sees at saving other girls from the church's brutal punishments. We cut back to our main guy, and the knight's asking him about the size of the wall he plans to build. He says it's going to be 15 feet high and 6 feet wide, enough for 4 people to stand side by side at the top. Then the knight mentions they'll need to dig a trench as deep as a person's height just to lay the massive foundation. With a wall that's 15 feet tall and 6 feet wide on top, the base has got to be twice as wide for stability. Even with 350 craftsmen working non-stop digging and building, their best bet is to finish before the demon wins next year. The prince asks what the main challenge slowing things down is. The knight explains the real struggle is building the wall because they have to pick each stone and grind it carefully so they fit perfectly together. Otherwise, the wall won't hold up. The prince decides to run with the knight's plan of digging the trench and building the wall at the same time. About the wall itself, he reassures the knight and reveals that Grey Castle's foundry is making a new thing called cement. It's sure to blow everyone's minds. The knight's super curious because he's never even heard the word cement before. Next, we're outside the cement kiln room in the border town, seeing the two of them standing outside a little house. The prince explains that making cement is pretty simple, because raw materials are super abundant here, but the real trick is getting the firing temperature just right. Too bad he can't remember the exact number, and there's no way to measure it precisely in their world. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Before the prince steps in, he tells the knight to stay outside. Obviously, the prince is using Anna's wizard powers to make the cement, and she seems pretty pumped about it. Before she walks out stark naked, he hands her his jacket. When she steps out of the little house, she's hyped up, saying she nailed it just like the prince asked. Inside, there's a pile of cement on the floor. The kid quickly checks it to see if the experiment worked, deciding to test it before mass production. Anna's curious, asking what he plans to use cement for. He explains it can build houses, bridges, roads, and tons more. He stresses it'll shield them from disasters like rain, heat, or snow that can wreck buildings. He gives Anna full credit for creating cement because she played a crucial role. Outside the little house, they finally glue a few square stones together with the cement, and both the knight, he asked what she planned to do with cement. He explained it's useful for building houses, bridges, roads, and way more. He stressed that it'd protect them from natural disasters like rain, heat, or snow that could wreck their homes. He gave full credit for inventing cement to Anna, recognizing her major role. Outside the little house, they finally stuck together some square stones using the cement. Both the girl was totally stoked about the results. The knight couldn't help but be blown away by this awesome discovery. While checking it out, he was just as surprised to see it way tougher than usual dirt and mud squished together. The knight even tried prying the rocks apart, but no matter how hard he pushed, they wouldn't budge, let alone split the clumps apart. The prince told the knight he had seriously underestimated things because this material was way better than he thought. The knight was amazed at this wild invention too. Stuff stuck together and hardened into stone in a flash. He was super confident that with this, they could cover the entire border in just 5 years. But the prince shot down the idea of such a huge project, saying even the tallest wall can't stop enemies from within. Their first real enemy was battling natural disasters to keep people from losing their homes. He was dead set on proving to the world that wizards are humanity's most valuable asset. Starting the next day, in that cozy little house, the prince kicked off mass cement production with help from the recruited workers. They scrambled to gather all the materials and tools, giving Anna some well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, the prince got the foundation digging started between North Slot Mountain and the Redwood River. But things didn't go as smoothly as hoped. The knight was impressed to see the prince showing up at the site, hyping up the workers on the north slope. He noted their dedication, but the prince chuckled awkwardly, admitting that despite their best efforts, all they managed was a rough ditch on the north slope, more like a drainage trench than a solid wall base. Even though he geeked out over mechanical drawings with his civil engineer buddy, and they were total bookworms, handling civil project details like this was way beyond his skill, and he really needed an expert to talk things over. Lost in thought, his advisor pointed out that a stonemason had responded to their hiring notice. The guy claimed to be from the famous Grey Castle Marin Guild. The prince instantly recognized the name as a well-known national group. Although he heard they got disbanded after a construction accident, he shrugged it off, saying risks always come with the territory. Eager to recruit talented folks, he told his advisor to bring the stonemason to meet him. The next scene takes us to Roland's administrative office in the border town. The main guy was kicking back in his chair, killing time, while Anna sat nearby, lost in a book. Finally, the knight showed up with the person the main guy had been waiting to see, and surprisingly, it was the teacher who'd always cared about those young witches. Before the teacher could start hyping up the prince, he cut him off with a wave and told him to chill out. When the teacher's eyes landed on Anna, he looked totally flustered, his mind a total mess. Meanwhile, both the prince and the knight were shook by this unexpected reunion. Sensing it might get messy, the prince quickly ordered the knight to block the door. The knight complied immediately, standing guard, ready to keep the suspicious man from leaving. The prince found it hard to believe a random craftsman was also Anna's neighbor, but then the teacher suddenly dropped to his knees, begging Anna to forgive him for not being there when she needed him most. That's when the prince realized the man was no threat at all. Anna instantly recognized her old mentor. The prince told him to stand up and explain his connection with Anna. The man quickly calmed down and apologized for causing a scene. Then he introduced himself as Casvan Bet, a former member of the Mason Guild who'd become a teacher in the border town. He revealed that Anna used to be his student. He even joked he didn't get why the prince spared Anna, maybe he wanted her as a lover. But he wasn't complaining. Getting your head chopped off sounds better than being the prince's servant. He relaxed more when he saw the prince didn't buy into the witch as demon nonsense. After breaking everything down for the prince, he mentioned there was another talented girl like Anna he wanted the prince to keep safe in the palace. The prince happily agreed to let the teacher bring her over, promising she wouldn't get hurt if she really was a witch. But he stressed he couldn't just take her away from her family, especially if they weren't dangerous. Aga cheered inside, excited to meet the next witch and see what crazy powers she had. Even though the prince kept a calm exterior, he made it clear he wasn't saving the girl out of kindness, but because he needed her help. He didn't buy into the dumb stories painting witches as evil. Instead, he saw their powers as a valuable gift if used wisely and responsibly. So, whether it was Anna, Little Nana, or any other witch, as long as they didn't commit serious crimes, he wouldn't treat them like criminals. Once everything was clear, he got down to business and asked the man if he'd ever built anything in Grey Castle Town before. The man nodded eagerly, saying he had tons of experience. The prince then laid out the plan to build a wall between the base of North Slot Mountain and the Redwood River to block the flood monsters. From now on, this man would be in charge of the whole project. In the next scene, we find ourselves in Roland's royal garden in the border town. That's where Nana finally visited him, looking a bit worried the second she saw him. When she asked if she was really meeting Prince Roland Wimbledon, he smiled and confirmed it was the real deal, flesh and bone. Nana beamed and introduced herself as Nana Pine. Without missing a beat, she dashed over to Anna and started playing with her like they'd been sisters forever. The prince wondered how these girls were so young yet insanely talented. He was truly hyped to see what the future had in store for them. Then he turned his attention to the little one. So, her teacher was saying she woke up to her powers like some kind of witch. She nervously asked if he was going to execute her, but he was quick to say, nah, only folks with a criminal past gotta face the hangman or the chopping block. She swore she was possessed by demons, just like her teacher claimed. Anna gave her a reassuring pat on the head. Meanwhile, he asked when she first noticed something weird. She said it all started about a week ago. She spotted a bird with a busted leg and felt this urge to help. Watery shapes popped into her head, wrapping around the bird, and bam, leg was healed instantly. After hearing her story, the prince told his knight to grab a chicken. As the knight went off to find a healthy one, the prince wondered if her awakening power leaned more toward healing. This was no small deal. The prince told her if she could save animals like that bird, it meant she was genuinely good-hearted. She agreed, saying their teacher also said common folks fear witches just because witches can do stuff others can't. She insisted she'd never seen a demon or had any dealings with them. He believed her right away and gently ruffled her hair, reminding her that both the church and her teacher got fooled by all those crazy lies. She got all confused, asking why someone would lie. The boy explained it's not about good or evil, but people wanting to make cash by spinning fake stories. Just as the chicken was brought over, she begged the prince to go easy on it. He agreed but told the knight to hold the chicken tight before giving it a light tap on the head. The chicken let out a peep of pain and dropped to the floor. Then he turned to her and urged her to heal it fast. She nodded, promising to try her best. When she placed her hands on it, those watery shapes showed up again, and she got to work. Hours passed, and even though his knock wore the chicken out, the prince finally grasped Nana's power. She could heal broken bones and wounds, but bringing a dead chicken back to life was beyond her skills. When the chicken finished its mission, the boy told the knight to take it down to the kitchen, making her tear up and pout because she thought the prince went too hard. But he reassured her that it was necessary. Soon enough, a feast full of delicious food appeared before them. Nana totally forgot about the chicken as she eagerly eyed the cooked bird set right in front of her. After that little feast, she left, waving one last time, and he waved back. Meanwhile, Anna was curious why he didn't keep her in the palace even though he knew she was also a witch. He reminded her she still had family and they didn't know about her powers yet, but Anna worried it was only a matter of time before her folks found out and kicked her out. He agreed but told her to cherish the time with her parents as long as she kept her secret. Then he asked if she missed her dad. She sadly shook her head no, but he totally got how lonely she felt to comfort her. He promised Nana would come train magic with her every day so she'd never feel alone and even swore to give both of them the normal life they dreamed of. And he was dead serious about it. Back at the castle, he found life kinda dull since the workers started building the walls. So, he switched things up by throwing tea parties every afternoon while teaching the two girls how to use their magic. Sometimes, he'd check on the wall-building progress at the foot of Mount NLOV, always blown away by how well things were going. But then his advisor showed up with some not-so-great news. He pointed out that hiring all those craftsmen and laborers was crazy expensive, and all that cash was bleeding straight out of the prince's pocket. At this rate, the butler worried they wouldn't have enough dough by spring. Panic hit the prince hard as he realized he was in a real mess. Later, while trying to figure out how to escape this money disaster, the old man noticed the prince had changed a ton lately, like an entirely different dude. Before, he just wanted to party. And the only reason the old guy stuck around was because the king promised him the finance minister spot after the throne battle ended. When the prince first hit the border town, he didn't plan to run things or claim the throne. He made all the nobles disappointed and dumped the whole burden on the old man's shoulders. But ever since saving that witch, the prince had totally switched up. Now he handled things carefully and naturally, like he'd been doing it forever. He even started talking to the old guy with a serious, grown-up tone that gave the man chills, making him wonder if the prince was possessed. But the old man brushed it off, saying if the prince was really demon-possessed, he wouldn't just calmly snatch that cursed ring. Scene cuts to the border town's port, where two nobles and a red-haired guy looking like a messenger are chatting. The glasses-wearing dude reminds the messenger that the last time they stopped by was a year ago and grumbles that the town's still just a pile of crumbling rocks. The redhead cuts in, correcting him that it was only been 6 months. He says every season the Duke sends someone new here. He remembers last time was summer, and besides the rocks, there were tons of stunning wild animals. Just as he's about to spill some cool info, he changes his mind and keeps it secret. Instead, he talks up the border town's potential. He points out that even though this place is just an outpost now, if they can build a solid defense line, The whole land between here and the fortress could be exploited. Suddenly, the glasses guy freaks out, pointing out the stockpile is empty and the town should have started prepping ore today. Looks like these visitors are here to snag ore before the devil's victory, in exchange for keeping the border folks safe. The messenger sighs and decides to bring up this problem to the prince. They race back on horseback. The purple-haired guy wonders if the border town found a new partner or sold ore to Willow Town or Fallen Dragon Rick. He's sure it was the fourth prince that's the very same guy. The redhead is seriously stressing, guessing if the prince struck deals with towns farther down the Redwater River. He suggested that even if this place is just an outpost now, they could turn the whole stretch between here and the fortress into a gold mine with a solid defense line. Suddenly, the guy with glasses freaked out, pointing out the stockpile was empty and the town should have already started prepping ore today. Looks like these visitors grabbed the ore before the demon army arrived, trading it for border town protection. The envoy sighed and decided to take this issue straight to the prince. They jumped on horses and headed back. The purple-haired guy wondered if the border town found a new partner or sold ore to Willow Town or Fallen Dragon Rick. He was sure it was all because of the fourth prince, aka the prince himself. The redhead furrowed his brow, guessing the prince might have struck deals with other towns further down the Redwater River. So basically, they just lost another bargaining chip. He's worried if they try to pull the same monopoly move as before, they'll flop since the fourth prince already found another buyer for the ore. When they roll up to the castle, they get hit with a fancy feast. The envoy doesn't even know how to hold chopsticks, sneaking glances at the prince, awkwardly trying to copy but struggling to pick up food. When he drops the food, he's straight up mortified. Meanwhile, the prince is chill, saying these chopsticks are super easy and cheaper than forks. And once he shows the town how to use them, nobody's got to stress about dirty hands eating anymore. As the sun sets, casting a golden glow over the castle, the prince is getting ready to enjoy the surprise dessert after dinner. Eventually, the envoy lays out why they're here, saying they came to get ore like usual, but found no trace of any at the docks. That's when the prince breaks the news about a recent landslide at North Slope Mountain. They're cleaning up the mess and hoping to restart production soon, but the mine probably can't open until next year. The envoy asks about ore output in past months, and the prince just shrugs, saying it's been lower than normal, barely enough to feed everyone. He adds that even if they gather enough ore, they can't afford more than 2 months' worth of supplies, so he suggests they rethink the whole agreement. The envoy gets anxious, trying to pull him aside, saying, "Sorry for all the screw-ups before." He offers for 6 noble families from the fort too, pitching some grain for a month's loan and promises they'll pay it back next year. But the prince shuts it down. He's dead serious, saying if they sell ore to Willow Town, they won't owe a dime to anyone. Here's the kicker. Willow Town's paying with gold coins to scoop up their ore. Plus, they're cool trading wheat, cheese, bread, and honey at fair prices. Whatever you can buy for gold coins, they're up for selling. Way better than dealing with the river fort. That deal makes way more sense for the border town. He asks the envoy one more thing: does he really have the juice to speak for those noble families willing to lend grain for a month? He quickly figures out the envoys from the Honeysuckle clan. The emblem's super obvious. The prince admits the envoy might rep one of the 6 clans, but questions if he can truly convince Duke Ryan and the others, or if he can even back that up. The prince hits a sore spot because the envoy's face immediately sours like he just bit into a lemon. Flashback shows the envoy trying to convince his dad that the new ruler of the border town, the fourth prince, would never agree to swap minerals and gems for a handful of grain and bread. He offers to buy the ore at 30% below market, still making a fat profit. But the bald dad confidently brushes off those worries, saying the fourth prince is lazy and won't handle border town trades. He believes they can keep screwing the place out of resources while only paying in bread and favors. Back in the present, the redhead dude finally gets it. Prince is totally right. He didn't even convince his own dad, but still wants to go all in. So he risks it, offering to buy ore and gems from the border town at 30% below market. The envoy's sure his offer beats Willow Town's. He pounds the point that Willow Town's way out there and tough to find when the demon horde hits. That's why the river fort's the safest hideout. The envoy starts trashing the rough road to Willow Town but cuts off mid-sentence. Curious, the prince nudges him to keep going. The redhead points out the dangers lurking along that route. The envoy suddenly realizes he just freaked out a prince, panicking inside. The prince just laughs, brushing off his awkwardness, and says he never meant to find anywhere to hide at Willow Town. That shocks the redhead, and the prince drops the bomb. He's staying put. No fortress by the river, no other place. The prince keeps going, saying the border town won't just be an outpost anymore. It's gonna be a full-on part of Grey Castle Kingdom. He's hyped, bragging about the new walls stretching from North Slope Mountains all the way to Redwater River, making the redhead's jaw nearly hit the floor. He double-checks with the prince, and the youngster nods hard, emphasizing they're building this wall right in the border town to keep the demons out. The redhead's brain flashes back to that fancy party. The nobles roasted the prince for starting construction right when the demon invasion was about to hit. They all cracked up thinking the prince was a total goof. At first, the redhead figured it was just rich kids messing around. He never expected the prince to be serious about the wall. What blows his mind is that a prince known for partying is carrying this huge responsibility. The redhead's a bit shook but promises the prince that once he's back at the fort, he'll hustle the 6 noble families to make things lean in the prince's favor. He hopes stuff turns out well for the prince. Now it's late at night, and the prince is feeling down since this deep valley town has zero nightlife. Everyone crashes early, unless they're up to something intimate. Even though he could easily call someone over for fun, he's got morals and won't get shady. Suddenly, someone sneaks up behind him. He spins around and sees a cloaked woman praising him. The prince dealt with the envoy slickly, hinting he wasn't just a party guy, then realized she's a hit woman, but before he can bail, she throws a dagger to block him and tells him to chill, saying she just wants to talk. He freezes, staring at the shiny blade inches away, and asks her who she is. She reveals she doesn't have a real name, only the one the ladies gave her, Nightingale, for some reason. She's surprisingly grateful because the main character recently treated the witch kindly. When the prince looks closer, you spot a symbol just like the one that old dude showed you, the one linked to the witches' guild. The lady actually props you up, saying you're sharp as a tack. While you keep grilling her on whether she's here for Anna, you admit you don't get how she even knows about Anna, but she calms you down, saying Anna's alive. The woman nods, she already knows, and points out that even if Anna got killed, the witch guild wouldn't mess with politics by offing a prince just because one witch got taken out. But she quickly warns you not to underestimate them. You reassure her again that Anna's okay. The woman calmly replies, she knows that, plus she knows about Nana too. Then she gives you the chills, casually dropping that she's been watching you for 2 weeks, clocking every move you've made. You get goosebumps because you had zero clue you were being tracked. She motions for you to come closer, easing your nerves by saying she's not out to hurt you. You reluctantly sit down across from her, feeling no bad vibes, but then she leans in way too close for comfort, commenting that you're different because you don't fear her or any other witch. She leans in even harder, so you take a step back, half joking to keep things decent, warning her you don't want YouTube slapping a restricted tag on this vid. Finally, she pulls back and cuts to the chase. She's here to take Anna and Nana away. Without missing a beat, you say no, insisting they're happy and safe with you. But she argues they'd be safer with the Witch Guild, where everyone treats them like family. Still, you push back, pointing out the guild doesn't even have a solid home base. You remind her that soldiers found one of their hideouts deep in the woods about a month ago, and the trail led north, but that area is just endless mountains. She defends their choice, saying they live in the wild mountains to keep safe from outsiders and danger. But you're not convinced. You bring up how lacking the basics over there would make life tough for the girls. Plus, you recall what the old guy said about the guild's goal, to gather all the witches and find the Holy Mountain, the only place where witches could truly be safe. You ask if she's on the same mission. She replies cryptically that she can't give you an answer. That makes you even more annoyed because you vow not to let the girls live in a barren hellhole where only demons survive. Then a light bulb goes off in your head, and your next words totally catch her off guard. You invite the whole witch guild to the border town of Chudong. You're grinning like you won, trying to convince her that waiting out the winter wouldn't be a big deal. She reminds you that even if you're not scared of witches, the townsfolk would freak out. Plus, the poet would jump in right away when they hear witches are near the border. But you stay stubborn, wanting to show everyone witches aren't bad, especially since they help the town fight off demon attacks. Then the woman brings up another reason she wants to take the girls, especially Anna, who's nearly grown up. Of course, that totally flies over your head until she confirms you heard her right. She explains most witches awaken when the demon season starts or when the gates of hell open. Basically, coming of age is the final step, and witches who don't awaken before 18 never truly become witches. When they hit maturity, during demon season, the demon guards invade their minds, causing unimaginable pain. It's like something's trying to tear their bodies apart, stretching every vein and muscle to the brink. If they survive, they recover after 4 or 5 days. But those who can't handle it end up dying in the worst way. That's why witches are seen as demon spawn, and their horrific deaths plus church propaganda make people think they're possessed. You ask what happens once they're past maturity. She explains their powers stabilize and usually get stronger, some even gain new abilities. You question how much of that is reliable. Ancient records say witches find eternal peace on the Holy Mountain and avoid being taken over by demons. She admits there's no real proof about the Holy Mountain. It's only mentioned in the book as a place that might boost survival chances when the girls get brought to headquarters. If witches could live free without being hunted, demon attacks would drop a lot. You realize Anna and Nana are key pieces in this big plan, but you're also scared to risk them if you pull it off. You quickly agree to let the woman take Anna if she really wants to go, but decide to wait till tomorrow to talk with Nana. The witch is totally stoked about your smart call, but when you call Anna over and ask her opinion, she instantly refuses, saying she's not going anywhere. That shocks both adults, and the woman tries to convince her, explaining she can feel the demon energy rising in Anna as she nears adulthood. She reminds Anna about the puberty talk she had with you earlier. Anna throws back your promise of a normal life, saying she doesn't care about anything else, she just wants to stay with the prince. She's sure the demon energy won't be her and is dead set on surviving demon season and growing up. The woman sighs and gives up trying to persuade Anna, but she makes it clear she'll stick around to watch over Anna until she passes maturity. She thinks Anna is just an innocent kid who doesn't get the full danger. Of course, you're not thrilled with the idea of her watching you all winter. Anyway, before the woman disappears, she faces Anna and shares the hardships she once endured. But her only focus was to stay close to the prince. She was dead, sure demon energy couldn't defeat her, and she was determined to survive the demon army and make it through puberty. The woman sighed and gave up trying to convince Anna, but she made it clear she'd hang around to watch over Anna until she grew up. She figured Anna was just a naive kid who didn't fully get the dangers. Of course, the prince didn't like the idea of her babysitting him all winter. Anyway, before the woman disappeared, she faced Anna and shared stories of her own hardships, seeing and the friends she once lost. She's not about to let Anna go down the same road. With those last words, she said goodbye to Anna and vanished without a trace. The boy was blown away by her skills, totally shook by her assassin-level moves. When it was just the two of them left, he gently patted Anna's head to calm her down and told her to hit the sack since it was pretty late. The next day rolled around and our hero greeted the townspeople with a cheerful good morning. He gathered everyone to drop some major news. He explained that about 4 days ago, the ambassador from River Fort came by to collect the ore that had been mined. But everyone had to remember, a month ago, the northern mine collapsed, and production hadn't been back up since. The community freaked out because the last haul was only half the usual average, and they'd been starving and dealing with all sorts of drama from River Fort. Then, he called out the dirty moves of River Fort, saying he tried every which way to borrow or get supplies from the ambassador, but the guy flat out refused just like he did 2 years ago. People panicked again, scared of facing hunger once more. He reminded them of those dark times when food was so scarce, so many lost family, brothers, sisters, kids, a ton of folks. Then he asked how long they wanted this loop of loss to keep going. The crowd started begging him to save them, and he nodded with full confidence. He wasn't about to let his people fall into that pit again. After a dramatic cough, he dropped a truth bomb that 2 months of mining could buy enough food to feed them nearly a whole year, but River Fort never played fair. The crowd slowly pieced together how they'd been used and abused by the fort. So our hero explained he traded his stone for a huge stockpile of food from Willow Town that keep everyone fed through the winter. Just as the mood started to light up and folks began to breathe easier, he pulled back on the celebration. He reminded them cutting ties with River Fort meant they'd be stuck in Shore Edge the whole winter. That news hit them with extra worry, but the boy quickly switched gears, reminding everyone of the wall they were building. He lifted their spirits by saying the demons weren't much stronger than wild beasts and wouldn't break through no matter what. Then he laid out their choice: either starve over at River Fort or stand with him to protect their families. He asked if anyone wanted to hit the wall with him to fend off the monsters, promising decent pay for all who pitched in. And if the worst happened and someone didn't make it, he guaranteed 5 gold coins to their family. The crowd fired up big time thanks to his fiery speech. Right then and there, everyone was ready to face whatever came with determination and grit. The vibe at River Fort was buzzing with laughter echoing through the whole castle. People were having fun mocking the idea but decided to stick around Shore Edge to help build our hero's wall. One dude with a bushy mustache joked the hero would probably just pile some rough stones, throw on some mud, and call it a day. He was sure the hero would bail back to River Fort, where they could take advantage of him when he was desperate. But the group's leader didn't seem to underestimate the hero like the others did. He asked the ambassador's opinion, and the red-headed guy looked a bit flustered, reminding them their original plan was to keep the monopoly as usual, and as long as they bought ore from the hero at a price 3 times less than market value, it was still a steal for them. But the hero had a different game plan. He didn't just want to sell ore to River Fort. He was ready to slash the price in half to spark greater demand, which in turn would boost overall production capacity and revenue for Border Town. This was a smart move to push the economy forward and keep the region sustainable. Thanks to that price drop, River Fort could actually make more money than before. On top of that, he planned to produce iron tools, which he believed would fly off the shelves anywhere, creating another cash stream. But that wasn't the only thing on his mind. If our hero could hold back the demons in Border Town, that was good news for River Fort too. They wouldn't have to deal with those annoying monsters every year. Plus, the throne battle only lasted 5 years. So if Border Edge thrived afterward, River Fort might snag the kingdom's third largest territory. The redhead suggested River Fort should help the prince build the wall and protect Shore Edge. He figured it would pay off in the long run. The old man agreed with the redhead's practical take, but called it the typical merchant mindset. To the white-haired old guy, it wasn't about Border Edge winning or losing. He just didn't want to share his land with anyone, prince or not. The next day, the captain's expression was priceless when he saw the machine the prince had tinkered with. Like usual, he took all the credit for the metal parts. The prince couldn't hide his excitement about his latest invention, a steam engine. He hugged the gorgeous machine tight, seeing it as the first step towards sparking an industrial revolution powered by a whole new energy source. 5 minutes later, the captain was still puzzled, trying to figure out how the gadget worked. When Anna stoked the fire underneath, the gears and shafts started turning. Before long, the wheels spun faster and faster. Watching the moving parts totally floored the captain. It was the first time he'd seen the raw power the prince had talked about, a force as strong as 10 knights combined. This innovation promised to save tons of manual labor and the strength usually needed from animals pulling loads. It takes like 15 years to train a knight, but building a machine like this oven? Just 3 days tops. The knight was pretty fascinated that it doesn't need food, doesn't sweat the weather, and is totally immune to arrows or sword slashes. Seeing all that, he started wondering if old-school knights even have a place anymore in a world full of machines like this. The kid was super hyped watching his farming tech leap forward by like a few hundred years. Later that night, our hero flings open his bedroom door and sees the assassin lady totally absorbed in studying the blueprints he made. He gave her a little hard time because she'd been creeping up on him, barging in without warning. But she just smirked and pointed out that the fourth prince is rumored to be useless with a bad attitude. Yet, his inventions are totally next-level boss. She wondered if those designs were for that oven he just whipped up. Meanwhile, the kid felt a little bummed watching her mess around with his locked-away secret plans in his study. Seeing her impress, he quickly credited Anna for the work and explained the machine could handle anything that needed crazy muscle, like hauling stuff or crafting gear. She smiled when she heard that and told him she'd keep those blueprints safe because there were plenty of witches in their guild who could make good use of firepower. When she tucked the papers into her cloak, the kid's goofy eyes accidentally dropped down to her cleavage. Totally embarrassed, he stammered, "Hey, I didn't get permission for that." She just raised a brow and said, "I already got my payment," tossing him a document she pulled from inside her top. Eager, he grabbed it and tore it open, only to find it was addressed to servant Tyr. The letter ordered her to not mess up again and to take out the prince during the demon months. His mind spiraled back to how Prince Roland had used her whenever he could. Our hero felt seriously uneasy remembering that. The woman explained she got the letter from a carrier pigeon, noting there was no signature but guessing it was from one of his siblings. Then she asked if he wanted her to dig deep and find out who was behind the order. We felt hella uneasy because of those memories. The woman then told him she got them from a pigeon, pointing out the letter wasn't signed but she thought it might have been sent by. He nodded, and she stood firm, saying she'll take the blueprints as payment for her troubles. The next day, he was still hung up on the letter from last night. When the knight showed up, the guy dropped to one knee and said Tyr had died last night. Looks like she fell off the balcony, with no signs of foul play. The guard swore no one came or went. The kid looked clearly upset and told the knight to let the head butler handle it. As the knight left the room, our hero called the assassin lady back, and she appeared instantly. She quickly said the servant had killed herself as soon as she saw her. The kid was visibly disappointed, mumbling that he thought she knew how to handle stuff like this. The woman said she'd tightly bound Tyr with ropes, but the servant had hidden poison inside her fake tooth. Right when she died from the venom, the assassin tossed her body off the balcony to make it look like an accident. Although the investigation hit a dead end, she pulled another paper from her cloak and revealed it was something she found in Tyr's room. With a sly grin, she pointed out the sender called Tyr, Big Sister, and mentioned the seaside repeatedly. She suggested there's a chance the third princess of Cleanwater Harbor might be behind this. Smirking slyly, she said the sender called Tyr the eldest sister and mentioned the beach multiple times. She hinted that the third princess of Cleanwater Harbor might be the one behind it. She suspected Princess Garcia Shia Wimbledon could be holding Tyr's family hostage, using her like a pawn to take down our hero. Judging by how Tyr chose to end things, it looked like she'd been trained for years before arriving here. The kid felt super bummed that his own siblings were so quick to want each other gone for the throne. Suddenly, the assassin leaned close to whisper that she had to jet because someone was coming. The boy blushed a little, probably because he accidentally caught the curve of her body pressed under her shirt before she vanished. She leaned close to the hero's ear and whispered that she had to leave because someone was coming nearby. The boy blushed a bit, probably because he accidentally caught a glimpse of her curves tightening under her shirt before she vanished. Right then, the old advisor showed up with good news. A bunch of volunteers had stepped up to face the demons in the demon forts. That made the prince beam, and he decided he had to go check it out himself. But before heading out, the old guy seriously asked if he really planned to let ordinary folks fight off these demons. Outside, our hero felt down too, realizing the advisor's worries were legit. These people looked way more like street scrappers than warriors. Meanwhile, the knight was all fired up, bragging that he picked these people based on what our hero wanted. But looking at these poor, scrawny folks, it was clear the knight totally missed the mark. The prince just buried his face in his hands, realizing he probably expected too much from people barely scraping by on what our hero wanted. But looking at these poor folks with their skinny builds, it was clear the knight was totally wrong. The prince just covered his face with his hands, seeming like even the advisor suggested thinking about other recruits instead of these civilians. But our hero was determined to roll with them like he'd cracked the code. He believed building a strong army comes down to human spirit, no matter if they wield medieval swords or futuristic tech. We stubbornly kept using them like the prince had cracked the code already. The hero believed real army strength comes from people power. Whether they fought with medieval swords or modern tech, the knight suggested starting sword practice the next day, but our hero just waved it off. Instead, he told the knight to gather everyone and lead them out for a jog. He also told him to bring along that Iron Hunter guy and hinted they should all just kick back and watch the show. The hunters had joined the hero's ranks, but the knight wasn't thrilled with this new training style. Coming from a warrior family, he couldn't get why these folks were being rewarded just for standing around all morning, especially when the certificates cost a fortune. Coming from a warrior family, he didn't get why these people got certificates just for standing around all morning, especially when the certs cost a crazy amount. Once again, the hero told the old man to chill and just keep watching. Like he totally knew you can't whip up a top-tier army in just a few months in the medieval days. And dude didn't need those ripped, crazy brawlers who could tear enemies apart barehanded. He just wanted soldiers who had some discipline. To get results fast, he was using military tactics he learned back in college. He'd seen how quickly people can unite with this method, and he bet these guys would be no different. Soon, the wagons rolled in and everyone hyped up, lining up to grab their rewards. Nobody really got why eggs were the prize, though. The knight slammed the plate hard to grab everyone's attention and told them to form 4 rows. He set the rule that food would be handed out in order, and slackers would get served last. There was this mix of excitement and pride in the line. Meanwhile, the knight still couldn't wrap his head around why the prince bothered teaching the basics to this crew. Suddenly, the crowd buzzed and shouted out, "Dio Sat, you're pretty famous around here." The prince announced a lunch break, then said they'd be heading to the town guard barracks next. Dio Sat was named squad leader, in charge of teaching everyone how to set up tents. Dio Sat to lead their team. To calm everyone down, he reminded them Dio Sat wasn't a local, just like the wizards who didn't come from the Grey Castle. The hero stressed that in Border Town, everyone's treated equally, no matter where they're from. As long as they keep it clean and don't break the law, they're welcome. The prince rolled out this ridiculously long scroll, way longer than the usual shopping lists, and told the head knight to focus more on these rules than who got picked as leader. He made it clear everyone had to remember and follow the rules if they wanted their regular meal rewards. The head knight scratched his head over having to visit the preacher after dinner, mumbling about how reading and writing wouldn't help much with fighting demons. But the prince brushed it off, saying an educated army always works better. According to him, histories prove that over and over. Next up, we're at the Border Town City Hall, where we see the hero stumbling out of a room, still half asleep. Out of nowhere, Nightingale pops up and teases him about sleeping in too much these days. Looks like she'd also helped herself to some of the hero's breakfast. Naturally, the guy wasn't thrilled watching her munch his food and walk in uninvited. He wondered if she'd ever been taught to be more discreet around royalty. Sitting down, the woman straightened up and asked if that was polite enough. Then she casually adds, "You know the prince hates all those fancy, over-the-top manners." The boy was kinda stunned. She seemed to know exactly what he liked. He sighed and told her to just finish the breakfast so he could ask for more later. She dove right back into the food as the prince started flipping through his new blueprints. The woman then got curious and asked why he was adding so much ice lately. "It's winter, dude. If you want to chill your whiskey, just leave the glass outside," she joked. Seeing the open order book, Prince Ronald realized she checked out everything he'd been ordering recently, so he straight up said he was trying to make cheese. To do that, he needed a place always below freezing. While the girl praised the hero's smart ideas, We know deep down he was fibbing about cheese because he was actually working on something way more secret. He didn't trust her like he trusted Anna and Nana yet, so he wanted to gather more info before spilling the secrets. Actually, he was focused on developing guns way easier than building a steam engine. He worried if anyone caught wind of his method, it could wreck the whole ambitious plan. Also, the ice he ordered was actually called camphor ice, stuff rich folks use to cool drinks in summer. The fancy name was just a noble's touch, but the key point was camphor ice was a major ingredient in gunpowder, which made his ops even more hush-hush. The boy switched topics and asked if witches trained assassins too. Besides hunting for the sacred mountain, the woman said they were just some weirdos chasing dreams of finding that mountain and she'd only joined the witch guild like 2 years back. Hearing this, he asked if she worked for anyone before joining and if there were folks who accepted witches. She set down her plate and laughed at the thought, calling it ridiculous. Sadly, she shared that if her old boss knew she was a witch, he wouldn't have let her through the front door. She even admitted that if she wasn't useful, he'd quietly and swiftly get rid of her. The boy got more curious and pushed her to spill more about her past, but the woman stayed quiet, promising to tell all when the time's right. She reassured him, "Don't sweat it. I've been free for the past year and have no plans to be anyone's pawn." The boy stayed silent, looking a bit down. 5 days passed since their talk, and now outside, we see the hero finally finish his first gun, after a bunch of production headaches. He was super pumped, holding this masterpiece all for himself. One big reason he made a steam engine was to mass-produce guns, so he had to get the prototype done first before stepping up production. But at this pace, he worried he could only crank out 4 guns before the Demon King's celebration. Meanwhile, which made his work even more low-key, the boy switched topics, asking if witches trained assassins too. Besides hunting for the sacred mountain, the woman said it were a bunch of weirdos who banded together chasing the mountain dream, and she'd only joined the witch guild about 2 years back. Hearing that, he asked if she worked for anyone before joining and whether anyone accepted witches. She set down her plate and laughed, calling that idea ridiculous. Sadly, she revealed that if her old boss found out she became a witch, he wouldn't have even let her in the front door. Plus, she admitted if she wasn't useful, he'd quietly and quickly have her taken out. The boy grew more curious and wanted her to spill more about her past, but the woman decided to zip it for now, promising to share all the details when the time was right. She also reassured him, "Don't sweat it." She said she'd been free for the past year and had zero plans to be anyone's pawn. The boy stayed quiet, looking a bit down. 5 days after that chat, in the yard we see the hero finally finished, building his first gun after a bunch of production headaches. He was super pumped to keep this masterpiece all to himself. A big reason he was making a steam engine was to mass-produce guns, so he had to finish the prototype first before speeding up production. But at this rate, he worried he'd only manage to build 4 guns before the demon army showed up. Meanwhile, the knight kept wondering how these flintlock guns were supposed to fight demons. The boy told him to gather the best hunters in the village and form an assassin squad armed with these weapons. But the prince felt uneasy when the knight suggested using watchmen instead of hunters. Looking back at those guards, the hero's hesitation to hand over guns to those scrawny watchmen made total sense. In the dark tunnels beneath Castle Roland, some soldiers were marching. Suddenly, one of them leaped up and attacked another. The scar-faced soldier told the thin-mustached guy to surrender or share his friend's fate. Raim, hearing the scar-faced soldier recall their fallen comrade, grew even angrier and swore he'd never let those thugs step foot in the castle. With a sudden burst of strength, Raim slammed the scar-faced guy backward, knocking his sword out of his hand. The skinny soldier grabbed his own sword and stabbed it into the scar-faced dude's left shoulder. He declared this one was for Grey M. As blood trickled down, the scar-faced guy sneered in disbelief that a regular watchman like Raim could actually hurt him. Annoyed, Raim fired back that while the scar-faced guy wasted time gambling and passed out at taverns, he and his friends trained daily to protect their hometown. He vowed not to let Long River and his crew ruin the village's peace. Just as Raim leapt to finish off his enemy, another arrogant dude showed up, shoved into the fight, and stabbed Raim right in the chest. The poor guy writhed in pain before collapsing. Meanwhile, the other intruders stood confidently above him. Shockingly, Raim still tried to pull the dagger from his chest, despite the agony. Then, in one swift move, he threw it at a nearby torch. The blade shattered the torch, extinguishing the flame and plunging the area into darkness. In the castle's food storage, the thin-mustached soldier hid inside a crate. He was certain those invaders came to sabotage the supplies. If they ruined all the food, the border town would have to evacuate to Long River's fortress. The squad began doubting themselves for failing to guard the vital storage while the prince was drained trying to build the town. Suddenly, his face paled as the back door swung open again, revealing those ruffians once more. One of the intruders grabbed the soldier's junk and threw him to the ground, warning him to stop running and obey Duke Ryan's orders. In case you forgot, Duke Ryan is that old white-haired dude who doesn't want our hero near his domain. Despite the threat, the soldier stood firm, boldly declaring his prince would absolutely crush Duke Ryan's plans. The intruders just laughed at the idea, mocking the prince's skills, before the leader told his guys to take out the soldier and wreck the food storage. Without hesitation, a minion slammed Raim's head hard. Before he lost consciousness, the poor soldier wondered if this was how his story ended, but fate seemed to have other plans. That's when Nightingale made a surprise entrance. She asked the intruders if they were having fun crashing someone else's turf, but warned their party was about to get shut down quick. The intruders snapped back, demanding she say who she thought she was. Nightingale calmly said she was just a local from the border town. She asked why these clowns were here and joked they looked like sewer rats crawling out of the drains. The intruders clearly didn't realize how deep in trouble they were, and their leader ordered his crew to take down the mysterious woman. But she just smirked, and in a flash, she swung her arm and instantly the thugs dropped to the floor. Our soldier's vision blurred as this mysterious figure swiftly took out the invaders. Before he could even figure out who she was, he passed out. The next day rolled in, and the fallen intruders lay piled up in the food storage. The knight scratched his head inspecting the scene, trying to piece together who could have taken them out. He knew Raim couldn't have done it with his injuries. It had to be an outsider who jumped in solo without backup. Their moves were too smooth, the enemies never got a chance, and there was zero mess left behind. No blood, no knocked over crates, not even a scratch. Suddenly, the knight thought there must be some crazy skilled swordsman nearby. He started feeling proud of his family's history and their knightly prowess. The soldier reported the forensics done, confirming the identities of the bodies. 8 turned out to be town guards, and 1 was still unidentified. The head knight asked about the survivors. The soldier said Captain Brian was under special care, and the Scarface guy was locked up in the dungeon. The knight told him to wake the Scarface guy immediately for questioning. Meanwhile, the prince felt frustrated that he hadn't made any progress, yet these pests were already trying to mess with him. Still, he was grateful. Nightingale showed up just in time to save him. Nightingale reassured him those guys couldn't touch him because Anna was sleeping right on his bedroom floor. That's when the prince had an idea. He offered Nightingale a secret bodyguard gig, toss her a job with better pay than Anna's, plus a fancy place with a garden, 2 days off each week, and a paid vacation. But despite the sweet perks, she politely declined, explaining she couldn't leave the guild or her friends there. The prince suggested moving all of them to town once it was built up since it had plenty of space. He promised no discrimination and total freedom for them. Again, she said no, saying she'd think about it someday, which made the prince a little awkward from the rejection. He kept chatting and asked if she'd gotten Nana home safely after treating the soldiers. She confirmed it, saying Nana freaked out when she saw the injured soldiers, but that's no shock since she mainly treats chickens. Taking care of a guy covered in wounds totally freaked her out. Back to the story, you ask if she's figured out which of your siblings might be behind the break-in. The lady points out it wasn't any of your siblings this time. The culprit bribed the border town's patrol guards. Their plan was so sloppy they left a witness alive who didn't even have the guts to off themselves before getting caught. She reassures you that they'll find out soon enough because the lead knight is already grilling one of the intruders. She also reminds you these guys are weak and whiny compared to the princess's third intruder. While everything outside the castle is calm, we see our hero strolling with the lead knight heading to visit a scruffy soldier. When the soldier spots the prince in the room, he totally panics and jumps up from his bed. The prince kicks off by praising Brian for his bravery and the battle he fought through. But Brian gets emotional and says it was really his buddy who stepped up. The Hungarian actually sacrificed his life, but the prince comforts the soldier, promising his friend's funeral will give him the recognition he deserves for his courage. As for Scarface, he's facing full punishment. He's getting hanged in 3 days, and the prince hopes Brian will be well enough to witness it. Scarface then hints he might have noble blood, suggesting this situation could stir up trouble with the River Heart Fortress. The prince shrugs that Scarface might have noble lineage from House E but holds no titles or land, plus he tried to torch all border thou's supplies, causing massive trouble that can't be ignored. Giving assurance someone else will take over patrols, the prince tells the scruffy soldier to get some rest. During the harsh month ahead, he promises to honor him as one of the prince's brave knights. Next, we're on the fortress wall where the rookies are gearing up, coached by Hunter Iron Ace. Iron Ace unexpectedly grabs everyone's attention, and they all snap to attention because the prince has come for an inspection. But it looks like our prince doesn't really know what to say during this. He awkwardly approaches a random soldier and decides to ask about their daily routine. With a friendly grin, he asks how training's going, and if they're eating well lately. The soldier looks super stressed, standing in front of the prince. Meanwhile, the prince seems to be copying something he once saw on TV. Suddenly, the soldier drops down like a sack of bricks, leaving the prince totally confused and kind of embarrassed, wondering if he missed something. Meanwhile, the soldier's eyes glisten with tears, and everyone feels touched that the prince personally came to check on them. The boy reaches out to help and tells the soldier to get up. Looks like the full meals our hero hands out have really boosted the soldier's energy. Then the prince reminds everyone they can speak up with any feedback or complaints and promises he'll make sure no one goes hungry. But shockingly, that shy kid from before speaks up, saying the militia is understaffed and with this kind of training, he's worried they won't stand a chance against demon attacks. Whispers start spreading, everyone thinking the same, wondering if the prince plans to hire mercs to handle the demons. Our hero raises his hand to call a halt, and with a big grin, asks the soldier's name. The soldier, Vanner, answers nervously. The hero praises Vanner's sharp eye and agrees that relying only on militia to guard the entire wall isn't smart. But he points out that the demons are just mutated animals, not clever like humans, and Iron Ace has proved that by directly facing them down. Iron Ace nods, confirming their beast-like nature, but admits hybrids are a whole different story, posing way bigger challenges. The prince comes up with the idea to set up fences, pits, and mounds strategically to herd the dumb beasts into their traps. He thinks it'll work because they're pretty simple-minded. Byron Ace worries about having to get too close to the beasts. He says spears and bows won't work if the beasts get too close. The Hungarian smirks in agreement because he knows old-school weapons ain't cutting it. That's why he's invented some new gear, way more reliable than a squad of armored knights. The crowd's hyped to see the new toys. Next, we're at the testing grounds. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion shaking the whole place. The hero is beyond hype because his gunpowder invention worked perfectly, but everyone else looks terrified. Iron Ace even mutters something about divine wrath, as the blast leaves a big crater and blows away the test bunnies. The prince tells everyone to come closer and inspect everything to gather test data. The hero is super stoked that they made something this powerful just by mixing the right ingredients. When everything's blasted clean by the explosion, the hunter suggests they won't have to worry about monsters if this machine gets rolling, but the prince reminds them they won't have enough gunpowder before the demon month. Still, he's pumped they can adapt, mainly using guns and crossbows while saving gunpowder as their ace in the hole. In the next scene, Nightingale describes the world through her eyes as all black and white, with no clear boundaries. She moves through paths beyond normal limits by shifting perspectives up, down, left, right, constantly changing, sometimes colliding, separating, or overlapping, flowing along these ever-changing lines for her. The view from above. But the prince reminded them they wouldn't have enough gunpowder before the demon month. Still, he was hyped because they could adapt, mainly relying on guns and crossbows while saving gunpowder as their secret weapon. Next scene, Nightingale describes her world through her eyes. Everything's black and white with no clear edges. She moves through paths that defy the usual limits by shifting viewpoints up, down, left, right, never fixed. They clash, split, or overlap, flowing along constantly changing lines for her. Vision from above. Usually by switching up the angles, top, bottom, left, right, never fixed. They collide, separate, or overlap, moving along these constantly shifting lines for her. The view from above. Cal lets her slide past everything. Besides black and white, she also catches a few other colors, like witches are basically the essence of magic, and she can feel the magic flowing and fading inside their bodies. In this world, witches are the only ones rocking truly epic powers, and Anna's magic shines with bright, lively colors. Suddenly, Anna calls her and Nightingale back to the real world. When Anna asks Nightingale what she's doing here, Nightingale plays it cool and says she brought fish cakes. Anna lights up when she sees the gift, but Nightingale hesitates and says she should wash her hands first. Instead of water, Anna just uses her fire magic to clean her hands. That totally blows Nightingale's mind. That's when Nightingale realizes Anna's the only witch in the crew with crazy, next-level powers. This realization hits her hard, both scared and sad, knowing big power comes with big risks. With the demon threat looming, she worries Anna's going to face some serious pain during puberty. Nightingale gently suggests Anna join the guild, where other witches can have her back. She assures Anna that everyone would be stoked to have someone as strong as her around. But then Nightingale's tone turns serious. She admits she might not make it through this winter. Anna asks where Nightingale lived before joining the guild. Nightingale says she used to live in a big city east, not far from the capital. Then Anna asks if Nightingale was happy back then. Nightingale's mind floods with memories of pain, being chained up and wearing shackles to suppress her powers. Instead of answering straight up, Nightingale flips the question on Anna, asking why she wants to know. Nat opens up about her tough life in the border town slums. Her dad sold her to the church for 25 gold coins, and our hero was the one who freed her from those chains. Now Anna is genuinely happy to be here. Nightingale softly reminds Anna she can't leave the castle because people hate witches, but Anna stays hopeful that the prince will change everything for them. Suddenly, the chat's cut off when Nana bursts in, slamming the door behind her. The little girl's crying and runs up to hug Anna tight, telling her terrible stuff's about to hit. Meanwhile, our hero is sound asleep, dreaming about epic victories of the main character. That's when Nightingale harshly wakes him up. She's fuming mad as she tells the sleepy kid that Nana's dad is on his way and suspects she's a witch. Shocked that Nana's secret got out, the prince jumps into action, hoping he can keep Nana safe inside the castle. He wonders how the guy will react when he finds out his daughter's a witch. He begged the prince to let her stay and keep the secret, but when our hero steps outside, reality's way tougher than he imagined. Nana's dad is furious, demanding they take her home right away. After they all sit down, the dad nervously calls Nana over. The girl panics, asking if he's going to sell her to the church. The man puts on a fake smile, saying the church wouldn't want a useless kid like her anyway, so she better come back with him. But our hero steps in, reminding the guy his daughter's a witch. The man stubbornly denies it. Even when Nana confirms she's a witch, the dad flies into anger and says maybe the priest made a mistake, labeling some kid a witch. That's when the hero nods to Anna, showing her fiery emblem. She immediately stuns the old man by unleashing magic right before his eyes. The hero tells him to stay calm and promises to explain everything. Finally, the dad starts to get that his daughter's just learning how to control her witch powers. But the hero feels used because the dad once thought he was some kind of sicko for bringing girls into the castle. Then the kid cuts to the chase, pointing out Nana's got a rare healing gift in Border Fowl inside the demon prison, helping treat the injured. However, the dad is worried. Mr. Pai politely declines because he fears for his daughter's safety if she stays here, but our hero says chances always come with risks. He reminds him that Nana's grandpa and Mr. Pai's dad were brave knights, proud nobles from Pai's family line, linked to the hero's legendary deeds. Mr. Pai agrees and proudly retells how his dad once faced and defeated an insanely powerful demon. He even hung the giant demon horn above the fireplace as proof. But then the hero points out the Pai family isn't as prestigious as before. Now, they're just hardworking citizens, which makes the dad sad to admit. The kid then notices Pai's rough hands, a sign the man hasn't lost his warrior spirit and still trains with his sword every day. So he casually suggests Pai join the border guard, promising to grant him enough land to officially become a noble. Even though that offer sounds awesome, Pai doesn't want to risk it and would rather send Nana to the river fortress than let her face danger. The hero reminds him the river fortress isn't as safe as BW. The church has spies everywhere. If Nana's secret leaks, even Pai won't be able to protect her. He vows to prepare a small boat for a quick escape to the river fortress if things go south, guaranteeing safety for Nana and Anna. Finally, the old man puts his trust in the prince, nods respectfully, and swears loyalty to fight for the hero's cause. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and smiles, but Anna pouts, showing she's mad at the hero for even thinking about sending her away. She's clear that she's staying put, no matter what. The next day, the elder official shows up super worried, saying they already blew all their money on weapons and military training. He's scared if things keep going like this for a few more months, everyone's gonna starve. The kid buries his face in his hands, totally overwhelmed, but Anna sulked, showing her pout at the hero for even thinking about sending her away. She made it crystal clear she wasn't going anywhere. The next day, the old official showed up looking super worried that they'd blown all their cash on weapons and training the army. He feared that if this kept up for a few more months, everyone would definitely starve. The boy covered his face, totally fed up, and the dude said he could use his savings for the budget. The old man agreed but looked all grumpy, saying it won't fix the problem long term. The hero just shrugged. If defense fails, they'll evacuate the town right away, then told the old man to step back and follow orders. After the old guy left, the kid felt crushed because he just spent his last coin. And if the border defense flunks, it's pretty much game over for him. But then his mood lifted when Nightingale showed up again. She immediately called him out for lying to the old man about leaving the town. The prince straight up admitted it, because he didn't want to freak out the scared civilians further. Nightingale told him to chill out and spend time with Anna instead of stressing over politics. She confessed she's scared Anna might not have much time left. But the kid swore Anna's gonna live, because she promised to crush those demons no matter what. Nightingale asked how he could trust a witch cursed by demons. The boy just shrugged and said he trusts her, and stressed he trusts Nightingale too. She looked at the hero's deadpan face and knew he wasn't lying. He calmly said he never lies without a solid reason. Suddenly, they heard some noise outside. Nightingale peeked out and got worried seeing snow falling. Winter's here. The boy decided to check out Iron A's cave and see how his progress is going. At the shooting range, Iron A was blasting the bullseye over and over with some guns. The prince showed up and asked how training's going. Iron A lit up like a kid, hyped that he mastered everything he was taught. The prince wasn't shocked, cause Iron A is a true warrior who always dominates any weapon he gets. The guy praised this god-made iron pipe for its insane power. Iron A ground his teeth, saying if he had this weapon when fighting that mutant beast, it wouldn't have stood a chance. He knelt, dizzy from the prince, trusting a regular hunter like him with such destructive power, and swore he won't disappoint. The prince then asked Head Knight Carter about how things were looking. The knight was serious and said they really need more than the 2 guns they got now. The hero got it and promised 2 more guns are being made and will be ready soon. He admitted they had to rush gunpowder production since the demon battles were hitting hard. I'm starting to feel like this whole story is turning into a manhwa version of Game of Thrones. Anyway, when the boy climbed up the castle wall, all the soldiers instantly saluted the prince. Seeing them bow made our hero kinda uncomfortable, wishing he'd taught them a proper military salute. The hunter pointed out there weren't many demons after the first snowfall, but the prince told him to stay sharp regardless. Suddenly, they spotted something far off. There was a demon way out there. The soldiers started freaking out, and one even asked if they should sound the alarm. The prince told him to decide for himself since he had more experience after their training. In the end, the soldier chose not to raise the alarm and lowered his bow. The prince breathed a sigh of relief, seeing their training paying off. Cause dealing with demon appearances needs calm moves, not reckless freakouts. The beast started heading toward the wall, picking up speed. The prince squinted, wondering if it was a mutated fox. The hunter agreed and pointed out the creature was recently cursed, so not that dangerous yet. The wolf was ready to leap over the wall, and the hunter quickly prepared to strike. Head Knight Carter stepped up to shield the prince. Just as the beast charged, the hunter shot an arrow slicing through the air and instantly took it down. The prince bent down to check the creature lying dead on the ground, while the knight exhaled deeply, glad they dodged a risky encounter. Meanwhile, the prince noticed strange black blood and wondered why it looked like that. He also wondered how witches could escape demon influence while animals couldn't. The boy got curious if someone bitten by a demon could turn into a soulless zombie. The hunter immediately shot down that idea, saying there's no such thing as soulless beings. The boy sighed with relief, glad he won't face a zombie apocalypse. Then he asked if the beast's meat was edible. The knight started panicking, asking why the prince was even thinking about eating cursed meat. The hunter agreed and remembered once feeding demon meat to hunting dogs and they died right away. The boy sighed in disappointment, thinking it was a waste of good meat. Both knight and hunter were shocked the prince seriously considered eating it, but he quickly reminded them that food was getting scarce and it'd be awesome if they could eat whatever meat they hunted. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, yelling someone's hurt. Turns out it wasn't a regular guard, but a worker from the northern mine. Then we see Nana sitting alone as night falls, when suddenly someone shows up and asks if she's bored. She jumped scared, cause she got spooked, and the woman quickly apologized for freaking her out. Nightingale then said Anna was still busy working and might be back soon. Nana asked if Anna was still dealing with those piles of dirty soil, and Nightingale nodded. Nightingale then sat down, casually grabbing Anna's teacup without asking, like it was habit. Looks like Nana's feeling a bit down about her new job. The prince had tasked her with tending to the injured guards. It's not that she didn't want to work, but seeing wounded soldiers freaked her out. She wanted to get over her fear so she could use her powers effectively and wished she was as brave as Anna. Suddenly, Nightingale spotted someone coming, and a soldier rushed in urgently telling Nana to head underground immediately, because there was a... The prince had assigned her the task of treating the injured guards. It's not that she didn't want to work, but seeing those wounded soldiers haunted her. She wanted to overcome her fear to keep using her powers effectively and wished she were as brave as Anna. Suddenly, Nightingale spotted someone coming, and a soldier rushed in urgently telling Nana to get downstairs immediately because there was a... The patient's badly hurt and needs your help, girl. Down in the med bay, this dude's screaming in pain. Van's begging the prince to ease the guy's crazy agony. Seeing that soldier, totally panicking because his life's on the line, he wonders if those burns came from the steam machine explosion at the northern mine. Nana shows up on scene, trembling with fear as she steps closer to the burned miner. Her dad gently pats her head to calm her down. Nana swallows her worries, snaps herself back together, and declares she's ready to go. When the curtain gets drawn around her, she takes a deep breath, calls up her magical powers, and starts healing the dude. Soon enough, the injured guy is totally healed, looking fresh and alive, like a cucumber just plucked from the vine. Meanwhile, her dad stands there stunned and proud, witnessing her healing power for the first time, calling it nothing short of a miracle. Sir Brian happily chimes in, saying, "All thanks to Nana, I pulled back from the brink of death too." The prince freaks out hearing that and quickly tells Brian to keep it down. He reminds him that Nana sneaked out on him when healing him without her dad knowing, and he doesn't want to deal with her furious father. Now that the wounded man's awake and fully recovered, he can't believe he's actually alive. Prince Roland swears it's true and proudly reveals Nana, one of the witches who saved his life. Later that night, when he gets back to his room, Nightingale greets him and asks why he spilled Nana's secret so soon. That's when we flash back to the moment the miner freaked out after finding out Nana's real identity. He starts panicking and warns everyone that witches are just demons. But her dad quickly shuts him down, telling him his daughter's got nothing to do with demons and that she's the one who saved his life. Out of nowhere, the miner jumps up and kneels before the little girl, apologizing like crazy for what he said before and thanking her deeply for saving his life. Back to the present, he realizes this is the perfect time to be upfront about her being a witch, considering how well everything's turned out and that they plan to use her powers to fight the demons over the coming months. Hiding her witch identity just isn't an option. He also stresses that since the church folks moved out to the riverfront fortress, nobody's left to mess with his girls. The woman asks if he planned all this from the start. The boy immediately nods, saying snow blocked the route to the fortress and that all the ports are under his control. The church has zero clue what's going on at the border town, let alone making a move against witches. This gives him 3 solid months to totally change public opinion about witches being evil incarnate. He points out that Nana's now seen as an angel instead of a villain by the soldiers she just healed. They can keep using her healing powers for everyone's benefit. That will seriously boost everyone's morale. Once they get rid of the common folks' prejudice, everyone's going to be happy. Nightingale doesn't get what he's trying to achieve with all this, so she asks why he's doing so much for a witch. He reminds her once again that his border town doesn't care about origins, and people who get hated like witches deserve to live on this land just like anyone else. The woman's eyes widen hearing his big plan, and clearly, she has something important to say. She admits she wasn't honest with him before. The prince is caught off guard by the reveal, and she starts explaining that her sisters in the guild have wandered for years, with people losing hope along the way. All they want now is a safe spot to be happy, even if it's just a castle. At first, the boy's confused by her confession, but then he's stunned to realize she's truly willing to bring all the witches to the border town. But she quickly snaps him back to reality, warning that if the witches come to the castle, he'll have to face the church. The boy reassures her, saying the church's main base is super far away. Even if they find out witches left the border town, they won't march to Grey Castle just because of him. He's already planned to gather enough influence to rival the church and create a world where witches can live alongside normal people. He dreams of expanding that world to Grey Castle or even the whole kingdom. The next scene takes us to Grey Castle's capital city, where soldiers on horseback are marching down the road. Suddenly, their captain yells for everyone to stop, looking super excited, because they're finally heading back to the castle. Inside, the place lights up the sky with fireworks, welcoming the man about to step into the city once again. Roland Wimbledon, Grey Castle's first prince, finds it hilarious they've got fireworks considering he invented gunpowder just a few chapters ago in this primitive society. Anyway, the city gates drop, and Prince Jero rides in with his entourage. Once inside, he gets straight to the point and tells everyone he's here to claim what belongs to him from his dad. 3 shady dudes appear, bow down to their prince, reporting the mission's done. Prince Jero asks if they've swapped the king's royal guards as planned. The henchman admits the plan hit some snags and they only managed to switch guards in the king's chamber. The man brushes off the worries, saying as long as he and his crew get inside the castle, that's all that matters. Plan that hit a snag due to some issues, and they had just swapped the guards in the king's chamber. The man had to push aside his worries, saying as long as he and his entourage got inside the castle, that was enough. The dude quickly reassured him that no one would stand in their way. Then the old man mentioned that Prince Jero Southian's destiny star was moving off the mark and would vanish from this hemisphere for about 4 months. He asked if Jero still remembered what the star's activity symbolized. Jero's mind drifted back to childhood memories playing with his siblings before snapping back to reality. He admitted he already knew what those stars meant. It signaled he was ready to break the challenge rules their dad set, and that Prince Jero was aiming for the throne. Outside the king's room in Grey Castle, the prince caught a weird smell and asked his men about the strange scent of blood. The old man explained the king had summoned a maid, who noticed personnel changes as she left, so they had to deal with her. Things were getting intense since the king hadn't been close to any woman since their mom passed. Just as he was about to step in, the old man pointed out there were no guards on patrol, making his moves easier. The prince sneered, saying he wasn't sneaking in like a rat. He came in legit to talk throne succession with his dad. But if that convo failed, he'd try another method. He gripped his sword tight and leaned toward the door. The smell of blood was getting stronger. When he peeked inside, he saw blood everywhere and kicked the door wide open. Inside, he found his brother standing there, and the third king of Grey Castle, Wimbledon, lying dead with a dagger in his chest. The assassin behind this was Timothy Wimbledon, the second prince of Grey Castle. Seeing his older brother, Timothy said he never wanted this, but there was no other option, just like the eldest prince had no choice but to come here. Almost immediately, soldiers appeared behind the eldest prince and surrounded him, catching him off guard. The older brother asked Timothy how long he had planned this. Timothy explained their dad's decree was like a chess game. He admitted he planned to play fair, but the third princess started playing dirty. He also pointed out Jero was shady too, saying the eldest prince wouldn't storm the whole kingdom to the capital without warnings from his old astrologer. Looks like that old servant betrayed the eldest prince too, but the old man clarified he never lied. When the sky shifts at the mark, it's a sign of a lost soul, but also signals doom. The eldest prince got annoyed and yelled at his brother. He reminded him he was the favorite son, given every advantage by the king, yet he just killed their dad. Timothy smirked back, calling out the eldest's hypocrisy, since he also came here to kill the king if the talk failed. The eldest prince trembled, probably shocked by his brother's brutal truth, and asked if Timothy had baited him here to finish him off. Timothy just shrugged, saying he didn't plan to face their sister by sitting still and killing his bro. He was kinda impressed their sister already saw through all this even before the decree was written. Timothy went on saying he wanted to end the royal order early since his city Valencia wasn't like his sister's port city Clemur. That place bred fighters like rabbits, so he needed a big enough army to challenge her. And that only happens if he grabs the Grey Castle crown. The eldest prince got furious and lunged at his brother, but the soldiers quickly jumped in, with one smacking him from behind with a spear, forcing him to kneel before his brother. Timothy wickedly told him he'd be blamed for killing the king and labeled a murderer, and that he'd face the guillotine for that crime. The soldier pinned the eldest prince down, but he protested, asking if Timothy even had the right to judge him, and if not, he'd expose Timothy's crimes to everyone. But Timothy had it all covered, with a special drug called silencer ready. Once someone takes it, they can't say a word. After executing his brother, Timothy planned to play the perfect grieving son, and with no other heirs, he'd become king without breaking a sweat. He even told his brother to curse their sister for the awful fate he was about to face. Meanwhile, the eldest prince's mind flicked back to memories again as soldiers dragged Jero away. The sly traitor started calling Timothy king, claiming the crown already belonged to him. Timothy gave the man a sarcastic clap of approval, but then pulled out a suspicious pill, telling him to swallow it if he didn't want to get betrayed later. Timothy then glared toward his father, grinding his teeth in anger, seeing him die right in front of him. The scene flashed back to when Timothy informed the king that Jero was heading to the capital intending to take the crown by force. Timothy asked if the king had a plan to stop it. The king only gave a crazy smile that confused the boy. In the next moment, the king drew a dagger, swung hard, and stabbed himself straight in the chest, dying instantly before Timothy's eyes. Right in the middle of this chaos, Timothy got pissed and was determined to find whoever stirred trouble in this throne fight. He swore to hunt down that jerk and show them what happens when you mess with royalty. Looks like those women visiting the king earlier were definitely involved in this. Anyway, we're back at the border town castle where things have been pretty chill lately. The prototype steam engine in the mines got fixed, no accidents, and the demons haven't been a pain either. He was just chilling, scheming ways to boost the town's economy and fatten up his empty wallet again. Right in the middle of everything, Timothy got pissed off trying to figure out who was stirring trouble in the crown battle. He was dead set on finding that bastard and showing them what happens when you mess with the royal family. Looks like those women who visited the king earlier were definitely involved in this mess. Either way, we're back at the border town's castle, where things have been running pretty smoothly lately. The prototype steam engine in the mine had been fixed, no accidents, and the demons weren't causing trouble either. He was chilling, thinking about how to boost the town's economy and refill his empty wallet. But bam! The dude's peaceful moment got wrecked as darkness rolled in, bringing some bad news. A massive pack of demons was pouring out beyond the city walls. Meanwhile, down at the border, right at the base of the wall, a bunch of monsters were screaming their heads off. Up top, the soldiers looked straight up, freaked by the insane numbers. And don't forget Vaughn, he's just a regular miner. Dude only joined the army to snag some freaking eggs. One of those beasts charged the wall, smashing it with all its might, shaking the whole structure. That hit the wall pretty hard. But the monster immediately crashed to the ground, and then the wolf-type beasts started closing in. Huntress Iron S quickly told everyone to ready their spears. Just as the wolves lunged right at him, Vanner, shaking like crazy, gathered every bit of courage he had and stabbed into the monsters on the captain's orders. One wolf tried to climb up, but the captain wasted no time pulling his gun and blowing the creature's brains out. Once the immediate threat was handled, Ironess told everyone to stay sharp and keep an eye on what was coming next. Suddenly, a soldier screamed out, attacked and stabbed deep in the gut. Seeing guts spill out made Vanner totally lose it. The knight and the prince finally arrived on scene. The knight told Vanner to chill and remember his training. Once the soldier got a grip, he snapped back to reality and ordered the others to carry the wounded to the infirmary while the rest held their ground, fighting off the demons at the foot of the wall. The prince couldn't help but smile seeing Vanner show such discipline. He was happy all those eggs eaten earlier didn't go to waste during civilian army training. Suddenly, something caught their eyes on the ground. Something so freaky even the prince started freaking out. The huntress was just as spooked, quickly pulling her gun out, saying they'd officially hit the worst luck of the day. Her head was spinning at the sight of this gigantic monster, a nasty creature that seemed to break all the rules of biology. She never thought she'd face a mutant beast like this head-on. Soldiers rained arrows down on the giant monster, but it was like shooting spitballs at a tank. The arrows just bounced off its massive, mountain-like shield. They looked at their leader, asking what the hell they were supposed to do next. Meanwhile, the monster kept stomping, each step shaking the ground. Realizing they needed more firepower, the prince told his team to prep flamethrowers. As the monster got close enough, they opened fire, but it was like trying to stop a rhino with a water gun. The soldiers started to panic when even the flamethrowers did nothing to the beast. The prince quickly told everyone to stay calm and ordered Deputy Captain Vanner to gather a few folks and grab explosives from the stockpile. After passing the orders, he pushed everyone to follow through, no mercy given. The giant beast went wild, leveling the wall they'd worked so hard to build. At that point, the prince was pretty sure they were screwed. He didn't expect the monster to be this tough and ordered an immediate retreat before things got really ugly. When the wall collapsed, Nightingale hurried down and caught the prince before he took a brutal fall. When they safely hit the ground, the boy asked why she was here. She said she came because she was worried, and looks like her fears were totally justified. She asked him what his plan was for the monster. He reassured her he still had a trick up his sleeve. Right on cue, Vanner casually came back holding explosives. He jumped in yelling to light the fuse and tossed the bomb at the monster's feet. Meanwhile, poor Vanner was freaking out in this life-or-death moment. He finally lit the fuse, quickly dropped the package, and took off running. The fuse started sizzling fast. When the fuse burned out, the whole place shook with a massive explosion, hitting the monster right in the belly. Everyone began celebrating the win, seeing the beast crash down dead. The prince grinned like he just aced a test, but their celebration got cut short when a bunch more beasts roared, charging at them. While they were just regular animals, there were tons of them. The soldiers hurried to raise their shields, and the prince stood there, confused and panicking. A wild boar suddenly roared and charged straight into their group. One soldier lying on the ground couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that girl stepping into the battle. But she wasn't just any girl. That was Anna, and she wasn't your average woman. And you better tattoo that fact into your brain. Anna stared down the monster with zero fear. She summoned her power and blasted fire straight at the wild boar. The flames hit dead on, burning the boar alive. The prince's jaw dropped, completely stunned by what he just saw. He felt stupid for never considering Anna's role on the battlefield beyond her town projects and constructions. That was exactly why he kept her safe back at the med station, away from danger, and he had no clue how she even got out. When one of the knights named Brian knelt down, he told the prince Anna was worried about his safety and insisted she climb the wall, and he couldn't stop her. The prince had planned to sway public opinion pro-witch using Nana's powers. As more people accepted witches, the hero wanted to reveal Anna's existence publicly, but looks like the cat had already slipped out of the bag. The boy quickly ordered Brian to keep Anna safe from danger and told Nightingale to do the same. Meanwhile, Anna confidently stepped forward. As the soldiers gathered around her to protect her with determined looks, Anna raised her hand. Flames flickered wildly as she conjured a blazing wall of fire inside the hole in the wall, blocking those savage monsters from moving forward. He was totally blown away by Anna's fiery spectacle, but the monsters kept pouring out from the flames. That's when the boy locked eyes with Anna. Right then, the prince knew exactly what he had to do. He snatched the gun from the night girl's hands without hesitation. He started blasting those monsters straight in the head. The prince charging into battle left everyone stunned. He raised his gun high, fired up the troops holding spears, and charged ahead. His commanding voice echoed, ordering them to defend the fortress and the border town. The crowd's spirit ignited, ready to protect their home, and they were all set to take down those creatures. After a while, the last wolf finally took a hail of arrows and collapsed lifeless, letting the soldiers savor their hard-earned victory. The night girl was totally shocked that they managed to hold off the territory so well. But then the prince suddenly remembered Anna, flustered because he'd almost forgotten about her while directing the fight. He got nervous about how he'd explain her being a witch to the civilian army. Panicked, he scanned the crowd for her and caught a surprise. Everyone was showing her respect, not calling her some demon or anything like that. The prince barely understood why the people were acting so differently toward her. Even though her fire powers freaked him out, it seemed like they brought faith and gratitude to the others. When Anna finally stood before the prince, she was drained from using her powers and instantly passed out, falling right into his arms. The next scene shifts to clean water port at Garia's estate, where the third princess gets news that her father has passed away. According to the letter, her brother Jero E. Prince was accused of assassination and is now held captive by guards. They say he didn't kill himself but was sentenced to death by powerful people. This news shook the night girl hard, and he sensed something fishy was going on. After a moment of hesitation, she admitted her brother might be reckless but not dumb enough to choose his own death. She pointed out how Tim Timo is trying to scapegoat Jero to fool the public, but taking over Grey Castle won't happen overnight, so she adjusted her plan accordingly. The night girl still didn't get why Tim Mothi would do this, especially since the king always favored him. That's when the princess dropped a truth bomb. Tim Mothi's actually scared of her, shaking at the sight of the black flag. She explained Tim Mothi's moves were unnecessary. Sure, he's framing Jero for their father's death, but he can't fool everyone forever. If he truly wants to take full control of Grey Castle, he'll need a much sneakier, longer game plan. So, she decided to tweak her own plans to fit that. The lady decided to set sail for Grey Castle the next day. Her knight asked if she planned to confront Tim Mothi head-on. She said if he's not going to wait 5 years for the order to expire naturally, neither will she. The knight looked worried and pointed out that the whole kingdom must be mourning the king. She joked, asking if he wanted her to shed even a single tear. The knight quickly said no and obediently knelt to wait for her next command. She told him to fetch the Black Fleet's captain because they'd be sailing out as soon as possible. Back at the border town, after the brutal monster assault, no more attacks came. The wounded soldiers were healed fast and went right back to their duties. The chief knight was tasked with using the hybrid monster shell to patch up the broken wall, so it seamlessly became part of the fence. But the biggest factor in their victory over this large-scale invasion was definitely Anna. Weeks have passed since she fainted and she still hasn't woken up. Nightingale said today was supposed to be her coming of age, but she's sure Anna will die in her sleep because the pain of growing up can only be endured awake. She sadly shared that she's witnessed way too many witches die right before her eyes, treated like animals burned alive or slowly tortured by nobles for their twisted amusement. The lucky ones live in exile, cast out from society, always chasing an unreachable holy mountain. A distant dream they'll never actually touch, but she said Anna isn't like them, not like the sisters in the guild. She actually found care here, was cherished by the prince, and earned the respect she deserves. Nightingale explained that this is the real meaning of the heavenly mountain, a life free of prejudice. And Anna had already reached that place. As memories of Anna flooded his mind, her strength, her will from day one to this very moment, he vowed to stay by the prince's side. He held her hand tight, refusing to let go. Just as midnight struck, Nightingale noticed Anna's maturity had awakened a magical force pulsing inside her. One nearby candle glowed with an eerie blue-green flame, startling him as he wondered if some dark spirit was nearby, though nothing clearer happened to Anna herself. Then suddenly, the candle's light flickered weakly, making everyone nervous, especially little Nana, but then it flared right back up with bright blue energy, leaving everyone amazed once again. Suddenly, Anna's eyes snapped open, shocking everyone present. Prince Roland rushed over and immediately asked how she was feeling. Luckily, Anna looked totally fine. She reached out her hand to the stunned hero, and he wasn't sure what to expect next. Then a flame burst to life on her palm, glowing with that vivid blue. It blew everyone away all over again. After gathering all his guts, Prince Roland carefully reached out and touched the flame. Just as he did, the scene cut to the office, where we caught a glimpse of the hero's confused face. He was totally shook when he heard Nightingale decided it was time for her to leave the border town. She said Anna not only woke up but actually survived being possessed by that demon, which was totally unexpected and mad mysterious. She believed Anna's new power with the blue flame was now totally under her control. In perfect sync with her mind, Anna could tweak the temperature, manipulate it, and even move the flame around within like 15 feet anytime she wanted. But she still had no clue how she dodged the awful pain, especially with such crazy demonic energy. The guy guessed maybe after draining her magic at the border, her magic reserves ran totally dry. That could have relieved some of the demon's venom pain. Wizards swirl around magic because they gotta hide their powers from normal folks. All that magic piles up inside them, and when they grow up, bam, it's like a pressure cooker of magic that causes insane pain. Nightingale nodded, feeling his theory made sense, and decided she had to get back to the guild as soon as possible. Winter's rolling in, and a bunch of mages are hitting their coming of age. She vowed to bring every survivor back to Roland's town, hoping he'd watch over them like he did Anna. But Prince Roland told her to chill and maybe wait until the demon outbreaks stop and the weather calms down. Nightingale smirked, saying even showing up a day early could save lives. Plus, she reassured him the demons wouldn't spot her, so she was legit ready to roll. The prince then asked about her awakening, and the woman just waved it off, saying spring was just kicking off and to not stress since she was used to the pain now. Still, he told her to watch her back on the way. Before dipping, Nightingale gave Roland a final nod of respect and vanished just like that, as usual. Her sudden vanish freaked the prince out because he never liked her ghosting routine without a heads up. Sitting down, he got lost in thought, wondering if his mage theory was actually true. It could totally change his whole life. He glanced over a massive to-do list, realizing he had loads waiting for him. But just as he started figuring out where to kick things off, his advisor barged in, super urgent. A messenger from Riverheart Fort had arrived, looking way worried. The prince wondered if things at Riverheart Fort were going downhill. His eyes widened reading the message, "The king has passed away." The red-haired dude, the messenger, quickly clarified, he was sent by the duke. Royal orders say the 5-year trial ended, and His Majesty Timothy Blackbeard is now the new king of Grey Castle. The messenger totally blew the prince's mind when he dropped that Timothy wanted to grant Prince Roland new lands and a fresh title. After a bit, the advisor expressed sorrow for the king's death at the hands of the eldest prince and asked what's next. The prince revealed it all sounded super sketchy and that he'd make a move after watching his 2 older sisters' plays. He admitted he didn't know much about the 5th princess's motives, but he was sure she wasn't reckless, so he planned to follow her lead. He was also certain the capital would plunge into chaos from this power shift, so their top priority should be keeping the family safe. With that in mind, he told his advisor to send orders to the head knight and all castle staff to write home. The prince wanted to make sure everyone's families got escorted to other towns for hiding. The advisor thanked him for the thoughtful move. The prince also told the advisor he planned to halt metal exports from town and only sell gems and minerals to Willow Town since he wanted to use that metal to build more machinery. Plus, he intended to recruit more civilians into the army and train them. He was pretty proud, thinking the messenger's news might actually be an indirect blessing. Roland was confident that as long as he held strong in Border Thou, someone would try to bite him. Like Duke Ran from Riverheart Fort, once those demon winners passed through, he was pretty sure Duke Ran would try to expand influence westward under the new regime. And that was exactly what Roland wanted. Industrial growth was his jam, but what he lacked most was people. Border Thou's population was only around 2,000, making it impossible to scale projects because of labor shortages. Buying slaves, recruiting talent, or raising birth rates wasn't practical. On the flip side, if they could snag Riverheart's stronghold, he could get a big chunk of free folks and stash more wealth. Assimilation would be easier, and invasion was the best way to boost population and grab riches. Roland admitted challenging the entire Riverheart Fort was a pain, and he really had to wait for Nightingale and her mages to come back. That's also why the prince wanted to expand the civilian army and crank out more machines. The scene switched to the northern mountains, where Nightingale slipped into one of the tunnels. Her steps quickly got blocked by tree roots spreading across the entrance. Nightingale immediately introduced herself. A woman named Elle pulled back the roots and lit up seeing her friend return. After the greetings, Elle revealed that one of the 2 mages, Aaron or Le, didn't make it through the coming of age. They decided not to drown in sorrow and pressed further inside. Nightingale was hyped to see her friend Wendy, and just as Wendy got called by her pal, she spun around and greeted Nightingale with mad warmth. She joked, calling her Veronica. Wendy grabbed Nightingale's hand, making her blush and confidently saying she wasn't the weak girl she used to be anymore and that she turned back and greeted Nightingale warmly. She joked, calling her Veronica. Wendy grabbed Nightingale's hand, making her blush, and insisted she wasn't the weak girl she used to be anymore and that I'm done with the name Veronica. Wendy insisted that she shouldn't deny her past since it's a part of who she is. Still, Nightingale was hyped to see her friend again, and they hugged tight. Then Wendy asked about Anna and if Nightingale helped her get through growing up. With a grin, Nightingale said Anna didn't need any saving at all. Actually, what they found out was going to flip the script for every witch out there. In just a few seconds, Nightingale spilled the tea to the sisters about the prince and how he let everyone stay in the border town without any witch discrimination. Wendy was skeptical at first, but Nightingale swore on her life the prince didn't just say that he actually saved Anna and Nana too. More than that, The prince totally shook off those fake stories about witches being possessed by demons. He was all about witches drawing power from within themselves. To prove it, Nightingale reminded everyone she could sniff out lies, so they could trust that the prince was dead serious. She shared the prince's plan to protect witches, even if that meant standing up to the church. Then she pulled out the blueprint for a steam-powered mech, proving they could build a safe spot that rivals the sacred mountain. Just as Nightingale painted that dream paradise, a blue-haired woman stormed in, telling everyone to shut up. She looked like their teacher, and Nightingale quickly showed respect by bowing. The teacher shot Nightingale a harsh glare, wondering aloud if she was seriously saying that the sacred mountain they'd chased forever was meaningless. Next, we cut to New King Tim Mo, where a knight shows up with a stone called the Divine Judgment, said to be the ultimate weapon against demons. The knight bragged that the church confirmed its power was enough to deal with witches for generations, but Tim Mo was annoyed and blamed witches for his dad's suicide. He ordered the knight to keep hunting witches and scour the capital for more. Meanwhile, back with Nightingale, she woke up and realized she wasn't alone, blinded by a shining pillar, wearing that witch-suppressing stone around her neck. She was trying to figure out how she ended up in this mess. We flash back to the blue-haired woman losing her mind over the prince standing up for witches. She yelled about witches being oppressed and killed for generations. She believed Nightingale got played by the prince and insisted the pain of growing up was a sacred test for a witch's body and soul. Only those who endure pass, gaining real power and eternal peace at the sacred mountain. Nightingale was shocked to learn all the suffering witches went through was just a test to this woman. She got even madder thinking about all the sisters who'd fallen after all that pain, being seen as losers. The teacher gave Nightingale one last shot to beg forgiveness for her ignorance and mistakes, promising mercy, but Nightingale stood firm, saying she only followed sisters who believed in her. When she tried to leave, a snake suddenly wrapped around her leg, and before she could react, she passed out from its petrifying venom. Waking up blinded like now, when they faced off, Nightingale reminded the snake woman why she used the Divine Judgment stone, even though it was banned in the Witch Council. The snake lady said it was just a tool to punish misbehaving kids. She reminded Nightingale that Wendy saved her from the nobles. Instead of thanking her, Nightingale was trying to sell them out to those dirty nobles just to patch things up with them. Nightingale denied those motives, stressing she only wanted the sisters to live freely without fearing hunger or growing pains, and believed everyone had the right to choose their own path. She pointed out how the border town had changed, emphasizing the steam mech blueprint she had was just one of many miracles. The snake woman mocked her, saying she doesn't even get the blueprint, and tossed it in the fire, claiming a pile of steel couldn't move like a living thing and she wasn't dumb. She grabbed a hot knife and raised it, just inches from Nightingale's neck, letting her know this was the last chance to beg for forgiveness for trying to fool the Witch Council. If Nightingale didn't comply, she threatened to stab her through the heart and make her an example for the others. Even facing death, Nightingale didn't back down. Instead of bowing, she was ready to take the blade right in her heart. That's when Wendy burst in, reminding them how many sisters had been lost and that they couldn't afford to lose anyone else. The snake woman flew off the handle, demanding to know if Wendy believed Nightingale's lies too. Wendy denied it, saying she wasn't planning on going to the border town, but agreed with Nightingale that everyone had the right to choose their own path. Wendy then asked if anyone wanted to go with Nightingale to the town, but no one said a word. Seeing that, Wendy suggested letting Nightingale go solo since she hadn't done anything to hurt the group. The others agreed to tell the teacher to release Nightingale, but the teacher snapped, yelling she couldn't risk letting Nightingale go since she might spill the location of their refuge to the church. She swung the knife, ready to attack, but before she could, Wendy jumped in to block it. Wendy grabbed a coin and flung it hard at Nightingale, breaking the power-suppressing stone. The teacher flew into a rage and lunged at Wendy with a snake. The snake bit Wendy's hand, but Nightingale instantly stepped up. Before the teacher could react, she screamed in pain with a sword plunged into her chest and collapsed to the floor. Before anyone could move, Nightingale and her crew started vanishing, slipping out of the tunnel. Wendy looked rough. Snake venom was spreading through her hand, and she fought to keep it from spreading. Nightingale reluctantly pulled out her knife but the crazy teacher said she couldn't risk letting Nightingale go because she might reveal their hideout to the church. She raised her knife, ready to attack, but before she could, Wendy jumped in to block her. Wendy picked up a coin and threw it hard at Nightingale, shattering the stone, suppressing her power. The teacher got furious and lunged at Wendy with a snake. The snake bit her hand, but Nightingale acted immediately. Before the teacher could react, she screamed in pain with a sword stuck in her chest, collapsing to the ground. Before anyone could respond, Nightingale and her friends started disappearing and escaping through the tunnel. Wendy looked pretty bad because the snake's venom was spreading through her hand. She tried to stop it from spreading further. Nightingale reluctantly pulled out her knife. Wendy's hand got ripped clean off her body. She held onto it tight, confident Nana could patch it up real soon. They'd been trekking nonstop for 3 whole days to make it here. Wendy's injuries seriously slowed them down. As she kept bleeding, Nightingale was freaking out, thinking Wendy couldn't last another 3 days. But that worry blew up when this mysterious new kid showed up, ready to help. Looked like a boy at first glance but was actually a girl. She calmed Nightingale down, telling her to chill. Her name's Lightning Nin, and she just joined the witch crew recently. Nightingale stayed cautious around this tomboy girl and asked if Kara sent her here. Lightning Nin shrugged and said it made sense. Nightingale didn't recognize her since she's always off flying around everywhere. She made it clear she came because, like Nightingale said earlier, everyone's got to live their own way, and she picked riding shotgun with Nightingale. Plain and simple. She was super hyped about gadgets and explosives, totally the explorer vibe. Nightingale wondered why an adventure junkie like that would even join the guild. Lightning Nin explained that hunting the sacred mountain was a wild quest, but the guild's just book-filled, and Kara's always nose deep in them. Nightingale then asked if Lightning Nin was a fighter. She nodded and claimed she could fly too. Or well, maybe that was just what she thought, because she was struggling hard to move under that crazy weight on her small shoulders. Finally, she gathered enough energy and started floating up super slowly. The tomboy then asked Nightingale how long she'd known Wendy, commenting on how Wendy called Nightingale Veronica back at the base. Nightingale confirmed they'd been tight for ages and said before joining the guild, she was treated like some puppet, and Wendy was the one who showed her how to actually live. She revealed she had a family in Silver City when she was 13, but her parents disappeared during a civilian uprising. Nightingale's uncle then took her and her brother. That same year, her witch powers first kicked in, but her uncle immediately caught on and separated her from the others, swallowing her up to train her strength. He threatened harm if she didn't use her powers for his dirty deeds, so she turned into a real assassin, poisoning, ambushing, whatever it took, she did it. As Julin family's wealth grew, her hands were stained deeper with blood because her powers were perfect for that grim work. When she finally crossed paths with H, he coldly pushed her away. Wished he didn't have a witch as an ally. That broke her completely. Growing up, she survived the pain, and her power only got stronger. No iron bars could hold her anymore. So she busted out of jail, killed her uncle, and took off aimless. That's when she met Wendy, who was like a warm light in her frozen world. Wendy brought her to the guild where she met other witches, and their teacher Kara brought comfort to all. Now Lightning Nin pointed out Kara had totally fallen apart. She couldn't believe a real prince would care about witches. When they finally hit the border town, we see those two in a tiny familiar house. The prince kept sneezing non-stop, wondering who was thinking about him that hard. Right then, a noise caught their attention. They turned to see Nang and 2 others crash into the house, landing flat right at their feet. Anna immediately got defensive, ready to handle uninvited intruders. But Night Ting shouted at him to run get Nana as fast as possible. While Nana patched up Wendy's wounds, he had no clue what had gone down at the guild with Nightingale only bringing back 3 witches. He wondered if demons had attacked and only 3 survived, feeling lucky to have Nana around to fix Wendy's arm. Suddenly, Lightning Nin popped out from the infirmary. The prince asked if she was hurt. Lightning Nin reassured him and pointed out that the prince truly was a kind soul who cared about witches. Just like Nang said, she admitted at first she didn't believe it, same as the other guild members. Then she joked the world's full of weirdos, so having a prince like him wasn't such a shock. Being called weird annoyed the prince, he just rolled his eyes. Back on topic, the prince realized the guild hadn't been attacked. That's when Lightning Nin started laying out the full story, clarifying they weren't under siege. Wendy's injury was caused by their own teacher, Kara. She also explained how they got here. When night fell, Prince Roland returned to his room and jumped when he saw Nightingale quietly lying there in his pajamas. Prince Roland blushed, feeling kinda awkward, probably thinking naughty thoughts, guessing Nightingale might want to get cozy with him. Suddenly, Nightingale jumped up and came straight at him, scaring him so bad he got pushed against the closed door. He quickly said, "Take all the rest you want." But then Nightingale knelt in front of the prince. In a serious moment, she, Veronica Julin, officially pledged loyalty to him. She promised to obey his orders and fight alongside him in battle, facing demons or anything else till her last breath. Nightingale coming to him after being abandoned by the guild didn't surprise him because she was counting on him for the witch's future. Without a second thought, he took the sword from her hand and officially made her his right hand. The prince asked if her real name was Veronica, and she nodded, saying there was no reason to hide it from him anymore. Next, we meet Wendy, who just got offered a contract. He told her to stay in the border town and work for him. If she agreed, she could sign it and get paid what she deserved. He also hinted at a method he discovered that helps witches go through coming of age without feeling any pain at all. This news left the new witches totally confused. When stepping outside, he admitted it was just a guess and explained that witches are kinda like a vessel holding magical power, and when they grow up, and the magic energy builds up until it overflows during their coming of age, attacking their bodies. He brought up Anna as an example of someone who made it through that phase. He dismissed the whole idea of demons possessing witches as nonsense. Instead, he suggested they can ease the pain by constantly releasing their magic to keep their inner balance steady. He promised a safe spot at Border Tha, where witches could freely flex their powers. No one there would judge or threaten them. He believed that if his theory worked, they could create their own sacred mountain right on the border they'd always dreamed of. Wendy was all in on the plan and asked where to start. He told her to just keep using her magic until she had full control over it. While the prince was busy handling the new witches and magic training, Nana and Anna had a quick chat about the latest stuff. Nana was totally impressed by Wendy's wind magic and lightning's flying skills, which also saved Wendy's life. Nana was hyped about having more sisters in the squad, but Nana pointed out how Nightingale looked at him with warm eyes, a detail no one should overlook. Anna didn't get what Nana meant, but she warned her buddy not to say she didn't call it out. If Anna didn't step up first, Nightingale might snatch up their hero. Suddenly, they heard alarm sirens. Definitely something bad was about to go down. Reports came in that a demon monster had shown up, and the hero rushed to the fortress to meet his troops. Squinting, he tried to spot the threat but saw no demon in sight. The prince wondered if it was a false alarm and asked the hunter who sent the signal. The hunter told him to look closer. When he did, he spotted a black skeletal shape forming out of nowhere. As he zoomed in, he got shocked by the sight of a hybrid monster right in front of him. The hunter revealed it was the same monster that almost killed him a few years back. Hearing that, the boy pieced everything together. This beast had to be way smarter, way different from the usual monsters that just charge and die. This one had survived for years and always backed off when things got risky. When the beast got close to the wall, it suddenly stopped, confusing everyone. Out of nowhere, it leapt into the air, and the prince ordered his troops to attack immediately. Before they could even react, bam, the monster was airborne, diving straight onto the top of the wall. He froze, stunned to see it targeting the weakest spot of the wall so smartly. This confirmed his last suspicions about just how clever this beast really was. When the demon crossed to the other side of the wall, soldiers reported it was heading toward the town. The hero led the second civilian squad with him. While the reserves held the wall steady for now, he moved into town with his unit, kicking himself for underestimating these cunning monsters. When they finally reached the monster's location, they got news it had eaten someone alive inside the town. The blood trail in front of the hero gave him chills down his spine, but he didn't let fear or disgust throw him off, ordering everyone to stay super alert. The monster showed up again, grabbing another civilian. Prince Roland immediately warned everyone as the soldiers watched. Helpless against the creature, they couldn't shoot since they might hit innocents in the chaos. Plus, the soldiers couldn't even get close to the gigantic beast. Byron X ordered the troops to climb onto rooftops and higher ground for precise shots without risking civilians. The soldiers quickly scrambled up to get into position. Despite being at a disadvantage, they managed to hit above the monster's big, swollen head, but their aim was a bit off. The monster's eyes glared angrily, but before it could strike back, Iron Diao swooped in and blew off the monster's head instantly, finally avenging the innocent lives it devoured. Just north of Grey Castle, within a 2-meter radius, this massive mutated creature was charging toward the towering wall. The knights on the wall shivered, witnessing its huge size closing in. When it finally stepped up on the rooftop, the little creature froze, then looked up as it spotted humans nearby. Without hesitation, the monster opened its massive mouth, releasing an army of monsters marching right out from its belly. The soldiers quickly realized they were trapped with no escape left. Still, they scrambled to run the other way. Meanwhile, an airborne creature kept chasing the troops. Finally, at the northern city wall, they found themselves waiting for the gates to open. The girl filled us in that the entire suburbs had been destroyed by monsters. They had to protect the church, but with just a few soldiers and monsters breathing down their necks, this battle ahead was looking brutal. Then, the girl pulled out a red pill and ordered the soldiers to take it to wipe out the enemies. Without hesitation, the troops followed her orders. As they swallowed the pill, a surge of power flooded their bodies, pumping up their strength to push back against the monsters. Before these brave soldiers got wiped out by the fiends, the gates finally dropped, revealing a confident figure stepping out. He claimed to be part of the Judgment Army and ordered everyone to clear the way. These soldiers were decked out in full armor from head to toe, looking like elite knights. The woman was baffled by this army's sudden appearance, having no clue who they were. But she suspected ordinary humans stood little chance against these hybrid monsters. Yet, it looked like we were about to find out if these troops were all talk or the real deal. When the monster and the Judgment Army faced off, the airborne monster dived down. One knight instantly grabbed its massive, sharp blade, and another knight took position and launched a spear forward. The arrow flew at lightning speed, piercing through the monster's skull. The woman was totally shook by the soldiers' insane speed and power. This kind of strength was on par with that of the hybrids. When these tough knights tore through the monsters, the scene switched to a church tower. On the balcony, 3 archbishops were using binoculars to watch the Judgment Army. Seeing the monsters lying dead on the ground, they looked pretty satisfied, thinking their troops were crushing the monsters. Archbishop Taifun shook his head, noting the worst part was the total wipeout of the reinforcement forces sent by the 4 great kingdoms. Archbishop here laughed and agreed, pointing out those kingdoms sent thousands of soldiers but ended up just cannon fodder. She was clearly gloating, viewing it as proof that the border defenses of those kingdoms couldn't hold a candle to the church's powerhouse Judgment Army. But a third voice chimed in, highlighting the heavy cost of overusing magic during this fight and how they lost most of their judicial troops, the core strength of the church. Tai Fan grit his teeth, emphasizing they had no choice since the wild beasts showed up just like the Bible predicted. He warned time was running out, and unless the continent united and pooled its strength, doom was waiting for them all. The arrogant woman laughed again, saying humans are basically monsters too, doing horrific things like demons, so maybe wiping out humanity wouldn't be such a bad idea. That really ticked off the old man. He told her to cut the blasphemy and stop defying God's will. But she just brushed it off with another sarcastic jab, saying God never promised human survival, and then challenged him, "Are you sure God cares about humans more than demons?" The old man looked even angrier but stayed silent. Maybe deep down, he knew she had a point, and even Archbishop Min thought along the same lines, but he firmly believed God favored winners. Back in the border town, they laid the fallen soldier to rest. He caught everyone's attention, announcing they gathered to honor Officer Ark from the civilian forces of the 2nd Division. The prince gave his usual speech, praising the man's heroic deeds and how he sacrificed himself to save their town. They said their last goodbyes as they covered his grave with mud. The chief knight brother got seriously moved by the boy's heartfelt gesture, noting he'd never seen anyone from noble blood show such respect to a commoner whose name they didn't even know. The boy pointed out that giving a proper farewell was the right thing to do, especially since Border Fowl had never held a decent memorial for those lost to monsters. They deserved more than a hastily dug hole. Besides, the prince believed holding memorial services brought kindness and boosted morale. He explained that when people think about the human beings and causes they're fighting for, it sparks a deep change inside an army. He wanted to ignite everyone's willpower to set Border Fowl back on track. The fallen soldier's wife showed up with 2 kids, one still really little. Nearby soldiers started wondering how she would manage, but the balding guy spoke up, saying she'd get her husband's salary, some extra cash, and anything else she needed to get by. While they talked, the deputy suddenly felt someone nearby. The balding guy asked if everything was okay, saying he sensed a presence but quickly shrugged it off, thinking he was probably imagining things. Back at the air cement shop, the boy caught up with Anna to check on the progress of making the blunderbuss barrel. Anna calmly explained that thanks to the new steam-powered drill, the blacksmiths could now handle most of the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, Lightning, as usual, was hyped about all the new stuff. She bombarded the poor blacksmiths with so many questions they barely kept up. The prince was also wondering why she hadn't shown up lately. Now he got it, looks like he had another project lined up for her. He showed her a rough draft of a massive gun, basically a giant weapon for our cute Nana. Then the prince dove into the technical details about how these things worked, but everything he said went way over Anna's head. Next, he showed her how to use 2 holes in the ground to mold cannonballs. Anna jumped right in, pouring molten metal into the molds. While the prince warned her not to stare at the blazing lava, she immediately shut her eyes, making him blush. Just before he wiped the sweat off her face, it was hilarious because even with the bone-chilling cold here, they were both sweating buckets. Looks like the knight could tell this wasn't just some prince wiping sweat, and how red he was made it obvious Anna was blushing too. Meanwhile, some dude freaked out hardcore seeing the 4th prince of the Grey Castle openly protecting a witch. He nearly sprinted to report this to the king. Looks like Vanner wasn't imagining things when he felt someone's presence. This guy was definitely a spy sent by the new king, Timothy. What threw him off was how the locals were chill living alongside the witch. And don't let him start about the other weird stuff he'd seen, like the massive wall popping out of nowhere at the border, metal bars shooting bullets to kill demons, and witches being treated like regular people by the prince. All that made him think this town was cursed or something, and he felt like he was facing some serious dark magic vibes. Meanwhile, some dude was freaking out hardcore seeing the 4th prince of Grey Castle openly sheltering a witch. He almost ran straight to report this to the king. It seemed like Vanner didn't expect to sense someone's presence, because this guy was definitely a spy sent by the new King Timothy. What messed with this guy's mind was how the ordinary townsfolk here lived comfortably alongside witches. And don't get him started on the other weird stuff he'd seen, like a giant wall sprouting from nowhere at the border, metal bars shooting bullets to kill demons, and witches being treated like regular people by the prince. All of it made him think this town was cursed or something, and he felt like he was facing some kind of dark magic. If they hadn't dangled a fat stack of cash right in front of him, there's no way he'd ever agree to spy in this savage place. And honestly, this dude totally bombed his one and only mission. Because we can see Vanner in the back straight up telling this weirdo to stop as soon as possible. News spread like wildfire that there's a spy in the squad. Poor guy has no clue what to do. Before a pissed-off mob rolls up, all he could think was that the fourth prince must be pulling some dark, demon-level power. Cut to inside the castle. We catch up with the chief steward. The old man's losing it over the latest royal order to buy 2 ships without hiring a captain or crew. Like, how is he supposed to get a boat to float without sailors? He's worn out from all these ridiculous commands that somehow always end up helping the prince. Then, there's a knock at the door, and a soldier announces they caught a rat. This dude named Khan, aka Growhawk, is clearly a spy for Prince. Turns out he's been undercover for months, faking it as a border town local. They found a letter and some cash on him, but he's still getting grilled by the old man. The elder orders squeezing every drop of intel out of him and then his swift execution. Looks like this is the 4th spy they've caught, so the old man's no stranger to freakouts. Our smart prince expected more spies to show up, so he tells the steward to spread the word that someone in the border town is trying to sabotage the food stash. He tells everyone to watch any sketchy moves and promises a reward for whoever snags the spy. The old man's always blown away by the prince's savvy moves. He sees him as a fearless demon who couldn't care less about holy judgment. Back to Grey Castle's capital, IT asks about the royal decrees he sent his siblings, but nobody's answering. An underling reports that the 4th prince replied saying he'll come back once the demon war is over and his people are safe. The informant points out that Prince Roland still calls Timothy prince, not king. Emothai thinks he's a fool for opposing him, especially since he planned to give Roland land and a chill life. He brushes Roland off like a weirdo and asks his lackey if there's any word from the 3rd and 5th princesses. The lackey says the 3rd princess vanished from the city along with her butler and 2 servants, and no one's heard from them since. The prince clutches his head in despair because he never wanted the commoners messing with his sisters, no matter what beef was going on. Then he asks about the pirate lass Wimbledon. Before anyone on the council can speak up, ITI orders them to seize her harbor and bring her to the capital. Right then, a knight storms in with news that Garcia Wimbledon crushed the Duke Joseph's men on the southern border and took full control of H City, leaving Timothy totally shook. And he's even more freaked when he hears she declared herself Queen of Clean Water with local dukes backing her, splitting half of Grey Castle apart. Next scene, we're down by the southern river of Border Town, where the top captains are tearing apart the heavy cannon they just set up. 2 burly guys are wiped out, complaining to their boss that this thing is ridiculously heavy. The chief knight asks why he has to guard a beast that no one else can move even a bit, let alone steal. He just sighs and says this isn't just some piece of gear, it's a masterpiece forged from blood, sweat, and steel. He wonders why no one else gets how cool it really is. Let's keep going. Laning's itching to clean the barrel, so he gives her the green light. Watching the bold girl happily get to work, the knight awkwardly asks why Lanning's not signing a contract. He explains she's dead set on working for free as long as the prince keeps coming up with cool inventions. All she needs is food and clothes, and this broke dude isn't going to pass up a deal like that. After Lanning finishes cleaning the barrel and reports it's empty, she's pumped for the next step. Before moving on, the hero reminds the soldiers about the first rule: make sure nothing's stuck in the barrel. Next, they gotta load gunpowder and place the cannonball on top, pressing it down hard to seal out any air gaps. Then they attach the fuse to ignite the fun. Once everything's set, the prince tells everyone to shut the doors, clear out, and light the fuse. It starts sizzling instantly, so everyone plugs their ears to save their eardrums. Then a loud boom rocks the place, sending the cannonball flying straight into the dummy and punching a hole right through its chest. While the hunter prays over this destructive might, Vanner just stands there stunned. Even after wrecking the dummy, the cannonball keeps flying an extra 100 meters, proving our mission was an epic win. A 12-pound cannon, theoretically, can reach thousands of meters, so this shot being so solid right off the bat is super impressive. The knight nods in respect for the weapon's power, but worries it's way too heavy to carry around. Cleaning, loading ammo, and moving the gunpowder and cannonballs is a pain. He agrees the effort's worth it if it crushes the half-demon threat. He's already thinking about using boats to handle the weight problem and has asked the steward to buy sailing ships from Willow Town. Wendy's winds will speed up transport for both civilians and cannonballs, boosting their strategy against the Duke at Riverheart Fortress. He imagines a deadly pincer attack hitting the Duke's army from behind, but his ship dreams get crushed when the old man sprays cold water, saying they can't afford any sailing ships. 1. Two-masted sailboat costs a whopping 120 gold coins, and that's before crew wages, which run around 200 gold coins. Even if they drain the entire 315 gold coins in the treasury, they could only buy the boats. Vanner was stunned too. Even after smashing the dummy, the bullet flew another 100 meters, proving our mission was a total success. A 12-pound cannon, theoretically, could reach thousands, so this result was solid for the first shot. The knight respected the weapon's power but worried it was too heavy to carry. Reloading, transporting ammo and gunpowder was a pain. He nodded, saying the effort was worth it if it helped wipe out the half-demon easily. He thought about using boats to solve the weight problem and had NF asked the steward to buy sailing ships from Willow Town. Wendy's wind would speed up transport for both civilians and cannons, supporting their strategy against the Duke of Riverbend Fortress. He pictured a pincer attack hitting the Duke's army from behind, but his boat dream shattered when the old man dumped cold water on him, saying they didn't have enough money to buy sailing ships. 1. Two-masted sailing ship cost a whopping 120 gold coins, and that didn't even include the crew, which would cost about 200 gold coins. Even if they spent all 315 gold coins in the treasury, they could only buy a ship. They ran out of cash to pay the military and civilians next month. Back at the office, the hero kept sparring with the stubborn old man, insisting he didn't need a crew. But the old man stood his ground, saying, "Well, Thou doesn't roll like that. The boat comes with a crew. If you want the boat, you gotta hire the folks too." Then the prince had a light bulb moment. Why not just buy a boat from another town? But the old man shot that down, saying all the big ports were too far off and hauling a boat to border Thou would cost a fortune. Then the prince cooked up a wild idea. Why not build the boat themselves? He said they didn't need some fancy setup, just a boat that floats cause Wendy could handle steering. A simple flat-bottomed barge would do. But the old man threw out another problem about boat-building materials. The hero confidently suggested using light wood, but quickly realized a wooden hull probably wouldn't hold up and might not be reliable. He even thought about asking Anahan for a metal boat, but he'd already used up all the metal making guns and other gear. Then it hit him they had a stash of leftover concrete from building the walls. He pitched using wood for the bottom, reinforcing it with steel beams, and making the rest of the boat out of concrete. No need to waste time debating how he'd pull it off, just wait for the design to be finished and get to work. Soon enough, they were at the riverbank inside a sketchy-looking boat workshop. They'd already put together the basic frame of the boat. When Lightning saw the massive thing, she joked it looked like a giant tub for some king's royal soak. The hero laughed and corrected her, saying they were building a boat, not a bathtub. But Lin still wasn't convinced. To her, it barely looked like a boat at all. While they were chatting, Wendy got hyped seeing Lin Ning Ning and the prince getting along. Nightingale pointed out that clicking with others was just how Lin Ning naturally was. She'd been like that from back when they were in the association. Mentioning the guild instantly made Wendy sad, worried about her sister's safety. Back in the mountains, the witches were making their way down. As they marched, one of the sisters warned the crew about demons nearby. The teacher immediately told Lady to get down and help the others. Lady L carefully set the wounded teacher on the ground. As the monsters closed in, the witches stepped up to face them. Meanwhile, the teacher blamed Nightingale for their miserable state and vowed revenge once she found the sacred mountain and rallied more witches. She didn't forget Wendy and Lightning, who felt betrayed as the monsters charged at them. Lady Lif unleashed magic, summoning glowing roots to trap the beasts. Meanwhile, Jifai, another witch, sucked the air out of the creature's lungs. Seeing the girls take down the monsters had the teacher smiling with pride. She was sure that with this combined power, they'd bring down the church as soon as they reached the sacred mountain. The teacher decided to rest here briefly, but suddenly, she froze at the sight ahead. She wondered if this could really be the sacred mountain. Before them stood sky-high structures no human could build. The scene made the teacher smile wide because she believed they'd found the sacred mountain, yet the others weren't buying it. According to all the books, the sacred mountain was supposed to be a peaceful, life-filled place, totally different from what they were seeing. Even Lep was doubtful, but the teacher was losing it over the grand creations, fully convinced this was the sacred mountain. Liv hesitated, not daring to voice her doubts, remembering what the teacher did to Nightingale when she disagreed, feeling trapped with no choice. Liv reluctantly started moving forward. She was sure if they didn't keep going, the teacher would never find peace. As they marched on, one of the witches suddenly dropped dead. Lady L tried to pause and honor her friend, but the teacher snapped at her to keep moving, warning that stopping could get them killed when night fell. Liv burst into tears, torn between grief and the teacher's urgent command. The teacher insisted stopping there would just make them easy targets for demons. They pushed forward, but then another witch spotted that the mountain they were heading toward had vanished. This shocked the teacher, and honestly, she acted more like a tyrant than a caring leader. The teacher sank into despair, recalling a city like an unreachable mirage in the sky, disappearing every sunset. The snake woman declared it was all an illusion, something she heard rumors about appearing over the sea, but never on land before. Suddenly, something approached, confirmed by another witch as 3 more demons. But this new threat was clearly no ordinary demon. The mysterious entity attacked a witch with some kind of weapon, leaving Lep speechless as her friend got taken down. A long spear pierced her chest in an instant, and Liv stared at the spot where it hit, utterly stunned. Ahead of them were hybrid creatures riding demonic beasts, looking so mangled, it was no surprise they felled the girl with one strike. A witch immediately used her powers to turn the ground into a swamp, but those creatures easily jumped off their mounts and landed right in front of the girls. One monster swung a massive fist, smashing a witch brutally, blood spraying everywhere, scaring the sisters stiff. The beasts then turned on the remaining witches, who stood frozen, trembling in terror. Suddenly, one monster zeroed in on a red-haired girl in the group. Her face went pale as the creature closed in, its disgusting tongue like a tentacle slithering out of its mouth, totally unlike any normal tongue. Before it could reach her, a fireball hit the monster square in the face. The beasts then turned to the remaining witches, who stood frozen and trembling in fear. Suddenly, one monster focused on a red-haired girl in the group. Her face went pale as the creature approached, its disgusting tongue like a tentacle sticking out of its mouth, totally unlike any normal tongue. Before the monster could reach her, it was hit by a fireball, even though it just made things worse for him without causing any real injury. The red-haired girl grabbed the panicking orange-haired witch's hand and urged her to bail. But the orange-haired witch was so scared she totally forgot how to run. Then another witch stepped up, ready to face it head-on, pulling out a tiny bow that looked more like a toy. The stone monster brutally smacked her right in the chest. She flew back and hit the ground hard. Honestly, it wouldn't be shocking if she died right then and there. Even seeing her friends drop like bugs, Wendy kept casting her root spell bit by bit, trying to trap one of the monsters, wrapping it up from head to toe. The snake lady sent her serpent slithering around the beast, and together they made the creature drop to its knees. Wendy kept pushing everyone to run while she held the restrained monster down. Meanwhile, the other beast quickly pulled a spear from its back. When it tried to throw it, its feet got stuck in the muddy ground. Still, the monster flung the spear with insane speed, leaving a pink streak, cutting straight toward its target, disappearing into a cloud of smoke on impact. Surprisingly, Wendy barely dodged it, but then the last beast unleashed an electric shock, zapping everyone in range. As everyone dropped, only Wendy and the proud snake lady remained standing. Wendy still couldn't accept that their world had flipped upside down so fast. The monster stepped toward the snake lady, and the next moment, it grabbed her with its huge hand in a flash. As it lifted her up, she unleashed her venomous snakes, one biting what looked like a tongue flicking out of the monster's mouth. Right when the snake sank its fangs into that appendage, a red glow started to spread. Annoyed, the monster grabbed the snakes with its bare hands and crushed them hard. Pain, tears welled up in the woman's eyes. While Wendy watched in horror, suddenly, the monster dropped the snake lady, while it gasped and thrashed, struggling to breathe. Honestly, that snake lady deserved all the trouble she'd been driving me nuts since she popped into this story. Anyway, the beast's legs trembled, and it collapsed. The red glow drained out of the orb on its back, and the massive creature went limp. Looks like Wendy had started figuring out how to handle these beasts. She glanced at the other monster flailing in the swamp, screaming and stuck. She spotted that weird appendage and guessed it might be their weak spot. Summoning all her strength, she ran to her fallen sister, grabbed the crossbow, and with fierce determination, aimed directly at the appendage, screaming as she released the arrow to avenge her fallen sisters. When the arrow hit, the red glow started pouring out, confirming her victory. Tossing the crossbow aside, Wendy collapsed, heavy-hearted. The beast still oozed that red stuff as she stood surrounded by the lifeless bodies of her sisters. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs echoing in that quiet moment. Back at the frontline hospital in border town, it seemed Nana's coming-of-age moment had arrived. Everyone anxiously watched as she laid in bed, wondering if she'd make it. The prince and the others quickly comforted her with warm smiles, telling her she'd be fine, explaining that since she released her magic every day, it wouldn't turn against her. Wendy placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort and agreeing with his words. Nana's worried dad stepped closer, telling her to squeeze his hand if the pain got too much. The rest joined in, lightening the mood with coin magic tricks and storytelling to lift her spirits. The lively atmosphere helped Nana feel less afraid. Then Anna came over, reminding Nana that everyone was by her side, gently kissing her forehead like a caring big sister. As midnight neared, everyone stayed around her bed, patiently waiting for her to step into adulthood. Lanin stayed true to her lively personality, the only one not looking bored. The prince, meanwhile, looked about to pass out, yawning nonstop. Just watching Lanin dance around was enough to tire him out. He turned to Nightingale and asked if there were any changes in Nana's magic. Nightingale shook her head, saying she'd been waiting a long while and hadn't noticed anything unusual. The prince slapped his own face lightly to stay awake. He planned to build a clock tower once the demon war ended, because waiting aimlessly was seriously annoying. Suddenly, Nightingale heard a rooster crow. The prince pulled back the curtains and winced as the morning light blasted in. Anna woke up too, startled by the sharp light. The new day had arrived, and everyone was both surprised and happy. When Nana woke at dawn, Laning exploded with joy, and her dad burst into tears. Everyone felt a huge relief as Nana passed her coming-of-age moment without any issues. Later, the prince leaned closer to Nightingale and asked if she was certain today was Nana's maturity day. Nightingale nodded, saying the change was subtle but definitely aligned with his theory about witches that daily magic training can boost strength and make growing up easier. If all witches trained daily, they could reach maturity without any problems. Wendy added that since the prince was the only one welcoming witches, they could turn Border Town into a refuge. She'd fully support it, and the prince's face lit up. He said he'd been thinking about this for a while, but openly inviting witches could earn him criticism from the kingdom, so he planned to spread rumors about a safe place for witches to find on their own. However, if he became king, no one could stop him from inviting witches. Wendy dropped to her knees, promising to help him claim the throne. She swore loyalty, saying her life belonged to him from now on. The next day, the hero's sailing ship finally docked. Wendy knelt down, promising to help him claim the throne. She swore loyalty and said her life belonged to him from now on. The next day, the hero's sailing ship finally docked. Two soldiers came up close to check it out and started pointing out all kinds of tech flaws that made this boat totally unlike anything they'd ever seen before. After the inspection, they decided to head back and train on the cannons. Meanwhile, a few soldiers daydreaming behind squad leader Vanner started shouting about wanting to be as tough as the Iron Ace hunters. Then one serious guy pointed out that they'd been training forever but hadn't fired a single shot yet. They wondered when the prince would actually let them fight for real. Another soldier said the fire spear unit had been drilling for days, practicing war tactics on the city walls. That's when Vanner began to question himself. He wondered if the hero really planned to use the cannons against the beast demons, but since the cannons were so heavy and clunky, they weren't fit to be mounted on the walls. Then Vanner figured out the boss's strategy. The owner intended to use the cannons on the sailing ship, not just to fight the beasts, but to go head-to-head with a powerful army. Over at Border Town's Redwar River Western Bank, the cannon squad was training under Hunter Ironace's command. Their mission was to aim the cannons toward a certain direction. The captain commented that the cannon squad looked super dedicated, and the hero agreed, noting that both teams were hustling to earn 5 more silver coins than the other. That rivalry cranked up their drive to win. The prince planned to move the action to Little Town. After the troops were well trained on land, the captain got curious and asked if the hero meant the concrete boat they'd just built. The hero nodded and said he named it that. He pointed out that the workers had finished everything during these light snow days. They not only applied a rust-proof coating but also built a warehouse for storing cannonballs. And now Wendy had a dedicated platform to harness the wind and steer the ship. Finally, the captain got why the hero was so bent on training Wendy to use magic. Silence fell, then Prince Roland shocked the poor captain by appointing him as ship captain. The captain freaked out, saying he'd never even sailed a boat before. The hero just shrugged and said, "No worries. The wizard's the one calling the shots." When the troops finally fired a cannonball, it exploded loud, and the hero felt proud as he got ready to start a new journey on his ship. When the glass shards shattered from impact, Lynn officially kicked off their boat adventure. She was ready to be the navigator of Little Town. Meanwhile, overprotective dad Tai Gupai handled communications, and the captain dragged into the shipmaster role looked none too thrilled. La Ning patted Captain Tran An's shoulder, saying steering was perfect for her since she was an expert in sea adventures. She added that her dad, known as Thunderb, was a total pro on the water. Checking out the boat, Lightning was blown away by its strange materials, totally unlike anything she'd seen before. The captain was pleased because the weather was awesome today, a choice by the hero to test it at Little Town. When the ship hit the water, everything seemed smooth. With a dude named Brian assigned as helmsman, Lightning told him to turn the wheel all the way right, and the captain echoed that order. Curious, boy asked why the captain repeated her command, and he explained he was following the prince's instructions. Meanwhile, Brian was clueless about what to do. So, Lightning, overwhelmed, decided to take control herself. She slammed the wheel hard to the left, freaking out the two people behind her. After this little adventure, Lightning was amazed that Brian noticed details even a seasoned sailor like her might miss. Lynn then told Wendy to boost the wind since she was in charge of giving the ship extra push. Before getting that title, Brian pushed Wendy to master her magic, which didn't really bother her until they reached Border Town. After lots of tries, her early efforts only dried out a few meat slices, but she grew stronger with practice. And with those lessons, Wendy focused her magic and gave the ship a solid push that made it glide smoothly on the water. Lie. Nain and the captain got hyped seeing the boat move, while this dad got all philosophical, saying he turned a rock into a boat and made it float. At this point, he started believing there was nothing the kid couldn't do. As the ship continued its smooth sail, the man praised Brian for becoming a sailor in under half an hour. Brian shyly said he owed it all to Lightning because she taught him right. Meanwhile, on Wendy's platform, she began to tire and struggle to keep up the boost as if her magic was draining fast. But she saw it as a test, pushing herself to hang in there till the ship reached shore. Or so she thought, but Wendy started losing consciousness, and Lightning immediately told everyone to steer the ship to shore since Wendy had gotten sick. When Taboy helped Wendy down, they found her covered in cold sweat that could lead to deadly hypothermia. They blamed her for not warning them about her condition, but luck seemed to flip as the ship crashed into some rocks and got damaged. The captain yelled orders to have Lady Lightning escort Lady Wendy back to the castle while telling the others to stay behind and gather the sails. As Lightning took off with Wendy, the captain of the busted ship looked super bummed. He said that even though the little town test wasn't a total failure, it wasn't a win either. At least they'd found two big problems to fix, keeping Lady Wendy warm on the platform and making the ship handle shocks better. Meanwhile, in town, a carriage rolled down a desolate road. The driver was a one-legged man, and inside, a priest was beating a little girl. She obviously wasn't the only kid in there. The driver couldn't help but feel sorry for the girls trapped inside, even though the dude in the carriage seemed like their only lifeline. Without him, these girls probably would have frozen to death out on the streets. As the guy stepped down from the ride, the coachman asked if they were orphans from the kingdom of Grey Castle. The priest nodded, explaining that the church there takes in kids when food and clothes are scarce. And since the church is now taking in like 10 times more kids than before, the priest was glad to have a coachman like this dude to lean on, grateful for the decent paycheck he gets. The coachman was stoked to make 20 silver coins for hauling these orphan kids around. Plus, since he lost a leg, driving the carriage was a perfect fit. But the coachman had no clue these girls weren't your average orphans, they were witches, which is why the priest was paying him handsomely. But the priest kept that hush-hush, just telling the coachman to keep moving and promising to pay up when they arrived. When they stopped at an inn to grab some grub, the priest told a lady, "I brought some well-behaved kids here for you to look after." Meanwhile, a sketchy guy was hustling the girls around like goods, and the coachman couldn't stand watching his clients exploit them for a quick buck. He pulled the curtain shut, unable to bear the sight of those girls getting disrespected any longer. The scene then shifts to the archbishop descending into a massive underground chamber. He marveled at the view, admitting no matter how many times he visited, the grandeur of the dome always took his breath away. The archbishop called this dome a sheer natural wonder, definitely a masterpiece crafted by God. He explained that while the Hem church above ground symbolizes steadfastness, it's the heavily guarded depths of Hem's prison that might truly be the church's heart. As he stepped inside this mysterious place, a knight led the clergyman deeper in. Walking down the hallway, we learn these knights are the church's most loyal guardians, rewarded with housing right inside these tunnels for their loyalty. Any breach of discipline was dealt with harshly, often meaning a lifetime locked up in the very prison they guarded. Other tunnels held a library full of religious texts, historical documents, and notably a jail where unfortunate criminals were left to rot forever. They passed through another door, entering a prison where desperate voices begged for freedom, ready to risk everything just to escape. The priest stopped by a special cell locked with a massive padlock. He told the knight to wait outside, and once alone, he urged the prisoner inside to eat properly. The priest reminded him the food he brought was top-notch, though understandably no booze was allowed. The man behind bars was none other than King Wimbledon III. He asked if there was anything to eat down here, lamenting that he'd been isolated for 6 months without any word from his son or daughter. The priest seemed hesitant to spill everything but finally caved under pressure and revealed news the king didn't want to hear. Gerald Wimbledon, the king's eldest son, had been executed by Timothy for treason against the crown. The third prince, Garia, had declared herself Queen Cleanwer, gearing up to take on Timothy. Meanwhile, the king and his fifth princess were still alive, though there was no major news about them. The old king was totally shocked by the news about his eldest. He couldn't hide his grief, asking the priest why it took so long for him to be thrown in prison. Then King Wimbledon admitted the priest had used a witch to create a double to get rid of his eldest son. He acknowledged the church's growing influence across the kingdom, but demanded to know why the priest would make his beloved children kill each other through royal edict. He insisted he would never allow that kind of hate between his own kids. The priest countered that his children were adults now and making their own choices. He pointed out that the king's daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, had taken control of Cleanwar's Port 5 years ago and wouldn't just stand by while her brothers fought for the throne. Moreover, he stressed the church couldn't waste time and had to take out King Wimbledon to strengthen control over the kingdom. The priest declared the continent wouldn't be split any longer by the four kingdoms of Dawn, Everenter, and Grey Castle. Instead, they'd be unified under one land ruled and managed by the church. The old king looked utterly defeated, dropping to his knees, blood leaking from his mouth, but still managed to say he'd wait for the priest down in hell. The priest didn't bat an eye, rushing off hell talk and saying everything they did was part of the church's big plan. The king died right there, probably poisoned, but who knows? The priest saw it as his golden ticket to power and got ready to face the real enemy up ahead. Maybe he was talking about demons, the true foes humanity hadn't yet defeated. Honestly, church politics aren't my thing, but this story's lit. I can't wait to see what you do next. Next, we're back at the Witch Association camp up on the mountain. The witches left are mourning their sisters, who didn't make it through the rite of passage. One person spoke up, worried about what's next. They barely escaped alive, and now their sisters have been gone for 2 weeks searching for the sacred mountain. Their food supplies are almost gone, making them even more anxious. Suddenly, they hear footsteps coming closer. It's none other than Lady L. She stumbles into the tunnel, totally wiped out, face slamming straight onto the dirt floor. Rewinding a bit, we see Lady L walking down a lonely path. Her face is pale from harsh weather and gnawing hunger. Suddenly, the rite of passage hits hard while she's out there on her solo journey. We see Lady L walking down a deserted road. Her face was pale from the harsh weather and gnawing hunger. Suddenly, the brutal moment of growing up hit hard as she traveled alone. While she was still battling her inner demons, some creepy monster popped up right behind her. She freaked out, spun around begging for help, but then suddenly snapped awake from the nightmare. Sitting up, Ham Min softly told her she'd been out cold for 2 whole days. The other witches gathered around, looking seriously worried. One even apologized for dropping serious talk just as she woke up, but the older sister said they'd already hashed everything out. If she didn't come back, Elle would have to step up as the teacher to keep the guild from falling apart after all those losses. Without hesitating, Lady L made up her mind to track down Nightingale. That decision hit everyone like a ton of bricks. They were iffy about believing Nightingale's story about Border Town, not sure if they could truly trust her. Lady L reassured everyone they could find a safe hideout while she scoped out the situation at the border town first. She told the purple-haired witch to take over teaching if she didn't return. Leaning on her experience as a former guild member, she trusted them, stressing that if Nightingale's info was right, Border Town would become their new holy mountain, potentially ending the current guild's existence. Meanwhile, back in town, our crew was facing off against a few monsters. When one of them jumped over the wall, Warner shoved his spear right in its gut. But as he tried to lift the beast, the spear snapped in two and the creature crashed back down. The deputy shouted to prep the matchlock guns and everyone jumped to it immediately. They took out the monsters without hesitation. A soldier handed the deputy a spear. To his surprise, there was a kid named Chloe there. Chloe said he'd show up wherever help was needed. With the monsters lying still on the ground, the captain admitted they weren't super dangerous, but staying alert was key. Excitement spilled out, saying since the hero took over Border Town, they'd been able to fend off those scary creatures. Before, that was only possible with the help of the River Heart Fortress. But now even the townsfolk could fight thanks to their leader, the hero. He pointed out the hero was always on the mountain when things got dicey. Standing with regular soldiers, suddenly a hybrid monster appeared and a soldier reported it was a winged lion hybrid. Lan Nin eagerly stepped forward to face the beast, but the hero told him to hold up. They stuck to the plan. Lan Nin was bait to draw the monster's attention, making sure he kept a certain height. The monster landed on the wall's surface, and Lan Nin, full of confidence, charged in, telling everyone he wouldn't let them down. The prince officially kicked off the hunt, but Lan Nin's confidence wavered a bit when he joked the hero's fierce roar sounded more like a whining dog. After dropping that line, Lan Nin vanished, leaving the hero speechless on how to react. He even asked the other girls if he really heard that weird sound, and they reluctantly said yes. The prince told the girls to stick to the plan and stay safe, which they nodded to. Wearing a confident smile, the prince looked up at the sky. Pleased this was all playing out just like he planned. Meanwhile, the monster was getting more annoyed because of our sneaky girl. She kept tossing pebbles at it. She teased the beast and it growled back. She darted around, mocking and provoking it like she was playing tag with a giant kitty. The monster got mad and slammed down hard, but Lan was still having a blast. As the beast kept chasing her, Nightingale sped through her dimensional space since Lan successfully lured the monster into the town square. She told Anna that even in her hidden dimension, the monster could sense them, thanks to its sharp instincts. So she warned Anna to approach her fiery power super carefully, which had a radius of about 5 meters, stressing they only had one shot to take down the beast and couldn't afford slip-ups. Meanwhile, Lan kept playing tag with the lion, making it angrier because she wouldn't leave its tail alone. Seeing their shot, the girls moved quickly. Anna wasted no time. When the lion wandered into their sights, they snapped back from that dimension. Anna unleashed her blue fire power, hitting the monster with a blazing flame so hot it made ears ring. Nightingale could even feel the heat from the other side. Lenin bragged her fire was strong enough to melt steel, so burning a monster alive was no biggie for her. As the creature turned to ash, the prince was pretty hyped, seeing Anna didn't even need help to take it down. Suddenly, other monsters started retreating, leaving everyone puzzled why they were pulling back. Then he spotted something shocking and looked up with eyes wide open. Dark clouds were clearing from the sky and sunlight poured in strong, signaling the days of evil demons were finally over. News spread fast that the dark demon days had ended, and everyone was soaking up this moment of victory. He gathered everyone, and as he began his speech, the villagers and soldiers got hyped, cheering that no one would starve this winter under the prince's watch. The prince acknowledged the evil days were behind them and Burtown had made it through with minimal losses, all thanks to the brave civilian army. He compared this win to when the Forchus River once threatened them with famine and cold. But today's victory proved Burtown could stand strong all on its own. The crowd erupted again in excitement, knowing they no longer had to rely on anyone else. With a big smile, the king decided to throw a massive party to celebrate their tough win. He announced there'd be a victory parade and promised anyone who danced in the town square would score some honey-glazed beef. When the parade rolled around, the lead knight carried a huge slab of beef to the feast, and Hunter Aones took charge of lighting the fire. Before long, everyone was breaking out the victory moves, the campfire flames crackling as the sweet smell of sizzling meat filled the air. Hunter Iron A declared that anyone who kept dancing would get more meat. The longer you danced, the more you ate. Everyone was hyped to join in, thinking it was an easy way to snag some food, pulling their friends along because you didn't dance, you didn't eat. While the crowd was having a blast, the lead knight voiced his worry about running out of meat for the prince, fearing the leftovers might disappear before he got any. Until more supplies showed up, the prince felt a little bummed but reluctantly agreed to let the people party on. So, their lively night went on with folks dancing around the fire, singing, and just soaking up the good vibes. For the people of Border Town, surviving savage demon winds without a scratch was a huge deal, totally worth throwing down on a celebration like this. And events like these would be lovingly remembered for years to come. Meanwhile, our prince rushed back to the castle for his own exclusive party, where all the witches were buzzing with excitement. As soon as the prince arrived, Lanin decided to officially kick off the celebration. Anna spun some chickens on the magical flame, roasting them just perfectly enough to make Nana drool over that irresistible aroma. Nightingale showed off her skills by expertly slicing the meat into fine pieces. At the same time, the tomboy girl and Nana were living their best lives ever. Nothing beats an outdoor BBQ bash in their books, and they couldn't be happier. The prince was also feeling the joy, especially seeing everyone so stoked. He believed folks with extraordinary skills like theirs deserved to be treated like royalty. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he got smacked with a sweet kiss right on his cheek from Light Nian. Nightingale and Anna were totally shocked by the surprise move, and the prince's reaction was just as stunned. When asked about the sudden kiss, the tomboy girl pointed out that it's a festival tradition for women to kiss the land's ruler. Meanwhile, Nightingale was feeling a little awkward and kinda jealous, and Wendy straight up noticed the tension. As the prince and Lan Nin mingled back and forth, Anna looked a bit down, maybe because she wanted to be the one kissing the prince. When the clock struck midnight, the prince was feeling dizzy from drinking too much. Suddenly, his spinning head cleared when he spotted Anna off in the distance. She walked right up to him, making him blush hard. He immediately started explaining that the kiss with the tomboy was just an accident, and Anna nodded along. The prince made it clear that Lan Nin was young, and he didn't see her that way. Anna agreed. Then Anna gathered all her courage and admitted she'd been waiting alone because she wasn't as bold as Lightning Nin. As they got closer, just inches apart, Anna gave him a soft, gentle kiss on the cheek. Meanwhile, Wendy was tucked away in her room, head buried deep in a book. She was totally confused because the books about the church's origins didn't mention any gods, only calling everyone the Pope, which made no sense to her while she was thinking it through. Nightingale strolled in and caught Wendy mid-thought. Wendy quickly shut the book, lighting up when she saw her friend walk in. She shared that Lightning had gone to bed while calling for their dad like a kid. Nightingale laughed and grabbed the book from Wendy, reminding her that reading late into the night can strain your eyes, especially in bad lighting. Suddenly, Wendy caught Nightingale off guard by asking if she was bothered by Lightning's kiss on the prince. Nightingale blushed and denied it, but Wendy pressed her not to lie. Reluctantly, Nightingale clenched her teeth and admitted that the kiss was actually kind of messing with her. Meanwhile, Wendy reassured Nightingale that Roland Wimbledon was the fourth prince of the kingdom, and their job was to help him win the throne and become king of Grey Castle. She firmly believed he'd protect the witches under his rule and eventually marry a princess or duke's daughter to secure the next generation. Wendy explained that as witches, they couldn't have kids. That was a trade-off from the powers they were given by fate, and she hoped Nightingale understood that. Outside, as the party wound down, villagers were busy cleaning up, already reminiscing about those fierce demon fights. They thanked the prince for turning their days into unforgettable memories with his inventions and victories. They were also curious about what the artillery team would do next now that the demons were gone. Vanner reassured them they'd find out the next day. The next morning kicked off with the sound of horns blowing, gathering all the soldiers to hear an announcement from the prince. Iron declared that since they'd successfully defended Border Town from the demons, every member of the civilian militia was now officially a soldier under Prince Roland's command. However, he gave them the choice to leave if they didn't want to keep going. A knight asked if being in the prince's personal army meant they'd become knights themselves. Hunter Iron clarified that a personal army was a professional military force focused on protecting Prince Roland and his lands. They trained year-round, focusing on fighting skills, strict discipline, and would earn better pay. The soldiers weren't buying the deal on a higher pay, so Iron Ace laid it out straight. There's going to be a military unit right inside this private army. Anyone who kills it in battle gets promoted. Officers will score bigger paychecks and even land of their own. That news fired up the troops, hyping them up to tackle the new challenge with the sweet perks attached. But Iron Ace kept it real, warning the stoked crew that being part of the private army means their behavior's gotta be way more disciplined than before. He stressed that any slip-ups in manners or breaking the code would spell serious trouble, like forced labor or even execution. The squad tensed up right away at the serious warning, and Iron Ace threw down a challenge for them to rethink their commitment if they had doubts. Even with tough conditions, Vanner stayed solid, dead set on serving our hero Roland. No matter what hurdles popped up, nobody seemed down to ditch the private army. Iron Ace then boomed out in the voice of a seasoned captain, reminding them they're now Prince Roland's private troops. He declared that the grind of training starts immediately, setting a strict disciplined vibe from this moment on. Back in the castle, Lanin updated Prince Roland about the private army plan. She explained that since the snow's still hanging around outside the city, the soldiers will crawl more than run in their daily 4-mile drills. While Lani admired the fresh designs our hero had just sketched, the prince himself was deep in thought, weighing the tough mission ahead, building the whole army structure from zero with rules, rewards, and punishments. The massive task was giving him a headache. Considering he used to be big on military chess as a kid but forgot a lot, he was determined to innovate and do what's never been done in this world in time. As they checked out the designs, a bayonet caught their eye before they could dive deeper into the talks. A knock on the door cut through the moment. When the two wizards vanished like they'd never been there, our hero let the visitor in. The old steward surprised everyone, reporting that a noble named Chris wanted to see our hero. Chris had dipped out during the months of demons but was back now. He looked visibly annoyed because his house got torn down to build the city walls. When our hero faced Chris, the stern noble demanded to know why the prince allowed his house to be demolished. He made a big deal about dropping a hefty 150 gold coins to build that grand mansion. Our hero bluntly asked if Chris meant the house all the way out on Burtown's far west side. Chris confirmed without skipping a beat. The prince apologized, explaining it was necessary since the house was too close to the wall and blocked the army's movement. But he reassured Chris the city would compensate him for his loss. The greedy noble perked up instantly and asked how much he'd get. Our hero pointed to 20 golden coins, but the greedy guy wasn't feeling that tiny number. Eventually, he accepted and asked where he could get the cash. The prince reminded him that the money's already been handed over to the lawful owner of the property. Chris got heated, slamming his hand on the table, insisting he's the rightful owner. Our hero smoothly pointed out that if it really belonged to him, why didn't he show up even once during those demon months? The noble explained he'd been holed up in the forest riverbank because he didn't want to die in Border Town. That's when the prince spotted a chance and pressed the glutton, asking if he was basically calling him out for ditching the ruler just because he feared demons. As the knight captain stepped closer, he slammed his hand on Chris's shoulder rough, letting him know owning up to the house mix-up could clear things up. He warned the noble that he could walk away quietly and dodge trouble, but if he didn't, he'd be charged with treason and executed on the spot. The noble started sweating buckets and finally confessed he was wrong, admitting the house wasn't his after all. Our hero stayed calm, casually telling him everything's cool and he could bounce without drama. Before the noble rushed back to the riverbank, our hero threw a message his way. If any other nobles want to avoid treason charges, they better think twice before coming back to town. Looks like the noble was super pissed, blasting some steam by punching a nearby tree. He fully believed that once the Duke of the Riverbank takes over the lands, the prince would have to retreat, and this glutton would be ready to soak in the downfall he sure will hit our hero. As he stomped down the road, his anger cooled off when he spotted a woman cloaked from head to toe, and the noble froze at her stunning beauty. He'd never seen such grace, not even in a few princesses. Watching her stride with purpose toward the castle, he started wondering if she might be our hero's wife as she slipped into the city. She hid her face amid the busy streets. Seeing the crowded avenues, she couldn't help but feel a little out of place. Even though the demon months had just ended recently, when she reached the castle gate, she wondered if Lenin was being honest about this town's prince. She hesitated at the threshold, then decided she could handle at least 2 guards if things got tough. The castle knights snapped at the cloaked figure, ordering her back, because this wasn't a spot for civilians. Waiting for the chance to gloat over the downfall he believed would come to our hero. When he stomped down the road, his anger eased as he saw a woman covered head to toe, and the nobleman froze at her beauty. He'd never seen such elegance, not even in a few princesses. Watching her stride purposefully toward the castle, he began to wonder if she was our hero's wife as she entered the city. She hid her face in the bustling streets. When she saw the crowded streets, she couldn't help but feel confused, wondering if she was the hero's wife as she entered the city. She covered her face in the busy streets. When she saw the bustling streets, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even though the demon months just ended recently, when she reached the castle gates, she wondered if Lanin was telling the truth about the prince of this town. She hesitated before stepping in, but then decided, thought they could handle at least 2 guards if push came to shove. The knights at the castle gates flipped out when they saw the cloaked figure and told her to step back since this wasn't a spot for common folk. Lady L didn't flinch, pulled her hood down, showing off her beauty and boldly claimed she was a witch. The soldiers exchanged confused looks, not sure how to respond. Meanwhile, Lady Lift swallowed her fear and firmly demanded to see Nightingale, Nana, or Anna. The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them decided to step inside and report the situation. Once she saw the soldiers leave, Lady L still worried he might call for reinforcements, or maybe Nightingale had tricked them about Nana and Anna's existence. Her head bowed in thought. Suddenly, she felt warm arms wrap around her from both Nightingale and Wendy. Realizing these were her friends, Lady L froze as Nightingale and Wendy hugged her tight, their eyes full of joyful tears. Wendy whispered a heartfelt welcome back into Lady L's ear, making her cry too. Meanwhile, our hero was yawning, and Wendy brought him some tea. While sipping, our hero asked about Nightingale, and Wendy happily revealed Nightingale was welcoming a new sister who had just arrived. Our hero almost choked on that news. Wendy then excitedly shared that sisters from the guild had come to Border Town, shocked and hyped. Our hero asked Wendy if they were not searching for the sacred mountain. She explained only 7 witches survived because monsters wiped out the others during their journey. She apologized, saying they arrived while our hero was asleep and begged forgiveness for letting them into the castle. Our hero felt pumped because more witches joining meant fresh skills and numbers. Wendy then dropped a message from Lady L saying these girls aren't all fighters, meaning they might not be super useful in battle. She mentioned under the Stone of Diviner Rut's influence, witches' combat abilities were pretty limited. But the prince didn't sweat it. One witch knew how to create electricity, which meant no more darkness, and another could handle stuff differently, skipping the whole refinement or soul-casting process. This got our hero daydreaming about upgrading this ancient world with tech powered by witch magic. Nightingale suddenly snapped our hero out of his fantasy, pulling him back to reality and reminding him everyone was waiting. After a while, the group gathered for dinner with all the witches. Our hero happily welcomed them to Border Town, hoping they liked the food and encouraged them to ask for whatever they wanted. Lai Tin enthusiastically agreed, saying our prince was super generous and always ready to welcome new members. One witch teased Lai Tin for being too obsessed with our hero, but our hero ignored it, saying they didn't care about ranks or formalities and urged everyone to start eating before the food got cold. Meanwhile, the other witches watched Nana and Anna use these tiny sticks, like little chopsticks, but the newbies didn't know how to use them, so they stared confused. Still, everyone began enjoying the meal, totally digging it. After dinner ended, our hero focused on reading documents describing each witch's powers. After checking out their skills, the prince realized none could shape materials or create electricity. That meant his plans to modernize the world had to slow down for a bit. But he saw enough talent among the witches to meet current needs. The first witch who caught our hero's eye was Lady Lif. She didn't just boost fruit production but could control all kinds of plants, making her perfect for expanding agriculture. Next was Scroll, a witch with a legendary memory who worked 24/7. Once grown, she could recreate any book she'd read, making her ideal for teaching. Then there was Hambud, a cute witch who could make objects weightless or adjust their weight magically, making her priceless for lifting goods or balancing loads. Fourth was Shuria Joan from a merchant family in Grey Castle's capital. She could recreate vivid landscapes with a magic brush without needing paint or paper, making her almost like a walking camera for the witches. The fifth came from the southern continent and could mimic any sound, earning the title of Audio Illusion Master. Lastly, Lily just turned 16, with powers to stop food from spoiling, helping with food storage, though our hero still didn't know she could kill bacteria. Yet, the seventh witch called Moon was the most intriguing, a quiet young girl, but an invaluable asset because she could magnetize metal. Her power upgraded after maturing, and now she could magnetize almost anything. Nightingale revealed Moon used to be seen as the weakest in their camp and often got bullied by teacher Kara. But to our hero, magnetism meant he had a way to generate electricity, the oldest hack in the engineering book, thanks to Faraday. With electricity, they'd have light, and soon something even more amazing would happen in his territory. He decided not to sort witches into fighters or non-fighters but preferred grouping them into three big categories. The first group was self-boosters, with passive powers unaffected by the Stone of Diviner Rut. The second group was summoners just like the name. Their magic was called out from outside their bodies but had an effect range of 5 meters or less, and their powers could be easily suppressed by the Stone of Diviner Rutman. The most intriguing was a quiet young girl who was a total jackpot because she could magnetize metal. Her power leveled up as she grew, and now she can magnetize almost anything. Nightingale spilled that Moon used to be the camp's biggest useless lump and got bullied by their teacher, Kara. But for our hero, magnetism means he can actually generate electricity. It's one of the OG tricks in tech books, and all props go to Faraday. With electricity, they got light, and it won't be long before another miracle sparks up in his territory. He chose not to split wizards into fighters or non-fighters, but instead sorted them into three big squads. First up, self-boosters, who rock passive abilities that Stone of Diviner Rutman can't mess with. Next was summoners, as the name says. Their magic gets called out from their bodies but only affects a 5-meter radius or less, and Stone of Diviner Rutman can easily shut these powers down. So, the third crew is all about locking in power by embedding magic straight into the target. It's a slow grind, burns a ton of mana, and can totally get cut off by the Diviner Stone of Rutman. But once you finish the transfer, the added trait sticks as a permanent feature of the item. It still works even if the Diviner Rutman stone is around. Once everything's locked in, he wraps up the day knowing things are about to get way busier, while Roland gets ready to hit the sack. We see all the wizards gathered up in a room. They're bugging Ningle, asking if hitting magic every day can make them dodge the pain of growing up. Nightingale answers straight up that Anna and Nana are walking proof of that theory. She swears she's seen body changes in both girls through her bone magic. Consistent magic use has boosted their mana life force and dialed down the agony of that rough reaction phase, aka the growing up stage. She adds that if they completely run out of mana right before awakening, they'll get through the reaction phase almost pain-free. Wendy jumps in to confirm they've never gotten to fully max out their power before since they always had to run from the church, never daring to unleash their full magic. Lady L finally gets why. She didn't feel pain during her own reaction phase. She's been through a lot suffering since she rejoined the guild, probably because her magic was drained after that battle with the demons. When Lady L finally figures out what makes the reaction phase hurt, she freaks out, realizing that no sacred mountain they've been hunting for actually exists. But Wendy quickly soothes her, saying the holy mountain probably ain't some physical paradise. Instead, this town is everything a sacred mountain means to all wizards, because here, there's zero discrimination. One wizard suggests that if this is true, maybe other wizards crack the code on beating the reaction phase too. But Ningle says she's already sent letters to other wizard guilds in the WH Kingdom and the Demon Realm. Nightingale spills that Roland's busy rallying all the other wizards by spreading rumors around the city that this town is the Holy Mountain, hoping they get enough guts to show up. Another wizard confesses she still can't figure out Prince Roland's motives, wondering why he even cares about them. A girl guesses maybe he wants them to be dancers like those fancy nobles. Nightingale gets heated, hearing her chop up our main prince like that, and tells everyone they'll get to really know him once they've lived here longer. Wendy agrees from her own experience living here, steps up to vouch for Prince Roland. She tells them to get ready to sign the work contracts with him tomorrow. Next day rolls around, and everyone's gathered in the dining hall. Prince Roland drops rules telling everyone to read the fine print in the contract before signing. He pushes them to start training their powers as per the contract plan. Lady Moon's nervous, scared she'll mess things up during training again, like the time she almost hurt Lady Lily with that iron claw. Roland quickly calms her down, saying he'll back her up through the training. Then he calls Lady Scroll, Lay, and Lady Soar for a private chat. Next, we cut to the hero's office where interrogation kicks off. He opens by asking about the mess they ran into with savage creatures where only 7 wizards survived, including the guild's teacher who died in Batlin. He wants to know if what they faced were hybrid creatures. Everyone goes silent, especially Lady L. "You faced those demons all alone," he says. She shivers slightly, then admits they weren't demons but more like hellspawn demons. She describes them as tall creatures who can control lesser demons and wield magic like wizards. The guy turns to Lady Soraya asking if she was there when those monsters showed up. She anxiously confirms it, and the hero slides a paper to her, urging her to sketch the monster's shape. For those wondering why Sister L survived but Soraya saw the monsters, here's the scoop. Lady L ordered some wizards to retreat while she held the line against the beasts. Either way, Lady Soraya summons her special pen, which leaves Roland stunned at her mad skills. She starts drawing, and with a few slick strokes, the image on the paper terrifies both the hero and Nightingale. Soraya is drained after finishing the sketch, and Lady L immediately points out that the monsters in the drawing are exactly the demons they fought. She explains how one demon could shoot javelins at lightning speed, another could call down thunder, and combined with their insane physical power, Lady L also spots their weak spot. They can't keep up their special attacks non-stop, which she exploited to take them down solo. Roland's shocked hearing Lady L face those beasts alone. She then clarifies she found a vulnerability beneath the demon's mask, a super fragile tube. Kara's snake bit through it, severing it and killing the monster, though Kara lost her life doing that. So Lady L used the same tactic to kill another, discovering the tubes contain red gas that evaporates and kills them. Prince Roland quickly gets that this sounds like a respiratory system, but looking at the image, he's not convinced these creatures are aliens. Their skills and weapons don't fit alien descriptions. She then reveals they'd also encountered a floating city in the sky. No matter how close they tried, the city always stayed out of reach. Lady L pointed out that floating city might just be an illusion. Our hero asked if they could sketch it out, because if it really is a mirage, then those demons could actually be chilling somewhere in Baton Land. The red blood bone stuff on the city is what the demons breathe in. Soria started drawing again. Meanwhile, Prince Roland figured the western plains beyond the mountains were basically uncharted territory, so it wouldn't be wild if some other creatures lived there. Then he turned to Lady Scroll and asked about the ancient script Kara read while hunting for the Holy Mountain. The girl explained Kara never let anyone else read it, but she had snuck peeks before. Still, the writing was all messy and chaotic, and the meaning was insanely hard to wrap your head around. Prince Roland asked Sister Scroll to recreate the ancient text for him, but she insisted it was all nonsense and best left alone. Even though she was worried, she summoned a book on command, quickly shut it tight, and said it was just for his eyes because she feared others might lose their minds like Kara did. The prince nodded. All right, so then we saw Nightingale snacking. As Roland got lost in the book Sister Scroll made, he asked Nightingale if she was curious to check it out. She just brushed him off, not interested in anything that could mess with her head. Roland argued that reading the words wouldn't drive someone crazy, plus he couldn't even fully get most of it since the language and grammar were so old school. He pointed out there was no mention of the Holy Mountain, only a deep red moon and a massive stone door. He could catch every single word alone, but piecing them together was a nightmare. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open when he caught something crucial in the text. The phrase he read basically said regular humans don't stand a chance against these demons. Roland kept reading in the book that the Diviner Stone of Rutment can't hold up against the demons' non-stop attacks. These freaky foes were scary just with brute strength. They smashed the holy city of Tequila to bits. They scattered everywhere, crossing mountains and rivers to escape that gate to hell. The writer then revealed she was dying, her body eaten away by demon powers, untreatable by any medicine. So she wrote a letter asking her friend Nate for help. She explained that Alice's Tammy experiment was wrapping up successfully, making warriors who could stand against the demons. But she worried that even if the demons got beaten, it wasn't a real win, it was just a sign of disaster ahead. She begged Nate to shut down Alice's Tammy experiment, believing only Nate could make that call. After digesting all this, Roland was totally shook. He guessed Kara might have confused demons with witches, thinking witches ruled and that's why she wanted to wipe out the church's army. But he was still puzzled about how Kara planned to beat the Diviner Stone's power, which worked on witches but totally failed against demons. At least with that knowledge, now he knew the demons mentioned were a different species, not witches, though he still felt confused. Roland wondered when the church had fought these demons and where exactly Tequila was. He got frustrated at his old self for slacking on studying, leaving him with a dumb head only good for chilling. He turned to Nightingale and asked if she knew where Kara found the book that drove her crazy. Nightingale said Kara had the book since joining the guild, but added that according to Wendy, the guild was started by a few witches who randomly met up in a seaside town called CB. Nightingale mentioned Kara, Wendy, and Scroll were the OG members. They'd once discovered ancient ruins underground in the eastern forest near a town, but only did a light investigation and confirmed that's where they found the book. After this discovery, the guild grew, the church learned about them, and the hunt began. Kara ran to the mountains to find the Holy Mountain, and that's basically the guild's whole backstory. She then asked Roland if he wanted to check out the ruins. Roland shook his head, saying the eastern forest was way too far and he wanted to focus on developing his land rather than wandering around. Roland had a new plan forming to set up a legit organization. He promised it wouldn't be like before, obsessed with the Holy Mountain, but instead a wizard alliance. All to manage witches responsibly, avoiding crimes or abusing powers to skirt the rules, just freedom and good vibes for everyone. Next scene takes us to the forest riverbed, where a fancy noble party is going down. Among the guests is Parab, the ambassador, who's amazed the event mirrors the lavish feasts of the capital. He's sure the elk family went all out to pull together such elite guests right at the forest riverbed. Behind us, a blonde dude tells his sister to approach the ambassador, but she's way too shy to try. So the blonde guy blurted out, calling the ambassador a buddy. The ambassador got annoyed by the casual greeting. While the newcomer insisted they were old pals and told him to chill out, he teased Ambassador, asking if he wasn't appointed by the Forest River leader, then joked about how the mines in the border town must be raking in mad cash, implying they're draining the locals. Parab quickly dodged the question, but the jabbermouth kept rambling, saying he planned to visit the holy city but got stuck in a blizzard, which probably saved his life. Curious, the redhead asked for details. The blonde revealed the holy city almost collapsed, demons shattered the inner city walls, and if the church hadn't sent their toughest fighters, their cathedral would have been in deep trouble. He added that the armies of all four kingdoms took huge losses. The demons broke through the inner city walls. If the church didn't send their toughest warriors, St. Capital's cathedral would be seriously toast. He added that the armies from all four kingdoms took heavy hits. Not many folks ever make it back from Frost Valley. In just 1 month, tons of women turned into widows, and now those widows are super vulnerable. All it takes is 2 silver coins to take advantage of them. If you forgot, we've already seen these tough church warriors throw down in earlier episodes. Hope that's still fresh in your mind. The blonde dude is dead. Sure, this whole mess is some scheme cooked up by the church. That the 4 biggest kingdoms lost their top generals and soldiers battling demons and Hemet. Out of nowhere, some new guy asks if the ambassador noticed the handkerchief in the invite. The ambassador gets annoyed and asks if they're messing around. Blondie calms him and jokes that if he was pranking, he'd have stuffed socks in there, not a handkerchief. Then he mentions the handkerchief was sewn by his sister, who just turned 16 after tonight's party. Seems like the older brother is dead set on playing matchmaker between his sis and this redhead. Despite the big age gap, suddenly someone starts yelling, and all eyes snap to a noble who's throwing mad shade and insults at our hero, calling him all kinds of names. Parav steps up and asks what's going on. A man explains they're talking about the lord of the border town who seized the noble's property. A curly-haired noble walks up to explain directly to the ambassador. He spills that he lives in the border town, but every winter during the demon month, demons retreat into the forest river. However, this year all the nobles got word that Prince Roland trashed their houses to build a wall and didn't offer a dime in compensation. Worse, Prince Roland labeled anyone crossing into the Fortress River as a traitor for abandoning the prince and their land. Heading back into the Forest River now means a death sentence for treason. The ambassador quickly figures out that Prince Roland might be trying to cut ties completely with the Fortress River, turning his land into an independent zone. Meanwhile, the noble keeps throwing shade at Prince Roland's decisions, hoping Mr. Medi can get a message to the Fortress River Duke to lend them a hand. Then BY steps up, cool as a cucumber, urging everyone to chill, cause Duckran's already handling it. He brags that the Duke's army is built up and the E-clan's ready to jump in. The border town nobles breathe a sigh of relief, saying if Duckran's in charge, no worries. But the ambassador's not feeling the idea of going after Prince Roland. He pulls Medi aside, reminding him they're dealing with a prince here. Blondie shrugs it off, calling Roland just a prince with a sketchy patch of land and assured that Roland will surrender when push comes to shove. Even with that confidence, Perov's still uneasy about the whole sitch. His buddy keeps stressing that if they roll into the border town with a huge army, farmers and miners will scatter like ants, so the fight would be over before it even starts. But what worries Perov the most is that the fortress Riverside's gonna bear the brunt of this conflict, not Prince Roland. He just can't wrap his head around how Prince Roland plans to use civilians against the Duke's forces, but he's got a bad feeling that somehow Roland's gonna pull off a win. Then Perov heads back to the Honeysuckle clan deep in the Forest River. He greets his dad, who tells him to check over import-export levels and available workers. Looks like they're prepping for the Duke's army come spring. The ambassador's shaken, realizing they're dead serious about attacking the border town. Dad says Duck Ran ordered troops recruited as soon as the snow melts, and all 5 big clans must pitch in knights and soldiers to back that up. Perov asks how many troops they're sending. Dad's a bit surprised by Perov's sudden concern. He breaks down the number of knights and common soldiers altogether, over 100 people. Perov gets fired up hearing this and begs his dad not to get involved in the fight. Bald Dad asks why, and Perov just straight up says he's worried about his dad's safety. Hearing that, the bald man bursts out laughing at Perov's anxiety. He sees the Fortress River like a giant elephant, ready to crush the border town like it's some tiny ant, so he's not sweating it. He reminds Perov that Prince Roland only has a few knights and about 50 guards, but the redhead ambassador keeps arguing. He points out how everyone used to underestimate Roland's mud wall, thinking it'd collapse after one night of rain, but surprise, it stood firm. People also doubted the border town would survive the winter, yet Roland held strong all demon month, earning mad respect. Bald Dad gets even madder hearing that and tells his son to shut up. He angrily points to portraits on the wall, steel-strong ancestors who held their ground on battlefields, saying as their descendant, he won't back down from any fight either. The poor son just takes his dad's yelling, who clearly doesn't get how unpredictable Prince Roland really is. He's pretty sure the Honeysuckle clan's gonna get dragged deep into this political hurricane and swallowed whole by our prince soon enough. Back at Bordertown Castle, our hero reveals he kept his promise and granted land to Nana Tiki Pai's dad, making him a baron. The land sits south across the river. Still wild forest for now, but Roland promises it'll be the first spot developed when the border town expands. All percentage earnings made on that land will belong to the Pai family. And shocker, the burly man agrees right away, happy to chill in the wild forest hunting until then. Meanwhile, Roland officially knights Brian, who'll get land grants every time he scores a military win. Our prince finally nails a plan. The Honeysuckle clan was about to get wrapped up in this political mess and would totally get swallowed by our prince. Back at Bordertown Castle, our hero revealed he kept his word and granted a piece of land to Nana Tiki Pai's dad, making him a viscount. The land's over south of the river across from the town, still nothing but thick jungle. Roland promised it'd be the first spot to get developed when the border town starts expanding. Every single % of the business on that land would go to the Pei family. And, out of nowhere, the burly guy immediately gave a thumbs up and decided to chill in the wild forest for hunting until then. Meanwhile, Roland officially knighted Brian, and he'd earn land every time he scored a military win. Our prince finally cracked the code. It's super useful for using his own deserted land. He planned to make the river the boundary, turning the area between the river and the mountain range into a military training zone. Across the river, he intended to build future factories and farms. He also planned to make the most of the forest west of the border town, packed with timber, edible mushrooms, wild animals, and herbs. Just then, someone popped in. Looks like Sister Soraya got summoned by our hero. The prince greeted her warmly, motioned her over, and sat down. He asked about the progress at City Hall. Turns out our hero had assigned her the task of sketching passport-sized portraits of everyone in the border town to put together a full report. Each person got 10 coins just to sit in front of her and pose for their sketch. And Soraya was still curious about everything, diligently drawing all the visitors. But now our hero called her over for a different mission. When Sister Soraya asked what was on his mind, the prince enthusiastically slammed his hand on the table and happily told her to draw a few small things just for fun. Soraya was a bit puzzled by this weird request but agreed anyway. She asked if she should draw from imagination. Roland told her to sketch a soldier holding a heavy crossbow on paper. Soraya grabbed her magic pen and Roland told her to draw the armored soldier and describe the scene around him. Looks like he found the perfect way to use a boss like ChatGPT to help with his drawings. So, she started drawing a bit nervously while the prince watched closely. When she finished, he looked it over and said it was surprisingly lifelike. Then he asked her to draw a small circle at the top center of the card. Soraya followed his instructions as he kept guiding what she should sketch next. After finishing one card, he told her to make a full deck and promised to teach her how to play the game. Once they had all the cards made, he decided to play the first round with her, and they ended up spending the whole day lost in the game. The prince won the last round by slamming down his strongest trump card, leaving Soraya stunned by its power. She challenged him to another game, but he said to save it for another day since it was getting late. Soraya was a little bummed but agreed. As dawn's golden light spread out, a sweet melody filled the air and Sister Soraya quickly realized it was Lady Cho singing. She explained that Lady Cho had learned the poem Soraya had once taught her. We also catch up with Anna after a long time, and she seemed to be enjoying that sweet song. Lady Scrone came in and told Anna that Sister Soraya was calling everyone. Anna replied she wanted to finish reading and was still enjoying Sister Cho's singing. The purple-haired girl then shared that even Cho looks up to Anna for her abilities, way more than any other witch here. Anna asked why, and Lady Scrone explained that Cho isn't from Grey Castle but originally from the southern continent. She was brought to Grey Castle by slave traders from Green Waterpt, where she was trained in tricks to charm men for better prices. Though her current life is better, her past is still a mysterious, painful story. She was ripped away from her family and taken far from home. Anna felt sorry for her, and Lady Scrone added that having power like Anna has is like hitting the jackpot for Cho, considering Cho's singing voice isn't exactly a career booster. The sister then gave our girl a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying she doesn't need to worry, because witches here no longer have to live in hardship and despair. Na was the first witch our hero met, earning full credit from Lady Scrone for being the reason others found comfort. The purple-haired girl noticed something that made Anna use herself as an example. She pointed out Anna's hair was a bit long and asked if no one ever cut it. Anna blushed and said she always cut her own hair. Lady Scrone reassured her she'd give her a proper haircut and proudly said back in the guild, she was the one who cut all the sisters' hair. A little while later, she brought her tools, tied Anna's hair up with a cloth, and started cutting. While telling stories about making a living as a barber, Anna mentioned the book she read yesterday had lots of stories where the prince always ends up marrying a princess and making her his wife. She asked why the prince always has to marry a duke's daughter. Sister Scrone explained that's just how it's always been, but Anna immediately asked why. What if someone doesn't like princesses or noble ladies? Sister Scrone said no matter personal taste, the prince has to marry someone of noble blood because he might become king. Plus, royal marriages are political moves. Also, having kids with pure royal blood is super important. Anna was honestly thrown off by that, because she probably hoped she'd get a chance to marry Prince Roland, but maybe no shot for her since witches can't have kids. Even Lady Scrone got that and didn't want Anna to feel down about it. After she finished cutting, Anna looked cute and gorgeous. Lady Scrone then decided to switch up the stories she told Anna from now on. She told Anna to go back to her room and come find her if she ran into anything she didn't understand while reading. But just before leaving, Anna spoke up and said our prince isn't like those fairy tale princes, because he does whatever he wants, no matter what. The purple-haired girl asked why she thought that. Anna reminded her if he was just a typical prince, he wouldn't have saved her. Later, we see the prince holding a paper with the Pythagorean theorem written on it. He's teaching Sister Scrone some algebra and told her he'd write down a few more equations for her to memorize. The prince asked if she understood, and she nodded. Take a deep breath and tap into your skills to lock down that equation. Looks like our hero's trying hard to stash away all that math knowledge before his memory starts slipping. 'Cause, back in his past life as an engineer, he was pretty solid with math and physics and had a decent grip on other subjects too. So he got Scrone to memorize all the stuff he wrote down, hoping to preserve that knowledge and maybe boost education down the line. Meanwhile, he still wasn't quite sure what magic really was in this world. Magic here is all over the place, and wizards bend natural laws in ways that just can't be compared to other power sources like electricity. The only way to truly grasp the origin of magic's power is to understand the universe. He started thinking about Einstein's discoveries and other similar stuff, guessing maybe the scientists in his world stumbled onto this kind of power before, but couldn't prove it since they didn't have wizards. Suddenly, Lady Scroll cut through his thoughts. As hours passed, our hero decided to call it a day. The girl stood up from her seat, but before taking off, she said she had a question to ask. The guy gave her the green light to speak, so she asked why he decided to take in a wizard and if he wasn't scared the church might threaten him for it. Roland kinda expected that question, but he almost choked on his tea when she asked if he ever planned to marry a wizard. While wiping his face, he asked why she had such a weird question. Then his mind started wandering, imagining what marrying a wizard would be like, and memories of Anna popped up. Those good memories made him smile, and after thinking it over, he happily said he'd totally marry a wizard. As night deepened outside, we see Nightingale, decked out in her armor, ready to hit the sack. She's got a curvy build, and hey, you could totally pause the video to check that out. Anyway, Wendy, eyes half closed, wonders what Nightingale's thinking and if then the scene flips back to just before Sister Scrun asked if the hero would marry a wizard. Turns out Nightingale was eavesdropping and lit up with hope hearing the prince's answer. Wendy's poking, trying to figure out why she's smiling so bright and wonders if she won a card game or something. The next day rolls around, and we catch our soldiers going through some hardcore training under their captain, Iron A. He's drilling them hard, and the head knight is pretty amazed by the energy these troops are putting out. He remembers that before winter, these guys were just lazy miners and hunters, but now they've leveled up into legit fighters. Still, he knows only the first battle will truly make them soldiers. Prince Roland shows up and asks Knight Carter how things are going. The knight says training's on point but gets curious about the woman standing beside him, wondering if she's a wizard. The prince grins and confirms yes, then tells him to gather everyone because he's got an announcement. The knight quickly calls the troops to line up. Once everyone's assembled, our hero starts off. First off, big shout out to all of you. Out of nowhere, Hunter Iron A charges forward like a maniac, ready to tear someone apart, and Knight Carter instantly goes on high alert to protect the prince. Suddenly, the man drops to his knees, bowing to the wizard and calling her the clan leader. Everyone there is stunned hearing that. The scene shifts to a past moment with flames dancing everywhere. We see a young guy swinging a massive axe, taking out people left and right. And there's the wizard screaming, terrified as the hateful dude's blade kills her most loyal servant. Then he, arrogantly turns to her, asking if she's the last member of the Oxa clan. He challenges her to a sacred duel, telling her to quit fighting because her clan's wiped out and her brother was killed by him. By law, he reminds her, her clan would now be his slaves. Looks like her loyal servant, Iron A, is still alive. When the jerk starts messing around, he moves in and grabs her chest. Her servant stands up and tells him to back off. But out of nowhere, someone blasts him from behind with a knockout punch, and he drops like a sack of potatoes. That awful guy keeps disrespecting her by stepping over her body, ordering his buddies to haul her off to clean Waterport, thinking they just scored big. Meanwhile, her servant is barely hanging on, slowly closing his eyes as his consciousness fades and the crooks start packing up to bounce. Back in the present, Iron A admits that after losing her, he refused to join any other clan. His only goal is to save Lady Cho. He tells how he searched endlessly for any slaves from far-off Clean Waterport but found zero clues. He kneels and swears to the three gods that he'll stand by Prince Roland's side for life. He confesses he lost control when he saw her and believes he deserves to be punished. The prince steps up, tells him to stay calm and get back up. Then the prince hints that maybe avenging Iron A's clan isn't impossible. A light flickers as he asks if they really plan to do that. The prince confirms, saying not right now, but definitely in the future. Iron A gets super hyped over the news and reassures Lady she'll finally return home. She replies that she's not the clan leader anymore. And now it all makes sense why she admired Anna so much. Anna had powerful magic because she wanted to protect her clan but felt powerless against the invaders. Meanwhile, he admitted he couldn't keep himself in check when he saw her, so he figured he deserved whatever punishment came his way. The prince stepped up, telling him to chill and get back on his feet. Then the prince hinted that maybe helping Iron A get revenge for her people wasn't totally off the table. Lights flared as someone asked if they were seriously going to do that. The prince confirmed it wasn't going to happen now, but definitely down the line. Iron A was hyped hearing this and reassured Lady she'd finally be able to go home. She replied she wasn't the clan chief anymore. And now it made total sense why she looked up to Anna, because Anna had mad magical skills and wanted to protect her tribe, even though she was powerless against the invaders. Meanwhile, our hero's totally caught up in thought, because Iron A just dropped some sick info about Extreme that's seriously lit. Basically, down south, there's this black sticky stuff that seeps from the ground and burns nonstop for days. As he digs deeper in his mind, his face lights up, because he realizes he's found a massive oil deposit not just underground, but like a straight-up oil spring. Just thinking about that oil got him daydreaming, about jet planes and fast cars. He knows if he gets his hands on that oil, he can bring combustion engines into the game. So the prince casually drops that once he's king, he'll hook up resources to take over Extreme for the O'Brien clan. Iron A is so hyped, nearly jumping for joy. He thanks our hero and swears he's down to follow him. But then the prince gets serious and reminds Iron A that his actions today broke First Army's rules, so he's sentenced to a 2-day timeout. Our army captain takes the punishment like a boss, stays chill, and agrees. Next, we find ourselves deep in the forest. One soldier asks his buddy what's going on with Iron A. The friend corrects him, saying they gotta call him captain now because the prince wants everyone to use proper ranks, then breaks down Iron A's situation. They're all hoping our hero won't be too hard on him. While the soldier is mulling over that, the prince strolls up with his crew. Tyr immediately orders everyone to stand at attention, while the soldiers whisper about Iron A's absence. The prince steps up and announces that training just got cut short. Once he said his piece, they gotta carry on with practice. He reveals the woman beside him is Witch Cho, Iron A's long-lost relative. He explains how their captain got 2 days locked up because of his reckless moves. He makes it clear that everyone here is top-tier First Army, and a soldier's golden rule is to follow orders. To drive the point home, the prince asks if they get it, and the soldiers reply loud and clear, then pull their hoods back to show their faces. Meanwhile, the prince keeps going, saying she can mimic all sorts of sounds, including instruments and marching tunes. He warns that her commands lead their moves to keep the squad tight. The soldiers look pretty confused about this marching music thing. Then, with a dramatic toss of her cloak, the prince adds that in battle, she'll be their flag. Like a VIP front row seat at a rock concert, but for war. He stresses they gotta protect her like she's their favorite guitar. Once the ritual's done, she starts singing. Her sweet melody floats through the air, and it's no ordinary song, it's a battle anthem to hype up the troops. Late at night, the guards are suddenly shocked when an arrow pierces one of the soldiers' hearts. Before they can react, more arrows rain down, cutting down the rest who scream in agony. The wannabe King Timothy stands there decked out in gold armor head to toe, leading an army of thousands of knights. His crew props him up for attacking the sister while she might have been asleep. Timothy corrects them, saying she was awake because he sent a fake army down the main road while sneaking his elite knights from the east to surprise her. He says even if she tries to run, she can't move at night. His knights back him up, saying retreating at night is a major no-no, and if she tries, her whole squad will crumble like crumbs. But the twisted bro reveals he knows his sis real well. He's sure she'd chicken out and bail, leaving her people to get slaughtered. But he's dead certain he'll catch her, convinced there's no escaping him. Even if she bolts to clean Waterport, his knights lay out the fight plan. He'll smash hard at Eagle City while Timothy hunts down Garcia Shia. With the plan set, Timothy pumps up the troops, telling them to raise the Grey Castle Kingdom banner high. They charge into the panicked soldiers, knocking them out before they even think of running. The knights flash grins in the chaos, promising the king they'll blow the enemy away like dust. Timothy scans for Knight Francis, who's supposed to lead the decoy squad, because Francis hasn't returned yet. The king figures that greedy dude's probably out looting Garcia's treasure. Suddenly, Francis's face goes pale as he points ahead. Looking that way, they spot a massive army led by Wimbledon Din. She's waving her flag like the queen of clean water. With mad confidence, she fires up the soldiers of No Fear and the Dawn Church ready to throw down. Her confident smile makes the brother totally rage when he sees her showing up with her army. But no matter how bold she is, he's sure this is her last brave act, because he's itching to crush her and her squad. Meanwhile, we're at the gates of Garcia's Eagle City. There, we catch sight of Francis. When he enters the city, he sees scared folks slamming doors and windows shut the moment they spot the troops. Francis starts getting suspicious now, knowing the third princess wouldn't be dumb enough to leave the walls undefended. Suddenly, he smells something weird and tells everyone this place reeks. When they head over to the town hall, something seriously stinks in the sewer system. When they reach the hall, the knight and soldiers storm the main hall. After a while passes, a soldier reports to the Duke that they've searched the basement but found nothing valuable. The Duke blows up, smashing stuff everywhere, then finally realizes this was her plan all along. If she hurried to bail, she didn't even grab all the valuable stuff in the castle. Looks like she had been ready to ditch the place way before this. Right then, he got some bad news. The north gate was blazing up. He sprinted outside to see what was going down. Seeing the flames flare up and smoke billowing out, the knight told the soldiers to chill and find folks to douse the fire. But one soldier shouted that the blaze was spreading fast and water wasn't doing jack. Hearing that, Duke Francis freaked out again. The soldier explained that not only was water useless, it actually made the fire spread more. Then another soldier showed up, probably with bad news, saying the fire had jumped into the walls and the troops couldn't control it. It was moving too fast. The knight froze, utterly terrified this time. Thinking about the unstoppable blaze, he could only blame some witchcraft and was sure Gia was behind it. Still, he told his soldiers not to freak out, saying that hellfire was conjured by witch minions under Gia. Then he jumped on his horse, yelling for the troops to follow him because they'd survive by riding straight through the flames. They thundered through the roaring firestorm. The knight screamed for everyone to keep pushing forward, trusting that their holy judgment stone would shield them. They kept barreling through the inferno. Buildings were crashing down on both sides, but the Duke bounced over every obstacle like a total hero. When he finally cleared the first fiery wave, he turned around to reassure his soldiers that they'd made it, but shock hit him hard. They'd all been swallowed by the flames. His hands shook as he stared at the stone, wondering why the holy judgment stone had no effect. looking at the city crumbling all around. Hopelessness washed over him as he feared being crushed under the rubble. From above, everything looked like it was totally scorched. In the end, the Duke stumbled out through the city gate alive, though his legs trembled and his vision blurred, wounds covering his body. Realizing the Holy Judgment Stone didn't save them, he knew this wasn't some witch's doing. As he collapsed, a shadowy figure, holding a massive axe, appeared, and the Duke confirmed to us that they were the Sand People. Trembling as he awaited his fate, the man before him raised his axe high and brutally chopped off his head. Meanwhile, back with Timothy and his soldiers, two armies were gearing up for a showdown. As the Great Castle troops advanced, Garia's soldiers took their spots. The clash erupted into a bloody massacre for the unlucky fighters. Fighters from both sides hacked and stabbed wildly. Total chaos when one soldier tried to charge the queen. Sitting all regal on her throne, surrounded by those Sand People, she just lifted her hand, didn't even bother saying a word. Silence, and with just a snap of her fingers, those Sand People surged forward, slicing clean through the horse's legs in one swift swing. The poor soldier crashed down, and before he could blink, the Sandman swung his axe again, finishing him off with a savage chop. Timothy's troops started to freak out, with another army staring them down, those from the far south, where Lady Garia and our Captain Iron A hail from. And since the far south's loaded with oil, I'm thinking that fire in the city was fueled by oil. That's why Duke Francis couldn't put it out. The Sand People raised their axes and charged straight at Timo's men, swinging with deadly precision, slicing through soldiers like slicing cucumbers. This wasn't a fight anymore, it was a straight-up one-sided slaughter. Those Sand People dominated everything with pure brute strength. The lady just smiled, watching the chaos spread. Meanwhile, Timothy's face showed nothing but terror and panic. He bit his nails, totally freaking out, yelling his knights to blow the horns and pull back. The grim knight said it was already too late, but Timo kept biting his nails nervously, urging his troops to retreat. He spurred his horse the other way, still cocky even after wiping out face first, convinced next time he'd snag that girl. After the messy brawl between those stubborn brothers fighting over turf like kids fighting over candy, we cut back to the border town, and it looks like Prince Roland's getting ready to face off against Fortis River. He's pretty certain the river army's about to strike since they think the border town is weak after those demon winds. But he's ready for this. There's not much gunpowder left in the arsenal, but it should be enough to hold off the siege. He's debating whether to push into the Fortis River after winning or not. Probably not. Dealing with those trashy nobles would be a nightmare. Better to chill inside the cozy border town and build it up using the river's resources. Just thinking about the skilled workers and labor he'll have after winning makes him grin. He's hyped to outsmart Duke Rian of the River in this war and squeeze every penny out of him, and just the thought makes him drool. Suddenly, he senses something rushing at him, and lightning tackles him, knocking him down after smashing through a window, landing a gut-wrenching hit right in his chest. After pulling himself together, the kid eagerly asks what's up. Lightning happily reports that the Fortis River troops are advancing. The soldiers are marching forward, with each knight gleaming in shining armor. Meanwhile, Duke Rian is leading the charge, but one sleepy-eyed advisor suggests they camp for the night before launching the attack on Border Thou. Rian teasingly replies he'll be crashing on the big bed in the castle tonight. Right after they crush Border Town, he jokes, a second-rate place like Border Thou will be an easy conquest. However, the guy beside him jumps in, pointing out their soldiers have been marching non-stop and are wiped out, so he recommends holding off the assault a bit. Plus, since the prince already beat those demon winds, he has to chillin' on a huge bed in the castle tonight. Right after crushing Border Town, he joked that a second-rate place like Border Thou would be a breeze to take over. But the dude beside him cut in, pointing out their soldiers had been grinding non-stop and were wiped out, so maybe delaying the attack was a smarter move. Plus, since the prince had already beaten those demon generals, he must have got they were hiding something up their sleeve, so they had to be careful. But instead of catching on, this ginger dude just snorts, saying those monsters gotta be some weaklings who couldn't even hop over Prince Roland's half-done wall. Duck agreed, reminding everyone that Hemmet's been swarmed by these half-demon fiends all year. Meanwhile, B only faced a handful of stray beasts and somehow made it out alive. This guy's convinced it's cause Prince Timoth II and Princess Gia III basically nailed each other down in Eagle City, burning the place to rubble. Both sides took heavy hits. He sees this as his shot to shine and unite the western lands under his rule. He ordered his goons to send a message to the prince, offering safe escort back to the capital if he surrenders. The knight fired back saying Roland's troops were all lined up and geared up, pretty much telling them they ain't gonna quit with just some talk. Duck grabbed his binoculars only to spot a tiny bunch of soldiers standing there, Even Bandy was shook by their scattered formation and lame weapons. A smug grin spread across Duck's face. After peeping that weak crew, with just a simple wave from him, the whole army started moving out to face the small squad. As they came closer, Vanner freaked when he saw how many enemy troops there really were, slapped his cheeks to shake off the fear, and told his mates not to sweat it. He reminded them they'd beaten worse demons before, so they could handle this crowd too. When the enemy got closer, Vanner pumped up his team with hype words, lighting a fire under them to face the fight head-on. Meanwhile, atop the hill, our prince was feeling super confident about his witch-boosted army, convinced that winning this fight was the key to shaking up the whole world. Lan Ning snapped him out of the daydream, saying the enemy was closing in and warning the troops about the threat. Prince Roland finally got serious and ordered the cannons to fire immediately. Right then, soldiers lit the fuse and cannonballs launched straight for the front line. The instant they hit the ground, troops scattered, clueless about what the heck just shot at them. These poor guys freaked, thinking the prince had called down thunder. Duck Rhea quickly shut down their panic, telling them not to be fooled. It was just a flashy distraction, noise with no real damage. With that in mind, he ordered the simple soldiers to charge the enemy. But Duck Rhea's hype fizzled out fast when he saw another cannonball flying straight at them. This one dropped right in the middle of the soldiers, crushing everyone like they were ants knocked off their feet. The troops kept throwing themselves forward while cannonballs rained down like fiery meteors from hell. Meanwhile, Duck Rhea had no clue how deep he was in trouble, thinking they'd break through the defenses and claim victory if they just pushed harder. As the knights edged closer to danger, Vanner told everyone to lower their aim and reload. The soldiers did it quick. And as the knights charged past their camp, a cannonball blasted straight through, piercing one knight's stomach and knocking him dead to the ground. Finally, these guys were pure scared. Kai's sister raised her voice, singing her hymn. The troops fired up with determination, aimed their guns, and started shooting. Bullets hit heads and chests, and the poor soldiers ran backwards, desperate to stay alive away from this unknown threat. No joke, I almost felt bad for those enemy troops getting slaughtered just because their leader was an old egotistical dude with a narrow mind. While the leader gritted his teeth, pissed off, the ginger advisor said they had no clue what magic the prince was wielding and decided to pull back for now. Bandy agreed, saying there'd be no shortage of firewood in these hills, so retreat was smarter. Meanwhile, the soldiers were busting their butts trying to escape, but Duckran snapped at them to fall back and even took down one of his own guys for running the wrong way. Despite all his begging for the troops to hold their ground, those poor souls just ran to save their skins, trying to dodge getting roasted alive in that insane heat. Meanwhile, Prince Roland was pretty stoked about his win, but it looked like the chief knight wasn't too thrilled about this style of fighting. He said there was zero honor in it, but Prince Roland quickly told him to chill, because they still needed to chase down Duckran. Looks like Carter's got to get used to this new war era. When knights give way to a whole different kind of battle, and the prince rolls on his ship, he seemed pretty pleased with the battle's outcome, way better than he expected. If the army moves out smooth overnight, Iron Ace and Riffle Company could pull off a surprise attack on Duckran by morning. He was hyped leading the world's first army backed by tech-powered witches, each playing their part. Out of nowhere, Anna popped up, asking why he had that kind of creepy grin. He quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing, but she came closer and wiped the drool off his face. However, the prince yanked the handkerchief back and decided to clean it up himself. The girl reminded the clumsy prince they should hit the hay since it was late. He agreed, but when they reached one of the ship's rooms, he froze, seeing everyone chilling in the same room. He got totally shocked, wondering if they were all crashing there together. Honestly, even for a harem, that was kind of much. As their homemade ship glided through the night, everyone seemed knocked out cold. Among the witches, he couldn't help but notice some kind of distracting closeness. No matter where he looked, the girls were way too cozy, making him feel uneasy, and he just couldn't shake the weird vibe. Suddenly, he noticed Anna still had her eyes open, staring at him like a curious puppy. He flashed a charming smile and playfully pinched her nose. Way too many girls close for comfort, making him feel all kinds of uneasy. Suddenly, he caught Anna, still wide-eyed, staring at him like a curious puppy. He flashed a charming grin and playfully pinched her nose. Decided to teach her a neat trick to crash faster. He told her to start counting sheep jumping through hoops. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and keep counting till she zonks out. The girl immediately went for it and started counting. As she kept softly counting, the prince only got more wired. Now he was the one struggling to catch Z's. Nightingale seemed awake too, sneaking glances at him. Finally, the next day showed up. Prince Roland was getting dressed. Lady L showed up still all sleepy-eyed and asked how everyone slept. Seems like Anna had a rough night. She was basically still counting sheep and was about to hit the 100th sheep. Okay, Next scene takes you to Duke Rian's hideout where he's throwing a wine glass mad as heck and demanding to know how Prince Roland got his hands on that fancy schmancy weapon. The dude asked his soldiers about those catapult-like things, said they shoot farther than any gear they've ever laid eyes on. The knight nervously admitted he had no clue. All he heard was thunder crashing, and then suddenly the knights ran into some invisible wall, shattering in a blink. The ginger guy suggested maybe witches were involved, but Duke Rian called that nonsense. He reminded his soldiers they've got the Diviner Stone of Judgment for protection, so no witch could mess with them, then decided to pull back because they might totally lose this fight. Duke Rian planned to gather more troops by the river. When ready, he planned to block all trade on the Redwar River, knowing border town couldn't last a day without their food supply. He ordered everyone to prepare to head back to the Forest River by tomorrow, but looks like their plan hit a snag when sisters singing shook everyone in the tent to their core. Before anyone could react, a massive explosion rocked the whole area. Duke Rian dashed outside yelling why the enemy caught up without anyone noticing last night. A knight rushed up with a spare horse and Duke Rian didn't waste a second, jumping straight on. He bolted before things got any worse. But soon enough, he found himself staring down the barrel of a gun as Iron A and his squad blocked his way. Our guys instantly made moves and a bullet hit Duke Rian right in the chest. He dropped off his horse, face first, into the dirt. He looked totally wrecked, his dull eyes catching a glimpse of you leading the charge before he blacked out. A bit later, we got the epic scene of crashing into the Forest River. The local soldiers freaked seeing our crew barging into their party. They seemed more scared of the witch walking with you. Nixer spilled that Duke's crew tried sneaking out the back, but our squad one caught them. The prince laid down the law. All rebels and war prisoners go straight to jail. Then he suddenly looked weird and said, "First things first, touch that corpse." Anna and Nyan got all weirded out and asked what kind of creepy hobby that was. The prince quickly fixed that, saying he just meant to search the body, not some freaky stuff. And so the first search round began. Everyone dove into the loot pile. First up, they grabbed 300 shiny gold coins. Next was a special clean water pot pearl bracelet, some deluxe leather from Gh Kingdom and Goss stones from Het. Then they hit the jackpot with a secret room. They hit Y to open it, revealing a treasure trove of sparkly gold stuff. The prince couldn't help but drool seeing all that cash. Looking at the piles of gold and silver, he thought, rich people's lives gotta be so boring. But he wasn't complaining. Better to cry in a Ferrari than sweat rent money, right? Suddenly, Nightster burst in saying Ambassador Petrov Hill from the Honey Sack clan had just arrived at the castle. The prince was surprised he came so early. The knight and the girls scrambled to tidy up the loot as soon as possible. Outside the gate, Hugh reluctantly walked into the castle. He was visibly tense, picturing you smugly, demanding ransom money for his dad. But when he finally faced you, Ambassador Petrov Hill saw Roland flashing a friendly smile. The prince coolly assured his dad was unharmed because he had already surrendered and was grateful. The ambassador thanked him and offered to pay any ransom the Honey Sack family could muster. But Prince Roland surprised him by rejecting money and instead asked for livestock and people. Petrov quickly offered sheep, cattle, and horses, but admitted the Honey Sacks were short on manpower. Prince Roland made it clear he needed builders, stoneworkers, and blacksmiths, not just farmers and serfs. He laid out a long list of goods with backup options for each. Feeling pretty smug, he told poor Petrov that 1,000 sheep and 300 craftsmen would make a fair trade for the Honey Sack family's value. Petra realized he had a lot to think about, knowing he had just one day to come up with a solution. But the prince dropped bad news. Time was tight. Prince Roland warned Petrov he had limited time to pick what to provide from the list. He wasn't planning on sticking around the river for more than a week and would head back to Border Thou soon. Petrov was shocked. If the prince left, who'd run the river? He doubted Duke Rian could handle it. Humbly, he asked if the humble prince wanted someone to watch over the Forest River. The prince caught Petrov off guard, asking if he was interested in taking over the river. He explained they needed someone or a clan to manage the territory. If the Honeyskull family wanted in, they'd get taxed by Border Thou 30% of their income, plus 1,000 gold worth of goods and materials. So, what's up? That's a super tempting offer. Petrov thought silently as the prince casually laid a hand on his shoulder, hinting at the sweet lure of power, trying to pick what to dish out from the list. He wasn't planning to stay by the river more than a week and would bounce back to Border Thou soon. Petrov was blown away by that news. If the prince dipped, who's going to run the river? He doubted even Duke Rian could handle it. Politely, he asked if the humble prince wanted someone to keep watch over Forchis River. The prince threw Petrov off by asking if he was down to take over the river's management. He explained they needed a person or a clan to run the area. If the Honeyskull family wanted in, Border Thou would tax them 30% of their income, plus 1,000 gold worth of goods and materials. So, what was the move? That's a juicy offer. Petrov thought to himself as the prince casually laid a hand on his shoulder, hinting at the power's pull. So, here's the deal with the Honeysuckle clan's shot at glory. Roland's throwing out the idea that this might finally be the break Petrov needs to snag some real power. But before diving in, he's got a few questions. First up, Roland asks how Petrov plans to handle any pushback. Getting a little nervous, Petrov flips the question and asks the prince about the estimated income and taxes on the river. The prince's chill response? That's not his problem. Instead, he shoots back, asking how Petrov's going to guarantee rolling out enough goods and materials worth thousands each month. What's the game plan to hit that cash target? Roland throws down the ransom terms in front of the redhead and signals Sir Carter to kick him out with a sly grin. He waves the poor guy off, telling him to come back with answers if he's serious about running the place. Considering everything, he also reminds him not to forget the hefty ransom for the tea. Yeah, Nightingale really caught him off guard by popping up out of nowhere. She points out the ambassador looks pretty legit and honest. Prince Roland gets a little flustered, cheeks heating up, and quickly turns away as she leans in closer. He agrees with her, admitting he used to think nobles were just lazy party animals, but he's actually impressed by the Honeysuckle family's business game. When Na Ting leans in even closer, keeping him locked in her arms, she whispers softly, her warm breath brushing by his ear, asking if he really doesn't want to stay in the heart of For's River. But before he can answer, she darts away and suddenly reappears in front of him, nudging him to think about the river's wealth and how much more thriving it is compared to Border Town. Roland shakes his head, answering that the river is tangled up way too deep in politics to change anytime soon, so he'd rather stick with the Border Town, playing Anno 1800 while growing from there. Not to mention, the church's influence here is huge, and the witch discrimination is at an all-time high. He's always stood by the idea that witches should be free to roam the streets without crap holding them back, and that freedom only really exists back in Bellevue. The girl admires his noble ideals, her heart pounding as she fights to keep her feelings in check. Suddenly, she loses control, pulling him closer until both their cheeks flush, and they share a kiss. After that smooth kiss, she immediately steps back to let the prince off easy, making him feel super awkward. She vanishes fast as Sir Carter shows up, announcing that the two princes Tylo of For's River want a word with him. Still blushing from earlier, Prince Roland signals Sir Carter to let the cleric in. Before long, Inquisitor Tay arrives at the office and quickly greets the new ruler. He explains he's there on behalf of Holy City to pay his respects. Once they settle in, Prince Roland's surprised that the church seems pretty chill about Rian's death and not bothered much by the new River King. The cleric shrugs, saying the church usually stays out of political drama as long as the king rules fair and improves people's lives. He adds, giving him a knowing look, that they don't really care where the king comes from. With his usual sly tone, Roland asks if the cleric's only here to bless him. The cleric smirks, saying that's just one piece of the puzzle and he's got an offer that might actually get Roland interested. The cleric says he's ready to back Roland in expanding his territory. Roland reminds him that the church's official stance is to keep clear of political conflicts and worldly disputes. The cleric clarifies that, although they usually keep their distance, they can't just ignore everything. He explains the fight between Timoth and Princess Garcia stirred up the southern region, and the church wants to support a king with strong morals who can bring peace fast. He admits Roland's moves have had a positive impact across the West, and everybody's heard about it. So yeah, the church will back him moving forward. But since they don't want to get too deep in politics, the cleric offers help by providing material support. Then he digs through his robes and tosses out a box, saying it contains special medicine made by Holy City. He tells Roland to take it as a goodwill gesture from the church. The guy picks up the pill with curiosity and inspects it closely. The cleric explains that the red one grants extraordinary temporary strength, while the black one boosts pain tolerance and resistance to extreme heat. After the cleric leaves, Roland reflects on how the church approached him and handed out their backing. He turns to Nightingale, asking if she thinks the cleric was being honest, but she says she can't read his thoughts, because he's carrying a black aura like the Diviner's Stone of Rutment. When she checks the pills using her Mist power, she notices they're surrounded by a similar black aura, just like the Diviner's Stone, but they don't seem to affect her powers like the stone does. She guesses they could test the pills on some unfortunate soul on death row to see how well they work. Meanwhile, he's puzzled why the church wants him to fight his own siblings for the throne. Especially after Garcia's win at Eagle City, he's sure that battling his siblings will only drain Grey Castle dry, and he wonders if the church's game is to stir fear among the people so they can tighten their grip. He shakes off the whole political mess and decides to clean up For's River. Using the spoils from this place, he plans to boost border defenses with machines and other gear. 3 days later, we're back at the border, and Sir Carter's wondering if handing For's River over to the Honeysuckle family is a smart move. Prince Roland's full of confidence, saying they won't dare break the deal, but but even if they do, he's ready to take the river down again. Plus, he believes in their business skills and hopes they'll surprise him with results. Then she spots a few shadows in the distance, and Roland confirms those are. Carter wondered if handing over Forest River to the Honey School clan was the smartest play. Prince Roland was dripping with confidence, saying they wouldn't dare break the deal. But even if they did, he was ready to knock down the river again. Plus, he believed in their business skills and hoped they'd surprise him. Then the girl spotted some shadows far off, and Roland confirmed those were. The first bunch of serfs got shipped out from the river's heart. He breaks down their generational bond to the land, holding up through harsh living, whipping, and bossy landowners. The harsh truth hits her hard, making her feel down. But Roland chills her out, saying they'll hook up the basics and work toward freeing them. He vows to wipe out slavery completely in the next few years, giving hope to these oppressed folks. As their boat approaches shore, the prince sniffs a weird stench from the coast that turns his face pale. It's straight-up human waste smell. He instantly pukes a rainbow, hands shaking, and tells Carter that today, he's making the biggest call ever in B's history. Yeah, he boldly declares, we absolutely gotta have toilets on every corner of B right now. Everyone's stunned by this shout. As the prince explains, the first toilets will go near the serfs' wooden shacks. He insists a law must be passed so everyone uses the toilet for number 2, and he wants the area across Redwood River planned as a clean industrial zone with zero bad smells. The knight, totally clueless about toilets, wonders why you need a special spot just to take a dump. He figures folks can just vibe with nature while they do it outside. Plus, people are already used to stink at work. The prince gets it, remembers back in the day he didn't care about hygiene either, but now he's dead set on building toilets and teaching people to stay clean to dodge sickness. This old dude chimes in, asking what they'll do with all the poop collected. The prince says they'll save it to use as fertilizer. The old advisor and Knight Carter freak out, just thinking about spreading human waste on fields and eating food grown with it. They get so grossed out they throw up rainbows uncontrollably. While they're puking, the prince explains this poop fertilizer can boost farming, especially with Sister Lee's upgraded wheat seeds that grow faster and yield more. While he's rambling on, Lady Leah can't ignore the loud noise coming from the prince's room and tells those idiots to head outside to throw up. That night, the boy falls asleep. Nightingale shows up to tuck him in, and every time she looks at him, it warms her heart. She quickly disappears, heading back to her room. Wendy immediately notices, commenting Nightingale just stepped out of Roland's room. The red-faced girl caught in the act asks her friend why she's not asleep yet. Wendy reminds her the prince isn't a kid, so sneaking around like that at night ain't smart. The lovey-dovey girl then mentions that news about the Witch Guild disbanding has spread all over the kingdom. She worries some witches might try to hurt the prince over it. Wendy calms her down, saying the castle is locked down tight, and plus the prince keeps the diviner stone of Rutment right under his pillow. As Nightingale starts undressing, her friend reminds her witches can't have kids. Blushing, Nightingale admits that's true, but she recalls the prince said he's cool with marrying a witch, and she trusts he's real about it. After washing up, Nightingale sighs in relief, flopping back on the bed and nudges Wendy to spill some tea about the church. Her friend asks why she's suddenly curious, and she reveals a priest with a fat paycheck visited the prince. This cleric promised to help Roland grab the throne, even though the prince was kinda not into it. Still, the guy handed over 2 suspicious pills claimed to be blessings from the Holy City's prayer room. Nightingale asks if her friend knows anything about those shady pills from her time back at Appy. Wendy explains she doesn't know much since the monastery is surrounded by high walls and all she could see was the sky. Lots of girls like her had no clue where they came from living there. Some were orphans or abandoned kids taken in by the church. Some were even sold by their own parents. She learned manners, singing, and reading there. But once she grew up, they kicked her out of the monastery. Remembering that past sent a cold chill down Wendy's spine. Nightingale immediately hugged her, offering comfort and warmth. Wendy hugged her back. She shared that she lived there for about 10 years until that fateful day. On it, Wendy's teacher dragged her into a dark cell where she was thrown harshly into a pitch-black room. A strict lady shoved her in, warning her to not ask questions and just endure it. With curt words, the woman slammed the door, leaving poor Wendy alone in the shadows. As Wendy looked around, a chilling terror crept over her. Guards holding whips mercilessly beat another girl. When they turned to Wendy, a horrifying cold ran down her spine. Those filthy, vile jerks seemed to get a kick out of a new victim. When the other girl passed out from torture, they turned their sights on Wendy. They moved toward her like demons, eyes flashing with sick intentions. She was just a singing girl with her body grown up, perfect prey for their twisted desires. They lunged at her, grabbing her long hair as tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. One crude guy slammed her into the gate, muffled her mouth with his hand, warning her not to make noise or yell or else it'd all end quick. When the creep slid his hand under her skirt, Wendy's soul shattered and her eyes went blank. Just when he was reveling, a sudden punch smashed straight into his face, snapping his neck and sending him crashing down, blood pooling everywhere. The punch came from the girl who'd endured their torture for far too long. After seeing her chains undone, another thug charged at her, but she punched him right in the gut with one blow, then took down the last guy barehanded. Wendy was completely shocked by this fierce madness. One of the men pulled out the diviner stone of Rutment, but with just one punch, she punched right through his gut, and then with bare hands, she took down the other guy. Wendy was totally freaked out by this madness. One of the guys then pulled out the diviner stone of Rutment, wondering if she'd finally unleashed that hidden power. The girl lifted her crazy long, flexy leg and smashed it down hard on his head, totally crushing his brain. With all the priests knocked out cold, Wendy was still shaking like crazy. Meanwhile, the other girl walked cool as heck towards the gate, standing all fierce and boss-like. Just as the knights charged into the room, the sight of all those dead dudes messed the new lady up big time. She collapsed and started bawling. One of the knights swung his sword and said, "I don't know." But the girl dodged every single attack like it was nothing. The knight kept coming at her, but she grabbed his arm and twisted it so hard she ripped it clean off his body. The soldier next to the gate froze, totally shocked. Without missing a beat, she leapt up and shredded him before anyone could even blink. Rumors spread like wildfire there was a demon locked up in the prison, and this girl took on every knight like it was a joke. Meanwhile, Wendy just stared in terror. It was obvious she was ruthless, stabbing a knight in the back with her spear without even flinching. Tons of soldiers swarmed in, trying to trap her, but the moment they charged, she got serious, swinging her sword so fast it was just a blur, slicing through them like they were nothing but cucumbers. Meanwhile, Wendy freaked and rushed over to grab the key from her fallen teacher's body, and that's where the flashback ends. Wendy explains that thanks to that girl, she managed to escape. Using a few coins, she swiped off the dead dudes. She wandered until she reached the Seawind area. 5 years later, she awakened and became a witch, wrapping up her story. After that, she heard the church covered it up, just calling it a fire accident. She doesn't know what happened to that girl or the other girls left behind in Appy. Nightingale felt super sad hearing Wendy's story. It hit home for her. She grabbed her friend's hand, giving her the warmth and love she so badly needed. In the next scene, Bandy glows red, radiating mad, intense energy. Our top knight is battling him, and it's looking seriously tough. Looks like the prince gave that dude some power-up pills to see if they actually worked or were just a scam. Watching our knight struggle, it's clear these pills pack some real punch. Anna was hyped seeing this prisoner hold his own against Carter, one of the strongest knights. Prince Roland was impressed too, realizing the priest wasn't bluffing. He could only imagine how crazy strong a trained knight would be if they popped these power pills. This random dude was making Carter sweat, even though he wasn't a knight or soldier. As the fight went on, our knight finally landed a critical hit, making the red guy cough up blood. But he bounced back super quick and charged Carter again. Carter blocked and disarmed him with one move. The knight gave props for his skills and asked for a different sword. Right then, the angry guy spotted the watchers on the wall. His glare locked on the prince and his rage exploded as he whipped around to face him. Seeing the threat to the prince's life, the knight ordered soldiers to shoot the prisoner down right away, and the archers opened fire, pumping bullets into his back. But the guy didn't seem fazed, so Carter immediately ordered horses brought for him. But it was already too late. The prisoner jumped high into the air like it was nothing, soaring over 10 meters. Just as he was about to attack, Anna leapt in and used her fire magic to try and burn him alive. When that wasn't enough, Nightingale jumped in, quickly slashing him with her sword to immobilize him. That crazy dude caused a huge mess, but luckily Nana was there to patch up the injured fast and no one got seriously hurt. About the prisoner who took the pill despite the insane power boost, it seemed to come with some nasty side effects. According to Nightingale Gale, his symptoms matched someone who swallowed the diviner stone of judgment. Even with those side effects, if the church has this kind of drug, it's easy to see how they could become a massive force in the future. No wonder Anna's fire magic didn't work on him, especially if the pill still had leftover traces of the diviner stone of judgment. Just my guess, though these terrible translations never explain things clearly. Either way, the prince figured out today that the church selling stuff like this means they're not scared of any new king's revenge after Grey Castle's unification. That only means they have power beyond these pills and don't care if someone uses them against the church. This year, the prince had plans to focus on farming, education, and production. But now, weapon research and development took top priority. He plans to make tail-loaded guns because they're easier to build. As for bullets, all he knows is they involve something called mercury fulminate. He's probably going to need a ton of cash to fund research, gather alchemists, and set up a lab. While the prince was lost in thought, the girls pulled him back to reality, reminding him it was late and time to crash, and they'd keep working tomorrow. Nightingale had already dozed off, probably wiped from boring algebra classes. Everyone smiled seeing her sleep so peacefully, looking more fragile than ever. The prince grabbed some blankets and gently tucked her in. He felt glad to see her resting calmly, thinking about how stressed and worried she usually is. A little downtime can't hurt. Meanwhile, Anna used her magic to heat up water in the room. When it got just right, she started stripping down and stepped into the bathtub, just kicking back and chillin'. She couldn't help but be low-key impressed by him. While most peeps take a bath like once a month, the prince made sure everyone was bathing every single day with fresh water. She was stoked that her prince was totally different from what she read in books. She remembered him saying that everything in the universe was made up of endless tiny spheres, and to actually see these spheres, you'd have to zoom in like a million times. Hot and cold, just how much those spheres are moving. If they're bouncing around a lot, it's hot. If they're barely moving, it's cold. Sounds like he was talking about atoms or something. Anna got super curious and wanted to peep her own green flame to spot those spheres. She locked in hard and started drifting off somewhere in space. Her green energy was swirling all around her. Honestly, I had no clue what the heck was going on. When she snapped back to reality, her magic had flipped to red. Still, I was left scratching my head about what all that even meant. Morning rolled around quick and Roland was deep in a dream about battles with tanks and planes. In his head, he was conquering the world with mechas and next-level military power. Then out of nowhere, Nightingale's voice sliced through his vivid dream, waking him up all tired. First thing he asked was if a new witch had popped up. Nightingale was like, nah, but she reminded him that Anna's powers had switched up again. That news left the sleepy prince totally shook because Anna was growing up fast. He snapped awake when a wet cloth smacked his face and Nightingale pushed him to hurry and check out Anna's latest power upgrade. She described it as this mind-blowing magic form, almost tangible. Not long after, they headed down to the office. Along the way, Nightingale spilled that when she found Anna in her room, Anna was chilling by her desk, surrounded by metal stuff. She got totally shook and dropped her bread when she saw that Anna's magic had changed. Inside her, there was this cube thing going on. The prince got totally confused about the cube and asked what it was. Nightingale broke it down. When a witch awakens, her magic first looks like a thin bone-like veil. Over time, it turns into a colorful, swirling mist. Wendy's was white, Lady Lift's green. Anna always had tons of magic, especially after growing up, and her color was a deep green. But now, her magic looked like a solid cube, as big as a fist, totally opaque like solid matter. When everyone got together in the office, Anna snapped her head to the prince and didn't waste a second. He asked what was up. Anna spilled that last night she'd been thinking about what they learned in class, how the whole universe is built from tiny spheres. She pictured her green flame made of those same spheres. Then she started playing with the chains holding them together. She rebuilt and reconnected them, turning the flame into something that looked like black silk. Now she could control it with just her mind, using it to slice through iron bars. Using her math skills, she even cut out a perfect square shape. She basically begged for a head pat, cause of her new skill. The prince wasn't shy and told her to show off her power live. Just like expected, she called out her dark power. When he asked if she could change its shape, she snapped her fingers and bam! It turned into a cube that blew everyone's minds. Then she shrunk it back down, turning the magic into threads. The dude reached out and was shocked to find they were actually tangible. He asked if she could make them thinner. She nodded and warned, yeah, but heads up, they're sharp enough to cut anyone who touches them. Even though they looked fragile, those threads were crazy strong. Unlike her green flame, she could control the heat in different parts of the flame. And it seemed like his gut feeling was spot on. Magic's just another kind of energy, and it all depends on how the witch channels and controls it. The possibilities are endless, depending on how they use it and how wild their imagination gets. Like try describing a plane to someone who's never seen one, it's tough. So the limits of magic are all about what the witch knows and how far their imagination stretches. The more they understand the world, the stronger their magic gets. Anna realized that everything's made from tiny particles, and that idea helped her get how her flame worked and how those particles stuck together. Because of that, she could rebuild them to create different things. And finally, the prince gave her a nice head rub as a well-earned reward. Then he straight up declared that every witch union member had to join classes. Everyone froze hearing that drop. The prince appointed Scrun as their enlightenment teacher. She wasn't sure if she could handle that gig. Nightingale, who wasn't exactly a fan of studying and tried to sneak off, caught his deadly glare that made her freeze in her tracks. Sister Moon was also stressed about stepping up to the new role. The prince reassured her that knowledge boosts power and unlocks new chances. He confidently said they'd study after dinner from Monday through Friday, starting with the ABCs of reading and writing. Cause, as he put it, learning shapes the future. Though Nightingale didn't look exactly hyped. In the next scene, we see Prince Roland telling a knight he's starting a farm with chickens and ducks. He's giving part of the west borderland for the farm and telling the knight to teach others about farming. He warned if the farm failed, he'd be sent to work the mines on a steep slope. As the current guy leaves, the prince calls the next one up. That's when Nightingale questions why a knight got assigned to farming, saying they should have picked someone with basic education to be a teacher. When the current guy stepped aside, the prince called the next person up. That's when Nightingale piped up, wondering why knights got stuck with farming duties when they should be picking folks with even basic education to be teachers. The prince explains that all knights have their own usual interests, and since there's a need for that skill, he decided to let them chase after what they're best at. She calls up the next knight, and he steps up right away. This guy looks smart and tidy, introducing himself as Flynn Eltec. He's super stoked that the dude is taking over the Forest River. The prince is totally shook seeing that kind of loyalty, especially since this guy used to be a knight for Ducrian. That's when Flynn revealing he was once top knight for Dryan and swore loyalty only to him. But that dude abused his power, committing tons of crimes in the West and even snatched his wife, so he's been waiting for a chance to take him down. Even though he couldn't kill that jerk himself, he's glad someone else is doing it now. The prince asks if he can read and write. The knight says yes without wasting a second. Roland decides to turn him into a teacher. And not only does Flynn get a house for the job, but a sweet paycheck too. Flynn asks if that means all illiterates get sent to the mines. The prince nods. The knight then worries folks over 50 aren't cut out for mine work. He mentions there's a knight named Ha Long who's over 52. The prince clarifies that he doesn't see anyone as a slave. Plus, the mines are powered by steam engines and the workers get holidays. Suddenly, Flynn gets up, catching Nightingale off guard. But all Knight reveals is that his family owns a treasure map passed down through generations. The treasure's marked somewhere deep in the northwest foggy forest, and our prince seems like the only one who can reach that spot within the Western Territory today. He spills that his dad never let him touch the map, but he sneaked a peek and took it because he's dead set on finding those treasures. The map's drawings have lasted for years without fading, clearly not made by just anything ordinary. After getting the map, he quietly left the territory to start the treasure hunt, but his plan got cut short when he became Ducrian's knight. He begs the prince to consider the map and let old Knight Ha Long go. Nightingale reassures him that the man is being honest, convincing Prince Roland to think it over and ask to see the map. When the prince checks it out, he's totally blown away, realizing he's not the only one. He points to a place called Tequila. Miss Groan comments that if the map's drawings are legit, that's an insane coincidence because the symbols match places recorded in ancient scrolls. This hints the church once built a city deep in the plains to guard against demons. Still, it's a mystery why the church decided to erase this part of history. If Tequila also has underground ruins like the eastern forests, they might uncover clues about why the church hid demons' existence, the ancient battles they fought, and why they hunted witches like they were demon spawn. Nightingale decides to visit the knight's house to dig for more clues, hoping to find extra leads. But he warns her it might not be the best idea. If a family guards the treasure map, their place probably holds the divine judgment stone because they can't get to Tequila now. He suggests saving that adventure for later. The hexagon's location is about 50 kilometers away, doable in a day by Sister Lining, so he decides to send her to scout ahead first. Meanwhile, he focuses on the North Slope mine, setting the treasure map aside for now. Before heading to North Slope, he tells Lady Scrone to teach everyone the phonetic alphabet tonight. If she needs extra teaching materials, she can hit up Soria, who's basically a printing machine at this point. Then, he digs through a drawer meant for a gift to Lady Scroll. At first, he opens the snack stash Nightingale hid, which confuses her big time for some reason. As a teacher, the glasses will make her look smart and gorgeous at the same time. Seeing him geek out over the glasses, Nightingale can't help but think his taste is kinda quirky. Finally, when our hardworking girl puts on the glasses, my audience totally flips out about how amazing she looks. Yep, talking about you maybe pause if you're all about that sleek style. Next, we hit Elope, where the prince is straight up stunned by this super long steel tube. He's genuinely impressed by its flawless finish, thickness, and all. Anna beams at the compliment, and he's pretty amazed by her new skill of cutting materials precisely using strands of magical energy. With Anna's help, the town's industry is ready to level up big time, and he even thinks they might soon start making top-tier underwear for witches. But then Nightingale says even though Anna's power has gotten way better, her magic strands only stretch for about 10 steps, while Anna's positive it's 15, leaving him scratching his head. After measuring their leg lengths, he realizes they count steps differently. Maybe it's because of their height, which is super annoying since the measurement system here is all over the place, mostly just guesses, rather than any real standard. Eventually, he can't take it anymore. Finally, when our hardworking girl put those glasses on, my audience went nuts over how amazing she looked. Yep, I'm talking about you. Maybe hit pause if you're repping that subtle style. Next up, we're at Enlope, where the prince was totally shook by this super long steel pipe. He was legit impressed by how flawlessly it was made, down to its thickness and every tiny detail. Anna flashed a smile at the compliment, and the guy was pretty wowed by her new skill using strands of magic to slice materials with pinpoint accuracy. With Anna's help, the town's industry was about to level up big time, and he even thought they could start manufacturing prima witch underwear soon. But then Nightingale said that although Anna's power got way better, the magic strands. The town was gearing up for a major level up, and he even thought they could soon start making top-tier lingerie for witches. But then Nightingale said that although Anna's power had improved a lot, the magic thread, her steps only went up to 10, but Anna was sure it was 15, which made him scratch his head all confused. After measuring their stride lengths, he realized they counted steps differently, probably 'cause of their height for real, which was super annoying since the measurement system in this world was a total mess, relying more on guesswork than any real standard. Finally, he just couldn't take it anymore. He decided it was about time to set up a clear, unified measurement system from scratch, and he handed that task over to Anna. Next, we're at Clean Report, where Gary as Knight is looking pretty smug about their booming harbor. He's convinced the Queen of Cleanwork can't be stopped and will take over Grey Castle after one more showdown, but he's kind of thrown off by his boss's recent worry and restless vibes. Out of nowhere, this dude rolls up saying the Sunstone and Break tribe leaders want to talk to her. The Knight tells him to bring him in, but those guys just show up on their own. The big dude greets the lady with some weird, empty chit-chat, and the woman follows with the same lame greeting. That big guy's Black Bee, leader of Blackbone, while the woman's the Seaba, leader of Sunstone tribe. Right after arriving, both are freaked out about how their warriors feel drained and sluggish from the last battle. Only getting a bit better thanks to this new medicine, they came back to ask for more, and Break repeats that worry. But this time, Sha dodges their request, saying production's all messed up. She's got barely any supply and they'll have to wait for the next batch. The leaders ask how long they gotta wait, and she gives some vague, it's all secret talk about the medicine, telling them to head back and hang tight. Her knight quickly hustles them out while Shia makes it clear she wants payment in gold or maybe even river water. The knight is all arrogant and pissed, looking down on these guys like they're just annoying pests always begging. Meanwhile, Garia's got some obvious stress going on. Grani notices and checks if it's about the meds. She denies it, saying she's got that handled. She plans to strong-arm the church, demanding they send the medicine now, or she'll hang the monks of Greenwater Pot off the Blackwing flagship. Then she pulls out a letter. This is the real source of her long-time worry. As the knight reads it, she explains it's from a spy in Het. The letter spills that the church has taken over the kingdom's capital, accusing Queen Lena of Everenter of hiding her identity as a witch for years. That news totally shakes the knight. And this is when Garia says she's tired of clean water pee and wants to jump on this rare chance to switch things up elsewhere. The knight quickly catches on that she's aiming to ride the chaos at Everenter. She confirms and says her dumb brother Timo's too busy trying to reunite the East to pay attention to her. Meanwhile, Roland's that clueless guy who somehow took down the forest riverfront but then just chilled back at the border town. She's dead sure he's scared of his sister, cause she bullied him so hard he peed his pants. The knight's pretty happy there's no one left blocking her path. Looks like her road to Queen is wide open. Scene shifts to Holy City, where we see the top priests gathered in the council room. They're grilling Archbishop Tayfun about the law and order sitch in Everenter. The old dude reports that except for some stubborn nobles in Everwinter, most folks welcome the church's takeover, and he swears anyone who won't repent will get dealt with one by one. One lady decides they should just off the decadent nobles who are addicted to the blissless heart. Then another bishop pipes up saying they should wait until the kingdom's stable before purging the nobles so the church won't face a popular backlash. For now, he plans to let the nobles keep equivalent positions under church law. Even though those roles won't be hereditary, he reminds them they're aiming to abolish monarchy anyway, so no rush. The two ladies look a bit bummed but reluctantly agree to give it one more day before killing off those dirty nobles. Feels like her sharp words really put us on edge. Next, Priestman asks his buddy Tayfun about the castle situation. The old man says according to the latest news, the new King Timothy didn't head back to the capital after his defeat but went straight east. During the battle, he took Duke Francis with him to face Greenwater's fierce queen, but he ended up losing, and the Duke died. So Timothy quickly moved to redivide the Duke's eastern lands. Priestman likes the news, and orders his crew to keep the medicine flowing. Balancing power between Jia and Timothy, he figures in just 2 years no soldier will still stand in the whole Grey Castle. Looks like they're stirring the pot to get both sides fighting for the throne. They even sent that crappy batch of meds to Roland Wimbledon to weaken both factions. Not to mention, those pills are addictive and drain the user's energy dry. Tai Fan then spills info on a guy. He reports this dude refuses to touch the meds or accept help from the church. Plus, he's not into throne battles and went back to the border town after conquering the riverfront. Like everyone else, Maine can't figure out how our dumb hero managed to take down the forest riverfront. Lady here jumps in to suggest maybe they're underestimating Prince Roland's power. Maine admits he's stunned Roland conquered the forest riverfront, proving the guy's got some real skill, but he's sure that no matter how talented, without solid backing, he can't last. Since Roland chose to retreat to a quiet border town, it's clear he gave up on interfering with Grey Castle. So now he's no threat to the church's big plan. The woman agrees, saying that's probably the truth. She lifts her skirt, pulls out a hidden note tucked in her waistband along with a sneaky little knife. She hands it to Men and guarantees the info's legit. After reading it, he finds out Prince Roland has a witch on his side, back at the border town. The advisor visiting him is totally freaked about why Roland only collects 20% of the serfs' crops as property tax now that they're free farmers. The guy admits even 50% would still be considered generous. The prince reassured the guy that even a basement full of gold wouldn't really matter. He cleverly explained that by only taking 20%, he planned to buy up the rest of the crops at a fixed price. That way, when they got paid, they'd spend it on the good stuff, and Prince Roland would be the one hooking them up. It's a win-win. Cash flows back to him and the people can level up their lifestyle. Out of nowhere, Sir Carter bursts in, pumped, saying Shin's back with seeds from Green Waterport. The dude mentioned lit up like he hit the jackpot, showing off all the plants the prince asked for. First up was this corn called pearl rice that made everyone do a double take. The guy was practically drooling over it already. Then he pulls out some potatoes and dives in like he's about to cook up some bomb fries. Hearing that, Shin got curious and asked what fries were. The prince spun a tale about eating them at some fancy party where the chef called them free. Next, they brought out sugarcane and Shin got hyped, predicting a sweet future. But poor Sir Carter didn't taste any sweetness even after biting it. Meanwhile, the old man was freaking out, shaking like crazy. He was kinda suspicious that Prince Roland might be possessed. But now, after seeing this genius vibe, he was totally convinced. He believed Roland's personality had shifted and his behavior seemed off. He knew things the prince never knew before, had knowledge no one had heard of. But despite all that, he didn't find anything bad about what Roland had done so far. So, he decided to brush those thoughts aside, because as long as Roland kept doing good, even if he was a little devilish, it was all good. Roland handed the sugarcane to the old man, who quickly bit in to taste the sweetness. By the end of the day, Roland felt pretty wiped out thinking over Sin's report, and he realized that her sister, Gaxia, also had medicine from the church. Now he got why the church wanted to help him and Gaxia with their meds. They wanted to stir up conflict, so he planned to get some fast-shooting weapons ready for the threat heading their way. Suddenly, Anna showed up, catching him off guard and making him jump. The prince joked that Nightingale always pops up out of nowhere, and now Anna was doing the same, teasing that she might give him a heart attack one day. Then he asked why she was here instead of class. She said she got stuck on a tough physics problem, and TechScrone sent her to him for some one-on-one help. After checking out the problem, he admitted he wasn't exactly a quantum mechanics whiz. Still, he tried teaching her, digging into stuff like different dimensions. While they were chilling together, night slowly fell and they wrapped up the lesson. When it was time to say goodbye, they exchanged intense looks that had them both blushing hard. They quickly turned away, super awkward. The prince felt too shy to make a move, but Anna stepped up, moving closer herself. Finally, he gathered enough guts and gently placed his hand under her right ear. As they relaxed, they leaned in and shared a kiss. A new day dawned in border town. Nightingale glanced around, spotting slogans plastered everywhere, encouraging everyone to hustle and stay curious. She asked why those signs were popping up all over. The prince explained they're there to inspire people to build wealth through hard work. He believed those words would turn real and touch everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, Anna was busy doing something that looked like chemistry lab work. She wondered why they melted down and reshaped glass cups that were still perfect. The prince told the curious girls those cups were for alchemists planning to visit border town in the future. Nightingale grabbed a funnel, pretended it was a wine glass, and raised it for an imaginary toast with wide eyes. He explained he was too caught up trying to figure out how to turn sand into clear glass, so for now he was using regular glassware. That just made her even more puzzled. She wondered how sand and glass were connected. The prince said they had to refine the sand to get pure transparent glass, or else it'd turn brown or green, and the lab gear had to be crystal clear and colorless. Meanwhile, Nightingale was messing around with the tools and got a playful knock on the head. The prince kept teaching Anna how he planned to use the gear to handle acid and run more experiments. After the playful tap, Nightingale bounced while the prince kept tutoring Anna. She spotted some tasty snacks on the table and couldn't resist. Being a total snack lover, she grabbed a steamed bun and took a huge bite. The flavor instantly took her to heaven. When she opened her eyes, she felt like she was wandering through a golden wheat field, savoring each bite with rich scent and perfect texture. The filling inside was bursting with flavor and the taste lingered on. Roland noticed her enjoying the snack solo and happily told her that the steamed bun was specially made by the chef for him. He decided to wash their messy hands and enjoy afternoon tea with the treats together. Both girls got super hyped for it. As the day went on, the blinding sun made Nightingale struggle to keep her eyes open. Meanwhile, Prince Roland was playing around with Anna, and a soft smile flickered across Nightingale's face. Her eyes slowly closed as she drifted off to sleep. Her mind was full of dreams about marrying our prince. In her dream, she walked down the aisle of the grand church hall, lined up with other witches. When they reached the altar, the prince lifted her veil, revealing her true beauty, and they shared a kiss. Still, deep in her dream, Anna, being all cheeky, told Prince Roland to zip it since she was sure her sister was dreaming some sweet dream. That's the only thing that explains the smile on her face. Next up, we're rolling back to Saint City, where the three archbishops popped up again. They're deep in talks about wiping out the witches stashed in the border town you're guarding. But here's the catch. The church is gearing up for a rush attack and they're short on soldiers. The archbishop thinks they should send Priestess Mira to lead a small but elite squad called the Judgment Crew. He's convinced she'll crush it if she rolls to the border town with them. Priestess Mira is totally down and ready to cleanse the border town from all things evil. With his blessing, she's ordered to head there as soon as possible to scout. She nods without missing a beat. Lady Hazer starts teasing, saying he's paying way too much attention to Priestess Mira, joking if he's prepping her to be the church's next big shot or just into her. Hearing that, the priest with the hooked nose, who's not a fan of her snarky attitude, snaps back mad, reminding that this sitch is about the throne and witches. They can't just ghost this problem because it might mess up the church's future plans. Maine agrees, tossing out the idea that the fourth prince might be hiding a witch. He thinks that dumb prince probably got bewitched by their beauty, and now he's just a puppet under their spell. On top of that, rumors are flying that the border town's recruiting more witches, which is basically throwing down the gauntlet at the church's authority. He wants to squash all this before it blows up out of control, even weighing the idea of personally heading to the border town. If Mira bombs, the scene flips to a grim spot where some unlucky dude's caught by the witches. They splash water in his face to snap him awake. When he opens his eyes, he freaks out seeing the girls around him. His mind snaps back, remembering how they caught him, and he's sure they're witches. One girl quickly presses a shiny knife to his face, and seeing his scared look, one of them asks why he's now so shook when he's been chasing witches all this time. Then there's a flashback showing the prince giving this guy a mission. He was told to spread whispers through underground channels that the border town's recruiting witches. The prince said if the witches caught him, he's got to say he's from the Cooperation Guild, while dropping that rumor in front of the witches, thanks to them looking kinda surprised. Then another woman storms in swinging a huge sword like a female version of Guts. She laughs, mocking his claim as nonsense, saying the Cooperation Guild is way out by the seaside wind zones. The other girls get hyped seeing her back, swarming her, revealing that this dude is the one responsible for spreading witch recruiting rumors. The guy quickly tries to cover his tracks, saying he's just telling the truth. He insists the guild found the sacred mountain and all the witches settled in the border town. They're not demon-possessed or suffering from any anti-demon effects. He even spills the tea about a guide named Kara, who can summon ghost snakes, something he saw with his own eyes and was totally stunned by. He also drops names like Wendy and Scrun, who handed him this mission. Upon hearing that, the girl gets super interested. While he goes on about Nightingale and the rest, the girls shoot back that if they're really settled on the sacred mountain at the border, they shouldn't spread the word, because that'll just put the church on high alert, and if they don't bounce soon, big trouble's coming. The red-haired witch asks what the next move is, and the black-haired witch states their leader's rolling in at midnight with other witches, so they'll set sail with everyone. Then she flips the dude's chair, making him crash to the floor still dazzled. The black-haired woman tells her red-haired buddy to board the boat with the crew, while she'll head back to the border town with the guy. She wants to verify if the Witches Guild really nailed down the sacred mountain or not, so she tells her friend to let leader Tiu Lai know she's coming to the border town. Next scene, Lady Lightning's soaring through the sky, checking out marked spots on the treasure map you got that night. She scouted a ton of places, and the prince specifically asked her to check the notorious Misty Forest. Fired up with pride after getting the job, she's pumped to explore solo. Just as a heavy rain starts pouring, she quickly stuffs the map into her jacket, making sure it stays dry. But then, out of nowhere, she spots something nearby and bolts like a bullet, zooming through the forest faster than lightning. Deep inside, she stumbles on ancient ruins and starts scoping out the place for anything sketchy. She admits she had no clue this spot existed since it's usually shrouded in fog when she flies overhead. Without the rain, she probably would have missed it. Her nose catches a scent that sparks her sense of adventure, lighting her spirit on fire. After a while searching, she figures these ruins gotta be the spot marked on the treasure map. The plans to mark the location and head back to the border town to report everything to the prince, but her adventurous vibe kicks in, pushing her to dive inside alone. Plus, it's raining, so why not explore till it calms down? Inside, she finds empty hallways and keeps pushing deeper, but still finds nothing. Suddenly, she hears a weak voice begging for help. Lan freaks out and instantly ducks behind a wall. Even though the voice keeps begging, she can't believe anyone's there since these ruins have been around for centuries and are deep in the misty forest. It's totally wild to think someone's hiding here, but despite her doubts, she moves forward thinking maybe some explorer got stuck inside and needs help. She gently pushes the door open, but it slams shut. After scoping things out for a bit, she realized this had to be the ruins marked on the treasure map. The plan was to note down the spot and head back to the border town to report everything to the prince. But then her adventurous spirit kicked in, pushing her to go inside all by herself. Plus, it was pouring outside, so why not explore until the rain stopped? When she got in, she found empty hallways, so she kept moving deeper, but still saw nothing. Then suddenly, she caught a faint voice calling for help. Lan freaked out big time and immediately ducked behind a wall. That voice kept begging, and she found it hard to believe anyone could be hiding here since these ruins had been around for centuries and were deep in the foggy forest. It was totally crazy that someone was lurking nearby, but despite the doubts, she pressed on, thinking maybe some explorer got stuck inside and needed help. She gently pushed open the door, but it slammed down hard, and right in front of her stood a nasty monster, straight up a creature ripped from a nightmare. This horrid sight froze her in place and knocked her down when she realized it was the same demon Lady L had battled in Batlanet. Tears spilled over as pure terror gripped her heart tight. The monster towered there, threatening and ready to pounce. The next thing that ripped through the air was her blood-curdling scream blending with the storm's roar outside. The scene flips back to the border town, where the dude met Margaret Farman, a lively trader from Vuongdo. She was buzzing with energy, bombarding him with questions about the steam machines. She was hyped to buy loads and even offered a fat 500 gold coins for each one. This guy was stoked at the thought of pocketing 5,000 gold coins for 10 steam machines, but even though he was eager to sell, he couldn't deliver them to the nobility. These steam machines were Anna's brains and sweat, totally off-limits for trade. He hesitated because Margaret wasn't just loaded, she was seriously attractive. Rocking a gold-studded collar with a judgment stone so legit even Nightingale couldn't tell if she was lying. He also noticed her fiery spirit was a perfect 100% match with Lady Linning's. Anyways, the prince told her besides the DMTU, he needed iron, copper, and hunting steel. Hopefully, she could hook up those materials if they were down to work together long haul. She happily agreed, but then something she saw hit her like a shock. When the guy turned back, he spotted lightning flashing outside the window. Swiftly, he threw it open and she immediately wrapped her arms tight around him, tears streaming down her face. The prince signaled the knights to fetch Nana as soon as possible. Roland suddenly jolted, remembering there was a traitor in the office, which threw him off because Lightning Nin was a witch. On the flip side, the traitor seemed to know Lady Lightning. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if she was Lin's mom, but he didn't focus on her and decided to take Lightning Nin for treatment, leaving the woman early in the morning shouting after them as she saw Lightning Nin walk away. Sometime later, Lightning Nin was healed and shot open her eyes. She jumped up fast, making Wendy and Nana super hyped she was awake. They bombarded her with questions about what happened. Lightning Nin looked like she was about to cry again when the prince asked why she raced back through that heavy rain. She revealed she had found ruins from the treasure map, and inside there was a demon. Everyone freaked hearing that, and Texcrone was visibly terrified, asking if she went inside. She said no, explaining that a demon guarded the stairway to the basement, and someone inside was shouting for help, but she freaked out and ran back like a scared little kid. But the prince soothed her, saying she made the right call since a smart explorer wouldn't rush into danger without scoping the scene first. Lady L added that maybe a witch was trapped inside because besides witches, no one else could get through the misty forest. But considering the ruins were from 450 years ago, anyone surviving alone seemed impossible. Linning said there were zero signs of humans active near the ruins. Meanwhile, Wendy pointed out the area was packed with wild animals and lacked proper food, making it clear no one could survive solo out there. The mystery only got thicker the more they thought about it. Lady L decided they had to find a way to rescue anyone stuck inside. That's when he stepped up, pushing everyone not to stress since they didn't have the full story yet. He hyped up the idea they'd go into the ruins together, figuring out how to save whoever was inside. United, they'd face down the demon and come out on top. Not long after, that noble stormed and asking about Lin Nin's condition. The prince reassured him, and as she breathed easier, we caught a quick glimpse of Margaret's killer curves. The prince apologized for ignoring her earlier, explaining Lightning Nin was in critical condition. He said that's why he told her to remove the judgment stone from her collar. The woman got playful and asked if Lin Ning was one of those witches. The guy reluctantly confirmed it, and Margaret lit up, super excited. She claimed she'd known from the start. She proudly declared that being part of the Thunder Clan made Lin Ning extraordinary, obviously. The prince was shocked to hear that, and Margaret explained she watched Lin Ning grow up. He then asked about her relationship with Lightning. She shared she met the kid while tagging along with the expedition crew led by Lin Ning Thunder, a hero from the Bay who discovered Twin Peak Iceland's sea dragon Fios and mapped out the eastern shore along with the Infinity Cup during their trip. Margaret said, Lin Ning was born on the ship, but sadly her mom died from sepsis. Being the only woman on board, Margaret stepped up as Lin Ning's stand-in mom, feeding her oatmeal since there was no breast milk. After the journey, Margaret said goodbye to the expedition and started her own business in Grey Castle, the capital. But 10 years later, she heard news that Thunder and his crew got caught in a storm and were believed to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. However, she never bought that nonsense. Now, seeing Lin Ning still kicking, she believes true explorers wouldn't go down just because of a basic storm. The guy asked if she cared about Lightning Nin being labeled a witch, and she honestly said no. Nightingale Gale gently touched his left shoulder to back up her honesty. On the flip side, Margaret said witches are both gorgeous and powerful, qualities she totally admired. She admitted she wanted to adopt a witch, like the prince, but the capital's biases crushed that dream. The two of them happily shook hands, bonding over their shared love for witches. Once they officially became partners, the woman hit him with the barrage of questions, wanting to know if there were any other witches besides Lin Ning. Both of them happily shook hands, bonding over their shared love for witches. Once they officially became partners, the woman bombarded him with tons of questions about whether there were any witches besides Lin Ning. She asked him how he met them, what kind of skills they had, and all sorts of other stuff. Dude looked worn out just from dealing with her hyper-enthusiasm. He wasn't sure if he could keep up with her. Meanwhile, Theo and that witch finally made it to Border Town. She remarked it was a pretty cool spot for the western area. Totally not what she expected the guild to pick. She even grumbled about why no one rolled out the red carpet for her. Theo pulled out a blue flag and waved it from the hill. He told her that's how the guild gets the heads up he and a witch arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, the witch was hungry, and hearing her demand, Theo sighed inside, remembering how she made him foot the bill for all those fancy meals on the way here. She bossed him around, swinging that huge sword of hers. Right then, she warned him if he ever tried to mess her over, his head would roll right off with anyone who was in on it. Not wanting to tick her off, he rolled his eyes and handed her a bag of snacks. She explained her friend was probably already on a merchant ship headed for foes, so it was too late for Theo to do any snitching, even if he wanted to. Hearing that, the guy reminded her about how harsh the Fios environment was. The witch agreed to spill the tea on the plan to set up a refuge for witches there, led by T. Wimbledon. Upon hearing that name, he freaked out, realizing she's the sister of the kid. Just then, she spotted someone coming closer. She sensed magical energy and confirmed there really was a witch nearby. When they arrived, Nightingale immediately reached out and welcomed her to Border Town. As they strolled through the busy town late at night, the newbie raised an eyebrow, seeing kids still in class at this hour. Tekon explained it's the town's night school serving not just kids but anyone who studies after their day job. The scar-faced woman then asked Nightingale if she was a super transcender. Looks like our girl had never heard that term before. The scar-faced woman broke it down. Super transcenders can sense the shape and flow of magical energy caused by physical changes from their power. Tekon chipped in, admitting she could sense a bunch of sisters in the crowd, but wasn't sure if that made her a super transcender or not. Scarface revealed that super transcender witches are crazy rare, like 1 in 1,000 witches, and she'd only met 3 so far, including Negi. The newcomer wisely told her to keep her super transcender status on the down low, hinting, it's a secret, the church guards fiercely. Meanwhile, Ning kept a sharp eye on the new girl. She could tell this lady was definitely a powerhouse, especially with that massive sword, something no ordinary person could even lift. Scarface asked about the guild leader, Kara. Nightingale replied sadly that Kara died while searching for the Holy Mountain. The new witch was crushed to hear that and wanted to know who was leading now. They pointed her to the castle where all the witches lived. Upon hearing that, the woman's attitude instantly shifted. She became tense and asked if they had some shady deal with the ruler. But before she could get more worked up, Wendy rushed over and hugged the scar-faced woman like she found her long-lost sister. Happy tears welled up in Wendy's eyes as she thanked the woman for saving her back then. Wendy choked up, revealing she was the Wendy from the choir. Turns out, the scar-faced woman was the one who wiped out all the monks in the dungeon when Wendy was first locked up. Right after, the two girls got some privacy and started reminiscing about their past. We learned the scar-faced woman's name is A.S. She confessed that after breaking out of her cell, she took down some managers and even fought against the enforcement squad until the Holy Punishment Team showed up. Wendy was curious and asked what the Holy Punishment Team was. A.S. explained it's the church's elite warriors, their secret weapon against super transcender witches. They're the ones who left the scar on her eye. Their power and speed rival hers, but they seem to lack any sense of self. When she cut one soldier's hand, he still attacked with the other without hesitation. She wasn't about to go easy on those scumbags. She hid during the day in the alleys of Old Holy City and struck the envoys and enforcement squad at night. Eventually, she had to run when the church raided the whole city. As left with her clothes almost stuck to her skin from all the blood. If anyone had seen her then, they'd probably think she was some wild beast with no soul. Wendy tried to comfort her, saying none of that mattered anymore. She could fit in and live normally here because of Roland Wimbledon. Their ruler treats the sisters well. But when Ayaz heard that name, she flipped out and crushed a cup with her bare hands. She demanded to know if Wendy was working for Roland Wimbledon. The girl reluctantly nodded, and Ayaz grabbed her hand, insisting they couldn't stay here. Seems like Ayaz had the same bad rep image of Roland Wimbledon as the others, thinking he was just some gross perverted creep. The next day came, and the girls finally stopped by to see the prince. She was trying to convince the witches living there to follow her, but the guy wasn't having any of her wild demands. Ayaz reminded the prince witches weren't anyone's property. They're free like everyone else. The boy was shocked by her boldness and reassured her he never viewed them as possessions. Everyone in the border town lives there by choice, and it's the best refuge they've got. The prince warned her about the Fios, where she planned to take them. He explained crossing the sea. Everyone in the border town lived there by choice, and it was their best hideout. The prince warned her about the Fios, where she planned to take them. He explained that crossing the sea was no joke. Things are super sketchy at Fios with wild weather, giant waves and storms make it a total no-go zone for living. But the girl confidently drops that T. Wimbledon is the real leader here. The prince is shook. He freaks when he hears about his sister and asks if Tilly is seriously gone. A.S. breaks it down that the fifth princess gathered a bunch of witches and led them to Fios to dodge the church. She's sure Tilly can lead them to build their own home. She also calls him out for being dumb enough to spill witch recruitment news, warning he just caught the church's attention. Nightingale snaps when she hears the prince called an idiot, but he calms her down. Then he flexes, asking Ashy as a super witch how many punishment squad soldiers she can take out. She confidently says she can handle 3 of them real easy. The prince stands up, oozing confidence, and throws down a challenge she'll face off against his top knight. If she loses, that proves he can hold his own against the church's elite. Az accepts the challenge immediately but gets bummed when he says he needs a whole week to prep. He suggests she chill at the castle and soak up town life from a witch's perspective, hoping that'll change her mind. The girl just dips, and the prince says she feels familiar, like they've met before, like he's definitely seen her around. Hearing that, she blows up, demanding if he really remembers her or what. She spins around with red eyes and a fiery face. Clearly, back then, she ripped him apart if Tilly hadn't stepped in. The poor dude is totally lost. Meanwhile, Anna and Nightingale get the hint fast and ask if he's ever, grabbed her butt before. But the prince hasn't admitted to anything yet, and it's understandable since that creepy guy Roland's been 6 feet under for ages. Anna asks if he's sure he can beat a super witch in just one night. The guy confidently says if he can whip up a rapid-fire weapon that matches her speed and strength, he's got like 70% chance to win. He says he's already gathered enough parts for the gun stashed in storage. He keeps rambling about some complicated chemistry stuff to build it. Poor Nightingale just digs her ear and walks off since none of that means anything to her. Meanwhile, Lydia still can't shake the feeling he's just a perv or harasser, but now she senses the vibe of a prince lurking underneath. Suddenly, Nightingale jumps her by surprise, and she quickly ducks back, swinging her big sword in counterattack. Nightingale dodges it like it's nothing and asks if she's really following the prince's orders, but our girl denies it, saying they don't mess with guests and she's free to enjoy the town. Still, Nightingale doesn't back down, warning that if she pulls any shady moves against Roland, she's going to be in deep trouble. Cut to a ship gliding smooth on the sea. On board is Professor Kai CCCI, a famous alchemist known for his skills. He's heading to the frontier because of a letter from Prince Roland filled with genius-level alchemy formulas that check out. Kai's testing it himself, hyped to dive deeper and expand his knowledge. He writes a letter to his student Sally, explaining everything and telling him he left the Red Alchemy Institute in Redware City to head out to the frontier. When this dude steps close to the castle, we see the girls gathering, with Sister Moon flexing her powers spinning a tiny windmill. She beams as the prince praises her skill and asks her to help develop a direct current engine. The girls smile bright and jump into studying electromagnetic induction laws. The lesson gets cut off when Knight Carter bursts in to announce the alchemist from Redware has arrived. The old man finally shows up before the prince. After some formal greetings, the old man dives straight into discussing the formulas in the prince's letter. The prince acts chill like he just stumbled upon them. The old man is stunned to learn this guy came up with those formulas himself, but then wonders if it might be royal alchemy secrets. The prince just shrugs and slyly says those formulas are from a 400-year-old book. He adds that scholars back in the day preferred calling it chemistry rather than alchemy. That shocks the old advisor big time. The prince nods, throwing in more knowledge like the law of conservation of mass, saying matter doesn't just appear or vanish, it just switches forms. He even uses an example with a tasty cake he plans to eat, explaining they'll absorb some and eventually, well, the rest gets thrown out. Professor Kai stays curious and asks what happens to the mass when a big piece of wood burns because charcoal weighs less. The guy coolly explains that the wood's mass turns into gases and steam, leaving behind ash. Once he catches the old man's attention, he opens a cabinet drawer and pulls out a chemistry book, calling it a goldmine of knowledge. He tells the old man if he wants this treasure, he's got to work for him to earn it. Judging by the old dude's reaction, you already know the answer. So the prince cuts to the chase, offering him a fat salary like his old job in Redware City with a 5-year contract. With a snap, the senior advisor shows up with ink and pen for the professor to sign. The prince even includes a confidentiality agreement to make sure the professor doesn't spill their research secrets to other alchemists. Even though the professor is ready to start, it's still unclear what he'll be cooking up in the border town lab. Prince Roland confidently declares they'll craft super-concentrated acids as strong as possible. After the old man leaves the room, Nightingale pops back in, calling out the prince for spinning a whole bunch of lies. He offered the guy a fat paycheck, just like back when he worked in Redware City on a 5-year contract. With a snap of his fingers, the old advisor appeared with ink and pen for the professor to sign. The prince also included a confidentiality agreement to make sure the professor wouldn't spill research secrets to other alchemists. Though the guy was ready to start, it wasn't clear what he would brew in the border town lab. Prince Roland confidently declared they'd make super-concentrated acids as strong as they could get. After the old man left the room, Nightingale popped back out and called out the prince for spinning a bunch of lies. She reminded him that just yesterday he told Sister Scroll to memorize and copy the entire book. The sly prince admitted he tossed out a few harmless lies, saying it was the only way to convince the professor. You'd never believe some dumb dude like him cooked up all that knowledge. Maybe the girl got what he meant, but she threw him off by asking who really taught him that stuff. The prince obviously couldn't spill about being a low-paid engineer before arriving in this world, so he stayed quiet. Luckily, the girl was cool and told him he didn't have to say anything if he didn't want, because she wasn't down for more tall tales. The next scene takes us to the training grounds where the prince watches a demo of the new toy he just had made. Knight Carter's got the new gear, looking like some kind of crank trigger pistol. When Carter emptied the clip, shells clinked to the ground and those confident trigger pulls turned into a joke, because not a single shot hit the mark. The girl standing next to the prince started stressing out for him, looking totally bummed, while poor Carter was just as down. But Roland told his buddy to chill, explaining that pistols are naturally less accurate than muskets. He promised Carter they'd tweak the gunpowder mix to max out the weapon's power. Then he told Carter to keep practicing on the target before facing the superpowered wizard. Even though Knight Carter was still getting used to the gun, he still appreciated how sleek and detailed it was. Meanwhile, the prince reminded Carter not to lose the bullet casings since they're reusable and super valuable. Switching back to the castle, Lady was clearly irritated. The wizards living there were stubborn and refused to leave. She also wondered about the town's weird vibe, curious what kind of magic Roland used to get villagers hyped about his new inventions like that. As she was thinking, she spotted something and a chunky little pigeon waddled right up to her. This fluffy little creature was named Maggie and seemed to be part of the 5th princess's crew. She asked the bird if everyone had arrived in Fio's yet, and the pigeon chirped back in its bird language. Then she asked if it had eaten, tossing some breadcrumbs. The pigeon lit up and started pecking away, but soon it got pretty worked up, pecking angrily at Az's head, clearly insisting it wasn't just a bird. Suddenly, the once harmless-looking pigeon started transforming into a cute little girl. She greeted her friend again, this time speaking in their human language. She told her friend that even with the tracking bracelet, it was super hard to find her. Luckily, Lady Shadow reported, Az was on her way to the border town to recruit more wizards, so she finally tracked her down. Now she was hyped to meet other wizards after that long trip, as sadly admitted that the wizards didn't want to leave because they trusted Prince Roland Honko. Bai was surprised both sisters had a thing for the wizards and were down to welcome them. Then, as spilled about the upcoming duel between her and the prince. If she lost, he'd block her from recruiting any wizards, and she didn't want to let Princess Tilly down by coming back empty-handed. Then the little girl revealed she'd seen a carriage flying with the church flag, on its way here, carrying about 10 people. As figured, they were heading to the border town because of rumors about wizard recruitment spread by the goofy prince all around the continent, but she was cool with it because beating them would give her more reasons to get more wizards over to Fios. When the church arrives, Roland will really get how big a mess he stirred up, or at least that's how she saw it. In the next scene, Lady Lightning zooms off, slicing through the sky with a huge grin. She was totally loving these glasses because they made her eyes feel chill even while flying crazy fast. All thanks to the prince. Suddenly, she spotted a massive pigeon. Instantly, she started daydreaming about roasting it for dinner tonight. She was so over buttered toast and mushrooms every day, and her mouth nearly watered thinking about juicy roast bird, so she took off after the pigeon straight away. Of course, that wasn't really a pigeon. Poor Maggie freaked when Lightning Ning closed in fast behind her. She flapped wildly, trying to escape, but Lightning Ning's crazy speed caught up quickly and grabbed her. They both crashed to the ground. Maggie panicked, thrashing, while Lightning Ning pulled out a knife. Seeing that sharp blade freaked the poor pigeon out even more. That was when she decided it was time to reveal herself for real. She transformed back into her human form, still teary-eyed from almost becoming dinner. Lady Lightning froze, wondering where that tasty bird went. Meanwhile, Maggie screamed like a baby, convinced she was about to get eaten before she could get back to the fifth princess. Lightning Ning tried to figure out what was going on and asked if the crying girl was also a wizard. Maggie stopped crying a bit and pouted, saying, "Yeah." Our girl immediately said hi, and they swapped names. Even though Maggie wasn't over nearly getting turned into grub, she then noticed the tracking mark on Lightning Ning's chest, something our girl hadn't noticed yet. Maggie spilled that those special stones track the wearer's location, made specifically for wizards and only react with their matching magic stones. Lightning Ming explained her dad gave her one and she always thought it was just jewelry. She asked Maggie where she got hers, but Maggie refused to spill the secret cause as told her not to tell anyone. Mentioning Lady as made Lightning Ning realize she was there too. She explained how, as was trying to convince everyone to leave this place. Meanwhile, Lightning Ning was bragging about her awesome inventions, my guy's gear, and the crazy cool stuff he whipped up. Things you've never peeped before in this world. The girl asked if she could actually see those wild inventions up close. El Nin flashed a sly grin and hinted maybe, but only if she joins the witch crew and becomes part of the aftermath. Of course, Maggie decided to stick with AS, and Lightning Ning kept rambling about all the fun things they could do around here. She talked about the kinds of mushrooms they munch on and the tasty treats they savor. Just thinking about it made MG's stomach growl. By the end, Lan Nin totally won MG over to stay. She told the girl if she wanted to have a blast, she should roll with her. Flying all over town, the Prince Roland and the professor were busy cooking up experiments in the fake gold lab. Meanwhile, the girls were out in the woods picking some primo mushrooms to snack on. On the way, they bumped into Wendy. Later that night, they hit the books together. The next morning, they headed to the northern mountains where everyone was hustling to make ammo for the guns. Over in the castle garden, they had an awesome time, and Meggie soaked up every second. After that, they cruised to the border town outskirts where Cedar was grinding on his shooting, clearly leveling up his aim. After a few days chilling with Lightning, MG showed up late to meet AS. AS asked why she's been rolling in late all the time lately. MG happily shifted back to human mode and told A's Lightning Nin had taken her bird hunting. She even offered A's a roasted drumstick, but A's shot it down with some random excuse. So MG happily started munching the drumstick solo, which kinda creeped A's out. Watching one bird chow down on another is definitely not your everyday scene. Then Meggie asked why A's hated this place so much. She also shared her own wish. She sorta wanted to stick around here, 'cause Prince Roland always throws these fun parties and shares food out back. He's super chill, not like those snobby nobles, just a down-to-earth, thoughtful dude. Even as Maggie kept hyping the perks of their spot, AS's vibe didn't budge. She clutched her head in frustration, knowing Maggie's life had been full of pain until the fifth princess took her in. So it made sense that Maggie sees the bright side now. Suddenly, AS snapped at Maggie, reminding her that this place is always under threat from the church and their lives could end the second the border town gets attacked. especially since nobody can stand against the Holy Punishment Squad. But BY confidently brushed off the worries and asked AS what if they actually took down the church. AS nodded, sharing her own hope for that outcome. That's why she's ready to throw down with them to prove their judgment soldiers aren't unbeatable. The final showdown day finally arrived, and Sister laid down the rules. No hitting heads, and anyone could tap out anytime as long as they didn't flatline on the spot. Nana's healing powers would reset everything to how it was. The prince asked if anybody had questions. When no one answered, he gave the green light to start. Both fighters faced off. AS was kinda nervous seeing this knight wielding no sword or spear. He didn't even have armor. She wondered if he had a crossbow, but shook off the anxiety and gripped her sword tighter, believing if she got close fast enough, she could force him to beg for mercy. But things weren't going to be that simple, cause Terror was already locked and loaded with his gun. As soon as the prince said go, Captain Iron Axe smashed the bell with a loud clang. Both fighters swung their weapons, and AS immediately swung her sword from afar. Just one swing made Carter flinch, but he zeroed in and started firing. Seeing bullets zoom her way, she dodged to the side right at the clutch moment. Still, one barely grazed her face. She braced herself and charged forward, dead set on closing the gap between them. She moved so fast she felt like a blur, and even the crowd was shook by her reflexes. But Cedar held his ground and kept shooting, aiming to nail that perfect shot. When the bullet got close, AS instantly blocked it with her massive sword. Before Carter could react, she jabbed him hard in the gut, sending him flying back. Everyone held their breath, watching as blood trickled down her cheek. Meanwhile, her belly was nearly wrecked from the shot. Her awareness started fading. As her vision blurred, the crowd rushed to patch up Carter before it got worse. While AS weakly claimed victory to him, she collapsed into the prince's arms. Before we keep going, let's flash back to AS's past. Once treated like a street beggar in the busy alleys. Life had never been easy. On this special day, the town buzzed because the princess was coming of age, and they were throwing a huge feast to hand out food to the people. The famous Archbishop Tai Fan from the church was set to lead this major event alongside the princess. When Az heard the Archbishop's name, she smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Probably, because she was itching to take down that dude. When the princess's carriage finally rolled down the street and pulled up, Az pushed through the crowd to rush up front. The fifth princess stepped out of her carriage, and the crowd exploded with cheers. Amid the sea of people, the princess locked eyes with the one who stood out most to her, and time froze. In that brief moment, there was a spark of recognition and some unspoken connection between them. Then, back inside the castle, the fifth princess stepped out of her carriage, and the crowd exploded with cheers. Amongst all the people, the princess locked eyes with someone who stood out the most to her, and those exchanged glances made everything feel like it froze in time. In that brief moment, there was a spark of recognition and some unspoken feeling passed between them. When we cut back to the castle, the princess summoned her, and a servant nudged her forward, and right away the princess clocked that she was a witch. She reassured everyone she wouldn't be wandering the streets anymore. That's when the fifth princess finally gave her a name. Before that, she'd never had one. At that moment, she snapped out of her unconscious state. The bird girl came rushing over, super hyped, pulling her into a tight hug, barely holding back her excitement for her bestie. Then she asked how long she'd been knocked out. The girl said it was just one afternoon and explained that Nana had healed her, piecing her stomach back together almost totally. She went on praising Nana's killer healing skills, though her mind was already on the mission to find him. Meanwhile, he was chilling alone when Lady Ez burst in, acting like she owned the place, hyped to claim her win on the bet. Prince Roland, always a stand-up guy, admitted defeat like a champ. After claiming victory, Lady Az praised the prince, saying he's got serious fight potential against the God's Punishment Squad. She got curious about K.N. Carter's weapon from the match. Roland proudly showed off his pistol, thinking it's the next big thing for the army, picturing everyone packing these bad boys on the battlefield. He joked it could turn a basic farmer into a fierce warrior when facing the army. When she asked for one for herself, he told her to stick around the border town and join the Witch Guild to get access. She politely declined, then surprised him by saying she'd be heading back to the princess's place. She invited him to the Bay Area if he ever needed a hideout. Roland shot back the same offer, promising border town's doors would always be wide open for her. Just as she was about to bounce, Roland called her back and gifted her a custom-made sword crafted by Anna to replace her busted old one. She grabbed it, buzzing with excitement, feeling a wave of confidence as she gripped it tight. She realized it wasn't an ordinary sword and wondered why holding it felt so weird. That's when Roland dropped the surprise. It's called Aspringer, and he boldly claimed it's a legendary piece way better than her old sword. He swung it around her, soaking in its power, and happily accepted the epic gift. Meanwhile, Roland almost caught a blade himself when she swung her newbie toy around carelessly. Next scene, we're at the church scout camp, led by Mira. They plan to spy if there really were witches in Border Town. She boldly said if Roland was hiding witches, she had the sacred right to judge him and was pumped to give him a serious smackdown. Her chill thoughts got cut off when news hit about enemy warriors attacking. The knights quickly ordered everyone to gear up for battle. She peered outside, but before reacting, Lady Az slashed down all the knights with one strike. Looks like my girl came here to put her new sword to the test, and it worked like a charm. She wiped out everyone on both sides with ease. Just one swift swing, and Az cut that knight in half, making Princess Desmi Mira shake in her boots. The brutal vibe radiating from Az was so intense it made folks catch their breath. The priestess stepped back. Scared, she dropped the book in her hands. Mira immediately recognized it as the church's contract book and gently picked it up. Meanwhile, Lady Air drew her sword and started torturing the priestess just like the church used to do with witches. After killing her, she dug a hole and threw the body in. Mira asked her buddy why she'd do that, saying if the church found out, things would get ugly. The knight explained that by the time the church noticed their envoy crew vanished, 2 or 3 months had already passed. She clarified that no matter how Roland handled it, working with witches was eventually gonna leak. Then she showed Mira the letters they sent via carrier pigeons to him reporting the situation. Mira bragged she caught all those pigeons, so no reports would reach the church. Hearing that, Az added that it bought them more time before the church's army strikes. She felt pretty proud helping him this way. Mira gave her a thumbs up for the genius plan for some reason. Lady gave the pigeon girl permission to stay in Border Town. The kid said she liked Lady Tai too. Az told her to swing by the bay once a month so she could keep tabs on Border Town and help with communication. That was the plan for Border Town to bounce to the bay if things went sideways. Mira was instantly hyped up by that. And right as the sun peeked over the horizon, we're back at Border Town Castle. There, Sir Finn Eltec got invited to a royal bash by the generous prince. Roland urged both of them to chill out and enjoy the feast to the max. Finn humbly thanked him for the honor of dining there, and his wife Irene Eltec also showed gratitude. She especially thanked him for giving her a chance to be a teacher. Roland gave props to Sister Scroll from the education department for setting things up. Irene cut to the chase, asking why they were invited. Roland excitedly revealed his plan. For the first half of the year, he wanted a play staged in the town square. Every weekend he'd have scripts, props, and funding ready. Now he just needed actors. Knowing Irene used to be a performer by the Forest River, he asked her to play star in the play. She hesitated at first since it was a big role, but he dangled a fat paycheck to seal the deal. Her husband encouraged her, saying it was always her dream and he was totally on board. The couple. She hesitated at first because it was a big role, but he offered her a nice fat paycheck for it. Her hubby encouraged her, saying it was always her dream and he totally backed her. The couple. The dude got kinda lovey-dovey with each other, making him a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and handed over their scripts. He broke down that the first play was Cinderella, the love story between a regular girl and a prince. The second one's called Midnight Grow, all about the poor folks standing up against greedy landowners. The last show, Witch's Diary, is an original they whipped up with Miss Grown. Dude was seriously hyped and proud about it. The wife was totally blown away by all those scripts. He was super pumped to kick off their cultural life. He was hyped on using theater to fight back against church propaganda and push progressive ideas. The next scene zooms in on our stunning pigeon girl, absolutely floored. In front of her was a fancy feast, way different from those cheap buffets we usually hit up. This spread was top tier. Everyone gave Miji a warm welcome. The kid tried to introduce himself all proper, but she was too busy eyeing those juicy meat skewers to pay attention to the prince's intro. Right then, she couldn't hold back her hunger any longer. Wendy jumped in with her own intro. Meanwhile, Lady M encouraged her to try the prince's grilled meat sauce. She dipped her finger in, and when she licked it, she got super hyped tasting it. Her taste buds were dancing with joy. This was a flavor she'd never even dreamed of. Everyone gathered around as she enjoyed the skewers. They got curious about her pigeon shape and asked if she could switch to other birds. Proud, she said yeah and showed off by transforming into a sparrow, then a seagull, and finally a cute little parrot. Her cute shape-shifting moves mesmerized everyone. No one could look away. Na glanced at Roland, all curious, admitting she never thought the fifth princess was also rounding up witches. Roland shared her surprise and said he planned to write to his sister for a collab. Maggie would hand over the letter when she returned to the bay next month. Speaking of Maggie, Anna thought the idea of flying like a pig was awesome and was stoked about soaring through the open skies like a bird. Yo, looks like my guy had everything set up. Next scene, a hot air balloon showed up, granting Anna's wish as she shot up into the sky. From up there, everything looked tiny, and Anna got her first bird's eye view of the border town. Then they chatted about fancy stuff like how hot air balloons work. But I'm gonna skip the nerd talk because we're here to have fun. The prince told Anna one thing. Right now, everything depends on her dark fire to keep it running. Suddenly, Anna spotted a river running red, getting a bird's eye view of everything. The sister lift test fields used for the new factories. Seems like besides kicking off the industrial age, my guy also started the whole pollution and climate change era. The prince gave her all the credit, saying thanks to her everything got going and they could build it all. Anna was amazed seeing it all. That's when the prince took the moment to move closer. He grabbed her hand, but the vibe immediately dropped when Anna shared her mom died in a fire. She spoke softly about barely escaping the choking smoke and becoming a witch. That's why she's hated fire all this time and struggled to accept herself. When she got locked up, she thought facing judgment might be a relief, but the prince saved her and taught her to control her powers. Now she sees fire can be used for way more than destruction and pain. She gave all the credit to the prince for helping her flip her mindset and use her powers for good. When things got deep and the prince blushed, they shared another kiss. Then, what happened inside the hot air balloon? No clue. All we heard was loud applause, probably because they were having a blast. After a quick ride, the balloon landed and everyone got super hyped watching it touch down. Some folks gently scolded the prince for being reckless, but he owned up to rushing and explained Maggie and Lightning were tailing them like backup. A witch glanced at Lightning and Maggie and said now they weren't the only ones who knew how to fly. Lightning and Maggie shot back that the hot air balloon wasn't exactly nimble since they circled the castle 20 times before landing. Nana looked mad excited, wanting another chance to fly. Everyone buzzed, asking if they could hop on the balloon too. Anna said it only fits 2 people at a time. Meanwhile, the prince was still busy apologizing to the girls for flying up like that. And when Anna and the prince got questioned, they bumped into each other, stepping back and shared a smile. Probably because the prince really enjoyed clapping with her in the balloon. Meanwhile, Nightingale was snacking as usual, feeling kinda left out. Maybe she wanted to fly with the prince too. Even her precious cake slipped off the plate and dropped to the floor. She quietly walked away. Once out of the grilling, the prince waved bye to the girls and started to head off. On the other side, Wendy noticed Nightingale was missing. As night fell, we see Nightingale sitting alone, looking all sad. Wendy showed up and asked why she quietly split earlier. Nightingale stayed quiet at first, saying nothing was wrong. Then Wendy pulled her dress aside, revealing her pretty charm. She reminded Nightingale she could spill anything to her anytime, making Nightingale blush, probably because Wendy's chest was bigger. Then they lay side by side on the bed, and Wendy kept pushing her to open up about what's bothering her. Wendy showed up and asked why she quietly walked out earlier today. Nightingale kept quiet at first, just saying nothing was wrong. But then Wendy pulled her shirt aside, showing off some serious charm under her dress. She reminded Nightingale that she could spill anything to her, and Nightingale blushed hard, probably because Wendy had a way bigger chest than her. Then they laid next to each other on the bed, and Wendy kept nudging her to open up about what was holding her back. Nightingale reminded her girl squad that the prince's talk about marrying a witch was legit because she can tell when someone's full of crap. Wendy quickly warned her to never spill this secret to anyone in the Witch Alliance. Nightingale was curious why, and Wendy dropped the tea that the destined prince is going to be king of Grey Castle, and the kingdom might not vibe with a king who's got no heir. This could mess up the whole witch's future too. Wendy also noticed her friend was all kinds of awkward about the close bond between the prince and Anna. She asked Nightingale if she wanted to be queen or just stick by the prince like now. Of course, Nightingale rolled with staying close. Wendy reassured her she's already got a spot by the prince's side, so no worries. She told Nightingale to just accept it and be happy hanging with the prince. Scene switched to the Holy City, where some poor dude was getting brutally tortured by nasty priests pretending it's all holy. The pain was so bad he begged for the sweet release of death instead of more suffering. Meanwhile, Abisop looked super stressed. Just then, the church boss showed up and ordered the torture to stop. Pris immediately spilled that this guy flunked the elite judgment army test and was definitely Pop or Bran. The Pope told him to let the guy chill, but by chill he meant chop the loser down as soon as possible. Then the Pope grabbed his helper's hand and comforted him, saying back in the day he was way more stressed running ceremonies for the first time. He recalled throwing up everywhere at 45 and how the smell of blood made him woozy. The helper asked if the ceremony was really necessary and how many soldiers they aimed to turn into the Judgment Army. The old man just walked off, telling him to wait. He said once the helper becomes the next pope, all the answers will be in the church's secret library. Suddenly, a dude caught their attention and the pope got hyped to see if he'd join the ceremony. The man on the floor agreed and said he was Rudis Rot from the Holy City Guard squad. He was honored to join the transformation ritual, and not long after, time passed. They brought in a witch knocked out by dream water. They shone a bright light on the new guy and sat him in the same wooden chair as before, then started drawing the witch's blood. They mixed it with special sacred stones from Judgment, creating a mysterious green liquid even the archbishop couldn't figure out. Then they injected the stuff into the man, who might transform into a divine Punisher warrior, the Judgment Army's super strong fighters. But if it worked, he'd lose all feelings and smarts, turning into a lifeless shell with only some instinct and will left. There was also a chance he'd fail, facing extreme torment or even dying. But the priests didn't care, because it was the only shot to fight demons. Looks like this dude made it through the transformation. Soon after, we see both young and old priests together. The Pope praised the helper for running the transformation perfectly. 62 warriors took part and over half succeeded. Then, the old man mentioned a new poison made from Master Crow's eyes. If smeared on a rotten corpse, it spreads to the area around it. This poison floats in the air, so you don't even have to eat or touch anything to get infected. And there's no cure. The Pope, looking pretty scary, asked why they don't use it against Grey Castle. Back at the border town, everything was chill, and Anna was totally overwhelmed by the views from the hot air balloon. She turned to Soraya and asked if she felt the same. But Anna froze up for a sec when she saw all the paintings Soraya made of the scenes they'd just seen from above. Anna stumbled over her words, trying to say something about the paintings. Soraya waited curious for a reply. When they finally touched down, the prince rushed into the room, hyped cuz he heard Soraya's art style change dramatically. When Nightingale's eyes landed on Soraya, she immediately freaked out, realizing Soraya's magic had totally evolved. The prince asked if her powers advanced like Anna's. As he checked out Soraya's new paintings, he noticed the fluffy clouds looked thick, the castle walls rough-textured, and the bark so detailed it seemed touchable. It made the paintings super alive. Meanwhile, Soraya admitted she could make the thickness even more intense but didn't, cause it hurt like heck. Nightingale tried to peel the texture off the tree bark but failed. Then Anna used her threads to pull it right off. The texture looked exactly like real wood. The prince turned to the artist, asking how she managed to boost the thickness in her paintings. Suddenly, she got it and revealed that everything came from what she saw from the balloon stuff she'd never seen before. Her old paintings she thought were real were actually totally off. Like, trees were way too pointy and mountains didn't make sense. Everything felt two-dimensional. So she wanted her art to match those epic views. She started thinking of those tiny spheres he talked about, which were actually atoms. She imagined each brushstroke as layers of colored spheres stacked up, making the whole painting pop. Bam! The painting had texture, green trees sprouting, and deep blue rivers sinking in, giving a three-dimensional effect. Soraya blushed and said her power wasn't as useful as Anna's since she only knew how to paint. The prince comforted her, saying it was super valuable and he had a perfect idea, hinting at her bath time struggles. Soraya got embarrassed, and Nightingale looked at him real suspicious-like. The prince explained that what Soraya made shouldn't even be called paint, but rather, did her power evolve like Anna's? And when he saw Soraya's new paintings, he noticed how thick the fluffy clouds were, how rough the castle walls looked, and how chunky the tree bark seemed like you could literally touch it. It made the paintings come alive. Meanwhile, Soraya admitted she could make the textures even thicker, but she didn't, cause it would hurt a lot. Nightingale tried peeling off bark texture from the tree trunk but failed. Then Anna used her threads to pull it off. That texture looked exactly like real wood. The prince turned to the artist and asked how she made the paintings so thick. She suddenly got it and confessed it was all thanks to what she saw from the hot air balloon stuff she never noticed before. The old paintings she thought were realistic turned out totally wrong. Like the trees looked all pointy and the mountains made no sense. Everything fell off. So she wanted her art to match those epic sights. She started thinking about those small spheres. He mentioned atoms, actually. She imagined each brush stroke as layers of colorful spheres stacked up to build the whole picture. Bam. The paintings had texture, green trees popping up and deep blue rivers sinking down, creating a 3D effect. Soraya blushed and said her power wasn't as useful as Anna's since she only knew how to paint. The prince reassured her it was super valuable and had the perfect idea that subtly hinted at her bathing struggles. Sor was embarrassed, while Nightingale gave him a skeptical look. The prince explained that what Soraya made shouldn't be called paint, but it's like some kind of magical coating. If it passes the material test, he's pretty sure they can use it to make water pipes. The girls asked what they'd use them for, and he explained no one would have to haul bathwater every single day anymore. They could have plumbing inside the rooms. He described using iron pipes as molds, wrapping them in paper, then having Soraya slap that magical layer over the mold. Once it dried, it'd turn into a pipe. Meanwhile, Nightingale noticed the prince was super hyped about all this scholarly stuff. When she saw him get close to Anna, jealousy hit her quick. She spun away and slammed her hand down on the table. Standing there all annoyed, the prince immediately guessed she was ticked off about something. Soon after, we catch him deep in thought, planning to build a huge reservoir to hold water from Red Water River. He wants to use a steam engine to pump water into the reservoir. Once every house has water, he could easily build baths and toilets. He's feeling pretty good about this idea. After a long stretch working, he stretched out and realized he missed Nightingale's presence. He tried calling her but got no reply. A mischievous spark lit up his eyes. Yep, you guessed it. He was about to sneak some snacks the ninja had stashed in a drawer, but before he could, she showed up and warned him to stay away from her dried fish. The prince asked why she looked kind of down lately, and she said she was just following his earlier advice not to bother him. The prince apologized, admitting he's been swamped lately and appreciated that she always had his back. He opened the drawer again, revealing a specially crafted gun. He explained he wanted to give it to her ages ago, but the intricate engravings took longer than he thought. This gun is totally different and way beyond anything they'd made before. Nightingale grabbed it, totally hyped. She was momentarily speechless, stammering out thanks and then asking if he could teach her how to use it. As they stepped outside, Nightingale started the shooting practice right away. Shockingly, she hit the red heart bullseye on her first try. That was wild, especially since poor K.N. Carter couldn't land a hit after days of practicing. She asked if she could do better, and the prince nodded, impressed, saying she was moving on to the next training simulation. Nightingale had no clue what was coming next, so the prince explained that hanging on the targets were sacred judgment stones she had to knock down as fast as possible while under their effect. She got the drill and geared up mentally. Right before she charged, the prince stopped her and told her to squeeze the trigger harder with a grin. He reminded her to yell out loud. It was noon, after all. Playfully, she asked if that was a suggestion or an order. Either way, she was ready. Memories of past wins flooded back when Wendy told her she was already by the prince's side. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her breathing and nailed those sacred judgment stones dead center, reminding herself she was his shield and would always stand by him. The big day finally arrived, and the whole town gathered to watch the play they'd been rehearsing. The best part? It was free for everyone. The prince even invited the female merchant, Margaret. Another merchant in the crowd, HW, was loving the food. It was way better than anywhere else. Meanwhile, Malin the Jor merchant was super impressed with the quality and material of the cups and was ready to snag a few for himself. As the merchants kept chatting business, Lady Margaret apologized on their behalf. She said merchants were just lame people, always talking money, and sorry for wasting his time. Meanwhile, way up above, Lining Ning was happily munching popcorn, while Maggie was annoyed because she was hogging it all. Down below, the prince was surprised Lining Ning didn't recognize Margaret, even though she basically looked like her mom. Margaret explained they split when Lining was really young, so it made sense she didn't remember, and she just wanted to reconnect naturally. Margaret then asked about this snack called popcorn, wondering if it was a royal treat. He nodded but actually had Nana help make the popcorn from a special corn from Sister Leah. He couldn't imagine watching the play without this snack. Margaret was still a bit skeptical since she used to live in the royal city but didn't want to be rude. She told him not to flatter her and asked about his closest friend in the city. Turns out, Prince Roland didn't have any because he was just a playboy, always chasing girls. His best friend was the magical hand Joko that he used to grope every woman around the castle. Margaret laughed and said she heard how charming he was in the palace. Poor Roland got kinda embarrassed, spilling that awkward truth in front of her. He quickly switched topics and urged everyone to focus on the play. And so the story of Cinderella kicked off with Lady Irene, wife of Finn Eltek, playing the lead. Another standout actor was me, known as the Western Star, shining bright on stage. Marguerite didn't take long to spot her and was blown away seeing her here. Green Roland told her to hush, but Marguerite was way too hyped to stop shouting out big praises for me. Looks like he didn't expect Lady Irene to bring such a famous friend to perform in the border town. As the show went on, Mi's acting was crazy real. When she pushed Cinderella to the ground, the shove was so realistic, the whole crowd got genuinely worried. Even Prince Roland felt like that push was intentional. As the play kept rolling, the entire audience was hooked, and even Lady Irene couldn't help but a tiger, because he just blurted out something awkward in front of her. He quickly switched topics and urged everyone to focus on the play. And so the story of Cinderella kicked off with Lady Irene, Finn Eltek's wife, playing Cinderella herself. Another standout actor was me, known as the Western Star, lighting up the stage. Margaret didn't take long to recognize her and was totally stunned to see her there. Green Roland told her to quiet down, but Margaret was too hyped to stop loudly praising me. Guess he didn't expect Lady Irene to bring such a famous friend to perform in the border town. As the show went on, Mi's acting was incredibly real. When she shoved Cinderella to the ground, the push felt so legit that the entire audience got genuinely worried. It was so famous it performed in the border town. As the show went on, Mi's acting looked insanely real. When she pushed Cinderella to the ground, the shove was so legit that the whole audience actually got worried. Even Prince Roland felt that push was totally on purpose. As the play rolled on again, the whole crowd was totally hooked, and even Lady Irene couldn't help but noticing her friend was grabbing all the spotlight. During the break, someone from the crowd commented that the performance felt so real it was kinda scary, but also hyped Lady Irene to keep it up. She totally vibed with that energy, and this time Irene was dead set on winning everyone over with her own skills. As the play rolled on, Lynn snagged a small role too, playing a cute little witch. Let's ditch the play details. But by the end of that scene, Sister Irene was seriously the star. The acting queen, got totally overshadowed by Irene's killer performance this time. Looks like seeing her friend take the lead only made her feel worse. This dude Fen used to be the dream guy for tons of girls along the Fours River, and he finally picked Irene. Now she's crying nonstop over this messy love triangle. When she stepped down from the stage, she spotted Kane Carter holding a bouquet. He introduced himself as Chief Kane Carter Lannis, the prince's knight, and gave her mad props for the amazing show. Not wasting a second, he straight up asked her out for drinks, making her blush and feel all kinds of happy inside. Cut to Fours River, where soldiers from Grey Castle have just arrived. Spotting their familiar flag flying high, the ambassador started to get nervous. Down below, a knight stepped up, introducing himself as Lord Manhwa, the envoy of King Timothy, with a message from the capital city. He begged them to lower the drawbridge and let them in. One of the knights quickly brought the permit, and the ambassador scanned it as soon as possible. Turns out it had the official seal of Timothy. Petrov immediately realized he couldn't just deny the envoy from the new king, or else it'd cause unnecessary drama with Grey Castle. Thinking fast, he told his soldiers to grab 3 fast horses and rush straight to border town to inform Roland the Timothy crew had arrived at their doorstep. Imagine if they had some Sky app to chat. It'd be wild watching kings and princes beef in a video call. Probably even more toxic than the CP duty waiting room. As the messenger sped off, Petrov hoped Prince Roland would get the news soon. With the enemy envoy being less than 50 strong, they didn't pose a major threat. All Petrov could do now was let them in. When the gate dropped, the knights beneath radiated a fierce vibe. I'm pretty sure things were about to get real intense. Meanwhile, back at Border Town, looks like Prince Roland finally brought the first bathtub into this world. Everyone kept bombarding him with questions, and he patiently broke it all down. When he turned the faucet, water flowed out, leaving everyone amazed and curious. They wondered if it was drinkable and where it came from. Prince Roland explained it wasn't safe to drink straight from the tap before boiling. Then Anna jumped in, schooling them on how siphon pipes work, showing they could move water with this simple trick. They place a water container up high so the water flows efficiently to every home. While Prince Roland was deep into his nerdy lecture, our not-so-subtle girl couldn't resist poking the faucet to see what happened. Surprise, surprise, water sprayed down like rain from the pipe above. Prince Roland quickly stepped in and gave a quick rundown on how showers work. Meanwhile, Sister Lily chimed in with some sass, asking if the prince spent the whole week at the castle just upgrading his bath game. She wasn't shy, calling out how nobles love to indulge, and he was no different. Lady Scrone shot Lily a look, but Prince Roland stayed chill, explaining how chasing comfort drives human progress, himself included. Despite the clever and calm answer, Lily just snorted and turned away. Later, when the prince was alone, Lady Scrone stopped by to apologize for Lily's attitude, but he just shrugged it off, saying he hardly knew Sister Lily until now. Lady Scrone decided to spill some tea, revealing Lily's been duped multiple times and now finds it hard to trust anyone. She shared how she discovered Sister Lily's magic sensing skills inside a secret sanctuary in Redware City. Basically, Lady Scrone used to roam towns pretending to be a noble's wife looking to adopt, while secretly scouting for awakened girls like Lily. But when she tried to adopt Lily, the sanctuary's owner shut her down. He insisted waiting until the kids grew up before letting anyone adopt, which raised red flags. Nightingale dug into the orphanage's finances and found out some wild stuff. Turns out, for 10 years, 3 witches were handed over to the church. The pretty ones got made up and sold to nobles, while the rest were abandoned to die in the woods behind the orphanage. When confronted, the owner admitted he ran the place not for money but for a sick thrill of control and even killing girls. That's when Kara, the leader, couldn't hold back and took matters into her own hands. When they tried recruiting the girls into their guild, many scowled at the members, like they'd been robbed of a chance to be picked by nobles. Lily was no different, until Kara showed them the bodies of their friends, the ones who should have been adopted but died in the woods behind the orphanage. The gruesome sight made Lily puke and pass out in Wendy's arms. When she woke up, she seemed emotionally empty, like a doll. Under Wendy's care, Lily slowly recovered, but the experience left her with deep hatred for nobles. This kind of explains her sometimes tough attitude toward the prince. He started feeling for Lily, realizing she still forced smiles despite all the pain she'd been through. Then Lady Scrone asked if she could ask a question, and he gave her the go-ahead. Just then Sister Scrone called Nightingale, who appeared straight out of the shadows. At that moment, Roland had no clue what plans these girls were cooking up. Yo, this kinda clears up why she sometimes snaps at him. The prince starts feeling kinda bad for Lily, realizing she's still trying to smile even though she's been through mad pain. Then Lady Scrone throws out a question, and he lets her ask it. Right then, Sister Scrone calls Nightingale, who pops out of the shadows instantly. Meanwhile, Roland's completely clueless about the girls scheming behind the scenes. He's got no idea what the girls are plotting at all. Lady Scroll hit Prince Roland with a kinda awkward question, asking if he knew that witches can't get pregnant since he planned to marry one. The prince found it a bit blunt and wanted to know if that was confirmed or just a rumor. Lady Scroll sadly confirmed it was a cold, hard fact recorded in history. No witch has ever gotten pregnant. Roland thought of it like reproductive isolation, wondering if witches had evolved into a whole new species that couldn't mix with humans. But the prince put those thoughts aside for later. His love for Anna wasn't about whether she could have kids or not. He was actually more pumped about building a political system based on fairness, not family ties. Plus, he saw not having kids as a bonus. It stopped powerful families from forming and helped witches and regular folks come together and cooperate. Out of nowhere, Nightingale cut in and asked what he was thinking about. He was caught off guard at first, but quickly reassured her that his feelings hadn't changed, and he was still set on marrying a witch. When Lady Scroll quietly left, Roland wondered if she was happy or bummed out. Nightingale stayed silent, making Roland try to keep his cool and think everything was chill. Just then, someone kicked the door in. Kinter barged in with urgent news. Longsong Fortress had been taken over by a gang from King City, and Ambassador Petrov was locked up. The prince was shook by the news, especially when Carter said just 50 knights had seized the whole fortress. Next, we cut to the church at the Fours River, where soldier bodies were scattered everywhere. The church's priest was shocked to see enemy knights, probably influenced by those very same pills. Lai Lehman claimed it was all thanks to the church helping them take over Longsong. He raised his sword, and just before finishing the priest off, said that at this pace, Timothy would soon unify Grey Castle. Then he cut the guy down. Another knight showed up and told Sister Lei that they'd found 4 barrels of more pills in the basement, totaling at least a few thousand tablets. Sister Leman was super hyped to hear that, saying about 1,000 more soldiers would be here soon. With that amount of pills, they'd have way more than enough before hitting the battlefield to take down the border town. He was eager to see the prince's face when he wiped him out completely. Back at Border Town, Prince Roland anxiously waited for news from the scouting team sent to Fours River. Right then, Nightingale smiled as Lane and Maggie sneaked back in through the window to the office like pros. Lane didn't waste a second, reporting they left Fours River and were heading straight here with about 1,000 people. The prince was stunned, wondering how 50 people had turned into 1,000. Maggie spilled the tea that only 6 were on horses, and the rest were all on foot. She explained they were dressed plain, lots had no armor, and their main weapon was spears, with just a few swords. The prince immediately guessed from the description that they were probably commoners or peasants in the army. So he wondered why Timothy would send that meat shield squad out. He asked himself how Timothy didn't learn anything from the border town battle with Duke Rian, where 200 knights couldn't even scratch the town. Then a sudden lightning bolt hit his brain. The prince realized they planned to rush through the church's drug-fueled bullet storm. He never suspected the church backed Timothy from the start. If the town faced that army of 1,000, his first troops would definitely take heavy hits. Then he asked if those guys had the Holy Judgment Stones. Lane said she didn't dare get close, but the little bird girl had spotted everything from above after turning into a hawk. While Maggie munched on bread, she said she didn't see any stones, but they might be hidden in their clothes. The prince immediately sent Nightingale to go along with Maggie down the river. When they spotted passing boats, Nightingale needed to sneak up on them while hiding in her bone cloak. Once close enough, she had to check if they carried any Holy Judgment Stones. Nightingale just climbed out the window and they zoomed off, leaving the prince stuck behind. He cursed himself for not paying enough attention to Fours River and for the dumb idea of bringing all his troops to Border Town while leaving poor Ambassador Petrov unprotected. But Anna told him to save the worrying and regrets for later because he still had to figure out how to handle the army of 1,000 coming in 3 days. She hugged him tight, promising they wouldn't ditch him no matter what went down. Right after, we see the whole town prepping for battle and Nightingale is back. The prince asked if she found anything. She reported only a few Holy Judgment Stones. Lane then asked about the pits they were digging. The prince explained those were underground bunkers. Both girls looked puzzled, so he broke it down. Walls would surround the pits, with only a small opening for soldiers to shoot safely from inside. He wanted to protect his troops from the drug-crazed heretic mob, and only those bunkers could keep them fully safe. He also organized 20 squads, each manning a 12-pound field cannon with a range over 1,000 meters. The girls got super hyped hearing that, cause with those cannons, they were basically untouchable. The prince suggested the scouting team come grab some food since they were probably starving after the trip. Meanwhile, Nightingale told Anna to stick close to Prince Roland during battle because she had a special mission to complete. Anna was all in and told her friend to leave this job to her. The next scene shows soldiers marching down the street, led by Knight Talman, who kept pushing his team to hurry up. He's trying to keep his soldiers safe from those crazies on the drug. Only the underground bunker can protect them perfectly. He set up 20 squads, each with a cannon, and these are 12-pound field guns that can shoot over 1,000 meters. The girls get super hyped hearing that, cause with those cannons, they're basically unstoppable. The prince suggests the scout team, just back from their trip, grab some food since they're probably starving. Meanwhile, Nightingale tells Anna to stick close to Prince Roland in the fight. Anna's all in, telling her friend to leave it to her. Next, we see soldiers marching down the road, led by Knight Talman, who just got back to grab some food because they were definitely starving after the trip. Meanwhile, Nightingale told Anna to stick close to Prince Roland in the fight because she had a special mission to handle. Anna naturally agreed and told her friend to leave it to her. The next scene showed soldiers marching down the road, led by the knight Tan Han Lo Mang, who kept pushing his team to speed up. He said that if they were knights of Vuong Fan, Rolander's head would have already been shipped back to Kin Timo. His buddy told him to chill and say that without the drugs, those guys were still just lame amateurs. He added that as a knight trained since he was a kid, he felt like the drugs totally ruined all those years of hardcore training, because even some random farmer could fight after popping those pills. Le Man hit back, saying those who take those drugs get blasted with insane pain once the effects wear off. Meanwhile, we see Nightingale scoping them out real close, and then they suddenly stop moving. The knight reported to the captain that they spotted enemy troops. Le Man looked shocked, saying he didn't expect Ambassador Petrov to tip off Roland so quick. He spilled that he heard rumors Border Town used ranged weapons against Dukrien. When those weapons fired, there was a flash and a boom. He was sure that huge wheeled stuff he was peeping at was exactly those weapons. They look even bigger than he'd imagined. His buddy just told him they'd better sprint to dodge the non-stop barrage of shots. His buddy nodded, saying with 1,500 soldiers juiced up on drugs, running like racehorses, they could wipe out the border town pretty easily this time. That's when Nightingale's icy voice hit him, making him freak out completely. He spun around after hearing that creepy whisper. But no one was there. Even his buddy swore he didn't hear a thing. Le Man told his friend Levin to lead a squad into the forest to trap them. He gathered everyone up, and right then, Lady popped out of nowhere. She instantly mimicked Captain Levin's voice, ordering the troops to pop their pills and charge forward. The soldiers got hyped and downed the drugs immediately. Le Man froze, wondering what the heck was going on. He asked Levin what he did. That's when Nightingale showed up. Her gun barrel pointed straight at his head. One squeeze of the trigger, and she totally smashed his skull. The confident captain finally got taken down, leaving his buddy in total shock. Meanwhile, the soldiers kept moving like nothing happened to their leader. Levin coughed nervously at the horror scene, hearing someone imitating his voice, ordering the brainwashed troops to take over the border town. When he realized a witch was copying his voice, it was already too late. Everyone kept pushing forward, ignoring his attempts to stop them. A few soldiers tried to attack him, but he quickly dealt with them in a rage, determined to find those witches and tear them apart with his bare hands. Meanwhile, at Border Town, our soldiers started blasting those mindless creeps with cannonballs, blasting them like bowling pins. Anyone trying to get close to the millet plants got mowed down by volleys of fire. Our troops freaked out seeing those damn zombies still sprinting even after losing limbs. Captain Brian finally caught why the prince warned them these creatures were more beasts than humans. The soldier radioed the approaching mindless horde. Brian ordered everyone to target and open fire. Once they did, the bullets hit center, and the soldiers didn't stop shooting. Without blinking, the thin-mustached captain reloaded fast and suddenly spotted a mindless knight climbing the millet stalks. He immediately aimed and blasted the monster right in the head. Suddenly, a soldier spaced out looking outside, but Brian yelled for him to duck fast because of a minefield. The mindless foes were launching spears like lightning bolts. Still, the spears hit the millet stalks and dropped uselessly on the ground. A soldier joked he almost peed himself seeing those spears, but those spears were trash against the millet. Sadly, their bets went down the drain when one spear nailed a soldier's shoulder, dropping him in agony. The captain got serious, telling the troops to keep eyes peeled and keep firing, while he patched up the wounded. He grabbed the soldier's hand and asked if he thought he was dying. The captain knew he was in bad shape, but not about to croak. He couldn't pull the spear out recklessly, or the bleeding would turn worse. He trusted Nana could save him and told the soldier to hang on because he wasn't gonna die today. He reassured the trembling soldier they'd get him to Nana the instant the fight was over. Meanwhile, the mindless horde stormed forward at insane speed over a battlefield littered with corpses. They ran through bodies without giving a damn. One of our elite soldiers quickly directed his team to adjust the cannon's range to 300 meters and loaded the special ammo. When the order to fire came, the giant cannonballs tore through the attacking mindless gang's ranks like nothing. Suddenly, one of them shook off the drug's effects. Scared stiff, he saw a massive ball hovering right at his feet and bolted, not wanting to risk getting squashed. Dude even had 3 wives waiting back home. Man, that's crazy for an average guy. Other soldiers decided to pull back too, realizing they were running headfirst into a death trap with zero gain. Meanwhile, one stubborn soldier refused to back down, even though frankly, who'd want to be called a coward instead of risking a 100-pound cannonball smashed to the chest. The prince noticed the enemies starting to scatter and go haywire. He felt a sharp pang realizing the drugs could numb pain, but they couldn't block out pure terror. Our guy quickly orders his crew to adjust the cannons for 300 meters range and load some solid shots. When the go-ahead comes, the giant artillery shells scream through the air, ripping apart the careless attackers' lines. Out of nowhere, one dude shakes off the drug's effect. He's trembling, freaked out when a massive ball stops right in front of him. He bolts fast, not risking getting crushed. He's got 3 wives waiting back home. Dang, 3 wives? That's wild for an average guy. Other soldiers decide to bail too, finally realizing they're charging right into a death trap with nothing to gain. Meanwhile, one stubborn soldier refuses to retreat and holds his ground. But let's be real, the prince sees the enemy squad breaking apart and panicking. He feels a pang in his heart because he knows the drug blocks finally realized they were charging straight into a death trap for nothing. Meanwhile, a stubborn soldier still held his ground instead of running. But honestly, who wouldn't rather be called a fool than get hit by a 100-pound cannonball right in the chest? The prince noticed the enemy was starting to scatter and panic. He felt a sharp pain, knowing the pill could block pain but not fear. Timothy, using innocent civilians, folks who ain't even soldiers, that's just cold. The soldier with the spear stuck in his shoulder finally made it to the med bay, where Anna jumped right in to fix him up. Meanwhile, out in the woods, Nightingale got hit by a sniper bullet, but poof, she vanished in a flash. The knight reported her escape, and that totally flipped Levin out. He snapped at the troops for letting her slip right past them. He ordered his guys to dose her with a knockout drug as soon as she showed back up. Meanwhile, roots and branches started creeping down from above. Before those dumb fools could react, Lady Lift took him down. Levin hadn't even started cursing his rotten luck when Nightingale reappeared. They locked eyes, and the dude straight up called her a demon. But he quickly figured out she's a witch. His last thought? How insanely beautiful she looked right before our girl crushed the grass. The sun hadn't even set, and boom, the fight was over. Nightingale thought this battle was way easier than the Duke's scuffle. Only 5 got hurt, and they all got patched up quick. The prince immediately threw down the law. Nobody's allowed to kill. After the drug wore off on the enemy soldier, he handed things over to Lining and Meggie to keep watch. Meanwhile, the First Legion was tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, and once the drug's effects faded, the civilians hit with some nasty side effects. The hunt team rounded them up and pushed them back to the riverside fortress. Intel from captured knights helped wipe out the last enemy forces holding out there. They also made sure Ambassador Petrov got freed without a scratch. Since he came from one of the big leagues and noble families, the enemy knights didn't dare mess with him. The prince then dropped new plans to stop this chaos from ever breaking out again. He decided to build up the army, open some roads, and bring public education straight to Riverside Fortress. After sorting all that out, he planned to head back to the border town. He told Ambassador Petrov to step up and not let him down again. The redhead nodded, all in. Petrov then asked what to do with the folks locked behind bars. The prince told him to set them free, knowing they wouldn't last long anyway because of the drug's side effects. Once our hero wrapped up business at Riverside Fortress, he hopped on a boat back to the border town. It was just dawn, and Nightingale asked why he was up so early, telling him to catch some more Z's. She then wondered if he was worried about the civilians who took the drug. Looks like her gut was on point. He was still haunted because Timothy forced those people into it. He pointed out that if they hadn't swallowed those cursed pills and gotten controlled, they wouldn't have died for nothing in some random place they didn't even know. The woman tried to comfort him, saying it wasn't his fault, but he shot back that even if it's not his fault, he still couldn't stop it and way more people would be sacrificed in Timothy's fight for the throne. And the puppeteers behind those pills were going to pay for this massacre. She asked if he planned to tear down the church so it stops causing all this drama and everyone, including witches, could just live happily. He chuckled and said, "Yeah, that's the plan." Next scene throws us out to the ocean, where after a long wait, we finally catch a glimpse of Lady again. Her companion rocking an eye patch asks why she picked Sleep Island when there are bigger islands around, like Crescent Bay in the Gulf. He even added that Sleep Island sometimes gets flooded when the tide rises. She reminded him not many people want to mess with witches and explained that although Sleep Island is sinking slowly, that's exactly why it's still holding strong as the third biggest island in the Gulf. But the guy said size doesn't mean squat if you can't live there. She fired back that since witches can tweak nature, she's not worried. They'll turn this place into their own turf, far away from the church's oppression. Then she asked the old man when he last visited Sleep Island. He said it was about a month ago when he brought a bunch of witches to plant a whole field of pearl rice. He remembered how mischievous and awesome they were. Suddenly, another sailor spotted something nearby and called the captain. It looked like a massive rock, but way bigger than usual. The captain couldn't believe it because the area only had Sleep Island, and there shouldn't be giant rocks here. But the report confirmed his eyes weren't lying. Meanwhile, Ayaz just smiled, saying now we know who's behind this. When the captain checked it out himself, he was totally baffled. Sleep Island had risen higher. Ayaz reminded him that's exactly what she meant about witches messing with nature. As they finally approached the island, witches flooded out, led by a super-hyped witch named Han. A girl with piercing blue eyes told Han to chill out. Outside, two witches suddenly noticed something. When they came back, the blue-eyed girl instantly used her powers and realized they had arrived. AS was back. When the ship docked, Sister Molly was the first to greet Lady AS, and the lady immediately patted the girl's head for being so polite. Meanwhile, the sailors were shook, amazed that a place once like hell had turned into a paradise. Molly then spilled that they didn't actually raise the island like the old man thought. They just built a wall all around Sleep Island. Then she turned to the girl and asked if she could help carry some stuff. The girl got hyped and summoned her water cube. The cube instantly lifted the boxes and started moving with the group. She flipped off her worried buddies in a cheeky move. The witch-fearing squad reminded them that even combined, they couldn't match Molly's little water cube. They invited Molly to join them, but the girl straight up shut that down. Once Ayaz finally made it to the island's center, she felt like she was truly home. The captain was totally blown away by the change. He couldn't believe they'd turned the island into a fortress. Even inside, it doesn't flood when the tide comes in, and the captain's pretty sure they're living below sea level. Then he pointed at two docks, one underwater and one at the surface. He asked if both were usable. Molly nodded and said the surface dock works when the tide's high, and the submerged one is for low tide, so they could dock any ship no matter how the tide was acting. While Ayaz was admiring this setup, Molly signaled to the north and pointed out Lady Tuli's palace. They decided to split up since there was still a lot of cargo to unload from the ship. Molly told Ayaz to head out solo. With a face full of respect, Molly smiled. Meanwhile, in the castle's courtyard, someone was practicing magic. She was seriously skilled with combat moves and magic, honestly, kinda intimidating. No joke, when she paused after showing off, Az sneakily crept up behind and covered her friend's eyes with her hand. The girl got annoyed by Ayaz's sneaky move. That girl was none other than Tilly Wimbledon. They greeted each other warmly, saying welcome home and held hands like they were totally smitten. Right after, Az asked if she had just summoned a lightning bolt, wondering if it was a new magic power. Tilly clarified it wasn't a new spell. It actually came from a magic stone. She took off her glove and handed it to Ayaz, explaining the stone boosts magical power and creates other effects as a side effect. Pumped up, Ayaz quickly put on the glove with the stone. She encouraged Ayaz to give it a shot, telling her to imagine channeling magic into the stone and releasing it when it couldn't hold any more power. Ayaz eagerly followed instructions, focusing her magic into the gem. But no matter how hard she tried, the gem didn't shoot out a lightning bolt. Tilly smiled at her adorable effort and said exceptional witches with a strong sense of magic, like both of them, should find it way easier than the others. She revealed she tested the glove on over 100 people, but only a handful caught on quickly enough to release lightning. Ayaz joked if Tilly was calling her dumb. The girl proudly fired back that she got it right on her first try, so Ayaz was kinda slow compared to her. Suddenly, Ayaz shocked Tilly by leaning in and dropping a sweet, surprise kiss on her lips. I don't know where this will go, but just roll with it and hear me out. After sharing a passionate kiss that stretched across 5 scenes, they finally pulled apart and affectionately ruffled Ty's hair. The girl reluctantly reassured Az she wasn't dumb at all. Tilly turned back, still pouting, and said she gathered a few other witches there. Each one had different powers that got her curious. Az was kinda lost and asked her to explain. Tilly started by questioning the nature of magic, explaining that witch power is super diverse. Even if powers look similar, the way they sense and use magic can vary a lot. But these mysterious stones can standardize magic power for anyone who uses them. For example, anyone could create the same kind of lightning if they release magic through these stones. She guessed magic might be a universal energy source, and witches only tap into a slice of it. These stones act like amplifiers for spell power but can't create magic on their own. It's unclear if they're natural or made by someone, but rumors say they were taken from lost ruins. That's all she's found so far. But she heard about ancient ruins in the windy forest to the east and really wants to check them out herself. Lady revealed that before she left Clean Water Port, she heard Garcia Wimbledon's Black Butterfly fleet heading toward the windy region, which is Timothy's territory. She guessed Garcia plans to use his fleet's speed to strike unexpectedly at their rear camp. T worry that if they fight in the windy region, the whole place might go up in flames, and the church could exploit the chaos for profit. She feared, if Grey Castle doesn't unify under one ruler, it'd end up like Everenter Kingdom swallowed by the church. Suddenly, A's noticed a weird resemblance between Ty and Roland Wimbledon. That totally freaked her out. When her friend asked why she froze, A.S. blurted out that Ty looks exactly like Roland Wimbledon did. Her sister's interested immediately upon hearing about her brother. She quickly grilled A.S. if she met Roland and asked about A.S.'s trip to the Western lands. When Lady A.S. shared the journey's details, Tilly instantly insisted that whoever A.S. met wasn't the real Roland Wimbledon anymore. He must have been replaced. Speaking seriously, she suggested that if Roland's gathering lots of witches, either the witches are controlling him or one of them is disguised as him. She reasoned that the wisdom and knowledge he showed couldn't have come from advisors at court. Tilly revealed her brother always sucked at lying, so there's no way he could hide his true nature. The one around now can't be her silly brother. A hassle for her, but still her brother, maybe the least troublemaker among their siblings, and she wants to get in touch with him. She said Maggie stayed behind but will come here by the end of the month with news from the border town. While waiting for Maggie, Tilly suggested they kick off their cleansing plan. She told A.S. they'll wipe out all church influence in the Bay Area, turn it into a safe spot for witches. Quietly and mischievously, she grabs her friend's hand, gives a soft kiss, and promises to make the Queen's wish come true. Next scene shows our stunning girl checking herself out in the freshly finished mirror. Everyone else is hyped about it too. They all hype Soraha up, saying, "You crafted a mercury-like coating to make this perfectly reflective, transparent mirror." But Lady Lily stays chill, just shrugging and saying she's kind of bored seeing girls always get obsessed with stuff like this. Right then, another girl reminds her she's a female too. Lily sighs and admits that's true, but points out she's missing the human's biggest weapons, nodding toward Wendy, who's standing nearby. Hamming finally catches what her friend means, especially after glancing down at her own flat chest. Hiding behind Lily, she admits she wishes she had muscles like Sister Wendy. Meanwhile, we see Anna and the prince hanging out again. This time, they're messing with a microscope. The prince nudges Anna to give it a try. When Anna looks through it, she's shocked at first to see something moving in the water, then realizes there's a bunch of tiny creatures swimming around. Others crowd around, equally amazed by what they're witnessing. MG freaks out, declaring she won't drink water anymore if it means gulping down those creepy bugs. Lady Scroll wonders if those creatures are real, which sparks the prince to dive into a passionate explanation about protozoa and single-celled organisms. He explains these are living beings. Plus, there's even smaller stuff like bacteria and viruses chilling in the water. Meanwhile, Nightingale Jill, who always skips science class, starts sipping the same polluted water. She immediately spits it out when someone yells they're actually swallowing a swarm of bugs. Sister Lily looks through the microscope, curious where the prince pulled all these strange facts from. Thinking her ability to keep food fresh might work on water too, she gives it a shot. Suddenly, a loud boom shatters the vibe. Her magic goes haywire, summoning microbes out of thin air that start munching everything in the water and multiplying like crazy. Nightingale notices Lily's magic messing up, but before she can say anything, the magic clumps together into this freaky creature. The prince peers through the microscope and sees those bug-like things waving at Lily, and everyone erupts cheering Lily for leveling up to a third-tier witch. She blushes, reluctantly admitting she figured she had to grasp the tiny sphere theory to evolve her power. And yeah, it actually worked. But she still can't wrap her head around how everything in the world is made from those tiny spheres. To her, if steel and stone were made of little spheres, they would have exploded into dust already. She's fascinated by how the water got purified thanks to those tiny creatures Lily summoned. The prince says the next step is personal testing. Only then can they see how effective Lily's power upgrade really is. He wants to observe how it works over time and how it reacts to the Judgment Stone. If it holds up, it could be a major breakthrough for the border town's medical advancements. After 3 days of testing Lily's abilities, the prince classifies the purple bugs Lily summons into two main groups, parents and clones. She finds out the parents are the main microorganisms that appear first whenever she uses magic. As long as Lily keeps channeling power to them, they can survive forever. But if she moves more than 5 meters away, they vanish instantly. And if they get caught within the Judgment Stone's range, they crumble like torn paper. Clones are different, they could care less about the Judgment Stone. They act like rebels in the micro world, sharing some traits with the parents and fighting off bad microbes to keep food fresh. Surprisingly, clones don't last long because their assimilation depends on their size. Also, unlike the parents, clones can't reproduce themselves. They only live for a day and die as soon as the water is boiled. The prince gets super excited, saying these bugs can handle all sorts of germs and viruses, making them a game changer for hygiene and sterilization. After a refreshing bath, Lily can't help but laugh and give the prince props for inventing the shower despite being the first to mock his fancy royal conveniences before. When she steps out, she tells Sister Moon to take a bath too. But Moon throws a pillow at Lily, calling her a traitor. Lily's caught off guard by her friend's sudden attack until Moon reminds her that while Lily mocked the tiny sphere theory, she still managed to evolve new powers. Lily sighs and tosses the pillow back, explaining her evolution has nothing to do with those tiny spheres. Even the prince said you don't have to believe in them to evolve. Moon breathes a sigh of relief and shyly asks what she should do to understand her own powers, especially since her magnetic ability is invisible and untouchable. Lily shrugs, admitting she's clueless too. She only knows what her power looks like and finds the prince's lectures on bacteria and stuff totally mind-boggling. The prince could probably write a whole textbook just for her. Moon tells Lily to stop whining since she already evolved, but she's worried that if things keep going like this, she won't be able to help the prince at all. Lily smirks and cryptically tells her to just take a bath and she'll figure out her power. Moon looks super confused, not getting what Lily meant. Lily clears it up. Moon should bathe with Anna. This makes Moon even more awkward. Soon after, we see the blue-haired girl finally sharing a bath with Anna. It can kill all sorts of germs and viruses, making it a game changer for hygiene and sanitation. After chilling in a bath and feeling fresh, Lily can't help but laugh, giving the prince props for inventing the Lily's caught off guard by her friend's surprise attack, making Mun remind her she laughed at the theory about small spheres, but Mun, a bit relieved but shy, asks what she should do to understand her powers, especially since her magnetic ability is invisible and untouchable. Lily shrugs, admitting she's Mun tells her to stop whining because she's already evolved. She's scared if things keep going like this, she won't be much help to the prince. Lily smiles, telling her to hit the shower and she'll get the hang of her power. Confused, Mun doesn't get what Lily loved the prince for inventing the shower, even though she was the first to mock his fancy noble conveniences. When she stepped out, she told Sister Moon to go shower too. But the girl shot back by hitting Lily with a pillow, accusing her of betrayal. Lily was caught off guard by her friend's sudden attack, making Mun remind her she had laughed at the small orb theory but still evolved a new power. Lily sighed and threw the pillow back, explaining that her evolution had nothing to do with those little orbs. Even the prince said you don't need to believe in them to evolve. Mun relaxed and shyly asked what she had to do to understand her power, especially since her magnetic ability was invisible and untouchable. Lily shrugged, admitting she was clueless too. She only knew what her power looked like, and didn't get the prince's lectures about bacteria and stuff, which just gave her headaches. The prince could probably write her a whole textbook. Mun told her to stop whining since she already evolved. She feared if things kept going like this, she wouldn't be able to help the prince at all. Lily smiled mysteriously and told her to just take a shower and she'd understand her power. Confused, Mun didn't get what her friend meant. Lily clarified that she should shower with Anna. That made Mun even more embarrassed. Not long after, we see the blue-haired girl finally showering together with Anna. Mun didn't get what her friend was trying to say. Lily made it clear that she should shower with Anna. That just made Mun even more awkward. Before long, we see the blue-haired girl finally showering with Anna. She was still shy and apologized to her senior for only being able to chat while showering since Anna's always super busy. The senior then asked what she wanted to talk about, pointing out that everyone lately, even May, who just joined, has been grinding hard to learn. Mun felt kinda useless compared to everyone's hustle. The senior calmed her down, saying everyone has their own way of working hard and that a dedicated witch knows herself, her skills, and her future path. Anna shared that the prince helped guide her, showing her powers aren't just for bad stuff but can be super useful. That's how she's been leveling up. She told her junior not to push too hard but to learn at her own pace because progress will come naturally. After the serious chat, Anna started lathering Mun's head with shampoo, which totally freaked Mun out and made her blush, especially since they'd never even seen shampoo before. To get back at her, Mun decided to give Anna a back rub. Looks like Lady May got hooked on that sweet-smelling soap from town. K.N. Carter explained it's a popular item everyone in the castle uses. He complimented its grease-fighting power and the fresh rose scent it leaves behind. Lady May gave the soap a sniff and was surprised at how nice it smelled. She was amazed that a big, fragrant bar of soap could be way cheaper than the pricey perfumes in King City. Carter spilled that they cut costs by using different ingredients instead of the expensive stuff. He even bought a few bars for her, which made Lady May blush a bit. Carter reminded her there's a 2-bar limit per person, but promised to ask the prince for more if needed. When Lady May got the soap bars, she was momentarily stunned, but then smiled and happily accepted them. While Carter went to pick out gifts for her, she got lost in thought, thinking about her past at Riverheart Fortress, where she was recognized and wanted in theaters, but she couldn't stand the idea of working in a small border town full of people she thought were uneducated. Suddenly, Carter came back with a present, and when she unwrapped it, it was a gorgeous mirror reflecting her own image, showing her how beautiful she really was. He even complimented her beauty from the recent Actual 4 performance and smoothly asked if she'd want to hang out more. Looks like Carter's got a crush on her, and maybe she's feeling the vibe too. Later that night, after a good time together, Lady May sat down to write a letter to Ambassador Pichov. She explained she wasn't coming back to support the Honey School family at the Fortress Theater. Instead, she decided to stay in the border town to focus on her studies and grow her acting career. Seems like Carter's no longer lonely at last. Another day passed at the border town, where a new knight reported that the Second Army's training was going great. They'd be ready for target practice in about 1 week, and meanwhile, he was sure they'd have plenty of muskets to hand out. Meanwhile, the prince had no clue who this new knight was. He turned to his advisor, confused, and learned it was none other than Carter Lannis. Carter blushed a bit, admitting he just trimmed his mustache last night and begged them to stop teasing him. But the prince and advisor couldn't hold back their laughter, wondering how chasing girls could change a guy so much. Back to business, the prince promised there'd be enough ammo for practice and told the knight to have the First Army's veterans supervise. After he handed his advisor the mission list, the knight suggested they could make good money selling sugarcane perfume, since he heard it was expensive in the capital. The prince's eyes lit up at the profit potential, seeing it as a golden chance to rack up some serious cash. The advisor, standing close by, added that perfume was a top-secret product of the capital's Alchemist Guild, with only about 1,000 bottles made a year, and just a small amount got sold. Selling it outside the guild was a big deal. The capital could even double the price. He explained that the fragrant soap they made bath time way more fun, and if they used sugarcane to make perfume, they could make mad money selling to Redware City and Dragonspire Mountains. The prince was stunned at how cheap it was to produce perfume, just a mix of crushed flowers, herbs, and ethanol, but the profits were super sweet. Besides perfume, they could also produce white liquor and white sugar. Even though these didn't sell for as much as perfume, they still brought in needed cash because of volume. After deciding all that, he called a meeting with all the city merchants the next day. When Merchant Hogg finished his wine, he praised the product's top-notch quality. Margaret was surprised by the strong flavor of the liquor, but was more interested in talking about perfume. So she immediately dug in with questions. Then she leaned toward the prince to whisper the secret info he had requested. Looks like not much has changed since Everenter fell to the church. The WH Kingdom fought tough, reportedly holding off church troops at Broken 2 Castle for about 2 months. Plus, the Dawn King reached out to Grey Castle. Suspecting the church wanted to conquer all the continental kingdoms, he proposed an alliance to wipe them out and team up to defeat Holy City Hemet. The prince quickly asked Marguerite how the capital responded to this proposal. She sighed and revealed that under Timothy's advice, Prime Minister Marquis Weir rejected it. That chubby dude brought some heavy news. He said Timoth was busy on the Eastern Front with his troops, claiming he couldn't handle other matters. There was also news about a big fleet landing at Windsea led by Garia Black Fen. They wreaked havoc along the coast, looting everything. Margaret's caught off guard by the strong taste of the booze, but she cares more about perfume, chat, and immediately digs in with her questions. Then she leans over to the prince to spill the secret info he asked for. Looks like not much has changed since suspecting the church wants to take over all the continent's kingdoms, he suggested an alliance to wipe out the church's forces and team up to crush the Holy City Hemet. The prince quickly asks, he says Timoth's tied up in the east with his soldiers, thinking he can't handle anything else. There's also word headed to the prince to reveal the secret info he requested. It seemed not much had changed since Everenter fell to the church. The WH Kingdom fought pretty hard, reportedly holding off the church's army at Broken Castle for about 2 months. On top of that, the Dawn Kingdom's king contacted Grey Castle. Suspecting the church's plan to take over all the continental kingdoms, he proposed an alliance to wipe out the church's forces and cooperate to defeat the Holy City Hemet. The prince quickly asked Margaret about the capital's reaction to this proposal. In response, she sighed and revealed that under Timothy's advice, Prime Minister Marquis Weir rejected the proposal. That fat guy really brought heavy news. He said Timoth was currently busy in the east with his troops, so he probably couldn't handle anything else. There was also news about a large fleet landing in the Seabreeze region led by Roland Wimbledon, causing chaos along the coast. They looted everything. Even the churches and tons of merchants from the Gulf got caught up in this mess. Margaret adds that loads of refugees started popping up in the eastern parts. Her travel crew ended up taking in a bunch of them. These crooks weren't just robbing people, they were killing and torching everything they couldn't haul away. Margaret believes this is going to slam right into Mo Thai's heart, who just got those nobles around here under control. The prince's stress about the refugees makes him hit up Margaret for more details. She breaks down that compared to the folks fleeing ever, the ones from Grey Castle are way less likely to want to sell themselves as slaves. The prince clears it up, he's not after slaves, just wants to hand out food and shelter to anyone willing to stick around the border town. Once he finds out there's around 10,000 refugees, mostly women and kids, camped outside the royal city, he immediately orders his crew to vet them out. He asks if they need permission from royal city officials to move refugees, but the chubby guy assures him it's not necessary since overcrowding might spark food shortages and riots inside. Margaret suggests providing ships to transport the refugees and seals a deal with the prince, shaking hands to sort out costs using those steam engines she bought from him. Outside, folks are happily handing over food and spices to those getting ready to head toward the Gulf. She's touched by their kindness, maybe even a little reluctant to leave, promising she'll be back soon. The prince then hands her a letter, saying it's meant for Princess Stay. The girl gets hyped about the mission and vows to pull it off no matter what. Nightingale gets curious because he's got contact with his sister. He explains that in the letter, he's talking about wanting to team up and asking her to send some witches to help build up the border town. He doesn't call himself her brother, but rather the governor of the Western lands. Lightning, her close friend, wonders what happens if the other witches don't let her back in the border town. Margaret confidently says she'll just fly back without telling anyone. With the deal set, the mischievous girls bump fists, sister-style, before parting ways. The prince feels proud knowing Margaret is on their side just after a month. As she flies off with her cargo, he wishes her a safe trip. Meanwhile, Lai wonders if she's put on a bit of weight, and Lin, who made her eat loads of food, immediately figures maybe that's on her. Scene switches to a ship bobbing on the sea, carrying Margaret and a rep sent by Prince Roland. Margaret asks the kid if he was born in Royal City, and he confirms he grew up there before becoming a castle guard. She then asks how it feels to come back home, and he says he'd rather stay in the border town because he really looks up to Prince Roland. She teases him, asking what he actually knows about the prince, making him freeze up not knowing what to say. Margaret says Prince Roland's awesome but has a bad rep back in Royal City. She asks if he's heard the rumors about him, then adds that in the border town, he's nothing like those stories. He's a gentleman, thoughtful, and super knowledgeable. He shrugs, admitting he's not sure, guessing maybe Prince Roland just keeps his true self under wraps. As they chat, they finally reach Royal City. Seeing the chaos outside the city walls, he's baffled, and asks Margaret about the crowd gathered there. She explains these people are getting food now, but she's not sure how long they'll be fed. The strong might be picked by the nobles, but the weak and elderly could get left behind. Margaret asks if he plans to use guards for recruitment and advertising, but he explains doing that would be pointless and draw too much attention. Instead, he suggests she bring his guards along and reveals he already has a plan. Either deal with the annoying officials or hire a group called the Rats to handle it. Left alone, he spills to us that when he joined the castle guards, he was part of a patrol squad responsible for shady tasks assigned by a secret group known as the Rats. These rats handle all the dirty work for the kingdom to keep things balanced. He plans to reach out to them through middlemen to see if they'll take the job. While walking, he spots a few girls hanging on gallows but quickly heads to the middleman. This guy connects him to the Rats. The middleman introduces him to the crew, including a young girl and someone named Fox. He's shocked someone from a fancy family is mixed up in shady business like this. The middleman explains Fox blew all his cash on gambling, sold everything off, and ran away with someone else, leaving his wife behind. The prince sits down and gets straight to the point. He tells them about the city cutting back on food aid for refugees. This could spark riots. He stresses that kicking people out will get way harder if chaos breaks out inside. The middleman asks what they're supposed to do next. He just says they gotta spread the word that the Western lands are being reclaimed and the local lord welcomes refugees. He tells them to make the story sound super real and insists that mercenaries and ships will come here in 3 days to intimidate people. Someone else jumps in, saying without mercenaries, no one would buy the rumor no matter how legit it sounds. He assures them mercenaries are coming. Then someone shouts, asking if anyone in the West is really willing to take them in. The middleman taps that guy on the head, reminding him that's exactly why they're luring people to the West. He tells everyone their boss is loaded, and they'll get fat paychecks if they do the job right. Everyone gets hype hearing that and can't wait to get started. A boy asks if his little sister is joining in. The western lands are getting reclaimed as deserted territories, and local lords are welcoming refugees. He tells them to make the news sound totally legit and spread the word that mercenaries and ships will arrive, and then someone shouts, asking if anyone out west is really ready to take them in. The middleman taps that guy's head, reminding him that's why they're baiting people toward the west. He tells everyone their boss has if mercenaries and ships would arrive here in 3 days to intimidate gradually. Someone else jumped in, saying without mercenaries, no one would believe the rumors, no matter how reasonable. He assured them that mercenaries would come. And someone shouted, asking if anyone in the west was really willing to take them in. The mediator tapped that guy's head, reminding him that was exactly why they were luring people to the west. He told everyone his boss was loaded, so they'd get a fat paycheck if they did the job right. Everyone got hyped hearing that and eagerly started working. A little boy asked if his little sister was joining. The girl confidently said she didn't need anyone's help with this. The boy reminded her that the king had ordered soldiers and knights to execute witches on the spot, putting every woman at risk of being caught by the guards. Anyway, they'd rather off the wrong person than let the wrong one loose. A thought flashed in his head. When he remembered the girls hanged outside the city walls, they were all labeled witches. He started praying for Prince Roland to become king as soon as possible because he's the only one who can clean up this mess. News about the ship heading west had spread, and folks were seriously thinking about moving there. Meanwhile, these two girls were hyped about the idea of heading west, but the girl noticed something on her palm. A black spot started showing up. Suddenly, chaos exploded in the tents as people began groaning in pain. Some kind of mysterious sickness was taking over their bodies, and they begged for mercy, hoping they wouldn't die. Outside the church, a crowd gathered as priests preached that witches were behind the plague. They promised to wipe out the witches and reassured the desperate crowd that the church wouldn't just sit back and watch. The priest claimed the church had made a holy remedy, sparking hope in the people's hearts, but he used the moment to pressure them into pledging their lives to the church to receive it. The desperate crowd quickly showed willingness to give everything to the church for salvation, not even bothering to doubt the promises of that shady guy. Back to our duo. Margaret was suspicious that witches caused the plague. After all, the Judgment Stone could easily counter any witch magic. If it weren't for that thing, the entire area around the holy city would have been wiped out long ago. The first victim was found lying by the roadside, covered in terrifying black spots, looking almost like a corpse. It seemed to be the same poison the Pope told the priests to use in the royal city. It spreads just from rotten corpses decaying in the air and can infect anyone without needing to ingest it. No wonder only the church had the cure. Neither of them knew much about the disease, so they were guessing what it could be. Theo said no herbs worked, and somehow, their blood turned completely black. He revealed that some refugees outside the city and those he sent on the ship to the border town were also infected with the same disease. He explained that because the rats acted selfishly, they unintentionally brought infected people onto the ship. He didn't blame them, since he just told them to work with nobles in the royal city to help refugees leave the city, so naturally, they brought infected folks along to keep the city safe. Theo said he already stopped moving refugees around, but the ships that had already left might still be carrying infected people, so he told her to report back to Prince Roland that infected people were on the way so they could prepare. The girl assured him she had it covered since news spreads like wildfire among traders. Meanwhile, on the refugee ship, people started showing symptoms. We see that girl from before on the ship with another girl giving her water, while a man warns the girl not to get close to the sick girl because the black spots had spread up her neck and she wasn't going to last much longer. He believed they were all doomed, making the girl cry. Even some of the sailors ferrying them had caught the disease. Despite the despair, the girl believed they'd be saved once they reached the west. A man barged in, saying nothing mattered no matter where they went. Another man stepped in, saying it wasn't hopeless because Prince Roland was on their side. The next scene takes us to the border town where Cheng Yan is rallying soldiers, urging them not to slack because refugees from the east would be arriving soon. Prince Roland was equally serious about the emergency, especially knowing sick people were headed to the town, and he was ready. Lily had mastered disinfection, knew all the procedures, and was eager to help treat the sick who were about to arrive. Medical camps had been set up, and infected people from the ship had arrived. They were escorted into tents where Sister Lily treated them with extreme care. To prevent panic and keep everyone safe, victims were blindfolded so they wouldn't see Lily. Working hard behind the counter, the prince also used a system to keep patients from getting too close to Lily, making sure everyone was treated safely from the other side of the barrier. The first patient was a local border town soldier who had been on the ship. Lily immediately started treatment as the prince watched closely, When she finished, Roland asked if she was done, and Lily confirmed. Then he asked how the patient felt. The soldier first said he felt pretty good, but then froze completely when he realized he was talking to Prince Roland. The soldier quickly saluted the prince with a big grin, saying he felt awesome. Turning to Lily, Prince Roland wanted to clarify things. She explained that the disease's symptoms were unusual, and the black spots were from septic infection causing discoloration. Even though the pest's bacteria had been killed off, the spots needed time to fade back to normal. The prince told the soldier to gather other troops and bring them in batches of about 10 at a time. The soldier nodded gratefully and thanked Nana for the treatment, but Prince Roland corrected him, saying it was Lily, not Nana, because Nana treated bleeding wounds. Hearing that, the soldier immediately showed deep respect for Sister Lily. This moved her deeply. Maybe it was the first time she looked so gentle and natural, since she usually acted like a stubborn kid, but then she switched back to her usual stubborn form, her face slightly flushed. She insisted she didn't need credit, but Prince Roland teased her, asking why she was blushing so hard. The prince gave her a light pat, and right then, Nightingale showed up, saying she'd just witnessed something weird. But Prince Roland teases her, asking why she's blushing so much. The prince gives her a gentle pat, and that's when Nightingale shows up, saying she just witnessed something super weird. She broke it down, saying those folks had magic vibes flowing in their blood. The prince was low-key shook hearing that. Nightingale went on, saying inside their bones it looked like stars shining, and she'd never seen such tiny magical glows before. While Nightingale dropped the hint that anything magic-related had to be witch-made or connected to the church, so she was sure this was church business, just like those pills. Meanwhile, Lily's bugs went. The prince also set up a second building so Nana could treat the seriously hurt peeps. He believed they could handle this sickness with these two talented ladies. He was hoping they'd soon step up and grab the applause they deserved instead of quietly fixing folks in those boxes. Suddenly, the prince noticed Nightingale was nodding off, looking. Then, flashing a bright smile, she dropped that the Witch Alliance was about to get a new member. As the sun dipped down, we see the girl from earlier. A kind soldier handed her some grub, and she thanked him warmly. She was still kind of puzzled about having to cover her eyes before entering the tent, but after that mysterious treatment, she and the others felt way better. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes as now all she wanted was to live with her little sis. Looks like one of these two girls was a witch, which was exactly why Nightingale hinted at the new recruit. Right then, the new girl popped up behind the sisters. Nightingale was down with it and offered to take her home, mentioning Prince Roland wanted to meet her too. That night, inside the castle, we see the prince checking out some stuff related to Lucia's powers. Even though her powers weren't crystal clear yet, she used a cup to show them off. She freaked out thinking she might have messed up the cup. Before she could answer, her stomach let out a massive growl, making her super embarrassed. Nightingale smiled and decided to grab. The prince then decided to throw a feast for her, and that night, all the witches gathered round the table to enjoy the meal. Wendy officially welcomed Lucia into the alliance, and everyone friendly crowded around her, making her heart melt right away. Meanwhile, Lynn made sure to pour some fine wine for her, telling her to just drink up without worry. Afterwards, Wendy patted her shoulder and said, "If you need anything, just hit me up." She couldn't help but feel this warm glow like she'd finally found her true home. Meanwhile, back with the little sis just waking up from a nap, Lucia immediately asked how she felt, and the kid quietly said she was. Her sister explained they'd reached their destination in the west, a border town. The witches working under the Lord had also healed her, and she revealed they were inside the castle now. She told her little sis everyone here treated her really well. While her little sister chewed on some dried fish, her big sis happily filled her in about the border town scene. The mischievous little one then asked if she'd be sleeping with the prince now since she was working for him. This made her sister snap and start pinching the poor kid, demanding to know who taught her all that stuff. Apparently, their dad was famous for being a player back in the day. Talking about mom and dad, Lucia got a bit emotional, remembering them. Feeling now that she could stay here, she worried her powers might not be useful to Prince Roland. Even though she was said to be able to restore things with her powers, it usually ended with her wrecking other people's work. She even seems like her powers lean more towards breaking stuff down rather than fixing it, but they called it restoration when it came to returning things to their original state, not just fixing broken junk. She worried that if Prince Roland saw her powers as useless, the next day rolled in, and a bunch of random objects were laid out for Lucia. The prince told her to try restoring the first item, and she happily did her thing right away with magic. Meanwhile, Nightingale couldn't help but notice the pretty hyped-up look on Prince Roland's face. Today, he then started diving into all the techie details that even made Nightingale feel sleepy. Once Lucia finished the first item, Roland told her to try bringing some grapes and a steak back to life, teasing. The girl cracked up at their joke and jumped right back into using her magic. When she was done, she admitted she was wiped out, totally out of magic juice. Meanwhile, Nightingale was down with it and offered to give her a ride home, saying Prince Roland wanted to meet her too. That night, inside the castle, we see the prince checking out some stuff that seems tied to Lucia's powers. Even though the full details of her abilities were kind of fuzzy, she showed off her skill by messing with a cup. She was worried she'd wreck it, but the prince chilled her out and asked if she could do the same with something else. Before she could answer, her stomach let out a massive growl that totally embarrassed her. Nightingale just smiled and decided to grab some snacks before they dove back into their brainy talk. The prince went all out and threw a feast for her that night, with all the witches gathering around the table to chow down. Wendy gave Lucia a proper welcome into the squad, and everyone was super friendly, making her heart melt instantly. Wendy handed her some grilled meat, bragging about Anna's BBQ skills and nudging Lucia to give it a shot. Meanwhile, Lynn made sure to pour her some primo wine, telling her to sip as much as she wants. Then Wendy gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "If you ever need anything, just hit up Wendy." Lucia got all choked up seeing how lively and warm these people were compared to the harsh world outside. She couldn't help feeling this cozy vibe, like she finally found where she belonged. Meanwhile, back with her younger sis who just woke up from a nap, Lucia immediately asked how she felt, and the kid just whispered she was starving. Big sis calmed her down, saying to wait right there because she'd be back with some of Nightingale's grilled fish. Then the little ones suddenly realized they weren't on the ship anymore. Her sister explained they had reached the west side, the border town. The witches under the Lord had healed her, and she spilled that they were inside the castle now. She told her sister, everyone here treated her really well. No matter who they were, they didn't see her as an outsider. She even mentioned there was this thing called a bathroom, and Nightingale was the one who bathed her when she was out cold. While munching on some dried fish, the younger sis listened as her sister cheerfully filled her in on the border town's latest. The little rascal cheekily asked if she now got to sleep with the prince since she was working for him. That got her sister ticked off, who started pinching the poor kid, demanding to know who taught her stuff like that. The little sister quickly confessed it was their mom, which explained why she never let dad bring in those hot maids. Looks like their dad had a rep for being a ladies' man when he was younger. Speaking of their parents, Lucia got all nostalgic and a bit sad since ever since they passed, she'd never really had a place to call home. Now that she could stay here, she worried her power wouldn't be any use to Prince Roland. Even though she was supposed to be able to restore stuff with her power, it mostly ended up breaking other people's hard work. She even turned the prince's cup into a total mess of parts. Seems like her ability leaned more toward breaking things down instead of fixing them, but they used restore to mean bringing something back to its original state, not just patching a busted item. She fretted that if Prince Roland thought her powers were lame, he might kick both her and her sister out of the castle. The next day rolled in, and a bunch of random stuff was laid out in front of Lucia. The prince told her to try restoring the first item, and she happily gave it a go, instantly using her magic. Meanwhile, Nightingale couldn't help but notice the pretty happy look on Prince Roland's face. Today, the prince admitted he was super pumped because with Lucia's power, they could seriously advance metallurgy and manufacturing. He started diving deep into all the technical details, even making Nightingale feel sleepy. After Lucia finished the first item, Roland asked her to restore some grapes and a steak, then joked she should fix a few buns before Nightingale munched them all up. She laughed at their teasing and jumped right in with her powers. When she was done, she admitted she was totally wiped out, with no magic left to spare. Meanwhile, the prince checked out the freshly made bao buns she just finished. He explained that after steaming, the gluten protein undergoes irreversible changes at high temperatures, so even if you grind it into powder, it won't be as fine as before. But somehow, she could still turn it back into the original powder form. Then he looked at the iron bar and realized if her power just restores, it should become iron ore, but instead it split into iron powder and some other impurities. As for the steak and grapes, nothing changed. Looks like she struggles with organic stuff or biological components. From those tests, he figured her ability has two sides, all depending on her knowledge. Nightingale also praised her impressive powers even though she's still young and hasn't had her coming-of-age ceremony. The prince quickly offered her a job contract, laying out all the benefits. Lucia wasn't too fussed about the details. She was just happy to stay here with her sister, even if she had no clue what the job really involved. The prince reassured her that her role isn't just about powers. The Witch Alliance always backs its members, and everyone's got their own talents. He believed she'd find her spot. A few days later, they all gathered in the council room to plan the battle against the royal city. He warned things would be different this time since they'd be fighting on unfamiliar turf, so everyone had to be mega careful. He spread out the map, pointing at the red square in the center representing the royal city, and the blue lines marking the canals. He laid out two main missions. First, protect the witches and heal the refugees. Then, escort them safely back to the border town. Second, stop the plague from getting into the royal city. He explained they'd build watchtowers on high ground outside the walls to keep eyes on the docks. Soldiers would disguise as mercenaries to escort healed refugees onto ships. Lai was in charge of treating the infected. Everyone would gather river water, and she'd purify it before distributing to the patients. He stressed two big rules. First, anyone boarding the ship had to drink only the purified water. Second, never use boiled water as purification water. Funny enough, the dirtier the water, the better, since it would have more bad microbes to be replaced by Lily's microbe friends during purification. He revealed the plague was caused by the church and had spread in the city. The church claimed they had a cure, but refused to share it, wanting to play Messiah while tricking everyone. He declared they'd smash the church's propaganda too. He was confident everything would go smoothly this time, ready to take them down. It was just a matter of time before he dealt with them. Theo went to the royal city and told Margaret straight up that the prince wanted all infected refugees sent to the western region. He asked her to provide tons of ships for continuous transport, not just one or two crews, because he wanted every refugee at the border town within 3 days. Margaret called that nonsense. Even if half of them died here, there were still at least 5,000 people. To move them all in 3 days would need nearly 100 sailing ships. She explained that even using every ship in the trade chamber would cost thousands of gold coins. Not even steam engines could cover that cost. And as a merchant, she'd never agree to such a big loss. Looks like the prince anticipated this, so he handed her a letter from our hero, outlining all cost details. Theo also explained that if they didn't move everyone in 3 days, the church might interfere and things would get chaotic. After Marguerite read the letter, she cut straight to the chase, asking about the deadline. Theo was a bit confused, wondering what she was talking about. With a light smile, Margaret politely asked when they needed all ships ready. Not sure what was in that letter, but it must have been good to get this sly fox to agree so fast. The scene then shifts to the Icy Bay area, where the church's outpost was under attack from witches. Leading the charge was Lady Az and her squad of sweet but fierce gals. After spotting arrows flying, Az told everyone those were anti-magic arrows and they had to clear them out fast. With that, she shot up into the sky without warning, flying high enough to reach the soldiers on the walls. With a single sword sweep, she wiped them out like they were nothing. She kept slashing left and right, taking down everything in her path without a second thought. A knight tried to track her with a special arrow, but he lost an eye to a suspiciously plump black crow that looked just like MG. The other girls rushed into the fight, and Az rallied her friends, reminding them that once all priests were wiped from the bay, no one could mock witches with their silly beliefs anymore. Soon after, they destroyed the entire church, and a vial of potion rolled across the ground. When our dark-skinned beauty hovered over the one-handed knight holding that vial, he called her a witch. A word she hated, especially after the church's persecutions. She swung her sword and cut him down without a moment's hesitation. When the area was clear of enemies, other witches asked if she'd cleared the whole zone yet. She smiled and confirmed she was done. She declared that while the outposts around the bay lacked thousands of soldiers or enforcers, sweeping them clean had secured their survival and sealed a victory. Everyone erupted with joy, celebrating their well-earned win. Back over to sleeping Iceland's side, Princess Tiu Lai was super hyped to hear the good news about the church's destruction. She revealed to her friend that the news came from MG. As nodded, remarking, "Maggie flies faster than a speeding boat." Then she asked where Maggie was, and little Princess T had already headed west without waiting. T.I. was glad Maggie had made friends there, and if it weren't for the war with the church, she'd already be at Border Thou. Tiu Lai admitted that after hearing so much about them, she was super curious and wanted to meet them no matter what. She wondered if leaving May behind was the right move, but Princess Tilly reassured her that she did great. The only reason they could communicate with the other side was thanks to May. She also said she sent a reply letter to Roland Wimbledon and asked as how she thought she responded. Her friend confidently said she must have politely turned down any wizard because going to sea is way too risky. Out of nowhere, Princess Tilly said she was wrong, causing Ash to almost choke on her tea. Tilly explained that she actually accepted the offer, even briefly introduced the supporting wizard's abilities in the letter, and she's ready to send some wizards to the border town. Wiley cheerfully said it's all for the sake of discovery and knowledge, so they should team up and keep pushing forward together. But Az was still skeptical and wasn't convinced. The princess reminded them that since they all hated the church, building friendships with Roland's crew was a power move. She stressed that friends gotta be kind to each other. Plus, according to Mikey, wizards can level up their powers by soaking up knowledge. Sending wizards to learn would majorly benefit Sleeping Iceland. Ash stubbornly argued it'd be dangerous there, but Tilly quickly reassured that she wouldn't go until she double-checked everything. She also mentioned Sister Sinvi's ability to see through disguises. Whether it's makeup or illusions, they can easily spot Roland's true identity. Most importantly, Ti trusted her and believed she'd always have her back no matter the risks. As stayed quiet, unsure how to convince her. Meanwhile, the princess decided to put off the discussion until Maggie arrived with her reports. Since Maggie had more pressing matters to handle, Lady got curious, asking what she meant, and the princess revealed that outside the continent was the dark island within Frog's territory. Most of the magical stones they collected came from there. Now that the church wasn't involved, Tilly wanted to personally check out those ruins and figure out what secrets they held. When her friend heard Dark Island, she asked if she meant the ruins called the legendary Red River. If so, she explained those ruins disappeared and reappeared in the sea, with dangerous currents and sea monsters surrounding them, making it nearly impossible for anyone to get close. She said many explorers died chasing that crazy phenomenon, so she wasn't sure how they'd even managed to investigate the ruins. Princess Tilly then spilled that there was a foreign explorer chilling right there on the sleepy island. He was the first to accidentally discover those ruins, so he for sure would guide them through. Before we dive into Princess Tilly's journey to the ruins, the scene cuts to the King's City where a few people are standing outside the city walls. They look like refugees, cursed with a plague spread by the church like some kind of epidemic. Lady felt super sorry for them because these refugees were from the east and missed the ship back to the border town. The church didn't even bother giving them medicine and just tossed them out to die. Theo decided to gather everyone who was still able to move and told Lady to get them somewhere safe. She quickly used her magic voice to announce that she came to heal them, on orders from the Western leader, Roland Wimbledon. She reassured the desperate crowd that their ship was at the harbor, where someone had medicine to cure them all completely for free. T. Mustachi was surprised to hear her voice reach everyone even though she barely spoke out loud. The people immediately lit up at the news and stood up, even the sick woman, Rose, eager to be saved. She promised she'd head west if that meant getting healed. Mustachi smiled warmly and told them they could bring their families too. Later, we see a bunch of water bags filled with medicine. Soldiers quickly told the refugee group to drink from those bags to get healed right away. Without thinking, the desperate people grabbed the water bags and downed them, following directions. One soldier explained that the rumors about wizards spreading the plague were total nonsense cooked up by the church to make people beg and bow before them. He said not only was Roland providing the medicine, but they weren't charging a single dime. The crowd was stunned, sounds too good to be true. But then one seriously sick woman said she felt way better after drinking the medicine, and the nasty spots on her body faded away. The crowd exploded with joy. Cheers filled the air as they celebrated their rescue. The soldier explained that Roland Wimbledon was busy developing the western region and needed lots of hands for farming, building houses, and paving roads. He said anyone willing to move there would get food and a place to stay in return. He promised they'd get jobs matching their skills and said they'd leave after 3 days. So they should head to the ship if they wanted to go west. The crowd cheered again, excited to work for Prince Roland. Theo was happy everything was going smoothly, and even more surprising was Margaret helping out by organizing the ship. Honestly, I'm curious why she agreed to help and what our guy gave her to make a greedy merchant like that lend a hand. Mustachi then asked about the wine barrels lying around. He got told they used those to store Lily's pure water. That was the easiest way to sneak water into the city because the walls were heavily guarded and locked tight to prevent riots from refugees. He puffed his chest proudly and revealed they're using the city's side gates, which are still open for. They funneled water into the city walls since the fortress was locked down tight to stop riots from desperate refugees. The guy puffed out his chest, bragging that they were sneaking in through side gates of the capital that were still open for. The traders got all this clout thanks to his hookups with the King City guards. Right then, a soldier shows up and Captain Brian wastes no time asking what's going on. The guard says Mid-Lightning, who's on scout duty, spotted someone jumping off the ship trying to bail, probably some sneaky rat hiding under a disguise. Looks like this poor little escape rat's plan totally flopped, and now Captain Iron A's grilling him about who he is and who sent him. The dude quickly spills that he's not their enemy. He introduces himself as Hill Fox and swears he knows exactly who he is. Seems like he really is the guy they ran into before. Back then, he was just some gambler who'd lost everything at the tables. Just then, Theo steps in to explain stuff to Iron A. Theo tells Iron A that Fox is a rookie rat they recently recruited to spread intel. Theo's shocked he slipped into the crowd, risking infection, and everyone's curious why he rolled the dice on such slim info. Fox quickly admits he figured out that everyone here works for Roland Wimbledon, not Timothy Thigh. That's when Theo decides it's best to handle this guy carefully because he knows too much and might mess up their plans. But Fox is quick to say he's down to team up with Zen's too. Iron A's skeptical, sure as hell not buying the story from a rat who used to work for Timothy Thigh. Fox raises the stakes, claiming he's actually Timothy Thai's worst enemy. Suddenly, a tiny bottle slips out of Fox's pocket, and Theo's totally shocked to hear this guy's really against Timothy Thai. Theo picks up the suspicious bottle, and Fox quickly says it's holy medicine from the church, grabbed off the black market for a fat price. He straight up wants to join Roland's crew because he's itching to crush Timothy Thai too. Mustachi asks Theo what he thinks about the whole deal. Theo explains that when he's unsure what's legit or not, he usually plays it safe, which here means deciding to kill Fox. Right then, Nightingale shows up and tells Theo to let her handle figuring out if Fox is lying, since she's basically a lie detector machine. In no time, Fox unloads everything from the start. He clears up that he didn't go bust because of gambling and his wife wasn't cheating. Those were just wild rumors. Actually, he used to be part of PGONH, a tight-knit circus crew performing in the downtown districts. They were small but super close, and Fox met his wife during those times. After tying the knot, they saved up enough cash to buy a home in the city. But then everything blew up when Timothy Thai kicked off his witch hunt. Under his harsh rule, patrol squads went crazy, hunting down suspects, and Fox's wife got caught on bogus charges of being a witch. Fox thought he could bribe the guards to free her or at least get a meeting. But those greedy, dirty bastards took his money and still barred him from seeing her. They promised he could have her later, but when the news finally came, she was just a tortured, broken corpse. From that moment on, Fox swore vengeance for his wife, but the guard responsible for her death only got a slap on the wrist. All Fox got was a measly 3 cheap gold coins to make up for losing his wife. If that ain't cold, I don't know what is. So Fox's one and only goal in life became avenging Timothy Thai. He rallied his circus pals, and since they weren't hardcore fighters, they used their skills to sneak into shady organizations. They gathered dirt on Timothy Thai and passed it to his enemies. While doing this, Fox ran into Theo and started checking him out. Theo was supposedly working for Timothy Thai to clear out refugees from the city, but Fox eventually found out Theo's actually on Roland's side. So now Fox is still in the hot seat, saying he's super keen to join Roland if it means taking down Timothy Thai. He's ready to spill every secret he has on Timothy Thai to make it happen. Once he's done talking, Theo turns to Nightingale and tells her to sort this out. She calmingly assures them that Fox is telling the truth, nothing shady in his story, but she's not sure how useful he'll actually be. While Theo's still deciding whether to keep Fox, Fox is shocked that Prince Roland lets witches live and saves tons of refugees. He wonders if Timothy Thai had been that kind, maybe his wife would still be alive. Nightingale smirks, seeing Fox not backing down from Roland's unusual style. In the end, they decide to bring him on board and quickly untie him. Theo tells Fox to tag along for now and help out around the city. Theo heads back to the same hotel where he runs into Bam again. The big guy is stoked the medicine kicked in and says without it, those 2 fools he's holding onto would have been toast already. The girl thanks Theo for curing the plague and asks if he works with the church. Theo keeps it low-key and says the medicine came from the royal higher-ups, and the church is just spinning stories about witches causing the sickness, so he wants everyone here to help heal the townsfolk. Black Hammer brightens up hearing this and asks if Theo's client really lets them sell the medicine. Theo confirms it and explains his client's mad at the church for misleading everyone. He worries if the church keeps pushing propaganda and pulling townsfolk to their side, they'll end up ruling the whole kingdom. That's why Theo's client is Roland, who wants to heal everyone in the city. Theo tosses a bag of pure lily water to the rats and tells them they can sell it for 10 silver coins and keep 40% of the profit. The crew gets hyped thinking about making quick cash. Theo explains he already snuck. The guy then confirmed and explained his client was pissed at the church for fooling the people. He was worried if the church kept pumping propaganda and pulling citizens their way, they'd end up ruling the whole kingdom. That's why his client, Roland, wanted to heal every commoner in the city. Theo tossed out a bag filled with pure lily water, telling the rats they could sell it for 10 silvers, keeping 40% of the profits. The crew got hyped thinking about quick cash. Theo explained he'd already slipped around 5,000 to 6,000 in drug value, so if they sell it all, they could score a fat payday. He also mentioned he knew they'd probably try to hike up the price even more to prove his point. Theo cut across the table, warning them that his clients don't mess around with cheaters, so they better not scam anyone to make a quick buck. He also told them not to sell out all at once. That way, they avoid hoarding, and from here on, it's on them. Then he asked one last time if they'd take the job. Hammer stayed quiet for a sec, grabbed the knife, sliced it, and confidently said he was down. After hearing that, Theo quickly reported that the drugs would arrive at the inn by sunset in 2 days. Next, we cut to the church, where folks were lining up before a priest. A guy got down on his knees, telling the priest that his whole family was sick and he desperately needed the holy medicine. He explained how he'd been scammed by black market rats trying to buy drugs. Now all he's got to offer is a tiny little egg. The priest took the egg but didn't skip, throwing a stern look his way. He said the man would be punished for not trusting the church and trying to buy meds on the shady market. Then the priest ordered him up to beg for forgiveness. He said the guy would spend the rest of his days serving the church. The man immediately agreed, saying he was ready to give his all. Suddenly, someone burst in, telling the priest about a rumor of sick people being smuggled out of town. The priest was shook. Right after that, we see a priest asking a dude named Nito I. That guy said he had hot new info. The priest promised a holy medicine reward if the info's legit. Nito I explained that empty ships on the trade river just outside town were being used to transport the sick. What's worse, they've got a cure for the damn plague. He said soldiers were giving the sick some strange water that made the black sores vanish fast. Soldiers from the west were also feeding and housing anyone who moved there. Even worse, some witches were among them. Mentioning witches made the priest shake deep down, and Nito I confirmed he even saw someone flying in the air. One priest gritted his teeth at the revelation, while another asked how many people were on their side and if Knightley was sure they were mercenaries hired by merchants. Knightley basically confirmed no armor, no horses, only wooden spears, and maybe fewer than 100 of them. The priest tossed a potion at Knightley. Seeing the reward fly his way, the guy quickly added there were rumors that the whole thing was organized by the Border Thou governor, who's trying to expand his territory. The priest praised the info, but before the poor dude could enjoy the reward, a knife stabbed him through the throat from behind, making him writhe in pain. The attacker was a shadowy figure cloaked in a robe. After Knightley died, the young priest asked the head priest if he really believed Knightley's story. The head priest said he needed to double-check but thought there was some truth. He planned to send 2 scouts up the city walls to see what's going on. The priest handed the mission to a subordinate, telling him if there really are mercenaries and witches at the docks, he'd have to buy up all the drugs those rats were selling around town. The priest feared that if Border Thou folks kept spreading the cure, nobody would bow down to the church anymore. As for the witches, the priest decided to leave that task to a mysterious character named Felix. Turns out Felix isn't your average person. When the priest asked him to show his true form, the old man instantly transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, radiating the undeniable charm and grace of a witch. Looks like she's got a special soft spot for the priest and promised she'd handle her part. Back at the city walls, our crew was killing it, getting all the refugees out safely. Nightingale updated Lady Cho, saying the operation was smooth so far and everyone would make it to the ships before sunset. Lady Cho looked distant. Nightingale asked what was on her mind, and she said she was just stunned. She explained that before being sold to the capital, she'd gone through a ton of hardship. She thought people in Grey Castle were especially ruthless because she's from the desert, but now she realizes they're not that different from folks in Iron Sand City. Nightingale fired back that there are still good people, pointing out Roland Wimbledon as a shining example. Sister Cho asked if Nightingale really believed the prince could change everything. She said it didn't matter where a person came from, the continent, the desert, or if they were a witch. She just wanted everyone to live freely and happily. Nightingale smiled to ease her, saying, she hopes the prince's strange inventions and weird weapons will make a difference. Lady Cho joked about how much Nightingale trusted him, but Nightingale just smiled back, sharing her own faith in the prince and looking forward to seeing the South peaceful again. Meanwhile, Iron A was on the city wall. Watching everyone, he realized the rat organization was gearing up to surround them. Theo explained this was expected since the rats live underground and are slimy jerks who can't keep secrets. He was sure they were watching their group on orders from someone higher up. Iron A just shrugged, not bothering, saying he doesn't care about some lame spies in their camp. He just doesn't want their drug sales messed with. Theo reassured him that since he was overseeing the drug sales team, he wouldn't be there to say goodbye when they head out to the border town. She'd been through crazy tough times. She once thought the folks at Grey Castle were super harsh because she was from the desert, but now she realized they weren't much different from those in Iron Sand City. In reply, Nightingale pointed out that some good people still existed and used Roland Wimbledon as a shining example. Sister then asked Nightingale if she truly believed the prince could shake things up. She believed it didn't matter where someone came from, the continent, the desert, or as a witch. She just wanted everyone free and happy. Nightingale smiled, giving assurance, saying, I'm hoping those weird inventions and wild weapons of the prince's make a real difference. Lady joked about just how much Nightingale trusted him, but Nightingale just smiled back, sharing her own faith in the prince and her hope to see the South peaceful again someday. Meanwhile, Iron A was up on the city walls. Seeing the crowd, he couldn't help but realize the rat faction was gearing up to surround them. Theo explained this was totally expected since rats living underground were sneaky lowlifes and pretty bad at keeping secrets. He was sure they were watching them on orders from someone higher up. According to the explanation, this was expected from the start because underground rats were scummy people who couldn't keep secrets. He was sure they were spying on them under orders from someone higher up. Irony just shrugged it off like it didn't matter and said, he couldn't care less about those lame spies sneaking around their camp. He just doesn't want his drug sales messing up. He tried calming him down. Captain Irony gave a kind smile and said, don't sweat it. They'll catch up again when the real prince takes over the kingdom. When night falls, we see that witch again. I'm keeping tabs on every single move this crew makes. She grabs her chance and dashes at one of them, a soldier holding a blade. Before he can even blink, she slices right across his neck, dropping him dead on the spot. Then she strips off her clothes and slips into the soldier's uniform, killing. Runs back after her patrol shift. Wendy's first question is about what's going down right now. Lining says Iron Ace took the infantry to deal with a rat gang. Lady hands Lining Nin a bit of water and Lily is all ruffled up because she hasn't had a bath in days. What she wants more than anything is to get home and soak luxuriously in her bubble bath. Lynn almost chokes, laughing and can't help teasing Lai because she sounds all bougie, especially since she hates the high society crowd. While the girls are busy messing around, the shapeshifter disguised as a regular soldier suddenly rushes in. She steps inside, hoping to blend in without drama. But Nightingale ain't buying any of it. She pops up behind the disguised witch, shoves her gun to her head, and demands to know who she really is. The witch tries to hold her bluff, claiming he's just Foe, a patrol guy. But Nightingale's not fooled by that nonsense, quickly pointing out she's never seen a dude wield magic before. Naying guesses. This dude's no average guy, either a sneaky witch or a rare male warlock. Either way, she's sure he's no ordinary mage like he claims. So when his cover's blown, the witch decides to go on the offensive. She lunges at Nightingale with a knife. Nightingale dodges with no trouble, and the witch switches target to Lily, aiming to stab her. Wendy jumps in front to shield Lily, but the woman slashes right away. Nightingale acts fast, firing a shot that hits the wall then goes straight through the witch's chest. The witch drops instantly from a single bullet, and as she falls, she reveals her true form lying on the floor. With her last breaths, she's flooded with memories of Price Tess Hazer, the one who found her and named her Afra. That memory brings tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, everyone rushes to Wendy to check if she's hurt. Wendy assures them she's totally fine, saying the knife didn't even graze her. Turns out she was wearing armor crafted by our hero. That's probably what saved her from a nasty cut. Meanwhile, Lily is still shaking and nearly crying, clearly rattled after brushing with death. She scolds Wendy, telling her not to dive headfirst into danger like that again. Wendy pats Lily's head, comforting her and explaining she just acted on instinct, jumping up to block the blade and protect Lily instead of using her wind magic. As they chat and soothe each other, Lanine wonders why the witch attacked them from the jump. She doesn't get why a mage would turn on their own. Nightingale steps up and tells Lining Nin that this woman wasn't one of theirs. Tonight's the last one before everyone sets off to guard the border, and later tonight, the rats are planning a major ambush. This was expected eventually. Our First Legion lost 1 soldier dead and 4 wounded in that fight. The cannons kept firing, and the battle ended without close combat. The rats scattered into the night, and since our crew had to leave at dawn, there was no chase. Lily patched up and stopped the bleeding for the 4 hurt soldiers. They also found the soldier killed by the witch out in the fields. He was far from home, so they gave him a proper burial, and everyone shared deep respects. Because of the loss, the first battle of the First Legion on human land wasn't a win, but wasn't a fail either. Heavy-hearted, everyone got ready to move out, switching scenes back to the sea. Lady Tai finally kicks off her journey with this traveler. The blonde guy explains there's tons of islands in the bay, and no one's ever been close to the border out there. The farther east they go, the weirder the weather gets, but all the islands look the same, so he's not sure how wild things will get. Princess Lee asks if he means he's never been there before, even though he's known as a famous explorer who's got guts to cross Inferno Island and push further east. And this blonde dude is supposed to be one of those brave souls. He laughs, saying that's just a bunch of exaggerated stories he's heard a million times. Lighting a cigar, the blonde explorer explains that every year some daring folks from the bay head east. It's tough to pack, discover new stuff because sudden storms and thick fog make sailing insanely hard. Meanwhile, AS inside admits this great explorer disappeared 2 years ago. Lots of people thought he died in an accident, but he's actually been at Slumber Iceland. He's been drawing up nautical maps and setting out to find other ruins. Lady Tully decided to team up with him to explore the relics. Since they started working together, the guy hasn't mentioned his 2-year disappearance. And Tilly hasn't asked, even though she probably knows about that past. Meanwhile, Tilly explains the storms here are seriously terrifying. The explorer agrees, adding that the witch is incredible. He says if it weren't for a witch named Molly, they'd probably be dead. Suddenly, Molly's fishing rod jerks hard, and she yells out that she hooked a big fish. The explorers still can't believe that yesterday Molly summoned that massive shield to protect their ship. He notes, his crew stopped hating witches after that, so in a way, that storm turned into a blessing. He reveals he always thought witches would be the best explorers in the world. His crew had stopped hating the witches over that incident, so somehow, the storm actually turned out to be a blessing. He admitted he always thought witches would be the world's best explorers. Tilly cheerfully said that there's already a wizard known as the greatest explorer. The explorers seemed to agree, sounding like they were talking about lining. Meanwhile, Mike caught another fish, and this one looked even bigger than the last. The guy standing nearby was totally stunned by what was about to pop up from the water. Just as Mai turned around, a weird sea monster with 1,000 sharp teeth charged straight at her, aiming to snap her up in one bite. But Ash moved super fast, lunging in with his giant hands, sword in hand, and sliced that monster clean in half. She told everyone to back off, then charged forward with her sword, slashing the other monster with lightning speed and taking it down in just one hit. After dealing with those sea freaks, Ash checked in with Molly to make sure she was okay. Molly reassured them she was fine. Then Ash turned to the explorer to ask about those strange sea creatures. The explorer explained they were legendary sea demons, famous for disguising themselves as regular fish to trick fishermen into hauling them aboard. There's a rumor that if they eat humans, they grow hands, but that's just dumb gossip. Actually, they're just called demons. Tilly's eyes went wide with horror hearing the word demon. Right then, a crew member noticed fog starting to roll in. The guy called Thunder quickly told everyone to drop anchor, because they were entering ghost waters. Come to think of it, Lightning's dad was also named Thunder, and he was an explorer like her. Looks like we finally found Lightning's dad. Meanwhile, Thunder explained that once they get close to Phantom Island, way more demons like the ones they just killed will show up in big groups. The fog, reefs, and other creatures make this place feel like a spooky battlefield. That's why lots of explorers come here, but few ever find the ruins' entrance. Lucky for them, Mai's rock-like creature is guiding them safely. Thunder was amazed again, saying no matter how wild this area gets, that beast always vibes the danger ahead. He asked if all these islands are underwater. Thunder confirmed that's right, just like Slumber Iceland. But the tides here rise and fall way faster, about every half month, and the speed is nuts, like there's a giant hole under the sea sucking all the water around. Thunder thinks the whole bay's wave action is linked to this spot. If lucky, they might see the main island pop out of the water. Princess Staley asked why not just wait till the tide goes all the way down. That way, they wouldn't worry about crashing into rocks while sailing. Thunder said they can't wait because when the tide recedes, they won't see the Red Illusion River. That's the only route to the ruins. He pointed to a strange red glow on the water, and even the girls got curious about it. Thunder explained it's the Dino scalefish, a unique fish to the Phantom Islands, and they'd soon see the Red Illusion River in all its glory. Princess Suli lit up when she spotted a huge school of fish. She finally got that the Red Illusion River isn't really a river but a giant swarm of Dino scalefish swimming together, making it look like a glowing red river beneath them. Why asked why this happens? Thunder explained it's cause of the main island. Turns out the island looks like a pyramid with a big hollow inside. Fish lay eggs there, and when the tide shifts and the island starts rising, the fish sense the change, go wild, and rush out. If they just follow the Red Illusion River, they'll reach their goal. After they sail along the Red River for a bit, Phantom Island finally showed up in all its epic glory, blowing everyone's minds. One sailor quickly tied the boat to a big rock. Has everyone jumped out? Princess Tuli asked if he's the one who put up the mooring stakes. Thunder said the stakes were already there when he found this place, probably set up by the people who built the ruins. Lady then asked where the ruins actually are, and Thunder said they're just above them, so they'd have to climb up to get there. As they passed through the eerie area, Thunder warned that traps set to keep raiders out were around. But since those traps have been underwater for so long, he guessed they're probably not working anymore. The only real challenge was there was still a long climb ahead, so they had to be careful not to wear out too much. Princess Tuli looked pretty scared of the gloomy path. Apparently, Tilly isn't a fan of the dark either, but luckily, Lady Ez was always there for her, ready to lead her through the night again. After crossing the narrow path, they finally reached a door. When they opened it and stepped inside, they got their first look at the library from within. When Tilly started exploring, Ace quickly told her to stop, warning that it might be dangerous, but Thunder reassured them, saying they didn't have to worry since he and his crew had already checked this place out. He pointed out there was barely anything left except a few stone tables and chairs because they had collected all the magic stones that used to litter the floor, about 30 stones total. Plus, other explorers had come before them, so he was pretty sure this place had been completely picked clean. But Tilly didn't seem ready to quit, as she discovered something secret on the wall and started pulling it down, leaving everyone shocked. She revealed a huge magical stone embedded in the wall. Quickly deciding to pull it out, Lily told him not to. Instead, she moved closer to the crystal, and a deep red magical energy began radiating from it. As the energy surged, a stream of red power shot out from the crystal. That's when Thunder realized Tilly might be trying to activate something only a wizard could. The other sailors were totally clueless about what was going down. And before everyone, but Lily told him not to do that. Instead, she stepped closer to the crystal, and a deep red magical energy started pouring out of it. As the energy grew stronger, crimson waves burst out from the gem. That's when Thunder realized Tiu Li was probably trying to unlock something only a witch could activate. The rest of the sailors were totally clueless about what was going on. And before anyone, things got messy. Lady, as swooped in, scooping Tilly up like a little kid, then darted away from the chaos. Right then, a staircase dropped down from above, hanging tight by some sturdy chains. Thunder's brain got hit like lightning when he spotted the stairs, probably leading to a secret room. Everyone scrambled up those steps, and when they reached the top, Princess Tu Li spotted another stone embedded in the wall. This one looked like the ice crystals from the Everenter Kingdom. Thunder's jaw dropped, saying a stone that huge would definitely be worth a fortune on the market. Tilly told him he'd get his cut, just like they agreed. After checking around a bit more, they realized this new spot was an abandoned living space. There were some books too. But even Tilly, usually sharp, struggled to read because the language was super weird. She decided to take all the knowledge they found with her, just like they planned. Thunder then checked out the telescope, but all he saw was pitch black. Guess it was busted. Princess Tu Li called for help moving a heavy bronze slab. When as pushed it aside, they uncovered another stone underneath. Wiley immediately touched it, and the stone glowed with a thick red light. The princess warned her friend that the stone was constantly draining her magic power, so, as quickly told her to back off. But the princess said it was already too late, and she just needed a little more time to finish the process. Things took a turn for the worse when the ground started shaking violently. Her gaze locked onto the telescope again. Curious, she made a huge mistake by peeking through it. That move totally floored her when she saw a massive door that seemed to lead straight into a hellish abyss. Back at the border town, the prince was holding a letter sent by his sister, delivered by their little carrier pigeon. The letter from Princess Li said since her brother was also helping witches, it was clear the church had become their enemy. She revealed that she herself was a witch, which probably didn't shock him since that was the only reason other witches trusted her. Long story short, she was glad he earned the witches' trust with his kind heart. Instead of treating them like tools like those nobles, she was super excited about all the cool inventions he was making. As a friendly gesture and to build strong ties to fight the church together, she sent a list of witches ready to help. He could pick the ones he needed the most, and May would report back to her. She also warned that she won't be sending more than 5 witches, so he needed to plan transport carefully. The greedy church was going to try to take over all 4 kingdoms, so she hoped he was ready to throw down when the time came. She promised to support fully to push back the church and create a world where witches weren't discriminated against. With that sweet message, the letter ended. The prince thanked the little pigeon for delivering the letter and told her that Lightning Nin had arrived at King City with the ships and would be back in a few days. Meanwhile, she could hang out with Nana or Lif if she wanted, or take a bath and chill. As he got back to work, he got startled by noise outside. Panic hit him, hoping his territory wasn't under attack. But when he looked out, he saw the chemistry lab was on fire. The prince rushed to the lab. Upon arriving, the lab assistant begged him to save their master, who was badly hurt and might not make it. Roland calmed everyone down, saying he had sent people to get help and they'd arrive in a few minutes. Meanwhile, he wanted to check on the master's condition. Old man Kim's face was severely wounded, and both Con Carter and the prince couldn't hide their shock when they realized the injuries were caused by acid from the explosion. The doctor said they'd given first aid and stopped the bleeding, but worried the wounds might be beyond saving. Without hesitation, the prince immediately ordered guards to bring Nana over as fast as possible and requested treatment right away. The prince decided to inspect the scene with Carter and told the guards again to get Nana back quickly. They stepped into the lab, which was a total mess. The prince warned Carter not to touch anything unless wearing acid-proof gloves. The prince noticed a bottle nearby and found it weird that it was just chilling there. He grabbed it and recognized it looked exactly like the hard liquor bottles sold at the village market. It wasn't even half full yet, and he wondered if this crazy old man Kim was a booze junkie, just like Arvan Sanchez. Right then, a soldier ran up with news that Nana had arrived. No time to waste. The prince told Nana to heal old man Kim's wounds. Nana confidently said those small injuries were nothing to her. She activated her powers, and old man Kim's face started showing signs of recovery. The skin on his badly damaged fingers began to heal. What shocked everyone was that Nana was even healing the lost fingers, especially since she hadn't done that before. Even the soldier was a bit baffled, since 3 fingers had been missing before, but now all were fully healed. The prince asked Nana since when she could do that. She explained she discovered this power about a week ago. She tested it on chickens and realized she didn't need the severed limb physically there to regrow it. If she focused enough magic, the lost limbs would gradually regrow. She proudly said she pulled off this miracle thanks to the lesson the prince taught her about how the human body is made up of cells, and missing or hurt parts are like lost cells, so magic could fix those losses. She believed that magic would work for severed limbs too. This mana-draining ability lets her regrow a finger, fine, but regrowing a full arm is way tougher. When old man Kim was fully healed, this miracle happened thanks to the prince's lesson about how the human body is made up of damaged or missing cells, kind of like lost parts, and since magic can fix these damages, she believed it could work on severed limbs. Sure, it burns through mana, and while regrowing a finger was doable, rebuilding a whole arm was way trickier. Once old man Kim fully recovered, the dude's eyes snap open, jolting awake. He instantly announces he's finally nailed what he was tasked to create the prince. Curious, the prince asks if he means mercury fulminate. The alchemist nervously nods, all pumped up. He spills that the missing catalyst was actually booze. At first, he tried a bunch of different stuff, but nada worked. After a long streak of fails, he bought some liquor to drown his sorrows and remembered from chemistry books that alcohol is an organic product and key in some reactions. So he extracted the booze from the bottle and ran a fresh experiment. Surprisingly, it hit the mark on the 6th try. Then he started rambling on about some science stuff that really wasn't a big deal right now. To cut it short, while messing around with the booze, he accidentally caused an explosion, and not a fun one either, more like a serious blast. The prince was hyped about this discovery but also kinda bummed, telling the old man not to get crazy like that next time since he's no Rick. The prince said that without Nana, he'd be dead for sure. The alchemist's eyes lit up with amazement. Then he asked if the witch could fix the injuries from the explosion. When he got his answer, he went totally nuts with joy, pumped up, cause now he could experiment without stressing about dying. The prince and Nana were kinda awkward, not sure how to handle this excited old dude, but then Roland's mind started racing. Thinking about their successful experiment, making him grin like crazy. He just had an epic idea for a detonator shell, all thanks to discovering mercury fulminate. But before diving into his killer tests, the prince had a few boring lordly duties to handle, things he definitely wasn't thrilled about. Just as he hoped for some free time to experiment, a letter showed up from the Fortress River, reporting a plague raging across the whole fortress. He also needed to check on Anna and the smith's shop. After juggling his schedule a bit, he finally sat down to write back to his sister. Meanwhile, ships from the capital finally docked. In his letter, the prince said he's stoked about their alliance and dead set on wiping out the church at any cost. He promised to expand their territory so witches could live freely and was hyped to welcome newcomers next month. He'd mapped out a safe route from Jog region to the frontier town to dodge the church and keep the witches safe. He reassured his sister that he'd teach the witches basic skills once they reached the border and said every evolved witch would boost their chances against the church. At the end of the letter, he named 5 chosen witches and hoped to meet them soon. First was Lotus with earth formation powers. Next, Candy, a pro at preserving states. Third was Evely, who could transform alcohol. Fourth was Honey, a beast tamer. And fifth, Sin, known as the Eye of Magic. After finishing the letter, he told Nightingale to get some rest since everyone was wiped from their trip to Fortress River fighting the plague. Seems like Nightingale had something heavy on her mind, so the prince asked if it was about the witch she killed back in King City. Nightingale admitted she didn't want to kill her, but the witch was radiating too much death energy, and she knew the only way to stop her was to take her down. The prince comforted her, saying it wasn't her fault since it already happened. He explained that because that witch was raised by the church, she probably thought everyone else were traitors, and changing her mind would be near impossible without years of contact. Beyond that, he acknowledged Nightingale's efforts for saving Winnie's life. Nightingale nodded, admitting she gave everything to save her sisters, and that's what truly mattered to her. Seeing her determination, the prince was impressed she could move on instead of drowning in guilt. Then Nightingale seemed ready to ask something, and the prince said, "What's on your mind?" She asked if he had done anything with Anna while everyone headed to King City. The question caught the prince off guard, and he weakly asked what she meant. He explained he was busy with refugees and never had private time with Anna, so nothing romantic happened. Looks like he forgot. Nightingale could see right through lies, and she didn't hesitate to call him out. Then out of nowhere, she kissed him fiercely. After that intense kiss, she said if the prince wanted to be with Anna, She was cool with it. What she really wanted was just to be with him. The prince blushed, flustered, but smiled softly. With those last words, Nightingale started fading into her own bones, leaving the prince alone. Scene cut to Anna, busy prepping some mushrooms. As she walked, Nightingale suddenly appeared behind her. Anna handed Nightingale the mushrooms and explained she was making snacks for the prince. She picked those kissless mushrooms from the misty forest that day, and they were super fresh. Since the prince had been busting his butt lately, she figured some snacks would be a nice treat. Anna asked if Nightingale wanted to try some once she finished. Nightingale asked if Anna could show her how to make them, and Anna happily taught her. The two girls clicked into step with cooking. Anna placed the mushrooms on a plate after washing them, with a bit of dipping sauce to boost flavor. She grilled them perfectly until they were golden brown, and both enjoyed cooking together. While at it, Anna asked her senior if she missed the prince. Nightingale stayed quiet, looking pretty shy. Anna reassured her she wasn't the only one who missed him since everyone heading to King City felt that way. Noticing Nightingale's unusual vibe, Anna asked if something was wrong. Nightingale just said nothing, but fessed up that she missed him too. Anna pointed out that if she were in Nightingale's shoes, she'd be dying to see the prince again. Nightingale got a little down hearing that, but admitted she missed him too. Anna pointed out that if she were in Nightingale's shoes, she'd be itching to reunite with the prince. Nightingale got a bit quiet hearing that, but then Anna snapped her back to reality, reminding her the mushrooms were burning. When they were perfectly cooked, Nightingale bit into one and thought they tasted amazing. Anna couldn't stop hyping up how awesome mushrooms are when you cook 'em right. After everything was done, Anna rolled up with a flawless plate of grilled mushrooms for the prince. She said Nightingale helped cook but was kinda shy and didn't come along. The prince's mind flashed to that kiss with neighing, leaving him a little shook as he tried to focus. Holding a mushroom, he kept thinking about that kiss, then took a bold bite. Right away, a flavor bomb exploded in his mouth. He got all hyped, like he was in some foodie anime. The mushrooms were salted perfectly and so tender the taste hit a whole new level. The prince asked if there were more of these mushrooms around. Anna said they could harvest more since Magi only made one trip and came back with a big bag. He said he wanted to cook some veggies too since he was starting to get tired of meat. Grabbing another mushroom, the moment he bit in, his face paled, he got hit with a salt overload and tears started streaming, because it was way too salty. Anna smoothly explained that batch was from Nightingale. She really paid attention to every little step. The prince realized that mushroom definitely had Nightingale's vibe, kinda clumsy, but super cute. He thought about spending his whole life just designing blueprints and rarely enjoying simple stuff like this, which made him unsure how to handle his feelings toward them. He put the plate back down. Anna asked if he wanted to eat those mushrooms another day. He reassured her he definitely would and that they were seriously tasty. A few days later came the awards ceremony at Border Town, where everyone got props for their major contributions. The prince reflected on all the wins they'd scored, like fighting demons, taking over the Fortress River, and more. He acknowledged that these wins were all thanks to everyone's hard work. They weren't just elite folks or heroes, they were regular people making a huge difference. As a gratitude gift, everyone would get a solid reward. A special medal designed by the prince himself along with 100 gold coins and 5 land plots. The crowd went wild with excited cheers over the prizes. The prince kicked off the ceremony by inviting Iron A, commander of the 1st Legion, up on stage. As Sister belted out a stunning song to hype the event, Iron A looked pretty nervous facing the whole crowd. While the prince was praising Iron A for successful missions like escorting civilians from King City and heroic deeds, Iron A was clearly super tense. But when the medal was pinned on his chest, the crowd erupted in cheers and clapping for their commander. Almost losing it from stage fright, Iron A cracked a joke, then nervously kneeled before the prince and bowed his head to say thanks for the recognition and reward he felt he didn't deserve. As he left, K.N. Carter and the old advisor noticed genuine joy lighting up Iron A's face. Next up was Kai CCCI, the famous mad scientist who had traveled all the way from Arter City. Everyone was surprised a big shot like him came to Border Town after leaving Redwater and Chimney Center. Prince Roland explained that even though CC didn't fight, his constant improvements on guns played a crucial role in their victories. He also took the chance to boast about the chemistry lab's recruitment notice, saying they were looking for folks who completed basic education. The old man looked pretty annoyed about getting pulled out of the lab, but the prince reassured him this was a great chance to find more support for the lab. Once expanded, they'd have a bigger squad called Chemistry 201. The old man's mood brightened and he bowed in thanks. Next was Nana, rewarded for her healing work. When she stepped on stage, the crowd started singing her praises. Everyone was thanking her for all the times she healed them. That totally melted Nana's heart. Overwhelmed with feels, she recalled all her hard work and almost Realizing she was finally getting the recognition she deserved, the prince told her to calm down and just embrace everyone's enthusiasm. She sadly wiped away tears, stood tall on stage, and thanked everyone for the generous compliments. When the ceremony wrapped, the prince looked completely drained after all the speeches and events. Just as he was about to catch some well-earned rest, Nana showed up, placing a finger on his lips and signaling for silence. That totally caught him off guard. The prince followed her into his office, where he saw all the witches lined up in the hallway. Lady Scroll stepped forward, showing respect and praising him for his unbelievable work. She struggled to find the right words to express her gratitude. The prince was a bit tense, listening as the witches explained they finally found the sacred mountain they'd been searching for and were willing to stay and work with him as long as he didn't kick them out. The prince brushed off the flattery, saying everything he'd achieved was thanks to their support, so they didn't need to feel indebted. When he came in to announce everyone should head to the grand hall for a meal and the prince would be there right after changing. Once the crowd had cleared, Sister Scrun pulled the prince aside, reminding him he'd been working way too hard. She saw how exhausted he looked and suggested he take better care of himself. The prince brushed it off, insisting he was totally fine, but his tired eyes told a different story. Meanwhile, the witches strolled down the hall buzzing with excitement about the upcoming feast. They were curious about what tasty dishes would be on the table. Back in his room, Anna stayed with the prince. She sincerely thanked him. Her words barely captured how deeply grateful she felt. Meanwhile, the prince was changing into more comfy clothes, with tasty food waiting for them on the table. Back in his room, Anna still stayed by the prince's side, sincerely thanking him. Her words hardly captured how grateful she really was. The prince had just switched into more comfortable clothes, just casually asked why she was so dead set on staying in border town. Anna got a little shy and admitted she didn't have a solid reason but made it clear she'd follow him anywhere. She rested her head on his chest, looking for silence, comfort, and reassurance. While the prince and Nana were caught up in feelings, that church dude I forgot his name was hanging by the door, hoping to discuss some bridge designs with the prince. But after peeking past the gate, he realized it wasn't the right time to bug them and decided to handle things on his own. Meanwhile, out in the suburbs at Grey Castle Capital, we catch back up with Theo. Fox rolled in with his circus crew and introduced the first guy, a magician who had been secretly working in Dreamwater, gathering intel during the naval port lockdown. The magician reported that he and Dreamwater had faked amnesia, but most folks either died or fled. Even Tanis, the leader, was executed by the Judgment Forces, and everyone was scrambling to fill the power vacuum. Mentioning the Judgment Forces caught Theo's attention. He recalled that was the church's secret weapon and took note of how serious it was. The magician confirmed Theo's suspicions. He said Tanis's attempt to take over the port was a total disaster. After retreating eastward, they got ambushed by the Bone Fingers, leaving only about 10 survivors. In a desperate bid to find the church, Tanis sent out some followers, but only 2 or 3 came back. They reported Tanis had a brutal argument with a bishop and ultimately got stabbed through by the Judgment Forces. Theo connected the dots and figured Tanis's downfall might have been because he lost the church's support. The church backing out sealed Tanis's fate. Dreamwater's in deep trouble, and Theo can see the whole picture becoming crystal clear. Man, the political drama between kingdoms is a total headache. But honestly, who cares? What matters is watching Roland crush everyone. Theo stepped up and announced he served under Roland Wimbledon and was in charge of gathering reports for him across the kingdom. His voice rang out, and he asked if anyone was down to work for Prince Roland. The whole circus crew lit up and agreed to join as long as Timothy got what was coming. Theo told them they'd meet weekly at this spot and time. If anyone had urgent news, they should leave a purple flower pot outside the door. They'd knock 3 long taps, then 2 short. Everyone was on board, and Theo reminded them that a good informant keeps their identity secret, so discretion was key. He told them to team up, and they'd take Timothy down. Theo asked if anyone wanted to add anything, and that's when Fox spoke up, saying Timoth was heading back from the east. He shared rumors from Break Mallet that Timoth was recruiting tons of rats into his army. The deal was those rats could become free citizens if they joined some Skotan members. Fingers had gone to the capital to check, and it looked legit. Theo quickly realized rats couldn't be real soldiers, so Timothy was probably planning to use church pills to make them fight. Like before, Theo told everyone to keep a close eye on the rats and report any updates. This was going to be their first mission. The scene shifts back to the border town, where we see all the refugees lining up, and the staff is busy logging each person's info and skill set, then assigning jobs accordingly. One refugee steps up, saying he's illiterate but a skilled carpenter. The staff started asking him the usual work questions, and the man answered confidently but nervously. So the clerk handed him a form to fill out. Right then, Oman Barov came up from behind with cold eyes and asked the clerk why they were slacking on their duties. Then Barav turned to the dude claiming to be a carpenter and told him to show his hands. The man hesitated but held them out. Barav pointed out that if he was a real carpenter, his hands wouldn't look rough like that. They should be smooth and tough from touching wood, stained black from hard-to-wash sketching marks. Plus, the guy was constantly avoiding eye contact. That was a dead giveaway he was faking it. Most people act like that when trying to remember stuff they've never done. The fake carpenter started freaking out after being called out. Facing punishment or being sent to the mine or kicked out of the West, Barav asked him one last time to confirm his story. The guy's face went pale, realizing how serious this was. He quickly slammed his head on the floor and confessed he learned everything just by watching Neighbors. The guard took the imposter away, and the clerk was amazed at Barav's sharp eye. Praising Barav's impressive carpentry knowledge, Barav brushed it off, explaining he picked up those skills during a demon's recruitment stint. Barav advised the clerk to watch each person's answers carefully. Only those confident and precise in their replies deserved to be personally assessed by the prince. He also stressed cracking down on liars by warning them of severe penalties. Back at the office, Barav reported to the prince that each refugee was costly, and unless they worked in the border town, it would take at least a decade to cover the costs of bringing them here. The prince revealed his plan, admitting it took 3 days to process 6,000 refugees. Housing in town was tight, so he prioritized 1,500 skilled craftsmen first. The other refugees without skills would have to stay outside the walls for another 2 or 3 months. The prince ordered Barav to arrange housing for all craftspeople. Married or not, they had to get at least one room. Barav asked what they should do. What's the move with the leftover houses after sorting them out for the artisans? The prince says they should rent them out, giving refugees a reason to hustle, save up cash, and either buy or keep renting. He asks how many folks bounced since the wizard intro ceremony. The old guy reports 0 locals and only 6 farmhands left. Looks like that's a win for our prince. He notes the theater building plan convinced a ton of people to accept the wizards, but the old man adds that 110 refugees dipped out, scared of the wizards even though those same wizards healed them. The old man gets worked up, suggesting they execute all of them since they don't trust the prince and to stop them from running back to the church, but the prince shakes his head. He points out that the stubborn church followers are probably among the 300 refugees who stayed in the capital even during the outbreak. They're too rigid to change their minds about wizards. All they want is to leave, and he's never going to start killing folks just because their beliefs are outdated. Scene switches to the crowd gathering, where the prince drops a surprise he's got a bike. The castle's key players eye the weird two-wheeler, curious but skeptical. Knight Carter raises an eyebrow, saying balancing on those wheels looks tricky, and wonders how it could replace horses. The prince casually hops on the bike and shows off how it works. As he pedals around, he excitedly says he plans to mass-produce these bikes. He even calls Sister Soar over to sketch riding positions so they can teach the people. His goal is to make this new ride popular with everyone, promising that even regular folks will get to enjoy this convenience and it'll only cost a couple of coins. The prince's excitement is contagious, and he's clearly hyped to see bikes everywhere in border towns soon. Right after, Knight Carter decides to give the bike a spin himself. Totally blown away by the sleek design, he pedals around grinning, asking Sister Soar if she'll sketch his riding pose. She nods proudly, and Carter's eyes go wide when he sees the detailed, dashing drawing of himself. While everyone's vibing with the new invention, Prince Roland watches with a satisfied smile. Then he turns his attention back to Kim Kai's lab, ready to dive into the next big project. The prince explains he's going to need way more acid than the lab can currently pump out. To fix this, he plans to design a chemical system that pumps out acid efficiently and in huge amounts. Guy looks puzzled since he's never heard of anything like that. Roland explains it'll involve lots of mechanisms reacting to keep the product flowing, as long as they keep supplying the basic ingredients. Kai's intrigued but admits this is new territory for him. He's down for the challenge, determined to make it rock. Roland also talks about expanding with 3 extra labs by the Redwater River next month, bringing in skilled folks to keep everything running smooth. Outside, the old guy takes a tumble trying the bike for the first time. He brushes off the dust with a sigh, mumbling he's too old for this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, Prince Roland's deep in thought, reflecting on weapon breakthroughs lately. With this new fulminate mercury, he needs tons of smokescreen acid nitric. Since the current labs can't meet demand, he's thinking about calling Sister Lucia for help. To win the upcoming battles with the church, he'll need more than just a few cannons and guns. Lost in his thoughts, he reaches for some dried fish snacks. Before he can take a bite, Nightingale suddenly pops up and playfully shoves a fried fish piece into his mouth. Her unexpected but warm move pulls him back from his deep thinking. Cut to outside where the prince introduces himself to the kids and congratulates them for finishing basic education and becoming the town's first grads. The kids are totally fired up talking directly to the prince, their excitement cranked way up. He props up Mr. V because of his key role, teaching them, and announces everyone will get sweet rewards based on their achievements, no matter what career path they pick. The kids cheer wildly, pumped about a bright future, daydreaming about bigger paychecks and the bikes they'll soon be riding. They buzz about applying to City Hall, picturing a way better life ahead. The prince starts handing out diplomas, calling names for each kid to come forward. One girl nudges her buddy up to grab the first diploma. The boy reluctantly steps up as the prince hands him his certificate, congratulating him on graduating. Feeling a rush of confidence, the boy shares his dream to join the chemistry lab and follow KCC's path. Meanwhile, back in Holy City, the archbishops are heatedly debating over Roland. Priest Main is stunned to learn that the church plague was caused by tiny demons, specially bred to be invisible. He can't figure out how Roland cured it, suspecting he must be using wizard magic instead of holy remedy. They also talk about those rapid-fire crossbows Roland's troops have. Priest Main recalls Priest Tai mentioning those crossbows before since he was stationed at Four's riverbank. This also explains why Rand got owned by commoners from Border Town. The church leaders are all puzzled and worried about Zolan's growing power and skills. Another old church dude is straight up shocked to hear their wizard, called Fez, got killed. He's dead sure. Here's gonna be furious when she gets back from Everenter capital. Amid Zolan's growing influence and power, another elder in the church was completely shocked to learn their witch, named Face, had been killed. He was certain Here would be furious when she returned from Everenter's capital. Cause pure-blood witches are super rare and crazy expensive to raise. Honestly, a pure-blood witch is worth even more than the judge's troops. The old man totally flipped when he heard Timothy's soldiers ambush the Fortress River Church and killed the head priest there. If you don't remember, this happened after Timothy sent his troops to attack Border Town, then forced them to swallow those church pills. The priest quickly realized Timothy's only plan was to steal the pills stored in the church. Still, he couldn't believe how bold Timothy was, killing the top guy of the community. But it was real. From what I recall, Timothy stole like 2,000 pills and gave them to his civilian army to launch their attack on B. After thinking it over, the priest got that Prince Roland was actually planning to use the refugee group as cheap labor. He might set witches to heal them and then move them west. The old guy agreed, saying, if they weren't fighting GH right now, the church would have stopped Roland immediately. Plus, the witches out west totally deserved to be wiped out. But Priest told his old buddy to read this letter before losing it. The old man was totally blown away, realizing tons of witches had shown up in the bay and wrecked all the current churches. The priests were clueless about Princess Kai's involvement, confused whether the witches were migrating from the continent out to sea. But Priest just shrugged, saying they're out way past the ocean and won't mess with their big plans. The church's current mission is to grab more land and labor to expand the judge's forces. Looks like these priests finally got it that this dumb, clumsy fourth prince is the biggest threat to the church. Chris decided to lead 100 judges, soldiers, and pure-blood witches to erase the West for good, planning to deal with the sea witches later. The old man was shocked by his plan to go solo, especially with the battle at WH still raging and Here still MIA from Everenter. But just then, a runner dashed in with urgent news from Here. Sounds like a massive fleet docked at Everenter and a bunch of enemies are attacking the capital. As the letter got sent out, 2 city gates were already lost. Archbishop Here is holding the defense as best as she can. But there are too many enemies and they're crazed on some wild drugs. Every ship's flying the same black flag, the Black Sail Fleet of Roland Wimbledon. The scene cuts to Everenter Castle, where Garcia now controls it and has Here captive. Garcia stands tall in the palace and tells Here to start praying to her gods before she begins her brutal work. She plans to chop off each finger and limb of Here, to make her feel the pain and helplessness that the people of Green Water have suffered. But Here stays strong, no fear or worry showing. She challenges Garcia, asking if she's ready to invite the church's wrath, or if she plans to drift at sea forever, never docking again. Garcia clearly hates hearing this nonsense and just snaps her fingers. Right then, her minions slam Here into the wall, shove her to the ground, and hold out her hands. They start chopping off her fingers as coldly as slicing cucumbers. The pain hits Here hard, her face twisting with agony. Even as they torment her endlessly, her eyes fill with tears, but she refuses to break. Garcia's thugs keep mercilessly cutting off the rest of her fingers. Yet, Here's will won't shake, even though her body's shaking from the pain. Chief Kabbalah from the Sunstone clan looks at Garcia and asks if this cruelty is really necessary, since pain's usually just for intimidation or interrogation. Garcia, clearly annoyed, fires back sharply if Chief Kabbalah even knows how the church tortures witches. Then Here lets out a quiet laugh that quickly turns into madness. She says they clearly have no clue how powerful the church really is or how crucial its work is. Here boldly declares that Garcia's rolled into the lion's den and the church's enemies will be wiped out completely. Garcia just smirks and says she's more than happy to wait for that day. The scene opens with Anna happily enjoying ice cream, her excitement as sweet as the dessert itself. The prince couldn't help but realize that no matter what era, girls always love ice cream. Turns out, the prince had figured out a simple recipe using just sugar, syrup, egg yolks, and milk to make ice cream. Just then, the other girls come in. Maggie strolls in with leaves tangled playfully in her hair, and the prince jokes they probably went poking around the bird's nest again. He pulls out a letter and says summer officially starts tomorrow. Before she heads out, the Bay girl asks Maggie to give the letter to Tilly Maggie. Maggie confidently takes the letter. Meanwhile, Lightning Nan remembers Maggie's gonna leave the castle soon, since the month's ending. The prince gives Lightning a mission, revealing the map she's looking at was actually drawn by her own hand. He asks if she remembers the shallow beach by the mountain range. Lightning immediately points to the spot on the map. The prince tells her to take Maggie flying there to plant 2 flags where the beach meets the mountain and mark it on the map. Turning to Maggie, he explains if Tilly agrees to send witches, Maggie will have to lead the ship to that spot where all the people of B will greet them with balloons. Lightning's thrilled, realizing more witches might be coming to board Earth Thou. The prince nods confidently, saying he believes in his sister and that she'll join him soon. Right after, we see the balloon floating in the sky. All the girls are amazed, realizing they are actually flying. The prince names the balloon Overlook, and Anna gives full credit to Soraya for helping paint it. The prince agrees, saying the paint's grip is awesome since it needs to hold tight too. You need a solid base to hold up a giant airship like that. Otherwise, it just won't handle the pressure and tension. The prince quickly pictured himself using DC motors to produce hydrogen gas through water electrolysis. Soon enough, he could build that famous Zealand airship if he could score some lightweight materials for the frame. A beast like that could soar thousands of feet above the ground. Even though dropping bombs from that height was kinda sketchy, it was pretty hyped to imagine assaulting the church's holy city by land, sea, and air all at once. The girls caught the prince smiling, and Lily guessed he was pumped about having more witches on board. The prince kept grinning, clearly vibing with all the new possibilities. Wendy was shocked that Princess Tuli and her crew managed to gather so many witches on Slumber Island. The prince nodded and added Tuli didn't just call witches from Grey Castle but also from 3 other kingdoms. He even thought she might have reached out to the Old Witch Guild. Wendy said Kara, their former leader, never mentioned Tai, but the prince pointed out that if Kara had spilled about Tai's invite, no witch would have followed Kara to hunt Holy Mountain. Wendy agreed and said this unexpected twist actually worked in their favor. Now they were living with a chill prince and enjoying a pretty fancy life. Lily, always extra, jumped in, suggesting that the witches down in the bay might have it better since there were so many around, making it easy to stroll through town without stressing. As the combo kept flowing and laughter lit up the air, Roland caught something kinda awkward. He couldn't help but notice Wendy's noticeably ample curves. By the end of the day, the prince sat in his office, mulling over the idea that girls with bigger chests often get shoulder pain, which might explain why bras were invented. Even though that wasn't solid science, he thought it was worth trying to design some lingerie. He figured when Anna gets older, she could run into the same issues, and he wanted to prevent sagging. So he started sketching some bra designs, marking another step forward in innovation for this old-school era. The next day, the airship soared through the sky again. This time, it wasn't just witches on board, but Margaret and a merchant too. Everyone was hyped and amazed as it was their first flight. Lining Nin said she scoped out the area and mapped it. Margaret gave a thumbs up for the good work. The prince teased mine, asking if he was about to pee himself cause of the height. Marlin admitted looking down from up here was terrifying, and he felt like a panic attack was brewing. The prince told him to chill, explaining it was a natural reaction. For first-timers leaving the ground, kinda like seasickness on your first boat ride. Meanwhile, Margaret was totally fascinated by the huge airship, but Mayone stayed skeptical, wondering if the witches were actually controlling it with their powers. The calm blonde girl corrected him, saying Anna just controlled the flame, and the airship flies because it just keeps pumping hot air, which naturally makes it rise. The prince agreed and added that hot air goes up and cold air sinks, that's why it's called a hot air balloon. They kept chatting about that and switched to random topics. Finally, Margaret showed interest in buying a few hot air balloons from the prince. She said they didn't need to be huge, just big enough for one person. The prince quickly caught on to what Margaret had in mind. She confirmed that if they stuck these smaller balloons on their ships, lookouts could spot pirates from far away since pirates were way more dangerous than storms or whirlwinds. The prince smirked and told her the price wouldn't be cheap, probably in the thousands of golden royer. Margaret immediately agreed to pay 1,000 golden royer per balloon. She promised that if the balloons got popular, every merchant in the bay would want to grab one or two for themselves. The other merchant nodded too, saying even though he wasn't used to the idea, it clearly could become a vital exploration tool for the Crescent Moon Merchant Guild. If the prince could pull this off, everyone in the bay would want to buy, even if it meant shelling out big bucks. The prince started crunching the numbers, realizing his profit margin hovered around 500% compared to the estimated production cost. Plus, since he planned to use hydrogen to power these balloons, customers would have to bring them back to Border Town for refills, creating an extra income stream. He practically saw himself swimming in golden royer from these balloons. He remembered when the whole town's budget was just a few hundred golden royer, and now he was about to make thousands just from one balloon. As you can guess, he shook hands and sealed the deal quick. Meanwhile, out in the bay, Ayaz was shocked that Roland chose one of the witches named Sinvi. She wondered if Roland wasn't worried about getting caught since Sinvi could easily spot lies and see through fake identities. Princess Day wasn't sure either and guessed maybe Roland just didn't care about hiding and wanted to be real with them. Soon after, she tossed out another possibility. What if Roland was actually her brother, meaning he wouldn't sweat Sinvi's powers? Princess Stay thought that was unlikely since she knew her brother well. Roland Wimbledon would never go against the church because of witches. He was always great at dodging challenges and trouble, and even complained when the king sent him to Border Town. She asked if sending their witches to the west region was really necessary. Tai reassured her it was totally fine, but Ace reminded her that Sister Lotus was one of the most essential witches on Slumber Island. Without her transformation powers, fixing clay houses or changing the island's terrain would be a nightmare. Sister Honey was important too, hiding their true identity and wanting to work honestly with them. And then, another possibility was tossed out. What if Roland was actually her brother? And if that were true, maybe he wouldn't worry about Sinvi's powers. Princess Day thought that was a long shot because she knew her brother well. Roland Wimbledon would never turn against the church just over some witch. He'd always excelled at dodging trouble and challenges, and even objected when the king sent him to Border Town. She asked if sending their witch that far west was even necessary. Tai reassured her it was totally fine, but Ace reminded her that Sister Lotus was one of the most vital witches in Slumber Island. Without her power to shapeshift, fixing clay houses or reshaping the island's landscape would get hella tough. Sister Honey was important too. She can handle falcons to catch fish, making sure everyone always scores tasty seafood. The suggestion was to turn down the request and send some less useful witches instead. That's when Princess Tuli started losing her cool. She got up all dramatic and icy, telling AS she was sending witches to Border Town to forge an alliance and wouldn't let this opportunity slip. She reminded her they were creating a safe spot for all witches. She didn't want to label anyone as useful or useless. Ace immediately dropped to her knees, apologizing for doubting the princess's true intentions. She reminded her friend that Roland handpicked these witches from hundreds, even Evely and Can, who were seen as the least useful. She asked, why else would Roland choose them if they were truly worthless? She believed working with these witches would help them get why Roland made those picks, and how he planned to use their powers. Tuli insisted witches aren't just tools and warned Ace not to say things like that again. Ace owned up to her mistake and agreed. Tuli also wanted the books they found in the ruins decoded as fast as possible. She felt uneasy after the last visit and heard the Old Witch Alliance started in Cristo with ruins in the Eastern Forest. She hoped if the writings matched those two places, it could reveal a connection. Yeah, Tuli was totally on point. The old leader of the Witch Alliance, Kara, had used that terrifying book on her quest to find Holy Mountain, but she got killed by demons. He later apologized to AS for grilling her too hard. Though she still hated the useless witch label, she accepted that if Lotus stayed gone too long, it'd mess up the island vibes. Tuli planned to have Lotus head back to the bay before winter hit. In exchange, she'd send some battle-ready witches to Border Town to fight off monsters and those demons guys. She was pretty sure Az would be tagging along with her this winter. And of course, the tall, scar-faced girl didn't hesitate to roll with Princess Tuli. Honestly, their bond was giving more couple goals than teammates. Next scene takes us out to sea, where a lone boat glides over the water. On board are Maggie and her witch squad rolling towards Border Town. Maggie's clearly loving life as a seagull. The captain's totally amazed by May's shape-shifting bird skills. He's especially blown away she picked up the talents of each bird species, like how seagulls can navigate the ocean easily and even spot storms. Sylvie, a witch with silky green hair, agrees and says, without Maggie, they wouldn't have dared to take this new route around the endless cape to dock south of Grey Castle. That's when the captain breaks out laughing, saying that even though Maggie looks like a seagull, he can always tell it's her because of her body shape. Sylvie raises an eyebrow and says she never noticed because she tends to see things more straightforwardly. She's one of those witches who can see through fake IDs, lies, and stuff like that instantly. She doesn't size people up by their looks. Then Sylvie peeks at the crew and notices they look wiped out. So, she politely asks the captain to switch their shifts. The captain's shocked she catches those tiny details. It seems nothing gets past Sin's sharp eyes. As the captain rushes to bust his lazy sailors, Sin's mind drifts back to her last chat with Princess Tuli. Even though the trip to Border Town was about hooking up with sister witches and helping out, Sinvi had another mission, to uncover the real deal behind Roland Wimbledon. If anything sketchy showed up about him, Tuli ordered Sin to team up with the Witch Alliance to expose the truth. Right now, Sinvi worries that in the worst case, the Alliance might not be down to cooperate. They might lock her and her crew up just to hide Roland's fake identity. She spots the other witches messing around on the boat. Even though everyone seems chill and happy, Sylvie can't shake the feeling that things might get way more complicated than they look. We also see Moi super hyped up and thrilled that they're almost there. Meanwhile, a tiny witch with 2 buns looks totally miserable. She can't believe they've been on this boat for a whole week and is shocked she's still hanging in there. The captain tries to cheer her up, telling her she'll feel better once they hit land. He adds he's never seen anyone die from seasickness and encourages her to hang tough. Then he turns to the little girl and soothes her, saying Maggie already tipped off the Border Town folks, so people definitely come meet them soon. The little witch asks if Ass and Molly will be at Border Town. Ass answers that she and Molly are just tagging along to keep things safe at sea. Once they deliver the crew, they'll head straight back since Princess Tuli needs their help on the island, warning all the girls to stay way clear of Roland Wimbledon as much as possible. The little witch gets curious and asks her senior why they should be scared of him if he's just Princess Tuli's brother. Sure, he's her brother, but the senior spells it out that the prince could totally be a creepy dude who likes to grope witches. While everyone's chatting about the prince, Sylvie spots something flying up into the sky from the mountains and is totally blown away by the sight. The crew's expressions are priceless as they wonder what kind of giant bird that could be. The little witches turn to Dan Try, asking if she's ever seen anything like it. Dan Try admits it's the first time she's ever laid eyes on something like that. As they get closer, Sylvie's heart fills with emotion when she sees a welcome banner fluttering in the wind. It's clear the Witch Alliance is sending them a warm welcome, and the message on the banner shouts that BTVON welcomes everyone. This leaves Sylvie totally speechless for a moment. The mountain peaks and was completely blown away by the sight. The crew's expressions were priceless as they wondered what kind of giant bird that was. The little witches turned to healer Dan and asked if she'd ever seen anything like it. Dan admitted this was her first time seeing something like that. As they got closer, Sylvie's heart filled with emotions seeing the welcome banner fluttering in the wind. Obviously, the Witch Alliance was rolling out the red carpet for them, and the banner clearly said BTVON welcomes everyone. Sylvie was so stunned she couldn't even find words. When the last boat touched shore, Wendy took the chance to warmly greet everyone and welcome them to Border Town. While AS stayed chill and composed facing Wendy, the other witches standing behind AS looked kinda nervous. Wendy and Az exchanged greetings, and Anna swooped in quick. As Sylvie's eyes locked on Anna, she sensed all the magic from the witches seemed to be zeroing in on her. The power radiating from Anna made Sylvie's mind feel like it was about to explode, showing her just how insanely strong Anna really was. While some witches got busy greeting, others were eyeballing the giant hot air balloon super curious. Wendy seized the moment to break down everything about the hot air balloon to them. Then she asked Ass if she was sure she wasn't going to enter the town since the prince was really eager to meet them. Laughing it off, Ass joked that the prince definitely wouldn't be stoked to see the one planning to snatch his witches. She said she's leaving the kids in the hands of a trustworthy friend. Wendy, that generous, I'd say big-bosomed lady, quickly agreed and promised AS she'd take good care of them. Right away, lightning pushed the new witches into the balloon. Even though Sylvie was kind of worried, Anna snapped her fingers and a black flame flared up, sending them soaring into the sky. Lai waved goodbye from the ground one last time, and the girls took off toward their new home. Up, in the sky, Lynn quickly asked the newbies to show off their skills. Wendy checked in with Sylvie, asking if she was okay. Sylvie said she hadn't expected to see so much land all at once, and it was her first time getting such a huge vision, which overloaded her magic. Wendy told her to Meanwhile, the other girls were having a blast as Lightning excitedly sang about the prince's heroic deeds, casually sharing every adventure they'd been through together. Felt more than just a quick stab of pain throughout her body. She cursed herself for reflexively activating her magic eyes. She didn't expect to see so much land all at once, and this was the first time. She'd gotten such a wide vision that it overloaded her magic. Wendy told her to take some deep breaths, reminding her everyone felt weird the first time they flew. Sylvie thanked her and assured Wendy she was feeling better. Meanwhile, the other girls were having a blast as Lai Ning excitedly sang about the prince's heroic deeds, cheerfully recounting every adventure they'd shared. Looks like Sylvie finally started to chill out, realizing the vibe was lighter and more fun than she thought, and hoping it'd stay that way. When they finally reached the area above Border Thou, adventures they had been through together, it seems Sylvie finally started to relax, realizing the vibe was lighter and more fun than she thought and hoping it would stay that way. When they finally reached above Border Thou, the balloon landed near the castle, and the girls totally freaked out when they heard the booming cannon fire. Lightning quickly calmed them down, explaining the prince fired the cannon just to welcome them. Right after, the witches from the Witch Alliance showed up to greet the newbies. Sylvie was stunned because their magic was totally different from what she expected. She couldn't help but notice the Alliance sisters were super friendly, though she kept reminding herself to stay on guard just in case. When they stepped into the dining room, a feast was already set out on the table. The prince warmly welcomed. The Alliance was super friendly, even though she kept telling herself to stay on guard just in case. When they stepped into the dining hall, a feast was already laid out. The prince warmly welcomed everyone to Border Thou, introducing himself as the ruler of the western region and told them to make themselves at home. While the other girls freaked out seeing the feast laid out, Sylvie was straight up shocked by what she saw. She noticed the prince wasn't wearing any holy judgment stones and had zero magic energy in him. That told her this guy was really Roland. After a busy day, we see the prince sipping some fine liquor. He lets out a satisfied grunt as he leans her as she marveled at what she saw. She noticed the prince wasn't wearing any sacred judgment stones and had no trace of magical power on him, which told her the man in front of them was really Roland, not some magical disguise or puppet. After a busy day, we see the prince taking a few sips of some fine wine. He let out a satisfied sigh as he reclined on the bed. The man in front of them was indeed Roland, not disguised or controlled by magic. After a busy day, we see the prince taking a few sips of fine wine. He let out a contented as he leaned back on the bed. He was way too hyped about the witch's arrival to sleep, so he drank to knock himself out. The prince asked the newbies if their lodging had been sorted out, but Nightingale wasn't thrilled when he called them sister. Although she meant no harm, she was careful with her words. The prince nodded, guessing Sylvie was probably trying to figure out if he was actually Roland Wimbledon Din. He reminded Nightingale that if any family member suddenly changed, that made Nightingale just as curious about whether the prince was the real Roland Wimbledon or not. The prince said yeah, he was Roland, but also not. With her sharp senses, Nightingale quickly realized the prince wasn't lying. The prince nodded simply, saying he's always been himself, but Nightingale wasn't thrilled when he called them sisters. She immediately warned him not to trust them too fast. The prince asked Nightingale why. She was so cautious and she revealed that the witch named Sylvie said things half-truth and half-lies. Although there was no malice in her words, she was super careful choosing them. The prince nodded, getting her point, guessing that Sylvie was probably trying to figure out if he was really Roland Wimbledon or not. He reminded Nightingale that if any family member suddenly changed so much, she'd question whether they'd been replaced or brainwashed too. That's exactly what Tiuli thought of him because back in the capital, Roland was known as a lazy, useless loser who got bullied. This made Nightingale curious if the prince was truly Roland Wimbo. The prince said he was definitely Roland, but also not quite. Nightingale's sharp senses quickly noticed. He wasn't lying and asked why he said that. The prince just smiled and said that's how it is and there's no need to lie about it. Nightingale shrugged and said as long as he's still the Roland she knew, she didn't care. The prince nodded simply, saying he's always been himself since the day he met her. The next morning, all the new witches lined up before the prince, nervously greeting him good morning. The prince told them to chill, assuring them he wasn't big on formalities and they could call him just like they called Tilly. He explained he wouldn't be giving them any tasks during the first week. They should spend that time getting used. He reassured the worried girls that he kicked the church's influence out of the western region. So this place was as free as Slumber Iceland, a chill spot for everyone. The prince went on saying the newbies probably already knew the basics about Antif, spending time getting used to the town environment and exploring Border Thou as they pleased. He assured that no one would mistreat or kidnap them because they were witches. He reassured the worried girls that he had eliminated the church's influence from the west, so this place was as free as Slumber Iceland, a free zone for everyone. The prince went on saying the newcomers probably already knew the basics about Antif and growing up, so he directly explained there would be basic classes after dinner including reading, writing, math, and natural science. Their salary would be 1 golden. Basic knowledge about Antif and growing up, so he straight up explained that there'd be basic lessons after dinner, including reading, writing, math, and natural science. Their pay would be 1 golden. Royer gets weekends off every month plus paid breaks. If they've got questions, Wendy's there to clear things up. Once all the admin stuff is sorted, the prince jumps into the coolest part of the meetup. He's super hyped to see the wizard's skills in action since Tiu Lai's descriptions were kind of vague. He decides to step outside and kick off the show. As he's getting up, Sin pipes up wanting to add something. She pulls out some papers and explains that Princess Tuli found these ancient scripts at some ruins by the bay, and there's a letter attached too. The prince starts reading the letter and quickly gets worried, just like we already know. The letter drops some serious and sketchy info about what Tiu Lai encountered at those old bay ruins. When the prince finishes reading, Lady Scrone confirms the writings in the letter totally match the book Kara grabbed from the Eastern Forest ruins. This discovery has everyone curious, including the prince, who's deep in thought about the letter's details like that man-made island with crazy tides, the old telescope, and that stone door on the steep cliff. He finds those details hard to believe and is kind of thrown off by such a bizarre ruin existing out by the bay. Lady Scrone backs up Princess Tuli's take, pointing out the ruins were made by the same group based on the matching scripts and language. She's worried about why the church built these structures and then just ditched them. Wendy adds that not only are the ruins mysterious, but records older than 400 years have been wiped clean. She has no clue what's being hidden or why there's such a hardcore effort to erase the history. The prince says since Tiu Lai's already started decoding the scripts, he's pretty sure she can crack them. To help her out, he'll tell her about the holy city Tequila and send over some demon pics. Soria snaps since those might help with the translation. He points out that keeping this secret is pointless, and it's way better to be ready and understand what's really going down. This could even expose some weak spots in the church, because if the church wasn't interested in those ruins, they'd have buried the history even deeper. He also suggests revisiting the stone tower in the foggy forest where Lai Ning found a demon. There could be more clues there. He adds that once the army gets new weapons, they'll clear the forest just in case any more demons are lurking. First up, the prince wants to test everyone's powers. They head to an open courtyard where Lotus, the first wizard, steps up to show her skills. She effortlessly lifts a massive boulder right off the ground. The prince is seriously impressed, noting that even though she's the same age as Nightingale, Lotus looks crazy young, like fresh-picked cucumber young. Her powers are insanely strong too. She can reshape terrain within a 5-meter radius without breaking a sweat. But when she tries to lift a mud tower more than 7 or 8 meters high, it starts collapsing because the structure can't hold. Also, she uses less magic if the soil's loose, but her power fits the deal. On solid ground like Slumber Iceland, where she's from, the dirt houses she builds at the border town would totally fall apart. Lady Scrone breaks down some technical stuff about her strength. This is a summon without extra effects, and she can alter terrain up to 5 meters. The Holy Judgment Stones mess with her big time, but not the stuff she creates. Then there's Han, who just became an adult last winter. Her power is controlling animals. She can tame any creature and make them follow commands at their best ability. The control lasts until the animal finishes the job or she releases it. Plus, she's got a special skill called Animal Messenger that lets her send animals to find stronger ones to tame. The downside? All her powers feel the hit from the Holy Judgment Stones, and the bigger the animal, the more magic it takes to tame it. Next is Every. Around 25 or 26 years old, she's got this talent to turn raw whiskey into all kinds of drinks, as long as she's tasted them before. She can help extract ethanol, but serving booze to women during the day is a no-go. So, the prince will have to wait until dinner to try her skills. Following her is Sylvie, and the prince feels kinda uneasy around her. She's got the power to see through literally everything in her range, even behind you and through obstacles. Her vision's totally unblocked. That kind of freaks him out a bit. Actually, he's a bit jealous of her power. Imagine being able to see through any girl's clothes whenever you want. Sinvi also has an extra skill like Nightingale, where her magic can spot where spells build up or fade away. Right after Sinvi is Can Do, who just came of age a few months ago. Before, her power was limited to candle flames, but now that ability is boosted. She can keep an object solid for a while. Like, if she casts it on an ice cube, it won't melt even in sunlight. Her power's magical and needs direct contact with the target. The prince once dreamed big about using Can Do's ability to keep molten steel hot forever, but he quickly realized that's asking way too much since maintaining that heat would gobble tons of magic. The real challenge is how much magic it takes and how long she can keep it up, especially with big amounts. Nightingale also mentions that Candle's magic is dope, but her mana pool's pretty low. Still, her talent's a blessing. If she can keep something stable, that could seriously boost the durability of machines made from weaker materials, making them tougher and smoother running. After checking everything out, Nightingale Tingle asks if the prince has a favorite wizard. He says he thinks they're all pretty solid. Nightingale Gale's shocked hearing the prince is ready to clap for every single one of them tonight. The real challenge was how many spells were needed and how long they could maintain them, especially in large quantities. Nightingale also pointed out that Candle's magic was pretty good, but her mana was low. However, her talent was a gift. If she could keep an object stable, that would increase the durability of machines made from weaker materials, significantly making them tougher and run smoother. After he finished checking, Nightingale asked if there was any witch the prince especially liked. The prince replied that he thought they were all pretty good. Nightingale was shocked to hear that the prince was ready to applaud all of them tonight, but he gave her a light tap and explained that he wasn't planning to stay up all night. He was just seriously impressed by their skills. The prince decided it was about time to head back to the castle since the inspection was done. He mentioned he had something he wanted to give Nightingale after dinner. I'm curious what it could be, maybe his wand or some special gear. Looks like Nightingale's really hyped to see what gift the prince has for her tonight. When dinner time rolled around, everyone dug into a lavish feast. The coolest part today was the prince's new invention, and Lining 9 along with May were buzzing to check out what kind of ice cream or new treat he whipped up. The prince told them they'd find out soon enough, but to chow down first. Nightingale was a little let down since this surprise wasn't just for her, it was something the prince had prepared for the whole crew. Meanwhile, the newbie witches were totally drawn to the chopsticks. Lady Scrone explained that the prince usually invents fresh and cool stuff like perfumes, chopsticks, and ice cream, then tests them on one witch before launching them to the public. The newbie witches recalled that luxurious vibe from using the castle's fancy soap earlier, a kind of perk usually reserved just for nobility. They could hardly believe they were living a life even fancier than kings, enjoying all these comforts. As the witches started feeling cozy, more at home, we fast forward to the end of dinner, where the prince finally grabbed everyone's attention to reveal what he'd made. A few maids quickly brought out some wine, and the prince announced that he was kicking things off with white wine from his inventions. Compared to the Hebrew wine and fruit wines they'd tried before, this was the real deal, stronger stuff. He warned the underage folks to steer clear. Lightning objected, insisting she wanted a taste, but the prince reassured her he'd also prepared something lighter that could be enjoyed with a bit of ice. He laid out all the different wines in front of them. Sister Evely, he mentioned he'd heard she'd been to cocktail bars and wineries before and was curious to get her thoughts. Evely accepted right away, grabbing a glass and confidently taking a sip. As the wine hit her stomach, she felt a little burn in her throat, but the apple juice helped cool it down. She was pleasantly surprised by the floral and fruity notes blending together, creating a unique flavor she'd never experienced. Next, she tried the second glass, which was a mix of milk and honey or sugar, giving a perfectly balanced sweet flavor with the wine. It was a killer combo, and she was totally into it. Then she moved on to the last glass, which was pure white wine with no additives. It had a spicy kick that tingled her tongue before sliding down, leaving a strong but pleasant sour finish. After tasting all three, Eveline happily declared all of them unforgettable. She admitted that while some people might not dig such strong flavors, true wine lovers would definitely appreciate the richness. The prince was stoked by her feedback and explained that this was just the prototype of the strongest white wine. He planned to make it even bolder and would need her to try it again later. The next set of maids then brought out gift boxes. These were only for the grown-up witches. Anna grabbed her own box while Nana was curious about what was inside. As promised, Na Ting also got a box, but she didn't seem too thrilled. The prince told them to open the boxes when they got back to their rooms. Once the witches were in their rooms, the younger ones started complaining, feeling like the prince was playing favorites and not giving them anything at all. But Lan Nin reminded Lily that the prince said gifts were only for mature witches. Still, Lily stayed caught up in her usual arrogance and ignored the reminder. While the younger witches kept arguing, Wendy started to open her box. The moment she lifted the lid, all the witches crowded around to see what was inside. Turns out the prince wasn't messing when he said the gift was for adults. Inside the box was a bra clearly meant for ladies with saggy boobs. The younger witches started messing around with the bra, clueless about what it really was. Maggie commented it looked like a pair of giant safety goggles, while Lightning Nin was doubtful, wondering how you'd even use it. At that moment, Wendy spotted a letter in the box. She opened it and started reading with her eyes closed. While Lady Moon enjoyed feeling the softness of the bra, Lining and Maggie were still trying to figure out what was going on. Looks like the older witches finally understood the bra's purpose and blushed reading the note. The letter explained the bra helps redistribute breast weight, improve circulation, and support posture. The younger witches glanced down at their flat chests, then over at Wendy, who had the biggest pair. Even Lily, usually full of pride, started to get why the gift was only for adults, but she kept up her act, saying she didn't care about bras and never had. Clearly, Lily was just hiding her embarrassment because she didn't get one for herself. Lightning Nin told Wendy to take hers off since she wanted to try it. Wendy got super flustered and quickly pushed all the younger witches out, telling them to hit the hay and quit messing around. She shut the door, her heart pounding. She wondered why the prince would give them something like this. Nightingale felt awkward, wondering why the prince didn't just give bras to the group at once, but then it hit her like lightning. Maybe the prince gave each one separately because each bra was sized differently, meaning he actually paid attention to everyone's measurements. Realizing that, Nightingale bolted out of her room and dashed over to Anna's door. There, she asked Anna about the gift. Anna proudly showed off her chest and said the bra was pretty comfy. She tried it on and found it super convenient. She offered to show Nightingale the bra, but Nightingale immediately turned her head away. She said she didn't want to see it and instead asked Anna if she thought it was weird that the prince gave them something like this. Anna pointed out that the prince planned to sell these bras to the public, so they're testing these out first on the witches. The chat then shifts to how comfy and snug the bras are, so we're just gonna skip that part. In the next scene, we see the boat cutting through the waves. Inside, the prince is chatting with Sister Lotus, asking her to lift the riverbank's soil to lay the bridge's foundation. They dive into some physics and science stuff. Finally, the prince asks if she can raise the land more than 10 meters based on the river's depth. Lotus confidently says she's got it covered. Meanwhile, Wendy's steering the boat using wind power and is stoked that her shoulder pain is gone thanks to the bra. She's itching to thank the prince for the thoughtful gift. When they reach the spot, the prince tells Wendy to stop the boat. Then, he tells his engineer they need to dig a hole around the chunk of old soil that'll be lifted up, and they'll pour concrete there. The hole can't be bigger than 5 meters wide and 1 meter deep. Once filled, the witch will lower the depth by 1 meter. By repeating this process, they'll build a concrete wall stretching all the way to the riverbed. Lotus uses her power to raise the mud, and the moment she commands, the mud pops up super fast and piles up. The prince is surprised that lifting soil underwater is actually easier than lifting sand, but the smell afterward, straight up brutal. He quickly guesses the soil's full of decomposed plants, animals, and villagers' waste by the river. He decides to have the mess removed. They'll have to clear it and add layers carefully to shape it right. The prince is bummed that if moving it wasn't a problem, he'd have used that rotten heap as fertilizer. Speaking of fertilizer, the scene shifts to lush rice fields full of grain. There we meet a dude named Sirius wearing a baseball cap, admiring the awesome crop. The seeds have doubled in number and are bigger than ever, all thanks to the witches. Sirius recalls that since the prince held the ceremony and Nana appeared on stage, witches no longer have to hide. Clearly, only witches can raise land in the river. Suddenly, 2 people run up to Sirius, and it looks like he's not thrilled to see them. He's sure they're about to drop the same old questions, but predicting they'll ask if they really can become free citizens, own homes, and only owe 70% of the harvest. They also throw in a bunch of questions about rights and new chances. Sirius coolly points to a banner that says hard work builds wealth and changes destiny. He smiles, saying that means if they hustle, they'll become freed folks like the prince promised, and trust him, that promise is solid. When someone asks what they should do with the remaining 30% of the harvest, Sirius explains they can sell it to the prince for food or seeds, end of story. He adds that Border Fowl doesn't allow private rice sales. Selling outside official channels is illegal and means losing the harvest plus penalties. Then, a worried villager frets they might get scammed by the prince. Sirius reassures them that won't happen. The prince follows market prices, so there's no shady betting. The public market run by City H is the only legal rice spot. The prince always buys at market price. Wrapping up, Sirius tells them to get back to work. Another person asks if Sirius knows where Me and Mideline have gone. Since there haven't been any shows lately, they're worried the pair might be sick. Sirius eases their mind, saying they'll return in the fall because they can't perform in this heat. Or maybe they can. As the workers get back to their grind, Sirius reflects on his own journey. He used to be a knight trying to dodge his dad's risks, but got caught and lost his title. In just a few months, somehow, he ended up at Border Town where chances for climbing up are popping up, and he's even pumped for the harvest season. In the next scene, farmers finish harvesting every bit of rice and have started burning off the leftover straw. Later, the baldy advisor pumps up the prince, telling him the harvest this year is massive. He explains that according to City Han's estimates, their exports are 4 times bigger, and the best fields are producing 6 times as much. That means they have enough food to feed all the villagers. The prince smiles hearing the great news, glad the warehouses won't be stacked high anymore. The advisor adds that with more workers and farmers, feeding 50 to 60,000 people will be a breeze. This gets the old man even more hyped, dreaming of the town growing into a city and spreading across the continent. In this world, a city's growth is limited by food supply. A big city like the capital with 20,000 folks needs tons of surrounding villages to keep the food coming. But with the new machines the prince invented, one person can feed 10,000, and the big harvests in Border Town happen thanks to Sister Lei's improved seeds. We also learn the prince cut the number of farmers without cutting output, meaning he can now focus on industrial production because the farming team nailed the best cultivation strategies using metal tools and machines, so exports will only get better. In the next scene, the prince steps up to the podium and fires up the crowd. He knows they want good news, so he bluntly says City H will handle making everyone free citizens. People can choose to stay farming or try new jobs in town. After the harvest ends, they'll reveal all the details about moving up in society. The crowd cheers hard for the prince. The prince continues, announcing that starting next year, all they have to do is meet quotas to become free, so competing won't be necessary anymore. Basically, if you work hard, you can ditch being a contracted laborer. Like he said before, hard work creates riches and effort can flip your fate. He hopes someday the border town won't just be. The prince went on to announce that starting next year, they just need to meet the quota to become free citizens, so competition won't be necessary anymore. Basically, if you work hard, you can shake off your indentured labor status. Like he said before, hard work creates wealth, and labor changes your destiny. He hopes that one day, the border town won't. Laborers were bound by contracts, but everyone else was straight-up free citizens. The whole crowd exploded with hype, cheering for the prince. Then the scene switched real quick to somewhere fuzzy, where we catch a glimpse of Timothy Mo, this dude chasing the crown. After grinding for a long stretch, he's chilling in his office, leaning back in his chair, weirdly sniffing his wooden desk like it's some kind of vibe. Timothy clocked that the desk was made from deep blue wood. He got shook, realizing his sis was still into materials from the snowy peaks. That told him straight up she wasn't feminine at all. A creepy grin spread across his face. That grin soon flipped into a wild laugh as he bragged about outshining his sister. Garcia, Timothy spilled the tea that in just half a month, he smoothly took over the Sand Kingdom's crew that Garcia left parked at Cleanwater Port. He was all confident that she lost grip of the southern zone and he was buzzing hard, realizing that Queen Cleanwater was just a thing of the past now and the south was back under his control. Right when Timothy was soaking up his win, one of his knights burst in. Timothy told him that he'd be heading back to Kingdo the next morning. The knight was to clean up anyone left over, except for Timothy's own guards and Kingdo's knights. He told his knight, this dude named Edward Host, to keep the south locked down and block the Sand Kingdom from stepping into Grey Castle's turf. Edward Haas asked if that meant he had to stay put. Timothy said yeah, there was still mad work to handle here, and he needed a loyal and tough guy to stick around to deal with traitors or rally refugees. He reassured Edward not to stress, saying he wouldn't be stuck here forever once stuff at Cleanwater Port was squared away. He promised to bring Edward back to Kingdo. He broke down that Grey Castle still needed to be unified, and before moving to conquer the West, he'd need plenty of knights to fight, so he vowed to his loyal homie he wouldn't ditch him. Edward bowed low, looking bummed, and reminded Timothy that his bro Raymond Hawes was missing. He asked why there was zero news, especially since it'd been 2 months since Jamin headed west. Timothy chilled him out, saying maybe Jamin got held up or was on his way back. He told Edward not to worry about his brother right now. The real deal was setting fire to Garria's old base. Timothy wanted folks down south to see that. Garria's base was going to be just ashes. Even if she came back, it'd only be ruins. He ordered Edward to torch every soldier who survived the side effects of the church's drug pills. Left alone, he mused on how the border town had handled the demons with ease, beat the big boss Rien, and snagged the riverfront fortress. He didn't get how one of his dumbest siblings pulled off all that. Plus, John and 1,500 soldiers sent west were totally ghosted. He was convinced something huge went down at the border town that flipped his brother's script. No matter what, Timothy was dead set on making his bro Roland Wimbledon kneel and beg for mercy before him. Back to Holy City, the Pope got word about Here's death. Even though it was sad news, he stayed calm and reassured the crew that Here was a loyal, smart, and honest girl, and would always be remembered with respect. He swore whoever caused this, Garcia Wimbledon, would face justice when the time came. The Pope's worries quickly turned to whether Gia was working with the GH Kingdom and how the church's new poison was holding up against them. Priestmen reported that although the poison worked as expected, attacking the Broken Tooth Forest, freezing the enemy before they could fight, the results were worse in WH City. The enemy stayed strong and tough, so men took the blame for the loss. The Pope explained that the new poison came from demon beasts and noted records saying 70 powers resist it, while 30 have instant counter moves. With that being said, no wonder a big country like GH had a wizard strong enough to nullify it. The Pope shared his fear that if that wizard really crushed their poison strikes, it could flip how the people saw them, maybe even turn them into heroes, which would be bad news for the church. He told men not to obsess over the losses of the judging and holy punishment troops, since that distraction could mess up important calls and they couldn't let the fight die out. But there was still a glimmer of hope for the Pope. Garia and the riffraff were all gathering in one spot, and he was scheming to wipe them all out in one go. His subordinates had no clue how they'd pull that off, so the Pope just told them to stick with him. As they navigated through dim tunnels, a torch lit up the whole area. The Pope got to peep their secret weapon. Designed to take down mighty demons, it was ready for action now. He called it the Siege Breaker. Powered by magic, it needed 3 or 4 wizards to run. The Pope laid it out that the Siege Breaker had way more range than catapults and big crossbows. Its steel bolts were crazy hard to block, slicing wood ships like they were paper. He was sure it'd shred WH's walls and Lightgate fleet with ease. Kim asked if this weapon came from the secret Holy Court tech. The Pope said no, dropping the bomb that it actually came from their enemies, the Abyss Demons. So it was buried deep in their caves, and he advised men to keep it hush and only use it smartly, since they didn't want civilians freaked out by this beast. The Pope said he'd send his top 2 pure wizards to back it up, ensuring Gia and WH wouldn't escape this time. Hearing that, the Pope said no and revealed the shocking news that it came from their enemy, the Abyss Demons. So, it's hidden deep in their caves, and he advised keeping it secret and only using it strategically because they don't want civilians to see this monster. The Pope said he would send 2 top pure witches to assist, guaranteeing Gia and WH won't escape this time. Hearing that, the priest's face lit up bright like a kid spotting candy. See, the pure witches under the Pope's command are the strongest, flexing some seriously insane powers. Before the priest bounced, the Pope told him he had to spill the heretic's blood and get revenge for here. The priest quickly shot back a sharp, "Yes, sir." Back at the border town, Sirius told the prince their current gear couldn't handle all the grain milling. He suggested setting up a steam-powered mill by the Redwater River. The prince was down with it and told him to send a request to City Hall and draft a plan once the budget got approved. Sirius also reported that 516 folks had gained free citizenship, and their names were sent over to Old Barov. With that, Sirius wrapped up his report. The prince was pretty stoked about Sirius's work and figured he'd be super useful in recruiting nobles and knights from the fortress, thanks to his solid rep. Next up was Lady Scroll, the rep for education. She said all the students who finished the basic program had switched into their chosen fields, with 5 even applying to the chemistry lab. Looks like Prince Roland was hoping for more than just 5 people. Otherwise, those new labs might stay empty for a while. Even Kai CCCI, the head of chemistry, was worried about the low turnout. The prince asked Kai to give an update on his department. Kai, who wasn't feeling these meetings at all, made it clear he thought they were kinda a waste of time and hinted they should find a new rep if this was the usual vibe. Then Kaiichi added that he needed more staff. The new assistants were young but quick learners and had basic education covered. He also mentioned that if the prince let him get more access to chemistry, he might finally figure out how to crank out acid on a big scale. Then some dude wearing glasses gave a rundown on the border town's infrastructure progress. He covered everything from bridges to housing and walls. Don't forget the Iron Squad captain, who reported the Second Army had finished basic training and was ready to march to the river fortress anytime. Besides the artillery unit, all soldiers had now switched to using repeating guns, and with that, the meeting was done. The prince thanked everyone for their hard work and announced a raise. From now on, department heads would get 2 golden coins each month and would raise their staff's pay accordingly. Finally, the prince revealed the highlight of the day, a plan to expand the border town into a legit city. He was talking about a massive change spreading the city west to the wildlands, east to the river fortress, and south to the sea. The surrounding mountains would act like natural walls, making the city bigger than the capital or any city in the 4 kingdoms. He stressed that all it took was hard work and prep to turn this border town into an urban marvel that'd outshine everything else. Once everyone left, Old Burov raised a worry. Even though the recent harvest had gone well, the treasury was running low. After paying Margaret, the Merchants Guild and finance were tight, with only about 2,000 golden coins left. That number was super risky. Prince Roland reassured Barov that income was on its way because the Margaret Guild planned to buy a batch of steam engines soon. Plus, high-pressure tanks and replacement hydrogen gas would need some chemistry department research. Once sorted, they planned to sell hot air balloons and hydrogen refills. They'd charge 50 golden coins per refill with every 10th refill free, creating a steady income stream. Speaking of chemistry, Barov pointed out that Kai CCCI needed to work on his social skills since he could be pretty rude. The prince didn't sweat Kai's social awkwardness. After all, scientists aren't exactly famous for hanging out outdoors much, right? As night fell, Kai CCCI, true to scientist form, buried his head deep in research. He wrestled with the periodic table and formulas. We don't need to dive deep, but it was clear Kai was grinding hard, determined to fill those labs and figure out acid production. His main goal was to get chemistry 201 from the prince. Whatever that actually meant, it was still a mystery to us. Seems like Kai was betting big on this and pouring all his effort into achieving it. The next scene takes us to a cave where some witches were exploring. They suddenly stopped, and Nightingale asked if this was a fork in the tunnel. Sylvie jumped in with the exact directions, saying they should start at the second door. Sinvai also chimed in to help keep the group on track. After some exploring, Lanyan pointed out there was only one last door left to check. Nightingale was hyped, vanished from spot, and popped up ahead, urging everyone deeper inside. Sylvie saw this, only catching a faint blur of Nightingale's magic as she disappeared, unable to spot her shape or movements. She remembered what Tiuli said Nightingale was, the fiercest fighter witch in the Alliance and someone to watch out for. Turns out the prince had sent them into this mine because an old legend said a prehistoric beast lived there. He told them to report back after the trip. Due to the danger, Sylvie shared with us that Nightingale was specially picked for this mission. The legend said these mines were once the lair of an ancient beast that swallowed a few miners whole. Suddenly, Sister Lucia halted the journey and sat down to examine some ore she found, thinking the prince might want to check it out. After a brief detour, they finally reached door number 23, the door they had been searching for ages. Sylvie stepped up and used her power to scan it. After a thorough sweep, she clearly felt no ore here, but there were some deposits deeper in. There were 4 tunnels. Suddenly, Sister Lucia stopped the journey and sat down to examine some ore she found because she thought the prince might be interested in it. After a short detour, they finally reached door number 23, the door they had been searching for so long. Sylvie stepped up and used her power to check. After a thorough scan, she clearly felt there was no ore here, but there were a few mines deeper inside. There were 4 tunnels, so there's this slope that looks like it dives down. Lan Ning got super curious and asked Sinvai what's up with it. Sinvai said it might lead to some ore vein. She also looked kinda wiped out, probably, because she used a ton of magic energy. Nightingale pointed out that they wouldn't learn jack if they didn't go check it out deeper. So, they finally head toward the slope. It's a crazy steep drop right where they were standing. Nightingale said it looked seriously deep, and Lucia got nervous, saying she felt like someone was watching them and suggested they bounce as soon as the survey was done. Sinvai scanned the area again. She noted there was no ore around, so maybe they should just dip. But then she noticed something weird. While trying to scan the middle path, she couldn't see anything at all. Lan Nin asked what that meant, and whether Sinvai was just drained from using magic. Sinvai explained her energy wasn't low, something was blocking her vision. Nightingale decided to check it out herself and told the girls to stay put, but Sinvai quickly stopped her, saying whatever it was could cause this effect and stepping in might be dangerous. Nightingale asked what she meant, and Sinvai laid it out. She said it looked like those divine judgment stones were involved. Those stones seemed buried underground and stretched across the whole place. The scene cuts to the prince arriving underground, with his trusted crew, totally blown away by the size and shine of the massive crystal in front of them. He turns to his knight and asks if they built stairs down. The knight, Cedar, says no. It was already there when the first army found this spot. He believes it's been around for decades, maybe even centuries. Sister Lining kinda agrees, pointing out the border town was built about 70 years ago, so the stairs probably have nothing to do with villagers or the kingdom. Tara adds that Grey Castle didn't even exist 100 years ago, so it's unlikely anyone from centuries ago built it. The prince reminds them they know of a group who lived here about 450 years ago and then got forgotten. As he moves closer to the crystal, he recalls glowing stones usually mean radioactivity or fluorescence, but this divine judgment stone isn't either of those. If it was radioactive, the first army soldiers would have died within minutes, and it can't be fluorescent since there's no light source in the cave. Plus, even though these crystals behave like prisms, they don't have the usual crystal patterns, so he has zero clue how they ended up there. Nightseer is amazed, saying a thumb-sized divine judgment stone was worth a fortune, but this giant one could bankrupt 4 kingdoms. Nightingale is not feeling Carter's idea. She glares at him and asks if he seriously thinks about handing it to the elites to use it to torture witches. Meanwhile, Lan Nin is totally mesmerized by these crystals. They're the first stones she's ever seen with colors like this, and if they snagged a piece, they wouldn't need anything else. But Nightingale reminds everyone that no matter how cool they look, these crystals are really just chains for witches. Still, Lan Nin wants to grab a small chunk as a trophy from the trip. The prince lets her, as long as she doesn't get too disappointed. With that, Lan Nin tries smashing the crystal with a rock, but there's no scratch at all. Even Nightseer is shocked because, to his knowledge, divine judgment stones are usually fragile. Lan Nin starts hitting the crystal from different angles, but still no marks, no cracks, nothing changes. That's when the prince tells Nightingale to give it a shot. She shoots the crystal with bullets, but it's still shining, spotless, and totally intact. The prince is intrigued because even a revolver couldn't scratch the crystal. Terror wonders how the church could have smashed one to sell if it's this tough. Nightingale reminds them these stones should have shattered with light force. Anna chimes in with some info, asking the prince if he remembers the treasure map. She explains one of the maps actually leads here, not to the northern mines. The prince is stunned by this news, realizing the cave holds a ton of these stones, making it part of a treasure stash. When they head back to the office, the prince studies everything with Lady Scroll. He points out it matches what he recalls, and the southernmost point truly aligns with the northern mines. Lady Scroll adds if Anna's right, this map could be one the church left behind while hunting for new stone veins. She's curious why they left after mining and building stairs. The prince reveals with the high value of these divine judgment stones, the cave definitely isn't something they abandon easily, especially since they can't get to TQA City now. He wonders if the answer lies in visiting the stone towers. I'm not totally sure what's going down, but let's hope we connect the dots soon as we dive deeper into this story. When night falls over the border town, the new witches hang out in class. Every asks Sister Can if the prince gave her any tasks. Can nods, saying, yeah. She shares that he told her to use her power on some metal blocks to keep them solid at room temp, but she's not sure what he's planning. Can then asks what job the prince gave Evely. Evrian reveals that the prince hasn't assigned her anything specific. She's free to learn whatever she wants. Sometimes he asks her to test new wines, and she suggested adding water or fruit juice. But the new witches were chatting in class. Evry asked Sister Can if the prince had assigned her any tasks. Can nodded and explained that he had. She said he told her to use her power on some metal blocks to keep them solid at room temperature, but she wasn't sure what he planned to do with them. Can then asked what task the prince gave Evely. Evrian revealed she pressed her strength against a few metal blocks to keep them solid at room temperature, but she wasn't sure what he planned to do with them. Can then asked what mission the prince had given Evely. Evrian revealed that the prince hadn't given her any specific job. She was allowed to learn whatever she wanted. Sometimes he asked her to taste new types of wine, and she suggested adding water or fruit juice. But looks like the prince was all about whipping up the strongest booze ever. Then the girl chimed in, saying the prince must have a solid reason for his quirky request. But before she could spill more, their teacher, Lady Scroll, walked in. Lady Scroll dropped the news that today there'd be no new lessons. Lynn's face lit up, hyped, asking if they were heading outside or getting to taste some fresh dishes. Lady Scroll just smirked and crushed their hopes by announcing they'd be taking a test on everything they'd learned so far. Everyone was blindsided, wondering what kind of test it would be. Lady Scroll explained that after 3 months of learning, the prince figured it was time to check their progress. They'd be tackling questions in 3 subjects: language, math, and natural science. She added that they had to answer on their own, no cheating or help allowed. Faces immediately fell from the shock of the news, but Lady Scroll wasn't done yet. She told them the prince made it clear only those who got more than half the questions right would get to enjoy ice cream on weekend afternoons, while anyone under half would lose their afternoon tea privileges. That last bit totally baffled Nightingale, who adored her tea time. She was pretty sure she was in trouble. Lady Scroll also pointed out that witches from Slumber Island were excused from the test and could choose to stay and take it or chill out. Win or lose, their perks stayed intact. The new witches finally breathed a sigh of relief when Candu turned to her buddy Evely and asked if she planned to stick around for the test. Evely nodded, explaining that taking the test was a solid chance to learn. She wanted to level up her skills by soaking up more knowledge, and she'd been practicing writing after class with help from Lily and Mun. She figured all the effort was worth it to avoid falling behind. Hearing that, the little witch decided she'd join the test too. Soon enough, the test kicked off, and all the witches' answer sheets were sent to the prince. The prince thanked Lady Scroll for her support, and as he checked the answers, he got pretty fired up seeing Nang had passed. The prince seemed a bit bummed that Nightingale passed too, since he was hoping to stop her from snacking on sweets during tea time if she failed. Nightingale got the hint and playfully pinched his shoulder, like, don't even think about that. Jokes aside, the prince was actually thrilled that all the witches did awesome on the test. What was even cooler, 2 new witches joined the test. Evelyn scored 5 points, Ken hit 36. The prince was super impressed with Ko. He'd only been studying with them for 2 weeks but still scored 60 points. That showed witches are way ahead of regular folks, both physically and mentally. Next scene shows Lucia grinding hard, practicing with materials from her bag. That's when her little sister popped in, asking why she was still training so late. Lucia got distracted by the surprise visit and, annoyed, told her sister to focus on reading books instead of bugging her. But the little sis said she didn't really get the words. She could read a bit but wished she could be as good at reading and writing as her big sis. Lucia explained that's why she needed to practice more. She told her little sis that words have similar structures and you can guess their meaning from the roots. It's all part of learning. Reluctantly, the little sister grabbed a book and went back to reading. Right then, Nightingale showed up and caught their little argument. She quickly ran over to Nightingale, grinning wide, saying she was just reading while her sister was practicing. Nightingale then offered ice cream to both sisters, who happily accepted the sweet treats. While enjoying their ice cream, Lucia wondered out loud that these treats usually only came after tea time, so she asked Nightingale where she snagged them. Nightingale proudly bragged that she got third place in the test, right after Elle and Wendy. Since the prince didn't think she'd pass, she was planning on asking for a little extra from him. Lucia asked how many points she scored, and Nightingale said she got about 68. Lucia's face dropped a bit since the test was out of 120 points and she'd only just passed half. Her mood sank as the ice cream started melting and a drop fell onto her hand. Nightingale quickly grabbed Lucia's hand and licked up that sweet drop, reassuring her she'd done really well. She explained that since Lucia hadn't been studying with them long, messing up a few math and science questions was totally normal. Their chat kept going and the little one teasingly asked Nightingale if she liked the prince. Her big sister freaked out, telling her not to ask stuff so bluntly. Nightingale blushed, but admitted yeah, she did like him. The scene shifted to Roland's office, where Lucia handed over some ore samples she collected from the northern mine. The prince thanked her for the help, and Lucia said even just helping a bit made it worth it. While the prince inspected the ore, Lucia's mind drifted to Nightingale's confession. She admitted to herself she didn't really get feelings like that, but the idea of a witch caring about the prince seemed kinda unbelievable. She figured witches should probably keep their feelings to themselves and not let others catch on. Meanwhile, the prince finished checking the ore and said he'd have C look into it. He suggested Lucia keep training at the mine and asked Anna if she needed any help. Lucia felt a bit awkward since even the prince didn't recognize the ore, but then the prince called her name and she snapped back to attention. The prince congratulated her on passing the test and revealed she ranked 9th with 68 points. He admitted it was pretty impressive to do that well after only being with them for a month and encouraged her to keep at it. Lucia beamed at the praise, nodding with a huge smile, feeling pumped and way happier about her progress. After a while passed, the prince let out a sigh. Lucia beamed at the compliment and nodded with a big smile, feeling motivated and happier about her progress. After a while passed, the prince sighed, bummed out because he couldn't spot ore in the mine even after refining it. Dude realized there's still a huge gap between tech and geology and started wondering if he should just hand this over to the alchemist, because chemistry experiments are way more reliable than eyeballing it. Plus, he didn't have time to stress because it was go time to plan how to handle the demon's winds. Suddenly, a messenger bursts into the office with an urgent report. There was a secret letter from the capital. The prince asked who sent it, and the messenger said no signature. The prince cracked it open and saw it was unsigned, written in handwriting he couldn't place. He quickly guessed the letter had to be from Theo. Dude did an epic job hiding his identity. Squinting at the message, the prince read that a battalion of 1,000 troops had left the capital heading west. The next scene popped off with thunderous claps and wild cheers from the crowd, all silent, celebrating the actor's killer performance. Backstage, some newbie asked Lady May, "Hey, did you actually kill it out there?" Lady May admitted she's improved a ton. A younger girl interrupted, hoping for some words of encouragement from the senior, but Lady May straight up crushed her hopes by bluntly saying she was nowhere near ready and still had to level up her emotions. Another stagehand pointed out Lady May seemed kinda harsh, especially when the crowd clearly loved the show. The veteran reminded the crew that most watchers were regular folks who'd never seen a play before, so it was fresh for them. She added that if the audience were fancy elites, those stage flubs could have caused serious trouble. Suddenly, another actor barged in right on cue. She jumped straight into roasting Lady May and her crew, calling them third-rate actors stuck in some garbage border town. Lady May's student got annoyed by the shade, but the arrogant woman named Baden kept dishing more dirt. She asked if they knew their place, and flat out said none of them belonged at a big spot like Riverbend Fortress. She stressed the Riverbend Theater doesn't accept third-rate players, even sneering at the Diary of a Witch play, calling it trash and irrelevant. She kept firing shots, blaming Lady May for tanking the theater's revenue by performing in a dirty dump like that. According to her, no nobles wanted to see a theater playing to commoners without charging cash. And to her, those commoners were basically just monkeys. But Lady May wasn't about to shut up. She clapped back, saying Belle's just full of himself and shallow. She pointed out the theater manager already had a deal with Prince Roland and Ambassador Petrop, the big shots running Riverbend Fortress. Lady May assured Belle that any lost income would be covered by the border town. She told Belle to chill and stop running around like a headless chicken because this was business. And about rep, Lady May proudly said only second-rate actors worry about that. When she performed in the capital, the elite audience never got tired of her acts. Then she dropped the bomb. Diary of a Witch was actually written by Prince Roland himself. So, when Belle dissed the play, she wasn't just trashing a script, she was disrespecting the royal family. And legally, that's punishable, but Belle kept on flipping out, which ended up with Lady May slapping her hard across the face. After delivering that slap, Lady May took a deep breath, letting go of the brewing frustration inside her. Belle's crew quietly warned Lady May she crossed the line by slapping another actor. They reminded her that an actor's face is their most valuable asset, and she couldn't just go around slapping folks. Even though Lady May admitted she acted on instinct, she had zero plans to apologize to that despised woman. She also thought back to her time with Prince Carter, realizing that men might look tough and strong, but their weak spots were the eyes and throat. If she had to face Belle's crew, she was sure she could knock them out with a single kick, so she stayed confident and stepped forward to confront them. But right then, Prince Carter showed up, announcing he was here to arrest anyone disrespecting Prince Roland or plotting against his theater troupe. Belle and her goons were shook seeing the prince's knights, and Belle knew they were doomed since she was the one who dissed the prince's play. Cut to that night. Knight Carter and Lady May had an awesome time hanging out, chatting, and enjoying each other's company, but were not really into their lovey-dovey stuff. So, let's jump ahead 2 days. Inside the border town's castle, reps from 5 clans gathered from all over the west. Prince Roland revealed he got solid intel that Timothy had sent troops to Riverbend Fortress, numbers unknown but definitely heading toward the border town. He explained Timothy's usual move was to kidnap civilians to boost his forces, turning them into his minions by feeding them church medicine. This drug, called the evil red pill, gave regular folks strength, even surpassing knights, but the side effects wrecked their minds and were irreversible. Timothy planned to weaken the West by turning useless people into drug-controlled berserkers, putting everyone in the area in danger. As the West's leader, Prince Roland ordered the reps to mobilize their people into the fortress. That way, Timothy wouldn't be able to reinforce his army. One member raised a concern that they didn't have enough food and supplies for the move, but Prince Roland was clear that they had to bring everything possible, and they only had 3 days to gear up. Every civilian needed to be brought into the town, food and supplies to sustain this movement. But Prince Roland made it clear they had to bring everything they could, and they only had 3 days to do it. All civilians had to be brought into the city, so when Timothy's crew got wrecked, they could finally bounce back home. Everybody representing their squads dropped to a knee out of respect. Once they dipped, Prince Roland turned to his army captain, Iron Axe, and broke down that this army was nothing like the last crew they faced. Timothy's soldiers were sneaking downriver on boats, aiming to slide into Willow Town. He said this route's mad tricky, because when they hit the river fork, they could either roll up and hit the south and east gates of the fort or swing west to lay siege to the border town, so they wouldn't spread themselves too thin. Prince Roland stressed they gotta put their toughest troops lying in wait right at the Grue River fork, since that was the clutch point for locking down the defense. Then he added, Lining and Maggie would be scouting enemy moves, so no need to throw extra soldiers on defense. Instead, just prep for one sick ambush strike. He also pointed out the river castle would need 100 guards to watch over the nobles, so no surprise attacks while everyone's focused on Redwater River. Iron Axe would handle the artillery and catch the boat at List Town, meeting up with him by the river fork. And the prince himself planned to roll out once his fort's stuff was done. Nightingale got edgy, asking if the prince seriously planned to go solo. The prince just nodded, saying nobody else knew how to handle a witch's power like he did, so his presence was crucial. Their boats were setting sail, and we see all the fresh witches plus those 2 familiar girls chilling on board. Leading this whole operation was the fired-up prince. He straight up said, yeah, he might not be the king of commanding big armies or plotting massive attacks, but when it came to tower defense and war chariots, dude was the real deal. That was his specialty. They had a base set up close to the river. Just as the prince was about to dive into explaining what a real tank was, Nightingale cut in like, I get the moat and towers, but tanks? Not a clue. That's when the prince broke it down. Tanks are basically horse carts fitted with cannons, and he even sketched one in the sand for everyone. But then he admitted they didn't have enough horses and cannons had to be shipped by boat, so technically, what they had weren't real tanks. But he threw out a wild idea. If horses were scarce, Hani could tame a few tigers or leopards to pull the cannons. Nana shot back, do cannons pulled by tigers even count as tanks? The prince just grinned, proud as can be, and said yeah, totally, and maybe call them tiger tanks or leopard tanks. That's when Lotus piped up, asking what her role would be in the battle against fake King Timothy. The prince explained they needed to build 2 defense rings on both riverbanks. He drew a line in the sand marking the enemy's path and showed where their troops would set up on each side. The plan was to hit him with a classic pincer move out of the blue. To keep it hush-hush, they had to build long mud structures shaped like a V along the banks. These had to be solid walls with 8 rooms each and a tiny window facing the river. Lotus still looked kind of lost, saying even if they could hide in these mud houses, they wouldn't be able to hit the enemy ships. If the ships didn't stop or dock, they'd just slide right past. The prince chilled her out, saying don't sweat it. He broke it down. They had all sorts of long-range weapons ready to dish it out to those ships. Chang even mentioned Elle would use weeds and vines to camouflage their whole setup. The prince could almost hear victory tunes playing in his head. It was just a matter of time before Wendy hauled all 16 cannons into those mud houses they were about to build. With that firepower, no matter how many boats Timothy had, they'd be majorly screwed when the prince's attack dropped. The enemy wouldn't stand a chance. Next day, a knight started yelling orders for all troops to gear up for the big fight. When everyone heard the call, the soldiers darted into hidden bunkers. These dens were perfectly camouflaged beneath thick grass, thanks to Lady Lei's hard work. Inside the bunkers, soldiers primed the cannons while tossing mad props to the witches. They were shook how the witches built giant structures overnight and instantly summoned grass and vines. They even caught wind of a witch who could transform into a giant dove. The soldiers couldn't believe these powers totally blew past anything normal folks could pull off. Just as everyone was vibing and catching a breather, someone shouted that the enemy was closing in. Soldiers rushed to load the cannons. Ready to jump into action, the second mid-lining gave the nod. The enemy ships were definitely rolling closer, and Sinvi confirmed they were almost at the ambush spot. Lotus felt a bit twitchy as the boats showed up on the horizon, and the prince still hadn't moved. Then out of nowhere, the ships got blasted from all sides by a barrage of cannon fire. Lotus was totally blown away by that sudden, brutal volley. The soldiers aboard were powerless, dropping one by one under the non-stop cannonballs. Lotus was still trying to wrap her head around what just went down, her mind spinning, trying to figure out how they pulled off such a sick move. Screams for help filled the air, blood everywhere, and Sin was overwhelmed by the chaos. Lotus rushed over to check on her friend. While the prince watched the carnage, he told Sinvi to take a breather. He passed her a handkerchief, and she took it gratefully. Sinvi admitted these weapons were probably the sickest invention she'd ever heard rumors about. Before, she didn't think much of it, but now she couldn't deny how beastly this weapon really was. Suddenly, the surviving knights from the ships charged onto solid ground, swords raised high. With cries for help echoing and blood everywhere, Sin quickly felt dizzy from the chaos. Lotus rushed over to check on her friend. While the prince observed the massacre, advised Sinvi to rest a bit. He handed her a handkerchief, which she took gratefully. Sinvi noted that these weapons were probably the extraordinary invention she had heard rumors about. Back then, she didn't take it seriously, but now she couldn't deny the power of this weapon. Suddenly, the surviving knights from the ships charged onto solid ground, raising their swords. They charged at both flanks of the beach, but honestly, these knights were basically walking straight into a trap. Our soldiers were already holed up, ready to open fire on those knights. The enemy soon realized they'd been ambushed and scrambled back to their ships, hurrying to retreat. Meanwhile, the prince watched the whole thing through his spyglass and told Iron A it was time to mop up the leftovers. If any knight captain survived, the prince wanted them captured for questioning. He also told Sylvie to tag along with Iron A, to keep an eye on the enemy troops and make sure no one slipped away. The elegant witch Sylvie quickly agreed to the prince's orders. Now she got why he was so openly protecting the witches. With military power like that, even the holy execution squads from the church would have a tough time overpowering him. If Princess Lee could roll with weapons that fierce, she probably wouldn't be hiding anymore, and the enemy's chances of a successful attack would be zilch. Iron A finally got back from his mission and gave his report. He only managed to snag 2 knights. The first called himself Duke Snake and immediately begged the prince to let him send a letter to his family, promising a fat ransom to get out of this mess. The second knight claimed to be Edward C. from the north, and he said his family was also willing to pay whatever it took for his release. With a voice-dripping menace, the prince asked if these 2 were the ones who kicked off the attack. Duke Snake quickly pointed out that their captain, Duke Vinan, was actually in charge, but he had died in the battle. He begged the prince to loosen their chains and promised he just wanted humane treatment while the ransom was sorted out. Still, the prince made it clear he wasn't interested in ransom money. What he wanted was the real target of the attack and Timothy's next move. If they gave him that, he'd let them walk. The 2 knights apologized and insisted they couldn't spill any secrets. They were loyal to Timothy and refused to betray their king. You could tell the prince was seriously annoyed by their answer. So, he just turned on his heel and started walking away. He told Iron A their fate was in his hands and made it clear he didn't care what happened to them, as long as he got the info he wanted. Iron A agreed immediately, ordering the soldiers to haul the two knights off. Before they left, the prince reminded the captain that once the interrogation was done, those two knights should be counted among the casualties. After all, they brought this on themselves by invading the West and dragging innocent people into their mess. The next day, at Border Town, the princes learned the troops they'd just defeated were only the first wave in Timothy's forces. Iron A confirmed this fit Timothy Bowden's playbook. He revealed Timothy was sending groups of refugee soldiers to hit the West, using the same strategy they employed at Clearwaterport. The prince asked if all those troops were civilians. Iron A said it was a mix, some were criminals and troublemakers among the refugees. He explained Timothy captured these folks, gave false promises to calm them, then forced them to take drugs. That way, they were completely under Timothy's control, and he kept supplying them with medicine to maintain his grip and dull their pain and cravings. The prince felt a deep sadness for those forced onto the drugs since the meds only gave temporary relief. It just postponed an unavoidable death, and he knew that taking even one pill meant they were beyond saving. Iron A agreed, pointing out that Timothy never mentioned the side effects to those people, who were all tricked into thinking they'd get status and rewards after fighting, meaning they couldn't save any more. Iron A agreed, noting that Timothy never mentioned the drug's side effects to those people, and they were all deceived into believing they'd get status and rewards after fighting. Duke Vincent seriously underestimated Border Town's defenses, thinking a drugged crowd of 1,000 civilians would be enough to break through. AC revealed more details from the interrogation. Duke Snake spilled that Timothy planned to split the civilians into groups to attack the town while watching their defenses closely. The prince clarified that this time, he wouldn't let any enemy troops escape since Duke Snake was part of the first wave. He asked if they knew anything about the upcoming waves. Iron A said they didn't get much, but Duke Snake mentioned the second wave would be way bigger. The prince was frustrated seeing Timothy throwing away precious lives like they were nothing. It was hard to believe his brother could be so reckless with such a risky gamble. Then the prince pointed out that when the demon forces came, the entire West would be blanketed in snow. If they planned to attack, it had to happen before winter hit. That meant he was planning to drag out the battle. Iron A asked if they should send a messenger. The prince said that probably wouldn't make Timothy rethink his game plan. They needed to whittle down his troops and show him bringing civilians to fight wouldn't work against the West. The prince spread out the map and laid out the urgency of their next moves. He admitted he'd been way too slow and cautious, spreading word about the West and recruiting more people. To cut off Timothy's option to gather civilians for his army, they needed to recruit and engage the locals. Just like they had with the refugees in the capital, the prince stressed that the war-torn South was their top priority. After that came the North. He planned to free the prisoners to send a powerful message. He emphasized that the war-torn southern region was the most critical area to handle next, then the northern region. He planned to release the prisoners to send a clear message. Gotta make sure Timothy's crew won't try pulling off another dumb attack. AC's worry that letting prisoners go might spill their game plan and weapons, but the prince calms him down, saying Timothy won't get the deets on their weapons' true power or how they build them. The released captives just show off how strong the weapons are, not the nitty-gritty of how they actually work. Plus, those prisoners will carry a warning letter straight to Timothy. That'll score them a big mental and strategic edge. Iron A's kinda lost, so the prince breaks down the plan. He's gonna drop a hint about a big attack date and then trap the capital when it hits. It's not about the main army, but a surprise air raid by the witches. He explains that even if they probably won't kill Timothy, the goal is to flex their ability to strike right in his power base, shaking his confidence and breaking up his control. The whole point's to make Timothy feel threatened and shaky about his spot, so they can win by feeding off fear and chaos. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. I guess this episode's more about talk than action, and we don't see much progress on industrial stuff, but still, it's a solid episode. I'm thinking it's the character growth and storytelling that make Release Witch stand out, no matter how dialogue-heavy it gets. On a bright, chill day in Border Town, Margaret is enjoying some cold ice cream and props the prince for his killer strategy that's been shaking Grey Castle to its core. Because of this, Timothy keeps failing to take down Border Town. She also gossips about Blackfake's fleet raiding CBR Town and Golden Ghost City before heading north. Nobody even knows where Garcia went with Blackfake's fleet since she's out of the game now. This means Timothy's only real target left is the prince. Margaret is pumped and suggests that if the prince wants out of Grey Castle, the Bay is ready to welcome him with open arms and there's enough land on their island to build like 10 border towns. Plus, she and other traders would happily supply all the land those border town folks need. But the prince has got the vibe on what Margaret is really after. He has no plans to trade the steam engine and paddle wheel ship blueprints to some merchants like that. Even if he loses to Timothy and Grey Castle Falls, he'd rather go meet up with his sister, Tilly Wimbledon, first. Margaret leads by example, then asks about those hot air balloons, and the prince spills that he's already started building them. He's got 2 made so far, but says they're not exactly like the ones she rode before. Plus, they don't need witches to fly. When they head outside, the prince shows her one of the balloons they made. He breaks down how it has a hatch at the bottom to fill it with gas. That's what keeps it in the air. Filling it up is easy, just hook up a pipe to the tank and twist it open. He also mentions this balloon can handle rain, fire, and even a sinking mine. Margaret is blown away but wonders how many gas tanks each balloon needs. The prince says around 5 or 6. She then asks if the gas is pricey, and the prince plays it cool, saying yeah, it ain't something just anyone can make. But deep down, Prince Roland's ready to dance with happiness because the truth is way different. Making helium is actually super easy, just mix sulfuric acid with some reactive metal he's got. And since he's out of metal, he can hit up Sister Lucia to help extract super pure metal to make it work. Meanwhile, Margaret admits the formula must have come from the blood, sweat, and tears of Border Town's alchemists who worked endless hours to bring it to life, so she's down to buy a few tanks without hesitation. The prince gently reminds her that these tanks only last about a year and mustn't be burned, dropped, or taken apart, or else there'll be major trouble. He adds that although it's a bit pricey, the Border Town will offer discounts and deals for their customers. That's when Lining jumps in saying hot air balloons come with free pre-filled gas, a stealth cloak, and a warranty. Customers can also grab an annual membership package for even more discounts. A bit later, Prince Roland feels pretty proud of himself. The deals he sealed with Margaret brought in tons of revenue. That means now he can invest in boosting the population. By the time he builds the city next year, he's sure the Redwood River will be surrounded by neighborhoods. Meanwhile, Anna and Lucia are grinding hard. Anna perks up as soon as she spots the prince walking over. He quickly squats down when he gets near, asking how things are going and if they found anything valuable. Looks like Anna and Lucia are focusing on developing a metal that's insanely strong, tough, and flexible. Lucia dives into some tech details, and overall they're pretty happy with the results. Anna even says this project's way cooler than forging matchlock barrels. She happily reveals she can totally transform an iron block by adding another metal, and she's pumped to figure out how these metal atoms bond together. The prince is super hyped to hear this and starts breaking it all down for us. Technical details, and overall they were quite satisfied with the results. Anna even said this project was more interesting than forging matchlock guns. She happily revealed that she could completely transform a block of iron by adding another metal to it. And she was eager to understand how these metal atoms bonded together. The prince was extremely pleased to hear this and explained to us. So Anna and Lucia were on this super useful mission. Lucia's job was breaking down ore into basic elements, while Anna mixed those with iron to test their properties. Thanks to Black F's flexibility, Anna checked the hardness and toughness with different magic levels. Meanwhile, the prince was walking around, nose deep in a chemistry book, laying out all the deets on iron and its traits. He knew even a tiny tweak could majorly change the metal's properties. That's why they were pushing those limits. Later, the prince chilled on a bench as falling leaves gave away that fall was creeping in. Just as he started dozing off, Anna nudged his nose, snapping him awake, warning him not to catch some Z's out in the open or he'd catch a cold. Out of nowhere, he asked where Lucia was, and Anna said she was sipping afternoon tea with Floater. Right then, Anna spotted the worried look on Roland's face and moved closer, asking if something was bugging him because she could see it in his eyes. The prince went quiet before grabbing her hand and pulling her in, admitting he was kind of stressed over something. He explained that he'd helped the townsfolk from the border get back to the capital with everyone's help, but a bunch were stuck in the city and refused to leave. Time was running out, and he feared having to get tough to save most people and stop them from becoming victims. To these pills, the church forced them to take, made by Timothy. Thinking back, he said in some way, he was kinda like Timothy himself. The only difference was their goals. He wanted humans for building his kingdom. Timothy wanted humans just to crush everyone. Anna quickly put a finger on his lips, saying she got what he was trying to say. She explained she understood what was weighing on him. He worried that people might reject his help, that his goals might not always match what others expect, and that being firm, even for a good cause, could get misunderstood. The prince wasn't sure if having a moral goal mattered more than using ethical methods. Anna told him not to stress and promised she'd always have his back no matter what. Next scene takes us to the bays along Slumber Island's coast. We see a boat docked by the shore with tons of street vendors selling their goods. Mai and another cute wizard seem to be checking out the market. Meanwhile, Princess is scanning everything through her telescope. She noticed Slumber Island wasn't just a hideout for the original 300 wizards anymore. Even though Nubei's folks lived on the outskirts, far from the wizard community, she was confident that with constant growth, Slumber Island would eventually turn into a city. As Tui Lai was talking to herself about these changes, Ak called out to warn her about strong winds and told her to get down before she tripped. Tui Lai quickly used the stone embedded in her hand to lift herself off the ground and land softly. She scolded after being reckless and suggested she keep Mo Lai close while practicing flying. On the flip side, Tui Lai was hyped about her new discovery, explaining that as long as she kept magic output steady, she wouldn't fall. But steering was still tricky. She invited Ash Zhu to try it, saying flying was awesome and the view of Slumber Island from up there was epic. Ash stayed skeptical and flat out declined, reminding Tui Lai that she couldn't even activate the Thunderstone and shouldn't risk her life. Plus, there was only one stone, so Ash Zhu couldn't fly with her even if she got good at it. Tuli sadly agreed and said she was working on making more stones like that. Ash asked if she meant those stones were man-made. Tui Lai confirmed, saying their shape and traits seemed unnatural, implying whoever built the ruins really knew their magic. She felt a bit down that those creators never left any research behind. Suddenly, Meggie rushed over to Princess Tully, looking like she just saw a ghost, spotting a freaked-out bird diving at full speed. She quickly grabbed Tui Lai and stepped aside to clear the way. Poor Maggie slammed onto the hard ground and looked like she actually hurt herself for a moment. Ash stepped in to lift her up, and Maggie said she got blown away when she saw Tui Lai flying. She even thought for a sec that Sister Lightning had arrived on Slumber Island without warning anyone. Once Miggy pulled herself together, she said she just came straight from the border town, and Tui Lai asked about the wizards there. Maggie said they were chill and that she was asked to bring a bunch of letters they wrote, one from Lotus, another from Evely, and Sinvi sent one too. She happily added a letter from the prince. Asan rewarded Maggie with a cookie for a job well done, and Maggie happily transformed into her cute little chubby dove form and flew off with her gift. Tui Lai couldn't help but notice MG looked a bit chubbier after every trip to border though. Still, as they walked, Tui Lai felt Roland's letter this time carry a weird heavy vibe, making her curious about what was inside. Later, at the office, she eagerly opened the letter and found a bunch of drawings inside. She was stunned because the sketches looked super lifelike. Convinced only magic could create such detailed images, she guessed a wizard must have made them. But that wasn't even the craziest part. Reading the letter, Tui Lai got hit with an even bigger shock when she realized border, and Tu Li asked how the witches there were doing. Maggie replied that they were very good, and she was asked to bring a batch of letters they wrote, one from Lotus and one from Evely. And Sinvi also sent a letter. She even happily handed over a letter from the prince. Asan rewarded Maggie with a cookie for doing a good job, and Maggie happily transformed into her chubby little dove and flew away with the gift. Teo Lai couldn't help but notice that MG seemed chubbier after each trip to border though. Still, as they walked, Teo Lai noticed that Roland's letter this time felt unusually heavy, making her wonder what was inside. Later, when they were in the office, she eagerly opened the letter and found a series of drawings inside. She was stunned by the lifelike images, convinced that only magic could create such detailed pictures, and surely some witch had done this. But that wasn't even the craziest part. When reading the letter, Tiu Li was even more shocked to realize. So, these pics are legit proof of those demons, not just some random sketches. It looks like the scenes show when the Witch Guild marched into Batland searching for the Holy Mountain, which got as thinking about the legend of that sacred peak, said to be the mysterious hideout where witches can finally find real peace. But, as realizes, this might just be wishful thinking. They could totally chill on Slumber Island without stressing about the outside world. The letter spills that Kara, the former Witch Guild boss, truly believed in the Holy Mountain's existence. She found an ancient book among ruins in the east that convinced her the mountain was in the wasteland, so she led the guild across the mountains into the wild lands. But they found nothing except terrifying monsters. The letter describes these beasts like they had insane strength, super fast moves, and some even threw lightning magic like witches. Out of 40 witches, only 6 made it out alive, eventually finding shelter in Burtown. It wouldn't be shocking if those demons used the same thunderstones that Princess is guarding. The prince's letter also hints at something cryptic, with some scribbles in the language of the 4 kingdoms at the end. It mentions Holy Capital, a battle with demons, and Alice's experiment with the Holy Punishment Army from 400 years ago. The prince still can't figure out why this was written in such a weird language. After finishing that mysterious prince's letter, Tilly decides to dive into Sinvi's letter next. Sinvi's letter reveals she didn't find any cover-up or magic trail connected to Roland Wimbledon Din. No other witches at Border Thou could be controlling the prince, meaning Prince Roland is actually her real brother. This news blows Tilly's mind, and she struggles to figure out how that even happened. She remembers Jero, Timoth, and Garcia are her dad's older kids who formed a tight crew over this. Even Garcia, the youngest of the three, is 6 years older than Roland, so no one hung out with him, and they constantly bullied him. Logically, since Tilly is the youngest, she'd be on Roland's side. But for some obvious reasons, that never went down. Roland's personality got all twisted thanks to how his siblings treated him, and he bottled up all that anger with nowhere to vent. So Tilly became the target. She explains that their dad stepped in when he got wind of it, and Roland changed a bit. Still, he stayed mischievous, half kid, half funny, so she had to stand her ground. And then he stopped bothering her as much. Gotta admit, little Roland was pretty cute. She also spills that when Roland grew up, he didn't change much. Rumor has it he's hot-headed, uneducated, and leans only on his royal status. But all that's just a front hiding his weakness, fears, and fragility inside. Yet here he is, backing the witches who are branded as demons, even ready to throw down against the church. She can hardly believe it, and as agrees. She says that after years without seeing Roland, he seems like a totally different person. Besides looks, he gives off a completely different vibe. Tilly then gets curious and asks, as about other things she noticed. As explains, the biggest change is how clean Roland is. Both his look and energy are simple and refined. He doesn't flaunt his status like other nobles, and if it weren't for his hair, he might just look like any regular guy. She adds that although Roland seems normal, there's something about him that she can't quite put into words, but makes you feel super calm around him. The princess smiles and teases that she didn't expect, as to actually compliment Roland, as instantly gets flustered and insists she's just being honest. Still, Tilly stays super curious, wondering what could have changed Roland so much. She suspects maybe he used some trick to become a different person, and the only way to know for sure is to meet him face to face. I love how this clue really highlights Roland's change. It's a fresh spin from the usual hints that make you forget the main character isn't really from this world. Sinvai also writes she's mostly been exploring mines up north for the prince. Everyone was shocked to discover a big stash of divine judgment stones. These stones pop up from the ground just like other ores. She also spotted soldiers in the border town using a metal weapon that shoots out iron balls and spikes. This weapon is insanely powerful and sounds like thunder. And she even sketched the steps to make them. Tilly immediately spots and points out that the stick-like weapon is the same thing that hurt her before. Since they're allies now, she tells Princess Stay to ask for a shipment of those weapons to beef up defenses. If the prince refuses, that'll show he's not as trustworthy as everyone thinks. Princess Stay replies that firstly, they aren't totally weak, and secondly, those weapons are clearly super important to the prince, so he's not just going to hand them out. Tilly's sure that demand will just break their trust even more. Plus, she plans to visit Border Thou this winter, so she thinks it'd be easier to talk things over in person. Princess Stay instantly agrees, saying Tilly can handle whatever way she thinks best. As Tilly keeps reading letters, she realizes Sinvai's sharp eyes miss nothing, because the letter even describes the gifts Roland gave to the witches. Tilly blushes and feels embarrassed reading that the prince gifted some bras, specially made for grown witches. Tilly thinks that's totally weird, figuring only couples usually give lingerie. So how could Roland do that, specially made for adult witches? Tully found it ridiculous, thinking that giving lingerie was something only lovers did. So how could Roland do that? She remembered that he'd pulled the same stunt back in the capital and realized he was totally turning into the Roland she once knew. Nodding like yup, she pointed out Roland was always a bit quirky, so she told Tai they should avoid Border Town in winter. Back over at Border Town, the chemist Siki was hyped up, sharing some cool news with the prince. He cracked a possible way to whip up some acid, but it needed a ton of salt and a skilled blacksmith to craft the container. He'd heard of a witch who could slice metal perfectly, and if she could handle the metal part, he asked to rope her in for help. The prince gave the go-ahead for the witch's assist, but reminded him he actually called him over for something else, since Cece was swamped with projects and had zero free time. The prince reassured him this wouldn't take long, and all he needed were some of Cece's apprentices, not his top-notch crew. Cece finally got curious and asked what the task was about. The prince explained they'd be making soap aimed specifically at the everyday market. Even though it looked simple, it would work just like fancy soap, good for showers, laundry, and scrubbing up kitchen gear. Siki freaked out a bit, asking if the prince meant the saponification reaction, the process turning fat and sodium hydroxide into glycerin and soap. The prince confirmed and actually seemed pretty stoked that Siki used the right chemistry term. But even though the mad scientist was super pumped, He suggested postponing soap production because regular folks might go days without showers and often wash clothes and dishes in the river. The prince clarified that soap wasn't the main priority right now, but the byproduct from it was crucial. ISEKAI'd asked if he meant glycerin, and the prince nodded, saying making glycerin was their top priority. Finally, ISEKAI'd got on board with the plan but noted he wouldn't have time to handle everything himself. The prince understood and dropped some hot info to get him hyped. Apparently, a sailing ship carrying 50 civilians arrived this morning. Since there were so many and they looked nothing like traders, patrols stopped them. One civilian was asking for CC, and turns out the new arrival was an alchemist from Redwood City. Before the prince could even say who it was, CC jumped up excitedly, quickly recognizing it had to be Sly, his old apprentice. He was sure Sly had brought his student to help out and eagerly asked where Sly was right now. He explained this student was his most productive one and that was a big deal for the job. The prince mentioned they were registering at City Hall, and in the next scene, Lane and Maggie were gearing up for their adventure. Checking their supplies, Maggie proudly pulled out a string of sausages and declared she was totally ready for the trip. Lane raised an eyebrow, telling her sausages wouldn't cut it against whatever dangers might come up, saying she should bring weapons or something. But Lil Pigeon stood firm, claiming that if she ran into the Divine Judgment soldiers, she'd just rip their armor apart. Knowing arguing with Maggie was pointless, Lane just put on her glasses, and they were all set to head to the far west edge of the misty forest. Their goal was to explore the area and map out the forest's boundaries. As they left, Lane felt relieved Maggie was tagging along. She'd been uneasy about venturing into the misty forest alone, especially after the last run-in with that forest demon. She worried Maggie would roast her if she knew how scared she really was. Lane remembered her dad's advice. He was a legendary explorer. He always said no matter what challenges popped up, she had to face them with guts, observe closely, and remember that most fears come from inside, not from the actual danger. With that wise tip in mind, Lane reminded herself she was her dad's daughter and wasn't about to get crushed. They kept going, and Lane felt super relieved they just had to follow the river's path to stay on track. Suddenly, Maggie spotted a gigantic mountain at the forest's far end. The mountain was so massive it looked almost mythical. They noticed a deep, dark cave in the mountain and decided to check it out. Inside, Lane spotted scattered black rocks all around. Maggie even touched one and said it looked totally inedible. Lane examined the rocks and thought they might be some kind of ore since they didn't really know much about it. They decided to bring the stones back to the prince for analysis. Then, Lane pointed out that they'd spent the whole morning just getting there. That meant this spot was about 240 kilometers from border town, way farther than the Fours River levee. Suddenly, she got curious and wondered what was on the other side of this giant mountain. Meanwhile, Maggie noticed her fur was starting to turn black. She joked it wouldn't surprise her if this place was a huge coal mine. But Lane decided to scout the other side of the mountain, telling Maggie to stay put and not wander off. She dashed out of the tunnel and started flying diagonally toward the sea to see what was there. When she finally reached the mountain's end and looked around, she was totally shook by what she saw. Later, the scene shifts back to border town, where the prince was studying a map of Grey Castle's royal palace, busy plotting a siege. Suddenly, he heard a loud banging sound. It was Maggie and Lane sticking their heads through the window, with Lane looking especially scared and worried. The prince immediately told Nightingale to open the window. When they came in, Lane rushed to hug the prince, and he gently patted her head, telling her to chill and asking what was going on. Lil quickly flapped her wings and revealed she'd seen black rocks and snow-covered mountains. But that wasn't all. What really had Lightning stressing out wasn't just the thing itself, it was the demons she'd seen there that actually freaked her out. When she tried to explain, you could totally see the worry all over her face. So, the prince told her to chill and keep her cool before spilling more details. The little adventurer finally calmed down and revealed that to fully map out the foggy forest, she headed west along the Redwood River and stumbled on this massive mountain. Behind it, she spotted a red mist covering the whole mountain range, blood red in color. It was tough to see through, but it reminded her of the drawings Soraya had made, and she was sure that red mist was what those demons needed to survive. A bit later, Lady Scrone and the other witches showed up to meet the prince. Looks like Roland had already filled all the witches in on the demon discovery. Given the situation, Lady Scrone suggested they should investigate the red mist area. She pointed out that Lightning only saw it from afar and couldn't confirm if demons were really in there or not. Plus, even if they did find demons, they needed to figure out if those beasts could actually come into the kingdom from that mountain range. Wendy was down with Sister Scroll's idea too. She added that even though everyone knew how powerful those demons were, no one really knew what kind of defense moves to pull. So, to get ahead, they got to check out these monsters themselves. The prince agreed with that opinion and asked if anyone was against it. If not, they were good to roll with the plan. But he wasn't totally sure how to keep the investigation safe. That's when Ina suggested using a hot air balloon. She explained that they could paint the balloon to blend into the sky and use the clouds as cover. They'd fly over the sea as an extra safety move. Lin then pitched in to bring Sylvie along since her skills were perfect for a scouting gig like this. The prince agreed and decided he'd join the expedition too. But Nightingale immediately threw up a red flag, insisting that the prince couldn't risk his life like that. Looks like the other witches were also against him tagging along. The prince cleared things up, saying it wasn't as dangerous as they thought. He explained if those monsters could fly or climb mountains, they'd already have spread all 4 kingdoms. The fact they're stuck in the far west showed they weren't as threatening as everyone feared. Plus, the prince figured he knew a lot about alien civilizations and stuff like that and could easily gauge how advanced those demons were, just by a quick look. So, if he could see the demons and their city up close, it would be super useful for defense planning. Thinking this through, he told everyone to chill, reassuring them they'd observe from a safe distance. He added that if spying from afar was too risky, he wouldn't have agreed to the trip. Nightingale finally came around, though she seemed a little embarrassed for overreacting at first. She still insisted the prince shouldn't leave the group during the mission. The prince agreed and named Anna, Wendy, Soria, Sinvi, Nightingale, Lining, and May as part of the crew. He told them they'd roll out in about a week and reminded everyone to bring pistols and enough supplies. He also urged them to practice shooting, so even witches who didn't fight could defend themselves. After that, the prince decided to check out the ore Lightning brought back. The little adventurer quickly reported there were tons of rocks near the mountain, and the area covered was 10 times bigger than the border town. The prince noticed the rock was lighter than regular ore, so it definitely wasn't any common metal or mineral. Since it was black and found right near the surface, it might be coal. He told Anna to try burning a bit of the rock. When her blue flame touched it, the rock caught fire with a bright blue blaze. It didn't take long for the prince to realize this was high-quality anthracite coal, a type that burns with hardly any smoke. Lightning was surprised it was coal, expecting it to be crumbly and dirty like charcoal. The prince explained this coal had been decomposed and refined. Most coal looks like rough stones in its raw form, but top-grade stuff like anthracite is hard and shiny on the outside. He added that coal wasn't rare in Grey Castle since Fallen Dragon Rick and Silver City both exported it. It was mainly used for heating, but this coal could easily replace charcoal and metal forging, and it was way more eco-friendly since it required fewer trees to be cut. He thought even if they switched to electricity and gas, coal would still be a cheap and versatile fuel. It could be used to make gas, hydrogen, tar, and even generate electricity. So building an anthracite coal mine in Longsong would be way better than relying on imports. Looks like they'd need to boost steamship production and build a coal plant in the far west to ship all the coal back to the border town. The scene cuts to the capital city, where inside the palace, an alchemist is showing off the latest discovery from their guild, a type of explosive snow powder. When the explosion happened, the bronze bowl shot straight up, leaving Tim Mo Thai totally stunned. The old alchemist explained that if they packed and compressed enough of this powder, it could rip through armor and flesh. Tim Mo Thai was hyped hearing that and happily rewarded the old man with a big fat payout of 20 golden coins. He ordered the immediate start of building a snow powder factory in the capital and told them to keep researching this powder. He promised that if it worked as well in battle as claimed, he'd knight the alchemist and grant him a noble title and land. The old man bowed in respect, but one of the knights in the hall pointed out that even though this invention sounded awesome on paper, it might not be that useful on the battlefield. The old man bowed down to show respect, but one of the knights in the Great Hall pointed out that even though this invention sounds promising in theory, it might not actually work on the battlefield, because it needs a slow-burning fuse and limited damage, only kicks off within half a step. Emothi was super shook being reminded that this powder still needed work. He bitterly thought, if it weren't for Gia snatching the alchemists working on the snow powder, he'd already be running Grey Castle. But he also felt kinda relieved that the remaining alchemists were still sharp enough to track down the formula. Suddenly, a soldier barged in with urgent news, saying the troops sent to the west got wiped out and retreated back to the capital as losers. Each carried a letter from Roland Wimbledon. Emothi read the letter and saw that Roland was straight-up disappointed with his strategy. Roland called the western attack a huge screw-up and warned he'd make Emothi pay. He also said he planned to hit the capital in the second month of autumn. That plan made it clear Emothi's throne wasn't as safe as he thought. Emothi got downright pissed after reading that letter. His rage almost blew up. Turning back to the witches, they were geared up with pistols for target practice, and the prince was hyped to see how they perform. Once the girls started shooting, it was pretty clear they were struggling. Shots went everywhere but the target. Roland's excitement died down fast, and he started feeling hopeless about their whack skills. But it wasn't all bad since Anna totally stood out, nailing the target with crazy finesse. The other witches were totally mesmerized, and even the prince was shook by her performance. He noticed her clean aim and steady stance, wondering if Anna's got some hidden talent beyond what she's learned. Even though the pistol kick was intense, her arms stayed rock solid, which seriously impressed the prince, making him curious about her true abilities. Meanwhile, Anna was soaking up the glory after hitting a perfect shot, but the prince quickly caught on that something was off. He quietly spotted a hint of magic around her trigger finger. With suspicious eyes, he leaned in and called her out, telling her no one was allowed to use powers during practice shooting. Anna blinked, asking why, and the prince explained that if the enemy had some holy judgment stone, she'd be helpless without magic. He wanted everyone ready for real fights where powers might not work. Then he covered her ears and told her to try again, reassuring her that this time she wouldn't be scared. La Ning quickly told Mi to plug her ears too. It was funny seeing even the kiddos handling guns like water pistols. Once their ears were covered, Anna blasted off a bunch of perfect shots. Seeing that, Wendy and Nightingale jumped in too. Before long, the girls were super pumped about the shooting practice. Then, their hot air balloon drifted up in the sky, camouflaged to blend into the clouds. The prince said they'd practice drop bombing from the air, and with the plan to hit the capital in the second month of autumn, everyone needed to get started as soon as possible. Wendy was stoked to be up so high and pointed out that the whole western area looked tiny like her palm. But the prince explained the area really wasn't that big and shifted her attention to the wild north, where they'd have to go eventually. Lani noticed how high up they were and said she couldn't see anything below. The prince said they were high enough already, and in the balloon basket, there was a bomb that looked nuclear level. He explained they trained by dropping this fake bomb just like they did on the ground. He added that since it was only a test, the bomb was way smaller than the real deal and weighed about as much as 4 nightingales. Even though it was smaller, they needed to take it seriously. Anna looked curious after hearing the bomb's weight and asked the prince since when nightingale became a unit of measure. The prince let out a dramatic chuckle and told her not to stress the details. He ordered her to start now. They dropped the first bomb and quickly shut the basket's bottom door. The prince was hyped seeing how they were already familiar with the process thanks to practice. Wendy then asked if the bomb could actually hit the target from this height. Roland admitted it sounded wild that they'd drop it from 1,000 meters up. However, he explained the bomb had special guiding tech, and the high altitude actually helped make it super accurate. All thanks to the little explorer Lightning. Moving back to the huge Burt Castle. When the prince said he'd head into the misty forest, Kane, Carter, Iron Ace, and Amun Barav were all shook hearing this. The knight even insisted on coming along as the first knight to protect the prince. Meanwhile, Iron Ace wanted to bring 100 people to keep the prince safe, and Amun Barav said he had tons of paperwork to handle. The prince was firm, saying this was an order for everyone to stay put and manage the frontier town while he was gone. Seems Barav hadn't fully grasped the nature of the demons and the Red Bone area in the far west, so he asked what was so important that the prince had to go himself. The prince didn't spill the details, but said the situation affected the entire western region, might even threaten Grey Castle's doom. He stressed that only he could judge it firsthand and he absolutely had to go. Ter asked if the prince could reveal the exact reason for the trip. The prince said he couldn't say right now, but promised he'd explain later. He made it clear it was a secret mission and everyone had to keep quiet while people around were freaking out about the news he dropped. He was thinking in his head about the demon territory 60 miles from the west and how these monsters once destroyed the holy city of Tequila, pushing survivors to the edge of the continent. The prince said he couldn't reveal anything right now but promised to explain later. He made it clear this was a top-secret mission and everyone needed to keep it hushed up. Everyone was shook by the news he just dropped. He was thinking about the demon territory 60 miles west and those monsters that destroyed the holy city of Tequila, forcing the survivors to flee to the edge of the continent. It sounds kinda wild, but the prince is stoked because he's watched tons of apocalypse flicks. Still, he knows folks won't just swallow this truth easy. If news about the Land family freaks everyone out, people might rush to bolt from the west side, and he ain't about to let that happen after all the grind he's done. So finally, the prince hits the road with all the witches on a hot air balloon, waving one last goodbye to his loyal squad who are all teary-eyed watching him bounce. Gotta say, I'm low-key hyped to see what kind of crazy stuff they're about to face in that bone mist. Meanwhile, as they're floating up in the air, Sylvie asks if the church ever battled demons like 400 years ago and wonders if that makes the church the good guys. The prince throws down that the church is actually the villain, and Nying backs him up, pointing out if they were truly good, they wouldn't have executed witches for no reason. She explains it'd be different if witches were truly bad, but they had zero ties to the demons. Plus, there's proof backing that up. The prince agrees, saying first they gotta confirm if the church really fought demons or not, and if that's true, then why are they hiding and destroying all the evidence? They could rake in tons of followers by bragging about their wins. The prince tells Sylvie he'll never back the church just because they fought demons once. He's dead set on fighting the demons himself if needed and isn't scared since he's got the witches by his side. Nightingale leans in, playfully reminding Sylvie the church just sucked at taking down demons before, so the prince would never take their side. A bit later, Lanin points out they're almost there and that the mountain's already in sight. Everyone on the balloon gasps at the mountain's epicness. Wendy even says those peaks look like they just popped out of the ground. The prince says they'll camp closer to the mountains by the shoreline because they're taking a break today and kicking off their investigation tomorrow. As they set up camp near the beach, the prince gazes out over the massive water and thinks this spot's perfect since the wide open space lets them scope things easy, far from the foggy forest and less likely to run into wild animals. The girls step up and suggest the prince crash in the tent. That's when Roland remembers that awkward day when he tried sleeping with the girls but ended up tossing and turning all night. To avoid that mess again, he opts to sleep outside, to keep his head clear for tomorrow's investigation. Meanwhile, Maggie's pretty pumped about sleeping under the stars too. The girls start heading into the tent, and Wendy says she'll take the night watch next. As the fire crackles and the prince sits solo, Anna walks up from behind. He asks if she's going to sleep with the others, but she says nah. She just wants to chill here with him. She plops down next to him and reminds him Sylvie should have thanked him earlier for comforting her. Almost like magic, Anna says she's happy with the choice she made. The prince gets kind of flustered and curious, asking what choice she means, but instead of answering, Anna leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the cheek. Then she says nothing else, just wishes him good night and heads to bed. Still shook from that surprise kiss, the prince is even more stunned when Nightingale suddenly shows up and plants a gentle kiss on his cheek too. She thanks him for everything he's done for the witches and then vanishes into thin air, leaving the prince smiling alone. The next morning, the crew is back in the balloon, continuing their trip toward the red bone mist. In the balloon, the prince is yawning big time, feeling a bit rough after sleeping outside. He starts craving the castle's comforts, especially running water and a hot bath. Meanwhile, the witches are buzzing with energy and hype vibes. The prince can't help but wonder if their glow is some kind of magic effect. Suddenly, Lan Hin announces they can spot the blood bone mist from afar and quickly points them out. When they look down, they see the whole area swallowed by that creepy red bone mist. Sylvie immediately fires up her abilities and jerks out that they're still way too far from the mist because she can't sense much at this distance. The prince decides to lower their altitude and tells Saria to make sure every scene from here on is sketched out. Peering through binoculars toward the coastline, he notices there's no docks or piers. Even if demons are around, they haven't built boats to reach Grey Castle by sea. Out of nowhere, Sylvie pipes up and says about 10 miles off the coast inside the red bone mist, there are several black stone structures shaped like triangles pointing upward. Wendy quickly jumps in, saying those look a lot like the illusions they saw in the wasteland, which means this place is definitely demon turf. But Soraya, who's seen demons in their buildings in the wasteland, points out something's off with the tower's height. The towers she saw in those visions were so tall they rose above the bone mist. Because these are shorter than the mountains, the prince guesses what she saw might have been a full demon city, while this here is probably just a village. While Wendy and Anna are freaking out in the back, the prince stays cool and asks what's inside those towers. Sylvie says most are empty, but some hold a kind of liquid. Suddenly, she spots some eerie red eyes staring right at her. The prince snaps her back to reality and urgently asks what's going down. Without hesitation, Sylvie spills the tea to the prince. Someone who's actually seen demons in their buildings out in the wild pointed out that the height of those towers seemed off. The towers she saw in the vision were so tall you could see the bones above them. Since those towers were taller than even these mountains, the prince guessed what she saw might be a demon city, while this place was probably just a village. Meanwhile, Wendy and Anna were freaking out behind him, but the prince stayed calm and asked what's inside the towers. Sylvie said most of them were empty, but some were filled with some kind of liquid. Suddenly, she noticed terrifying red eyes staring right at her. The prince snapped her out of it and urgently asked what was going on. Without hesitating, Sylvie told the prince that they gotta bounce as soon as possible because the demons already caught onto them. Forget that for a sec, the demons have already started moving. She explains they're buried underground, only the pipes on their backs stick out above the ground. Stuff's about to get seriously intense, and it's clear they gotta dip before things go south. Then, Sylvie drops another bombshell, revealing a few demons are straight up flying, leaving everyone shook. The prince instantly tells Wendy to crank the hot air balloon and our wind girl speeds it up with her gusts. But, no cap, Sylvie warns that 2 demons are speeding and riding some kind of flying monster. The prince's mind is blown, but instead of freaking out, he gets curious about those beasts, squints, and realizes the demons are riding these hybrid demon creatures. In a blink, he calls out for everyone to lower the balloon and land. As soon as possible, he knows just flying around won't cut it if those creatures catch up. If the balloon gets wrecked, they're all toast. And he blames himself cause he underestimated the demons and got everyone into this hot mess. Before they can land, the flying monsters zoom in super fast. One of them charges and hurls a spear at the prince like lightning. He braces himself for impact, but right then, Anna conjures a shield just inches from him, stopping the spear. However, looks like Anna dumped all her magic power into that shield and almost drained herself. The spear bounces back, but the demons don't ease up. They swoop in on the balloon again, surrounding the crew from both sides. Surprisingly, Anna's holding strong and keeps slamming up shields to push the monsters back. The prince grabs this chance and tells the girls it's time to bust out their bad boys. The girls instantly obey and whip out their pistols, blasting like there's no tomorrow. Nightingale's even handling 2 pistols like a straight-up sharpshooter reborn. But no matter how hard they try, the bullets all seem to miss, and the monsters are closing in fast. Nightingale points out the balloons shaking too much, throwing off their aim. Right then, one demon beast roars with its terrifying wide mouth, and Wendy uses her wind power to shove the balloon away. That sudden shove bucks the balloon wildly, throwing everyone in the basket off balance. Out of nowhere, Anna spots another monster right in front of her. It pulls a spear from its back and throws it straight at her. But Prince Roland, feeling heroic, jumps in front to protect her and takes the spear right in the shoulder. The hit shatters his arm instantly, and he drops to the ground. That brutal scene shatters Nightingale's heart. For the first time, we see her break down crying. All the witches rush to Prince Roland, and Nightingale calls out softly, but he doesn't answer. Looks like he's passed out from losing too much blood. Nightingale breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Without hesitation, Anna jumps into action and quickly burns the prince's severed arm stump to stop the bleeding. She probably picked up that first aid trick in some emergency class cause, no joke, the bleeding stops immediately, leaving Nightingale totally stunned. She quickly tells everyone that if they want to save the prince, they gotta head back to the border town now. But it ain't gonna be that easy cause these demons are still lurking around. Nightingale realizes they can't get back to the border town unless they take down these monsters, so she makes a snap call and tells Lan Nin to guard the balloon from getting wrecked. Lan Nin freezes for a sec, clueless on how to lure the demons away. But seeing the prince, she knows there's no time to be scared. So she rockets straight up into the sky, and one demon instantly chases after her. Meanwhile, another's trying to pierce through the balloon, but that monster quickly pulls back and Wendy says it's gotta be gearing up for a high dive attack. That's when Nightingale steps up, deciding to leap off the balloon to get closer to the demons. Her friends try to stop her, but with a demon charging straight at the balloon, she's got no choice. She jumps out of the basket, landing on top of the balloon. She uses her fog power, and even though she senses magic inside the demons, there's no time to think about it. She appears from the mist and lands right on the monster's head with her gun pressed against its skull. She tells it to die and pulls the trigger, landing a deadly headshot that takes the monster down in one hit. The creature the demon was riding starts to fall, and Nightingale begins falling with it. She tries hiding in the fog as she falls through the air, but there's nothing to grab onto, so her attempt falls flat. Wendy reaches out to catch her with a gust of wind, but that fails too, and Nightingale starts freaking out, thinking she might actually die. As she falls, memories of life with the prince flash through her head. Dreams of a happy future with him shatter. Even in this nightmare, tears stream down her face, but she forces a sad, bitter smile and finally admits to herself she probably won't ever be with the prince. But turns out that intense moment was just the opening act. Like, honestly, everyone knows Nightingale ain't going anywhere, especially when Maggie finally shows up to save the day. With that hardcore story armor on, Maggie starts leveling up right before our eyes, turning into this wild half-monster hybrid. She snags Nightingale midair. Cause honestly, no one dares to write this saga without her. She's like one of the OG witches. Then Maggie tosses Nightingale up high, and she lands perfectly safe back on Maggie's back. Nightingale's shook, seeing Maggie's monster mix form, asking what the heck is going on. Maggie answers in some language Nightingale can't make heads or tails of, so she just tells her demon bird to head back to the balloon. That's when Maggie, the demon new in town, starts flying straight for the air balloon. At that moment, one of the monsters spots them rolling in. It snaps up a spear and hurls it down at lightning speed. But before the spear hits, Baki quick changes back into his little pigeon form. The spear zooms past with 0 damage, and he morphs back into monstrous mode just in time to keep the rescue mission alive. As they zoom at the beast, it charges full throttle to face them. When they lock eyes, Nightingale jumps off Maggie's back and dives into her foggy realm. She pops up right behind the monster, locks her gun to its head, and blasts the monster's brain out in a single shot. She spins right back to Maggie's back. Even though the demon is dead, the flying beast it rode is still going strong. The creature lets out a terror-filled roar, but it quickly gets silenced by a bullet tearing through its wide-open mouth, leaving a gaping hole in its head. The trigger-happy soldier blasting away isn't anyone else but Sister Lightning. Nightingale gives her a subtle nod, hyping her up for crushing it. With the threat handled, Nightingale decides it's time to bounce. A bit later, they finally hit the coastline. Everyone's crowded in the balloon basket, sweating bullets over the prince. You see, air balloons are super slow, and even flying all night, they can't make it to the border town before noon the next day. As time slips away, they choose to send the prince ahead first. While our cute little demon girl's down for the job, Lightning looks kinda worried but quickly shakes off the scary thoughts and flexes some confidence, telling everyone they'll bring the prince back right on time. With that mind frame, they strap the prince tight on Maggie's back. Meanwhile, Nightingale assures Lightning Nin that the prince's injuries aren't their fault because they weren't born for fighting. Saying that, the two flying girls take off with the prince. Leaving the others in the balloon, Anna suggests they get moving as soon as possible. She believes the monsters might send backup, so they gotta put as much distance as possible between themselves and the mountain. They'll camp out once they find a safe spot. Soraya's still nervous and restless, trying to figure out how the demons are tracking them down. After all, the balloon and basket are camouflaged, so they shouldn't be spotted from like 2,000 meters, even with binoculars. Sylvie spills the tea that she saw this massive demon lurking in the fog, looking like a giant black tower. It had this huge head, way bigger than its body, and tons of eyes. All seemed locked on her. She explains that hundreds of demons crawled out of the ground as soon as they sensed intruders, enveloping the whole area. Anna chimes in, pointing out that the monsters the demons ride are super weird too. Their blood's blue. That means they're totally different from the hybrids they dealt with over those demon-filled months. Soraya agrees, saying the creatures they've seen look way more like actual demons. She notes that when Nightingale took down the first demon, it bled blue, proving they aren't just demons toting around. She's relieved that if Maggie hadn't shifted forms and saved Nightingale, they wouldn't have made it out alive. Nightingale adds that while Maggie was morphing, she saw her magic swirl change from a tight vortex into faint wings. Meanwhile, Lightning and Maggie are rushing down hard. Both look wiped out. She asks if the prince is still holding on. Lightning answers that he's growing colder by the minute, but luckily his pulse is still strong. She then urges to pour all remaining magic into boosting speed. With a burst, they hit sonic speed. As they zoom away, Lightning reflects on the sitch. She feels guilty, thinking if she left the basket sooner to distract the demons, the prince might not be hurt. She's beating herself up, feeling she's far from becoming a top-notch explorer. She's also thinking about getting her own pistol once this mess is over and asking Nightingale to teach her some combat tricks. Finally, they arrive at the border town's castle. As they land, soldiers rush over to the two girls and Elters totally stunned to hear Prince Roland's badly hurt. Suddenly, the prince snaps awake, all panicked. He glances at his hands and is surprised to find them still there. Looking around, he realizes he's back at the castle. He calls out for Kay and Carter, but quickly notices a few witches sleeping on the floor. Seems they nodded off, waiting for him to wake. Quietly, he slips off the bed, peeks outside, and confirms he's really back at the castle. Anna also wakes up, and Roland quickly asks her about everyone. She reassures him all are back in town, and only he's wounded. The prince breathes a sigh of relief hearing that, but he still senses something weird in Anna's voice. Suddenly, the girl hugs him tight, calling him an idiot with a strange yet affectionate tone. The way she repeats idiot so lovingly totally messes with the prince's nerves. He then feels a warm glow inside thinking about people who really care for him. In return, he hugs her tight, letting her know he's back and she doesn't gotta be scared anymore. The other witches start waking up too, all shocked as, in this odd but affectionate voice. The way she repeated dummy with such love totally scrambled the prince's nerves. Then he felt a warm rush thinking about people who actually cared for him. He responded by pulling her into a tight hug, letting her know he was back and she didn't need to be scared anymore. The other witches started waking up too, all shocked when, seeing the prince snap out of being knocked out, Lightning didn't waste a second and rushed to hug him tight. Then the other witch girls followed, crowding around to form a big, warm group hug. Nightingale let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the prince safe and jumped onto him like a little kid. The whole vibe was pure joy and love, lighting up the entire room. That night, the prince and his wife shared the same room. Sitting alone in his room, he was deep in thought about just how much he had underestimated those savage demons on the expedition. He never expected them to spot the hot air balloon from so far away. Even though the trip was super risky, it gave him priceless intel. Turns out those demons weren't just mysterious hellspawn. They actually have their own civilization and culture developing kind of like humans. The prince probably jotted down these thoughts in a letter, maybe to send to his little sister, Princess Tilly. He mentioned that those demons seemed to have magic powers, something Nightingale had confirmed. But their magic works totally different from witches, using some kind of external tool instead of activating it like witches do. Unfortunately, this was all just speculation since the demon bodies sank in the sea, so he couldn't examine them closely. Sylvie pointed out that those weird demon stone towers might contain some red liquid. The red bone curtain might actually be a gas form of that stuff. The limited spread could be why they haven't crossed the Blackstone area yet. Based on what they saw, it seemed like the demons wouldn't be a threat to the border town anytime soon. Anna walked into the room, making the prince jump slightly as she quietly locked the door behind her, and he got curious why she was there, reminding her he was already healed and she didn't need to worry. Anna put her hand on his, making the prince blush like a total dork. Then she placed his hand on her chest, clearly showing she couldn't wait any longer and wanted to take advantage of their time together before anything else happened.